Hello everyone! With the Burning Crusade Classic running, what better time to do a little lore compilation on the lore of the Burning Crusade. Talk about some of the major characters, the videos that we've done over the years. For next week, we're going to be diving into the must-know story for Midnight, because the expansion, believe it or not, is 2 weeks away. So next week, we'll dive into the story that I think you need to know, the characters, and then the week after that is going to be Midnight rolling, and then who knows what the road's going to bring. But for now, here is a lore compilation for the Burning Crusade.
You are not prepared!
Hello everyone! To understand what goes on during the Burning Crusade, we'll first have to cover a bit of history, a bit of background information, so all of it makes sense. This right here is Sargeras, leader of the Burning Legion. He wants to destroy the entire universe, including the planet of Azeroth. One day, he showed up on Argus to recruit the Eredar into his ranks. Archimonde and Kiljaeden, they gladly joined, but Velen the Prophet, he could see that teaming up with Sargeras was a really bad idea. With the aid of the Naaru, he managed to gather some of his people and escape the planet, which pissed off Kil'jaeden greatly, who then pursued them from planet to planet, until these now called Draenei could flee no more. Their ship had to make a crash landing on the planet of Draenor, home of the orcs. For a while, things were going okay, until Kiljaeden found them again. He turned the orcs against the Draenei, manipulated them into forming the first horde, and then go to war. Have them drink the blood of Manoroth, which greatly empowered them, but also made them slaves to the Legion, to then finish their mission of eradicating the Draenei, or at least so they thought. Velen and some of his people were able to hide away within the Zangarmarsh. This did leave the orcs stuck on a corrupted, dying world. Sargeras wasn't quite done with them yet though, made contact while possessing the Guardian Medivh. You'll actually raid the Tower of Karazhan, which is the home of Medivh, and witness this duality, part guardian and protector of the world, part mad titan within. You'll also witness the moments of setting up the Dark Portal within the Caverns of Time. This is where the Bronze Dragons, they'll allow us to go back in time, make sure that events happen the way that they're supposed to do. Not just setting up the Dark Portal either, you'll also help Thrall escape Durnhold, so he can go about reform the Horde, and you'll witness the battle at Mount Hyjal to defeat Archimonde, as we saw in Warcraft 3. So setting up the Dark Portal, it meant establishing a connection between the world of Azeroth and the world of Draenor, to then have the Horde come in and weaken the world for ultimately the Legion to claim. In response to the Horde's first invasion, the Alliance of Lordaeron rose up. They defeated the Horde, they placed those that surrendered within internment camps, and they shut down the Dark Portal, only for it to reopen and the Horde to try again. This time, not to conquer Azeroth. Their goal was to gather powerful artifacts, which would then allow them to open up more portals to different worlds. They even gained the assistance of the Black Dragon Deathwing. He would help out the Horde gathering their artifacts. In exchange, they would hide some of his Black Dragon eggs back on the world of Draenor. Now in time, the Alliance of Lordaeron, the Sons of Lothar, they figured out what the Horde was up to, and they were not about to let them get away with it. Turalyon, Illyria Windrunner, Khadgar, Kurdan Wildhammer, Danav Trollbane, and so many others. They stepped through the portal to stop the Horde once and for all. They were successful, but not before many different portals were opened up across Draenor. The already corrupted world was about to blow, so Khadgar had no choice but to shut down the Dark Portal again. They fully expected to die, but they did not. Unknown to those that they left behind on Azeroth, the Sons of Lothar, they actually survived the transformation of Draenor into Outlands. Yet the Dark Portal, it remained shut, and time passed on. Sargeras and the Legion weren't quite done with trying to claim the world though. During Warcraft 3, they made another attempt at it. Once more, the world rose up in its defense. Even Illidan's Stormrage was let out of his cage. He had always been an enemy of the Legion, and he had tried to destroy them from within by using the powers of the enemy against them. Something that his people couldn't really appreciate. So while he warned them that the Legion would come back, for 10,000 years they had left him to rot, watched over by Warden Maiev. His time to shine had come though, as his warnings were proven right. Meanwhile, the Legion and the Lich King, they turned Arthas Menethil to the dark side. They had him corrupt the High Elf's source of power, the Sunwell, to bring Kael'thas back as a Lich. They did manage to summon Archimonde onto the world, only for Archimonde to be blown up by a world tree. Turns out that the Lich King wasn't loyal either, and they worked against Kil'jaeden. So while Illidan fought his war against the demons, Kil'jaeden recruited him to take care of his out-of-control creation, and Illidan once again pretended to work together with the demons. Failing miserably at destroying the Lich King, he gathered allies in the form of Lady Vasjh and Kaelthas Sunstrider. Kaelthas being the ruler of the now Blood Elves, formerly known as the High Elves. Losing their son, well, it had them deal with a massive magical addiction, and their prince thought that Illidan was their way to salvation. But Illidan's focus would always be on the destruction of the Legion.
You were right to come to me, Kael. I share the pain of your addiction, your hunger for magic.
Failing Kiljaeden, it had them hide away in Outlands, where he was first recaptured by Maiev, who wasn't going to let a prisoner just do what he wanted. She chased him down all the way to Outlands, where she was about ready to drag him back home when Vasjh and Kael'thas showed up. They set the master free, and then it was time to claim Outland as their own by working together with the Broken, led by Akama. These used to be Draenei, but had now devolved into Broken. Together, they claimed the Black Temple, as well as the title of Lord of Outland from Macfarren. But hiding away from Kiljaeden wasn't going to be that easy. One last chance was given to Illidan to end the Lich King, and once again, he failed. His allies dragged him back to Outland, where he continued working on his real plans, working in secret on his true war against the Burning Legion. Having Macfarren chained up, it meant that they could drain it of its blood, infusing hundreds of orcs, transforming them into ruthless, battle-crazed soldiers ready to fight for Illidan. At the Black Temple, Blood Elves and Night Elves were started to be trained in the ways of the Demon Hunter, follow in Illidan's footsteps. More troops did mean that they were going to need more supplies. Food, it wasn't easy to come by on Outlands, and water was even more rare. Lady Vasjh was sent out to secure resources within the Zenga Marsh, while the Draenei that were still hiding there, they captured the main refuge, Tel'Rador, and they used its defenses to fend off the Naga. Eventually, Kiljaeden realized that Illidan was more than just a nuisance, and could pose a real threat to the Legion. While sending out more demons to try to take him out, plans were made to stop him. The world, they already saw Illidan as the enemy, like they saw the Legion, something that Kiljaeden could use to his advantage. As a bonus, if he could manipulate the Horde and the Alliance into committing their resources to Outlands, they would then leave Azeroth vulnerable to yet another Legion invasion. They could restore the Sunwell and use its power to create a gateway for Kiljaeden to come in. All he had to do was manipulate Kael'thas, turn him to their sides, which, as it turns out, wouldn't be too much of a problem. You see, Illidan had taught Kael'thas and his people how to drain energy from artifacts, creatures, and the environment to sate their cravings for magic. Yet these methods, it only left the elves wanting more. The prince had started snorting foul magic, and Kiljaeden whispered to him, told him that Illidan was holding out, and that the Legion could reveal the true power of Fel. In exchange, all he wanted was the prince to abandon Illidan's side. Over time, the trust in Illidan faded away, and Kael'thas, unknown to most of his people, decided to ally with Kiljaeden. Now this increase of demons coming into Outlands to fight with Illidan, it made heroes like Khadgar and Velen pretty worried about the future. They reached out into the Great Dark Beyond to look for allies, and once more the Naaru answered the call. Adal, Naaru and Oros showed up on Outlands with the dimensional fortress of Tempest Keep. Adal immediately surveyed Outlands, sensing Draenei scattered across the wastelands, as well as these remnants of the Sons of Lothar. These creatures were divided, but they didn't have to be. They all sought to protect themselves from the Legion, so Adal rallied them at Shefrev's city, leaving Naaru and Oros behind to watch over the dimensional fortress. Kael'thas and his Blood Elves, they gazed upon this otherworldly technology, and they wanted it for themselves. The prince decided that the time had come to abandon Illidan's side and make a base for their own within the Netherstorm. The Naaru left within, they stood no chance against these invaders. Oros still managed to magically block the elves from getting into their wing, but Naaru was not so lucky. They were captured and sent back to Quel'Thalas as a tasty snack for the elves to feast upon. Drain its holy light and birth the Blood Knights, the Blood Elf Paladins, led by Lady Liadrin. Now seeing how the Blood Elves would eventually side with the Horde, this is how they brought Paladins into the faction. But this assault on the Tempest Keep, it did not go unnoticed, and when Adal needed new allies from Azeroth, proposed to commandeer the wing called Exodar, Velen, the Broken Obundo, and some of their people, they signed up immediately. They managed to overpower the wing which contained Oros. Off they went towards Azeroth, not knowing that the Blood Elves had sabotaged the vessel before they took off. A crash landing would once again be their entry into a new world, one where they signed up with the Alliance, and Obundo brought shamanism to the faction.
How exactly do you crash into a planet? That's what I want to know.
Back on Outlands, this newfound technology, it allowed Kaelthas to build mana forges, farm the chaotic magics within Netherstorm. Over time, these forges weakened the fabric of reality even further, and it attracted the attention of the Ethereals. They're a race of gifted scientists and magi, who originally come from the world of Karesh. But their pursuit of knowledge and arcane technologies, it had opened up a rift into the void, and drew the raft of Dimensius the All-Devouring. Dimensius had bathed their world in volatile energies that slowly tore it apart, and the Kareshi had desperately tried to shield themselves from harm. Their efforts had only partially worked. Their magic had blocked Dimensius' shadowy power, but raw arcane energy shattered their physical bodies. All that remained were their souls, bristling with magic. From that day forward, these incorporeal creatures, they called themselves Ethereals, splintering off into different factions. Some of them became nomads and traders, roaming the cosmos in search of sources of magic and powerful artifacts. Others swore to destroy Dimensius, and if there's power or a bargain to be made, the Ethereals will be there.
And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared.
That's the major background going into the Burning Crusade. Kiljaeden the Deceiver has decided that it's time for Azeroth to come to Outland, help him out dealing with Illidan, the fierce Doomlord Kha'Zix. They were guided through a great ritual to reopen the rift at the Dark Portal. The Legion forces then also poked at the Horde and the Alliance within their capital cities, pushing them to come take them on to step through the portal into a brand new world. For most of these soldiers, it was the first time that they'd seen the broken world. Many of the orcs, they had been there before, but even they were shocked by what they witnessed.
You are not prepared.
The path of glory, paved with the bones of slain Draenei. It runs from the portal all the way to Hellfire Citadel. On the right, the Horde set up their base of Thrallmar, while on the left, the Alliance enters Honorhold and immediately runs into Dawn of Trollbane. This base was built when the Sons of Lothar stepped through themselves, and it's still standing, even after Outland's transformation. We'll run into the other lost heroes in just a moment, all of them except for Illyria and Turellian. They would remain missing for quite a while, but that doesn't stop their son Arator from looking for them. From Honorhold and Thrallmar, the Alliance and the Horde, they continue their offensive against the Legion. That Hellfire Citadel, it was once upon a time the Horde's military staging grounds. These days, it's been taken over by Kharkov Bladefist in the name of Illidan's Stormrage. Deep beneath the Citadel, that is where they locked away the Pit Lord McFerrin. With his blood added, the fell orcs show no mercy, are offered none in return, while the captured Pit Lord, their supply of blood, is sent back to the Twisting Nether. And while avoiding the massive fell reavers patrolling the area, our forces moved on into the Zangarmarsh, the spots where Velen and the Draenei hid away after the fall of Shefrev. Vasjh and Naga, they have control of all the waters of Outlands, and through it have taken control of its people. Much like the Horde's attack on McFerrin within Hellfire Citadel, the Alliance assault on Coilfang Reservoir was also successful, sending off Lady Vasjh into the Shadowlands.
Lord Illidan, I am sorry.
Above the Zangarmarsh, there are the Blade Edge Mountains, where once upon a time, Khadgar and the Sons of Lothar, they took on the Black Dragon aspect Deathwing. They weren't particularly looking for this fight, but at this point in time, Deathwing had been working together with the Orcs. In exchange, they hit some of his ex on Draenor, but then he noticed a powerful artifact, the Skull of Guldan. He wanted that one as well, and since the Orcs saw no further use in it, they gave it away. This skull was a key component for Khadgar to shut down the Dark Portal, so their battle commenced. This is the fight that earned Gruul the Dragon Killer title. Even now, you can still see many of Deathwing's brood spiked upon the cliffs. The aspect himself was forced to retreat back then, and was kind enough to drop the skull. his son Sibilian is still hanging around. Not surprisingly, the Black Dragon isn't too fond of Gruul or the Grun and their ogre servants. We get to join him in taking a whole bunch of them out, eventually even raiding into Gruul's lair itself. Quite a hostile dragon, but there is one that Sibilian quite likes. Rexxar of the Magnaval. The half-ogre, half-orc saw the necessity of allying with the original horde. His father Leorax disagreed, rejected the old horde, and his son is no longer welcome amongst them. That's why we're the ones helping out his dad against those that would threaten their Magnaval clan, like the local ogres. A small favor for such a legend as the Rexxar, champion of the hordes.
I hunt alone.
Then, within Tedakar Forest, we find the remnants of the city of Shefrev that I mentioned. Many of the Draenei were slaughtered here to make it look like the Horde was successful, like they'd wiped them all out just as Kil'jaeden wanted. These days, the city sees some activity again, since the Naaru Adal has made it their base of operations. And this is where we also find Khadgar. Seeing his old model again is going to be quite a shock. The mage is gonna torture newcomers once more, with his elemental giving a tour of the city, an escort quest that takes like 10 minutes to complete. Ah well, at least you will get some sweet lore and explanation about what's going on within the city. A city where you'll find two major factions, the Aldor and the Scryers, and you'll have to make a meaningful choice.
Naturally, I whipped up the Thoughtbot, looked at the rewards.
The Aldor, they're Draenei that had continued the worship of the Holy Light within the Stronghold's ruins. It was their holy energies that had drawn Adal to the city. Under the Naaru's guidance, the scattered outland forces then came together and they started to rebuild. The Scryers, their blood elves sent out by Kaelthas in order of Illidan to take them out while they were still weak. Instead, the blood elves laid down the weapons in front of the city's defenders. Their leader, a blood elf elder known as Vormval, they stormed into the Terrace of Light and demanded to speak to Adal. I've seen you in a vision, Naaru. My race's only hope for survival lies with you. My followers and I are here to serve you. The Naaru accepted the defectors, and while the Aldor are followers of the light, forgiveness and redemption are values that they understand. They still find it hard to forget the deeds of the Blood Elves while under Kael's commands. Many of the priesthood have been slain by the same magisters who now vow to serve the Naaru. They're not exactly happy to share the city with their former enemies, so picking one won't make you any friends with the other. Still, there are some sweet rewards awaiting to be earned. And if we look outside of the city, the main thing that stands out, that is the bone waste with Auchindoun in the middle. Auchindoun, it used to be a sacred burial ground for the Draenei, their holiest site on the world, a spot that they desperately want to defend from the rising hordes. For a while, Exarch Maladar and his forces, they were successful in this, but the new powers granted to the orcs by Kil'jaeden were absolutely incredible. Pooling their powers together, they hoped to summon a powerful demon into the world. In their wild desperation, the warlocks summoned something far different. An otherworldly, elemental creature known as Murmur materialized within Auchindoun, pulled the Draenor from a distant corner of the universe. The shockwave of its arrival ripped the earth asunder, killing many of the Draenei and blasting apart the Tomb City. That's why this whole area is destroyed, because this otherworldly elemental creature from a distant corner of the universe. Maladar and a handful of the Draenei, they were able to shield themselves from the blast, but they no longer had the numbers to stand up against the orcs. They were chained up, while Murmur was contained. A few warlocks staying within the Tomb City to keep the creature from getting loose and wreaking havoc on the hordes. Now, a far more untouched and pristine land, a taste of the beauty that was once Draenor, that could be found within Nagrand. This is where the Draenei ship crashed with a dying Naaru inside. That Naaru has then been unwillingly drawing in the souls of the orcs, but the orcs didn't know this. All they knew was that this spot was great to be communicating with their ancestors, so this became their holy site. It also houses the Throne of Elements, the spot where the Furies of Water, Earth, Fire and Air hang out. You could also join Hammett Nesingwary on his latest safari, call some of the wildlife. Take on the opposite faction at Halla, a Draenei research facility for the study of Naaru crystals. Take on the challenge of Gurtak and Woden at the Ring of Blood. Team up with your friends, take on powerful challenges, earn mighty rewards. The Horde is going to meet up with the Magar orcs, those that were able to remain uncorrupted, untouched by the demonic bloods. The name Garrosh, it might sound familiar, son of Gromash. This is where we see him for the very first time, left behind by his father as he joined the Horde into Azeroth. All Garrosh knew was that his father was the first to step up and drink the demonic blood, become corrupted, and that shadow has weighed heavy on his soul. He is quite depressed and doesn't believe to be the right orc to pick up the mantle of leadership. We do try to help him out, and while doing so, we chat with Great Mother Geisha. Turns out that she is the mother of Duratan, Thrall's father, so we quickly run to a war chief to let him know that we found some of his family, and when he visits the village, he also meets the son of his good friend Vasjh, explaining to Hellscream that yes, his father had made mistakes, but he also sacrificed all that he had to slay the Pit Lord Manarov and free all of their people. There was more to the Hellscream name, and this moment right here would have huge effects for the future of the Hordes. We're gonna have to keep it focused on the Burning Crusade though, so let's fly from the least transformed area to the most one. Let's head on over to the Nether Storm. The chaotic magics of the Twisting Nether have done quite a number on the lands. If you want a glimpse as to what Nether Storm used to look like, then all you need to do is peek under the Echo Domes. Area 52, that is our main town here, run by goblins, working really hard on their space program. Entering town won't make you see a flash of light, nor will it erase your memories. This little town is jam-packed with little references. Now as you quest through Outlands, you'll run into the Ethereals here and there. That whole war that they got going on with Dimensions the All-Devouring, that is one that we get to help them with. All the while, our gaze is drawn to the occupied Tempest Keep. It wasn't easy for the Blood Elves to rise up against their prince. Many of them didn't want to believe the story surrounding him, on how he supposedly signed up with the Burning Legion itself. But visiting Netherstorm, seeing for themselves what their prince had been up to, it was undeniable. Kaelthas had embraced fell magic and became the Legion's pawn. He was their prince no more, so the Horde made war on Kaelthas and his followers, spilling his blood within the Eye, one of the wings of the Tempest Keep, but not ending him for good.
Tempest Keep was merely a setback.
We'll get to that setback in just a moment. There is one last zone to explore, Shadowmoon Valley. You remember those eggs that Deathwing decided to hide away on the planets? Well, they were still there when the planet was engulfed and transformed into Outlands. That infusion with raw nether energies, it created a whole new dragonflight, which is called the Netherwing. Their special nature and abilities, it draws the attention from those with good and bad intentions. They'll have to find their own path in life, where you can earn your rank amongst the Dragonmaw clan and ride these beauties yourself. In this final zone, there's also the final missing hero, Kurdran, holding the line here for the Sons of Lothar within their Wildhammer strongholds. They're keeping an eye on the Black Temple and report back to Khadgar. By now, most of Illidan's allies, they've either fallen or walked away. The Broken Akama is not pleased that his beloved Black Temple is still a house of darkness. His time serving Illidan has been full of suffering and disappointment, so he decided to betray the betrayer. Free Maiev from her cage that they put her in, and help with the assault upon the Black Temple. Inside, we restore Akama's soul, and we free the Ashtongue from Illidan's service. We also take on Terran Gorfiend, the first of the Death Knights from the original Hordes. He was once slain by Trellian, but during our questing in Shadowmoon Valley, we accidentally bring him back, so it's best to clean our mess up. Step by step, we clean out the Black Temple, until only Illidan is left standing. While his demon hunters are off on a different mission, the Lord of Outland gives it all that he has, but ultimately he falls to Azrael's might.
It is finished. You are beaten.
Just as Kiljaeden wanted, we took out a huge threat to the Legion's plans. Now we could push forward with another invasion of Azeroth. Kaelthas, he was brought back from the brink of death, and little was left of the elf's mind. He was now Kil'jaeden's loyal servant, and would do whatever his master asked, even attacking his own city. The Naaru Mu'uru, as well as Anveena Teak, the essence of their original Sunwell, they were taken away, used to reform their ruined Sunwell. With energy from the mana cells that had gathered in Netherstorm, Kaelthas fortified his ritual, weaving the Sunwell's power into a gateway for Kiljaeden to come through. As he worked, some of the Blood Elves fled to Outlands to warn the Horde leadership. Amongst them was Lady Liadrin. Times were pretty tough for the elves, considering they had just dealt with the resurgence of their ancient enemy, the Amani trolls at Zulaman. Liadrin had witnessed Kael's assault with her own eyes and pledged her loyalty to Adal. The Naaru welcomed her into their new order that had been forged to stand against the prince. The Shattered Sun Offensive, the Draenei of the Aldor, the Blood Elves of the Scryers, they marched upon the Sunwell and they took on the Legion. They disrupted Kael'thas' spellwork long enough for more help to arrive. The Horde went on a hunt for Kaelthas himself within the Magis's terrace. This time they truly ended him. Meanwhile, the Alliance, they infiltrated the Sunwell Plateau and they stopped Kil'jaeden from entering the worlds. Once more, Azeroth was spared from the Legion, but there were consequences. Kael'thas' meddling, it had tainted the Sunwell yet again, and again its corruptive energies would spell doom for the Elves. Luckily for them, Velen the Prophet offered a solution. By using the core of the slain Naaru, they could purify and reignite the Sunwell. Not only getting rid of its corruption, but also buying the Blood Elves a brand new future, a brand new source of magic to feast upon.
In time, the light and hope held within will rebirth more than this mere fount of power. Mayhap they will rebirth the soul of a nation.
Blessed ancestors, I feel it. So much love. So much grace. There are no words. Impossible to describe.
Salvation, young one. It waits for us all. Betrayer. In truth, it was I who was betrayed.
Hello everyone! The story of Illidan's Stormrage is a big one, and part of his story, the War of the Ancients, has been altered by time travel. That means that some events changed, so we have multiple versions of a story. So I've been asking around, and apparently the Recollection of the War of the Ancients trilogy is the version best to go with. So to understand the story, let me first explain how the trilogy begins. Sometime after Warcraft 3, the Bronze Dragon Nosdormu got caught in a time anomaly, and it took everything of his power to save the world from being destroyed by this vortex. This meant that he was trapped, and he desperately made contact with the Red Dragon Coriastras, also known as Krasis, and he sent him visions of what was going on and that he needed help. Krasis realized that he would need some help with this mission, so he recruited his old friend Ronan to help him out. This time anomaly did not go unnoticed, and even the Horde realized that something was going on. A shaman named Kalfar, he told Thrall about a vision he had, and Thrall sent Broxigar together with Geskal to investigate the situation. As the orcs made their way, they saw a dragon in the sky, and they expected that this had something to do with the visions, so they decided to follow it. What they didn't know was that this would lead them straight to the anomaly, which by this time had turned into a massive vortex. Ronan and Krasis, they were already sucked up by it, and slowly it made its way towards Broxigar. Broxigar told his companion to run, but Geskal decided to hide between the rocks, and the outside of the vortex utterly destroyed him. Broxigar did all he could to run away, but he too was sucked up and sent back 10,000 years into the past, to a time where Queen Azshara and the Highborn ruled the Night Elves and were dabbling with magic beyond their understanding. This magical power was granted to them by the Well of Eternity, and by messing around with it, they drew the attention from the Burning Legion and their master Sargeras himself. Sargeras wanted to come to Azeroth to conquer it, like he had conquered many planets before, and Azshara was exhilarated. She saw the coming of Sargeras as a way to make the world as perfect as she was, and she was willing to do anything necessary to make this happen. Her advisor Xavius was the one who had made first contact with Sargeras, and he was put on the task to empower the portal and get Sargeras to Azeroth. That's the background of the story, and this brings us to Illidan. Illidan Stormrage, twin brother of Malfurion Stormrage, grew up together with his brother and Tron the Whisperwind in the Night Elf Society. Illidan, unlike his brother, was born with amber eyes, and at the time, this was seen by the Night Elves as a sign that a person was destined for greatness. Even with these eyes, Illidan had a lot of trouble finding his destiny, while Tron the Whisperwind, their longtime friend, she had found her calling with the Priest of Elune. Even his brother Malfurion had found his destiny under the teachings of the demigod Cenarius, who showed him the way of the Druids. Illidan tried to follow the same path, but he never had the patience for it. He preferred the ancient way of his people, the way of the arcane, powers granted to the Night Elves by the Well of Eternity. Krasis, Ronan and Broxigar entering this time period did not go unnoticed. Xavius had his troops scout for Ronan and Croesus, while Broxigar was captured by the Moon Guard, placed in a cage and put on display until the elders had decided what to do with him. Tyrande saw Broxigar in his cage, and he saw that food had been given to him, but someone his size surely would require more substance. The guards told her that there was no order given to feed the prisoner, and that it was a bad idea, but Tyrande, she believed that giving food or a drink should not require an order. Illidan saw her giving this food to Brox and talking with him, and he lashed out. He shot a spell that burned the flesh from Broxigar's fingers, since Illidan thought that Tyrande was in danger. This was not the case, of course. Broxigar could hardly move in his cage, and Tyrande was pissed. She told Illidan to turn around and step away so she could heal Broxigar's fingers. Elune granted her this gift. She healed the wounds, but doing this left her drained. She told Illidan that she would rejoin her sisters, and she left him behind. Now it was Illidan who was pissed. For hours he had waited outside the temple to talk with Tyrande, to tell her about his feelings for her, and his moment was ruined. He became so angry that Broxigar's cage flared red and the orc began to scream in pain. Luckily Illidan managed to regain control and he removed his spell that he had cast, and it was even more fortunate that the guards had protected Broxigar's cage with their own spells. If they hadn't done that, then Illidan's fury would have slain the orc. Malfurion's training as a druid, as well as having strange dreams about the palace, had him believe that something was up, that something was going on, and it wouldn't be for the better of their people. When Tyrande showed him Brox, and Brox told him his story, he realized that Brox coming to their world had something to do with his dreams and what was going on at the palace. The elves would interrogate Broxigar the very next day, so Malfurion had to act fast to get the orc free. He asked his brother for help, and Illidan agreed, although Malfurion believed that it wasn't really to help his twin brother, but mostly because Tyrande had asked him. Illidan could never refuse Tyrande, and he used his magic to unlock the cage and free the orcs from his chains. They planned on leaving Illidan and Tyrande behind so that they couldn't be blamed for the orcs' escape, but things didn't go exactly as planned. Lord Ravencrest, master of Blackrock Hold, he was on a mission to find Broxigar and bring him back. He recognized Illidan, and he knew that Illidan had studied the art of magic, but he was not part of the Moon Guards. This meant that he was not restricted by the oaths that all Moon Guards have to take, and that he could be loyal to Ravencrest, so he asked Illidan if he would be willing to join him on this hunt. In truth, Illidan could hardly refuse an order from such a high-standing lord, but helping him could endanger his own brother. Nonetheless, Illidan joined with a plan to please Ravencrest, while at the same time keeping his brother out of jail. Being noticed by such a high lord as Ravencrest is a big deal, and Illidan wanted to prove himself. He got that shot when they came across a group of butchered night elves. Unknown to them was that the Houndmaster Hakar had sent his own fellhounds to hunt. Fellhounds are capable of draining magic out of living beings, and the hounds that had taken out this group, they were still around. One of them attacked Ravencrest, disarmed him, and was about to take his life, but Illidan used his magic to enchant the blade and kill the demon. This earned him praise from Ravencrest, and as they returned to town, Illidan was full of pride about his achievement. He thought that he had finally found his destiny serving Ravencrest, and he was so excited to tell his story that he didn't see Tyrande's horror and fear as he told about the dead bodies they'd found. He kissed Tyrande's hands and he told her that he wanted to be worthy of her, and soon he would be. What happened next was that Malfurion and Broxigar, they reached Malfurion's teacher Cenarius, and there they teamed up with Ronan. Croesus had earlier been teleported away to his fellow dragons, so he didn't join this little group. As they planned to travel to Malfurion's house, they were surrounded by night elves, captured, taken to Ravenhold, where they infiltrated Malfurion's mind and extracted the truth. They saw his visions, his dreams, his doubts towards the queen, but they simply couldn't believe it. They loved their queen Azora so much that they just flat out refused to believe that she would do anything to hurt them. Instead, they laid the blame at the Highborn and her advisor Xavius, who they'd never trusted. The Night Elves took up arms and they prepared to rescue their queen, while at the palace they were still trying to summon Sargeras. They had managed to summon lesser demons, but for some reason the portal just wouldn't get strong enough. It was Queen Azora who came up with the idea to seal the Well of Eternity from all the other Night Elves and focus its powers on the portal. This left the Moon Guard and all the other Night Elves nearly powerless, but Illidan was still capable of casting spells, while Ronan nearly didn't feel the effect at all. He was from a different time period, so he knew how to draw magic out of the world itself, and Illidan was drawn to him. Malfurion had Cenarius as his Shando, his teacher, and now Illidan had found Ronan to take him to the next level of his craft. Now, in order to even have a fighting chance against the Legion, Malfurion realized that he would have to destroy the portal and open the Well of Eternity to the rest of his people. He used the Emerald Dream to infiltrate the palace, and he did his best, but Xavius had magical eyes capable of seeing Malfurion even in the Emerald Dream. He captured Malfurion's spirit in a magical bottle, while they continued to work on the portal. The Night Elves, led by Ravencrest, they fought valiantly against the demons, but the Moonguard were not up to the task. Illidan saw how their leader was foolishly spreading their power, while he thought that they should just focus what little magic they had and direct it into powerful spells. He took command of the Moonguard, had them placed in a position to amplify their magic, and he did terrible damage to the demons. Dark tentacles slashed them in two, the earth beneath their feet rumbled, and several burst into flames. Illidan looked to Ronan for his approval, and Ronan gave him a nod, but he realized that he would have to keep an eye on Illidan. Illidan had great potential, but his recklessness was a trap that could create of him a danger in its own way as deadly as the Burning Legion. Ronan would try to do his best to guide Illidan and make sure that his great deeds would be for the greater good. While they were fighting the Legion, Malfurion was still trapped. Crassus had found his way back to Broxigar and Tyrande while they were guarding Malfurion's body. He made contact with Malfurion's spirits and told him to find a possible weakness that he could exploit and use to escape. Malfurion had already searched for such a weakness, of course, but he had been unable to find it. Now he had Crassus backing up, a dragon, so he searched around, saw a minor crack in the spell, and he used it to escape. He then faced off against Xavius himself, and by combining his strength with Crassus, Broxigar, Tyrande, Azeroth itself, he managed to defeat the High Counselor and open up the well. This action did not only empower the magic wielders, all Night Elves were connected to the well, and as its powers were released, they were invigorated. A final push set the demons on the retreat, but they didn't have enough strength left to push them back to the capital. For leading the Moonguard, Illidan was made the official leader, and although the day had been won, the war was far from over. The day was won by the Night Elves, but the portal was restored, and Sargeras was pissed about their failure. He had already sent two powerful minions, Hakkar and Manoroth, but apparently that wasn't enough. It was time to bring out the big guns, so he sent his Lieutenant Archimonde to lead the army and get him to Azeroth. Xavius was destroyed by Malfurion near the portal, and his spirit was taken by Sargeras. Failing the Master does not come without a price, and it felt like Xavius had felt endless agony. However, Sargeras can also grant second chances, and he decided to improve and reform Xavius. Piece by piece he reformed the former Highborn, creating the first of the Satyrs, set on a mission to convert more to be like him and to serve Sargeras. At the Night Elf camp, they kept on fighting the Legion as they were trying to reach Zinazari and their queen. One moment they were pushing the Legion back, at another moment they were pushed back themselves. Crassus realized that they simply needed more help, so he wanted to reach the dragons. Together with Malfurion, they flew away on griffins, while the dragons themselves already hatched a plan to save the world. Neltharion the Earth Warden had convinced his fellow aspects to surrender a portion of their power and placed it within the Dragon Soul.
It is done. All have given that which must be given. I now seal the Dragon Soul forever.
That terrible glow. Should that be?
For it to be as it must, yes. It is a weapon like no other. It must be like no other.
With this powerful device, they could rid the world of the Legion, but what they didn't know was that Neltharion was listening to the whispers of the old gods. They had made him paranoid and convinced him that he couldn't trust anyone and that he should rule the world. With Malfurion away, Illidan realized that Tyrande should be his. His brother's actions had made it clear that he wasn't capable of protecting Tyrande like Illidan could, with his crazy ideas of preferring nature over good old magic, and Illidan tried to convince Tyrande to choose him. But Tyrande had already made her choice. She loved Malfurion, and she was appalled by Illidan's words. How could he speak about his brother in such a way, after everything Malfurion had done for them? Disappointed, insulted and ashamed, Illidan stepped away and he tried to make peace with Tyrande's choice. But Xavius wouldn't let him. From the shadows, he whispered to Illidan dark thoughts about how life could be if Malfurion was gone. How Illidan and Tyrande could be together if perhaps something during the battle would happen to his twin.
Never. Not my brother. Never.
At first, Illidan is disgusted by his own dark thoughts, but the seeds of doubt were planted, and Xavius knew that he had Malfurion's brother. Illidan resumed command of the Moonguard, and as the battle raged on, he became more and more careless with his spells. In his recklessness, he finally slipped up and he killed his own people. Ronan saw this happen with his own eyes, and he was about to confront Illidan about this, but up in the sky, the dragons had arrived. At first, it looked like Neltharion's plan worked wonders, since the powers of the Dragon Soul decimated the Legion's lines. But then, his madness took over. He used the disc not only against the demons, but also against the Night Elves and even his fellow dragons. Using the Demon Soul, as they would now start to call it, did not come without a price, and Deathwing's madness started to show on the outside. This forced him to retreat and fix himself, while the Legion and the Night Elves, they had the pleasure of fighting over who would serve him in his new world. This attack brought chaos to the battlefield, and Tyrande found herself stuck between her allies and the enemy. Malfurion dragged her away to a safer spot, only to stand face to face with his old enemy, Xavius. During all this chaos, Ronan was commanded by Ravencrest to seize command over the Moonguard. Illidan was killed, but they needed order at this moment, not the mayhem that he unleashed. Ronan told Illidan to step away, and of course this was extremely insulting. And to add more salt to the wound, he told Illidan to make contact with his brother. Illidan had believed that his destiny was to be together with Tyrande, but that had proven false. Then he thought that serving Ravencrest was his fate, but again he was mistaken. Now he had to figure out where exactly he belonged, but first he did what Ronan asked of him. He made contact with his twin, who was in the middle of a battle with Xavius. Xavius taunted Malfurion, told him how he had manipulated Illidan by using the little love triangle, and Malfurion was shocked by this. He had not realized that Tyrande had chosen him, and the shock was so great that for a moment he forgot about Illidan. Illidan heard Malfurion's thoughts, and the dark thoughts, his jealousy took over. Despite Tyrande about to be kidnapped by the satyrs, despite his own twin brother pleading with him to help him, Illidan disconnected himself from Malfurion's mind and left them to their fates. Tyrande would be kidnapped, despite Malfurion turning Xavius into a tree, and his grief over Tyrande unleashed his potential powers hidden deep inside. A massive torrential storm forced the Legion to back off, while Illidan, he captured one of the fell beasts, turned it into his mount, and rode off to the palace. If he didn't belong with Tyrande, if he didn't belong with Ravencrest, then perhaps his destiny could be found by allying with the Highborn, the Queen, and the Burning Legion. Illidan made his way to the palace, killing any demon that dared to stand in his way. They've never gone into details as to how Illidan got his hands on the twin blades of Azzinoth, but if I had to place it somewhere in the story, then this would be the moment. What we do know for certain is that Illidan, he fought with a Doomguard called Azzinoth, won the battle and took his blades. When Illidan finally arrived at the palace, he didn't come empty-handed. He had knowledge and he had power. First, he strengthened the portal and he made contact with Sargeras. His plan was to track the Demon Soul with a black dragon scale that he picked up from the battlefield, and they would use the artifact to strengthen the portal and bring Sargeras into Azeroth. News of the devastating power unleashed on the battlefield had reached even Sargeras, and he saw how this plan could work. As a reward for Illidan's loyalty, Sargeras granted him a gift, something that would mark him as being loyal to Sargeras, while also helping him with this mission. The soft tissue was seared instantly. Illidan's screams echoed throughout the chamber, and likely well beyond the palace walls. All trace of arrogance had left his expression. There was only agony, pure and unadulterated. Illidan fell to the floor, and Sargeras told Mannoroth to have Illidan sent to rest, and when he was rested, he began his task to get the Demon Soul. Mannoroth still didn't trust Illidan, and Sargeras, he was no fool. He told Vadofen, captain of the High Guard, to join Illidan and make sure that the Night Elf fulfilled his mission. When Illidan woke up, he found himself in the presence of 3 beautiful highborn females, and one of them was Lady Vasjh. She was busy with washing him, and she offered him a blindfold to cover his new eyes. When Illidan tried to look at the world for the first time, he almost went mad. Bright colors and shapes attacked him, but he remembered Ronan's words that focus is the key, so Illidan used his willpower and forced himself to see. The mark granted by Sargeras gave him new sight, and he could now see the magic in the world. He had also gained dark tattoos which amplified his powers, and you could see how powerful the Highborn around him were. Lady Vasjh was the most powerful among them, but she was nothing compared to Queen Azshara. Illidan always imagined that Azshara had need of her highborn to do magic for her, but as she entered the room, he could see that he was wrong. She had not become queen just with her looks. Azshara was powerful in her own right. She'd even tried to hypnotize Illidan with her magic, as she had done with so many others before him, but Illidan saw what she was doing and he resisted. Together with Velen, he went on his mission to collect the demon soul, while Malfurion and the rest of the resistance, they realized that they wouldn't stand a chance unless the dragons returned to help. The dragons could not risk showing themselves in public, as long as Deathwing held the demon soul, so Malfurion entered the Emerald Dream once again. In the dream, he was able to find Deathwing and the location where he was hiding the demon soul. Despite all odds, Malfurion and the rest actually managed to get their hands on the disc, but outside they were captured by Illidan and Velen. Illidan managed to get his hands on the disc, but he lost his brother and Brox since they were saved by Coriastras. This was just a minor victory though, since Illidan still had the demon soul and he delivered it to Sargeras. There was a bit of a debate as to who would actually wield the disc to amplify the portal, and this part was crucial for Illidan's plans. Illidan was actually a double agent, trying to save the world by turning the portal into a maelstrom, which would suck all the demons from Azeroth and stop the Legion's invasion. To do this, he would have to be the one to wield the disc, but Sargeras had other plans. He himself would create the portal, which would allow him to conquer the planets, and he told them to bring the disc to the Well of Eternity itself. For the first time, Illidan's confidence in himself and in his plan diminished slightly, but not all was lost. He could still manipulate the portal, but something unexpected happened before he had the chance. Several Highborn did not agree with Azshara's choices, and they didn't believe that bringing Sargeras into our worlds was for the greater good. In secret, they had been working against their queen, weakening the portal, and now they had decided to break Tyrande out of her prison and join the resistance. Led by Daframar Sunstrider, they charged out of the palace, but Tyrande was picked up from her mount by a Doomguard. High in the sky, she managed to grab her sword and stab the demon, which released her from his grasp, but also had her plummeting to the ground. She would have probably died in that very moment, was it not for Illidan, who used his magic to save her life. He told her about his plans, he showed her one of the vials that he had filled with power from the well, and he poured the vast magical powers over himself.
Wait, I have an idea.
Illidan, what is in that vial? What are you doing?
What our people could not. Yes. I can feel the raw power of the Well of Eternity. It is time to end this charade!
This was strictly forbidden, not even the Highborn would have dared to do this, but Illidan saw himself better than them. He tried to manipulate the portal, tried to fulfill his plans, but a dark aura surrounded him. The old gods, who actually wanted Sargeras to enter our world so that they could escape, they guided Illidan's spell work and empowered the portal. Tyrande desperately tried to warn him, but Illidan had placed a spell on her, which prevented her from talking, so the damage was done. The portal was not reversed, instead it was amplified, and Sargeras was that much closer to set foot on land. In the meantime, the dragons they showed up again, and they carried Malfurion and the others to the Well of Eternity. Broxigar sacrificed himself to buy them all some time, while Deathwing showed up and tried to reclaim his item. Like I said, the old gods wanted this to happen, so they did everything in their power to stop Deathwing from getting his paws on the disc.
It is too powerful!
How dare you touch my creation! It is mine! Mine!
Nilfgaard! What have you done? You have doomed us all to the madness of the old gods!
Mine!
He is lost to his sister. He is no
The power of the soul is tearing him apart!
I will not be denied!
The old gods protect the soul.
Despite the spell nearly tearing him apart, Deathwing manages to get his paws on the disc, only to be slapped by the old gods. He loses his grip on the artifact, is sent far away, while the disc is caught by Malfurion. Malfurion then makes a mental connection with Tyrande, and when he found out that Illidan was near her, he nearly killed his brother in a moment of fury. He quickly regained control though, and soon enough Illidan and Tyrande were under attack by demons. Malfurion could sense this, of course, he could see it through Tyrande's mind, but he was sitting on top of Ysera, so there was nothing he could do. Desperately, he wished to be there to help them, and before he knew it, the power of the demon soul made it so. Simultaneously, he was sitting on top of Ysera together with Illidan, while also being down on the ground fighting demons with Illidan and Tyrande. He knew that they had to do something about the portal, otherwise all would be lost, so together with Illidan, they become one with the Foul Disc, and they try to manipulate the portal. Old gods are not easily defeated, and they whispered through the disc, trying to manipulate them. Malfurion almost fell to the whispers, but he quickly regained control, while Illidan completely surrendered to the promises of the gods. His brother Malfurion managed to snap him out of it, and together they reversed the portal, which started to suck all the demons back to the twisting nether. The great sundering which would split the land of Kael'endor was starting to happen, but Illidan was still down on the ground together with Tyrande. Malfurion urged Ysera to dive down and pick them up, and they barely escaped the carnage.
Brother, a timely arrival.
Illidan! The well is out of control!
Aye, it's been twisted and turned by too many spells. The fuss we, especially you, made with the portal was too much. The same spell that sent the Burning Legion back into their foul realm now works on the well. It's devouring itself and taking its surroundings with it. Fascinating, isn't it?
Not if we're caught up in it. Why weren't you running? What have you been doing with your hand in the well?
If you've a way out of here, we should probably use it. I've tried casting myself and Tyrande out of here, but the well is too much in flux.
This way.
Queen Azshara and a Highborn, they were not so lucky. They were caught by the waters, and although Azshara tried to use her magic to keep the waters away, eventually they would be crushed. The old gods made contact with the queen, they offered her a deal, and they transformed them. They transformed Azshara, they transformed her Highborn, they transformed Lady Vasjh, and they turned them into the Naga. On the mainland, the resistance had moved back all the way to Mount Hyjal. They were now led by Jared's Shadowsong, and they were trying to plan what to do next. A great lake was nearby with plenty of water to sustain them, but Illidan reached the lake first. He still had vials with water collected from the well, and he poured 3 of them into the lake to create a new well of eternity. The Night Elves had just fought a war, lost countless lives because of the original well, and they were not happy about this. They charged for Illidan, he lashed out against them, burned a few of them in their skin, and he nearly killed Daframar and Jared. Malfurion captured his twin, and although the Night Elves wanted to execute Illidan for his crimes, Malfurion pleaded for his life, so instead they decided to imprison him. Jared's sister, Maev's Shadowsong, was more than willing to guard Illidan and make sure that this betrayer would never see the light of day again. The dragon aspects, they decided to turn this new well of eternity into a blessing, and they planted the world tree Nordrassil. They then blessed it with their own powers, they blessed the Night Elves, gave them eternal life, while also saving them from the well. Illidan told them that they were all fools, that one day they would all pray to him as if he were a god when the demons would return. The demons had their first bite of Azeroth, and they'd surely return for a second. When that moment would arrive, they would have need of his skill and knowledge, someone who knew how the Legion worked and how to stop them. It would take 10,000 years locked away in darkness, but Illidan would be proven right. The Legion would return, but before that moment, some important events happened. The Highborn, led by Daframar's Sunstrider, they joined the resistance in the final moments of the war. Using arcane magic was made punishable by death, since the Night Elves had learned their lesson and they did not want to start another War of the Ancients. Daframar and his people, they simply couldn't deal with this. Magic was such a huge part of their life that they simply couldn't stop using it. Now they made using magic punishable by death, but they were unwilling to execute so many of their people, so instead they decided to exile the Highborn, and before they left, they stole one of Illidan's vials full of water from the Well of Eternity. Eventually, these exiles, they found a way to the Eastern Kingdoms, they started to call themselves High Elves, they built their city of Quel'Thalas, and they used the vial to create their own Well of Power, namely the Sunwell. Maiev Shadowsong was one of the people who wanted to kill Illidan on the spot, but thanks to his brother, they decided to imprison Illidan instead. She then offered herself to guard Illidan, and Malfurion told her to collect volunteers from the Sisterhood of Elune. Those that joined Maiev, they became an organization known as the Watchers, and as their leader, Maiev was granted the title of Warden. Over time, she would award a select few who had proven themselves with the same title. Her brother Jared would one day simply leave the Night Elves behind, he would simply disappear, and he left her alone to guard Illidan for millennia. Throughout those years, the Watchers became her family, and Illidan was her main focus. Malfurion, under the teachings of Cenarius, had become an archdruid, and he'd started to teach other male Night Elves how to become a druid themselves. The Night Elf druids, including Malfurion, were bound to the Emerald Dream through the World Tree Nordrassil. As part of the mystical pact, the druids agreed to sleep for centuries at a time, so that their spirits could roam the infinite paths of Ysera's dreamways. Though the druids were grieved at the prospect of losing so many years of their lives to hibernation, they selfishly agreed to uphold their bargain with Ysera. They would wake up from time to time, and sometimes Malfurion would visit Illidan's prison in the hopes of turning him from his fatal path. This proved to be unsuccessful, but nonetheless he tried. With Malfurion and the other druids spending their time in the Emerald Dream, it fell to Tyrande to lead their people. Which brings us to the events in Warcraft 3. Like Illidan said, the Legion, they had returned. Kil'jaeden had sent his creation the Lich King to weaken the world and get it ready for a new invasion. The Lich King recruited Kel'Thuzad, he recruited Arthas, had Lordaeron hit by a plague, and he had Archimonde summoned to our world.
You see, Lord Archimonde, we need not fear the Night Elves. The Scourge can...
Archimonde, after 10,000 years, how is it possible?
The Legion has returned to consume this world, woman. And this time, your troublesome race will not stop us.
Fools! Let her slip away! Find her, damn you! Find her and kill her!
The day we have long feared has finally come. The Burning Legion has returned. I must cross the river and warn the rest of my sisters before all is lost.
Archimonde had returned, and he set his eyes on the World Tree Nordrassil to drain the tree from its powers. Not only would this weaken the Night Elves and take away their immortality, this would also boost Archimonde's powers. Tyrande realized she would need Malfurion's help. Normally, it was the demigod Cenarius who would have woken the druids, but Grom Hellscream and his troops had killed Cenarius, so it fell to Tyrande to wake the druids. She claimed the Horn of Cenarius, pulled Malfurion from the dream, and together they moved to awaken the rest of the druids. Along the journey, they moved underground and they found a path leading to Illidan's prison.
Oh no. How could I have forgotten?
What is behind this door that worries you, my love?
This door leads to Illidan's prison, Tyrande. We should go. Now.
Illidan? It's been 10,000 years. Could he still be alive? We should free him, Furion. He would be the perfect ally against the undead and their demon masters.
No, Tyrande. That beast must never be set free.
But he is your brother.
Be that as it may. He is far too dangerous. I forbid it.
Only the goddess may forbid me anything. I will free Illidan whether you like it or not.
You might wonder, where's Maiev during all of this? Well, Maiev and the Watchers, they were charged with guarding Illidan, but over the years their duties spread out and they were charged with capturing more dangerous criminals. Just before these events, Maiev was called away on such a mission, and this is the reason why we don't see her guarding Illidan. Tyrande kills Illidan's guards and she sets the betrayer free.
Illidan, is that you?
Tyrande, it is your voice. After all these ages spent in darkness, your voice is like the pure light of the moon upon my mind.
The Legion has returned, Illidan. Your people have need of you once more.
because I once cared for you, Tyrande. I will hunt down the demons, but I will never owe our people anything.
Then let us hurry back to the surface. The demon's corruption spreads with every second we waste.
10,000 years spent in darkness were unable to kill Illidan's love for Tyrande, and for her, Illidan would fight the Legion. He is now classified as a demon hunter, the first of its kind, and for some reason he still has his blades. They've never explained the details as to how Illidan got these weapons, and they've never explained why these weapons were in his cage or why the Night Elves didn't take them away from him. Nonetheless, Illidan breaks out to help Tyrande, and his brother Malfurion wasn't pleased with Tyrande's actions. He says that this betrayer might doom them all, but despite that, Illidan, he just goes out to fulfill his promise to Tyrande.
I am free after 10,000 years. Yet still my own brother thinks I am a villain. I'll show him my true power. I'll show him that the demons have no hold over me.
Are you certain of that, Demon Hunter? Are you certain your will is your own?
You reek of death, human. You'll regret approaching me.
Come then. You'll find that we're evenly matched.
Arthas the Death Knight was sent by his master Ner'zhul, also known as the Lich King, to point Illidan towards the skull of Guldan. Ner'zhul and Gul'dan, they used to be orcs, which is a huge story on its own, but at the end Gul'dan lost his life in search of more power, and Ner'zhul was punished by Kil'jaeden for betraying him. As punishment, Kil'jaeden turned Ner'zhul's soul into the Lich King, and he ordered him to weaken the world and get it ready for this invasion. Ner'zhul was no fool though, and he wasn't willingly working for the Legion. In secret, he schemed behind their back, and he had Arthas tell Illidan about the skull, so that Illidan could absorb its powers, take out the Dreadlord Tichondriads, and deal a severe blow to the Legion's invasion.
Now, at least the demons will no longer corrupt the forests. But if I destroy the skull and claim its powers as my own, I will become stronger than any of Archimonde's lieutenants. Yes, the power should be mine.
Now I am complete.
By absorbing the skull of Gul'dan, Illidan boosted his powers, but also transformed himself into looking more like a demon. Just like Malfurion, who became a stronger druid, he received antlers and wings and he looked more like an animal. Now that Illidan received more demonic powers, he started to look more like a demon, including horns, demon wings and even hooves. He did manage to take out Tichondriads though, he did manage to save Felwood and very likely the world, but Tyrande and Malfurion, they did not approve of his actions.
Foul demon! What have you done with my brother?
It is I, Furion. This is what I've become.
No. Illidan, how could you?
The leader of the undead has been destroyed, and the forests will heal in time.
At the cost of your soul? You are no brother of mine. Be gone from this place, and never set foot in our lands again.
So be it, brother.
Malfurion banishes his own brother from their lands, and he, together with Tyrande, they team up with Thrall and Jaina, and they take out Archimonde. It did cost them the World Tree Nordersil and the Night Elf's immortality, but they were able to stop the Legion, save the world, and in time the tree would heal. Many months after the battle, Illidan received a visit from Kil'jaeden himself.
Illidan, in the past you have been both friend and foe to the Burning Legion. But by consuming the skull of Gul'dan, you sealed our defeat in this world. I come to offer you a second chance to serve us.
What would you have me do, Great One?
My creation, the Lich King, has betrayed me. He dared to break the pact that binds him to my will. But his spirit still lies trapped inside the frozen throne of Icecrown. Destroy it for me, and I will grant you your heart's desire.
It shall be done, Great One. It shall be done.
Ner'zhul's becomes such a problem for Kil'jaeden that he recruits Illidan to take him out. The Skull of Gul'dan did not only give Illidan more power, it also gave him access to Gul'dan's memories, and the last memory of Gul'dan was him trying to get his hands on more power. Specifically, the Eye of Sargeras, an item which would give Illidan enough power to destroy the Lich King from a distance. Getting to the Tomb of Sargeras and collecting it would require more manpower, so Illidan used his magic to summon the Naga from the deep. Now it's never explained how he knew about the Naga or why they answered his call. If you want to give it a reason, you could say that Illidan's new eyes allowed him to see under the sea and he could see the Naga. A possible reason why they teamed up with him is because part of the Naga who joined him were led by Lady Vasjh. It's possible that Lady Vasjh remembered him from the day that he received his eyes. Or perhaps they truly believed that Illidan could conquer the world and get them a place on land. Either way, it did make for one hell of a cinematic.
Now go forth. Unleash the tides of doom upon all those who would oppose us.
Mayev's Shadow Song, she found out that Tyrande had freed Illidan and she couldn't believe that they had freed the betrayer. Don't forget that she had sacrificed millennia of her life to keep him locked away. So together with Naisha and the Wardens, Maiev resumed the hunt. Eventually, after fighting with Illidan's Nagas and even some satyrs, she found a way to the Tomb of Sargeras and she confronted Illidan.
So, Warden Shadow Song, you've made it at last. I knew you would.
You have much to pay for, Illidan. I'm taking you back to your cell.
Naivete does not suit you. When I consumed the power of Gul'dan's skull, I inherited his memories, especially those of this place, and the dark prize he coveted.
Yes, the power of Sargeras. You would claim it as your own.
That power is beyond my reach, little warden. But this, the Eye of Sargeras, contains all the power I'll need to rid this wretched world of my enemies once and for all. Ironic that you should be its first victim.
You're insane.
Isolation can do that to the mind. Now, after all the long centuries you kept me chained in darkness, it is only fitting that I bury you in turn.
As revenge to the one who kept him in prison, Illidan decided to sink the tomb back to the bottom of the sea. Maiev manages to escape the tomb with the use of her own blinking ability, but Naisha and all those that follow her inside the tomb perished that day. Outside, Illidan's Naga showed up to finish the job, and Maiev sent out a messenger to Malfurion, while she and the others tried to hold their ground. Tyrande and Malfurion, they arrived just in time to fight off the Naga and make their way to Illidan.
As the goddess wills.
Tyrande, what are you doing here? This battle does not concern you.
I was wrong to set you free, Illidan. I can see that now. You've become a monster.
Monster? Is that what you think of me? I have always cared for you, Tyrande. I sought only to prove my worthiness, my power.
Raw power is no substitute for true strength, Illidan. That is why I chose your brother over you.
Still you refuse to see me for what I truly am. You believe me to be a villain, your enemy. But soon now, you will see that our enemies are the same.
All Illidan ever tried to do was prove his worth towards Tyrande. But Tyrande doesn't fall for raw power alone. She goes as far as to call Illidan a monster, but when Tyrande faces Illidan one-on-one, he still doesn't harm her.
Brother, what are you doing here?
I've come to stop you, Illidan. Instead of banishing you, I should have returned you to your cage when I had the chance. I was weak then, but no longer.
I have sworn allegiance to a new master, brother. I have a great task to perform in his service. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to stand in my way.
Don't worry, my love. We'll find Illidan wherever he runs. We'll find him.
Illidan escapes in a boat just before they're able to capture him, and he sets sail to the lands of Lordaeron. At this point, Malfurion decides to stay behind in the forests of Lordaeron, which have suffered greatly under the influence of the Scourge. He is going to communicate with the land, see if he can do anything for it, and that means that Maiev and Tyrande, they team up and resume the pursuit of Illidan. Along their journey, they come across Kael'thas Sunstrider and his caravan. Kael'thas is actually a descendant from Daframar Sunstrider, and his people, the High Elves, now call themselves Blood Elves, in honor of those they'd lost against the Scourge and Arthas. Tyrande, despite Maiev's protest, offers to escort the caravan and protect it from the Scourge as it makes its journey to safer grounds. In return, Kael'thas agrees to help them in their search for Illidan, but the Scourge forces, they prove far too powerful and they overwhelm them. Tyrande stays behind as he tries to hold the Scourge back, but the bridge that she's standing on, it crumbles and the river takes her away. Kael'thas wants to go after her, try to save her, but Maiev tells him no. She's obsessed with finding the betrayer and she doesn't care what it takes or who she needs to sacrifice as long as she captures Illidan. In the forest of Lordaeron, Malfurion feels the effect that Illidan's spell has on Icecrown. The land itself screams out in turmoil since the spell is not only going to destroy the Lich King, it would also destroy Northrend.
I see the frozen land of Northrend, the very roof of the world. The land itself is being split asunder. How can this be? What could cause such devastation?
It's working. Nothing can withstand the power of the Eye. Soon now, my master's enemies will be undone, and I will claim my just reward.
Thank you, great spirits. I know what must be done. I promise you, this treachery will not go unpunished.
Malfurion quickly makes his way to Maiev's camp, where she tells him the news about Tyrande. She tells him that Tyrande has been torn apart by the Scourge instead of just being dragged away, and this infuriates Malfurion. The three of them ride off to stop Illidan from finishing his spell.
No! The spell is not done! It is not done!
It is over, brother. Your vile schemes end here.
Illidan Stormrage, for recklessly endangering countless lives and threatening the very balance of the world, I hereby sentence you to death.
Too much blood has been spilled on your account, Illidan. Even now, I can feel the lands of Northrend reeling from the spell you cast. Imprisonment will not be enough this time.
I will execute him myself.
Fools! Can you not see? The spell we channeled was meant to strike at the undead, our common enemy. My mission was to destroy the Lich King's stronghold of Icecrown.
And no heed to the cost! Because of you, Tyrande is dead!
What? Your pardon, Lord Stormrage, but the priestess may still be alive. She was swept downriver, but it's premature to simply assume
Silence,
that...
Kael.
You told me she was torn apart. You lied to me.
The betrayer's capture was our primary concern, Shondo. I needed your help. I knew you would go to her, and we would lose our chance.
Just who is the betrayer now, woman? I must go to her immediately.
Believe me, brother. Despite all our differences, you know that I would never lead Tyrande to harm. Let me help you. My Naga can scour the river for us. Let me do this, at least.
Very well.
What? After all he's done? You would trust this traitor?
Silence! I will deal with you later. Let's go, brother.
Despite everything, Malfurion banishing him, Tyrande calling him a monster, Kil'jaeden who will surely kill him, Illidan still offers his aid to go and save Tyrande, since that's how much he loves her. His Naga managed to find Tyrande. Illidan and Malfurion, they save her life, and after that it's time to say goodbye.
You risked your life for me. I don't understand.
Whatever I may be, whatever I may become in this world, know that I will always look out for you, Tyrande.
Tyrande!
I knew you would not forsake me.
I thought I'd lost you forever, my love. If not for Illidan's aid, I may well have.
We have had much strife between us, my brother. I have known only ages of hate for you. But for my part, I wish it to end. From this day forward, let there be peace between us.
You have brought much suffering to the world, Illidan. For that, you can never be forgiven. However, you saved the life of my love. For that I will let you go. But should you ever threaten my people again...
I understand, brother. Lordship over this world was never my aim. Only power. Only the magic. I've lingered here too long. I must go. By aiding you, I've betrayed my new master. If I am not careful, his wrath will be my end.
Malfurion can never forgive Illidan for all the things he has done in the past, but he is willing to let him go for saving the one he loves. Maiev shows up and she calls them fools for letting Illidan go, and she follows her prey through the portal into Outland. The next time that we would see Illidan is inside Maiev's cage. In the meantime, Kaelthas and Lady Vasjh, they've teamed up and they also made their way to Outland to follow the one Lady Vasjh calls Master. Kaelthas decides to follow her because his people, the Blood Elves, they feel a hunger for magic. This hunger exists because Arthas destroyed their Sunwell, their source of magic, and Lady Vasjh tells him that Illidan might have a cure. Besides that reason, the alliance that Kaelthas allied himself with, they were about to execute the prince and his people, so following Illidan was the better plan. They see that Illidan is captured by Maiev, though they set him free and they capture Maiev in the process.
You were right to come to me, Kael. I share the pain of your addiction, your hunger for magic.
Can you help us, Lord Illidan? Can you cure us?
There is no cure, young one. But there are ways to feed the hunger. Follow me and I will grant your people more magic than they can imagine.
So be it. Lord Illidan, my fellow Blood Elves and I humbly pledge ourselves to your service.
Then arise, young Kael. You shall be my right hand, and the harbinger of my wrath.
What of your plans, Master?
Illidan failed to destroy the Lich King and he knew that Kil'jaeden would not be pleased. His plan was to hide from Kil'jaeden on Outland, and while they were there, they might as well become the rulers of the planets. That position was currently in the hands of Macfarren, a powerful demon who was using portals to summon vast numbers of demons. To defeat Macfarren, they would have to disable these portals, and along the journey, they meet Akama, a broken former Draenei who wants to see Macfarren dead and take back his temple. One by one, the portals go down, and even the mighty Macfarren falls to their might, but Kil'jaeden sees all.
What is this, Vasjh? Where did this storm come from?
Keep your head down, fool. Something terrible is drawing near.
Foolish little mongrel. You failed to destroy the frozen throne as I commanded. And still you thought to hide from me in this forsaken backwater. I thought you to be more cunning, Illidan.
Kiljaeden, I was merely set back. I was attempting to bolster my forces. The Lich King will be destroyed. I promise you.
Indeed. Still, these servitors you've gathered show some promise. I will give you one last chance, Illidan. Destroy the frozen throne, or face my eternal wrath.
Perhaps hiding here was not the most most prudent decision. Still, the quest lies before us. Will you follow me into the cold heart of death itself?
The Naga are yours to command, Lord Illidan. Where you go, we follow.
The Blood Elves are yours as well, Master. We will drive the Scourge before us and shatter the Frozen Throne as you command.
And so the race to Icecrown is on. Arthas and Illidan both tried to reach Icecrown first, and in the end they faced off against each other. Frostmourne versus the Twin Blades of Azeroth.
The Frozen Throne is mine, demon. Step aside. Leave this world and never return. If you do, I'll be waiting.
I have sworn to destroy it, Arthas. It must be done.
Never.
Arthas and Frostmourne won the battle, and Arthas was in such a hurry to reach the top of Icecrown that he left Illidan in the snow to die. Illidan didn't die though. His allies Lady Vasjh and Kaelthas, they dragged him back to Outland. Again, Illidan had failed his mission, so there was nothing left to do but to prepare their forces for the inevitable wrath of Kil'jaeden.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared.
It took 4 years, but Doomlord Khazak found a way to reopen the Dark Portal, and we found out what exactly Illidan had been doing with his time. The lore during the Burning Crusade was sometimes conflicting, and some parts have been retconned or never really explained, so not all of it makes a whole lot of sense, but let's take a look at the story and see how far we can go. Our adventure begins in Hellfire Peninsula, where we find out that the Pit Lord McFerrin, the same one that Illidan defeated to claim Outland, has been imprisoned and is used to create fell orcs. It was the blood of the Pit Lord Manoroth that empowered but also corrupted the orcs of the First Horde, and it made them slaves to the Burning Legion. The blood of McFerrin is used in a similar way, only now the orcs follow Illidan's orders, although some don't drink willingly. They're part of the so-called Fell Horde, and the war chief is Kargaf Bladefist.
Vermin! Leeches! Take my blood and choke on it!
Both the Alliance and the Horde, they take their forces, they attacked Hellfire Citadel, they take care of this so-called Fell Horde and their war chief, and they even manage to free and slay McFerrin.
The Legion will consume you all.
In Zangarmarsh, we find Lady Vasjh and her Naga, who are still loyal to Illidan. They're working on draining all the waters from the marsh, but the reason behind it is never truly explained.
Water is life. It has become a rare commodity here in Outland, a commodity that we alone shall control. We are the Highborn, and the time has come at last for us to retake our rightful place in the world.
Some speculate that it was simply to take control of the water, since water means life, and controlling it would give them power. Another theory is that perhaps they were storing all this water to create a new Well of Eternity, which could fit in combination with the 2 vials that Kael'thas and Lady Vasjh held. Each of them held one of the vials filled with water from the original Well of Eternity, so that could fit, and it could match with what was going on in Netherstorm.
Lord Illidan, I am sorry.
Since in Netherstorm, we find Kael'thas Sunstrider and his forces, and they've taken over the Tempest Keep. This dimensional ship was used by the Naaru to travel to Outlands, and one ship was named the Exodar, which took the Draenei from Outlands to Azeroth. Kael'thas spent his time in Netherstorm draining mana directly from the twisting nether, but we would later find out that he was no longer loyal to Illidan. Illidan's defeated Icecrown had him slipping into insanity, and Kael'thas switched paymasters accordingly. He now serves Kil'jaeden himself, but that on its own is a story for another time.
Energy. Power. My people are addicted to it. Welcome to the future.
The Naaru that travel to Outland with the Tempest Keep, they are called the Shatar and their leader is Adal. They, together with the Aldor, they took the city of Shafrabek, and the Aldor are a group of holy Draenei who've been fighting with Kael'thas' forces. The Naaru are hell-bent on stopping the Burning Legion, so they would be a very powerful ally for Illidan against Kil'jaeden. Instead of allying with them though, Kael'thas sent his troops to attack Shafra City, but instead of actually fighting, his forces laid down the weapons and teamed up with Adal. Vorefal the Seer, the leader of this Blood Elf group, he had seen a vision which showed him that Adal was his race's only hope for survival. They formed the faction called the Scryers, and this was a terrible blow to Illidan's forces. You have to wonder why exactly they attacked Adal and Shafra City, why did they turn them into an enemy? And again, this has never truly been explained. Some write it off to Illidan's madness, as he saw himself as the ultimate lord of Outlands. He would not want a potential foe gathering troops against him, so perhaps that's a simple reason as to why. Another theory is that Illidan never ordered Kael'thas to attack the city. As we would later find out, Kael'thas had allied himself with Kil'jaeden. What better way to weaken Illidan's position against the Legion, keep the Naaru occupied while Kael'thas served his new master, than by faking an attack and putting these two forces against each other. Like I said, we don't know for sure, but what we do know is that Adal, the Shatar, the Scryers, the Aldor, they all work together against the Legion and against Illidan. Another ally for this war was found in Shadowmoon Valley, namely the broken Draenei Akama who teamed up with Illidan during Warcraft 3.
I remember the temple as it used to be, a place of worship. I prayed within its chambers and meditated among its gardens. I was happy then, at peace. I remember too the day the orcs came. A day marked by cries of war and torrents of blood. When terrified women and children huddled in darkened corners. I led many to safety, but many more paid the ultimate price. That day, my beloved sanctuary became the Black Temple. There, the orc warlocks practiced a twisted magic that corrupted the land and nearly destroyed us all.
Do not do this, Guldan. Bear witness to the undeniable power of our Dark Master. He will destroy us all.
Even after the Horde's reckless sorcery tore the planet apart, my people were unable to find a lasting sanctuary. I remember the armies of demons that swept down on us like a plague. During these dark times, the one called Megtheridon made the temple his home. Then came Illidan, the one they call the Betrayer, the enemy of my enemy.
Megtheridon lures scores of hapless demons through them daily.
Then we must seal them permanently.
We helped him seal the portals of Outland and cut off the Legion's reinforcements. We fought with renewed strength, and together we reclaimed our sacred ground. I think part of me knew even then that the Black Temple had only traded one evil master for another. I prefer to remember the temple as it used to be, not the abomination it has become. My soul bears the burden of my misjudgment, but I have been patient. I have been waiting, and when the time is right, the betrayer will become the betrayed.
Akama is not happy with Illidan's actions and he wants to take his former temple back. And on top of that, Illidan has also decided to enslave Akama's fellow Broken. Surprisingly enough, Maya's Shadow Song still lives as a prisoner and she's guarded by Akama. Together, they conspire against Illidan, and when the time is right, they'll strike at the betrayer. This is easier said than done though, since Illidan has stripped Akama of a portion of his soul and he's holding it as a hostage within the Black Temple. This assures him that Akama and his people will remain obedient, so something will have to be done about this. A long attunement questline explained what was going on and that Akama was actually working against Illidan. In order to enter the Black Temple, we would have to get the Medallion of Karabor. Akama holds all 4 medallion fragments, but he's still missing the final piece. Seer Udalo has come to Akama in a dream to announce that he has found the final piece, but Udalo has been captured by Kaelthas. We're sent to the Alcatraz in the Tempest Keep to find Udalo and see what he knows. We unfortunately arrived too late though. Udalo is long gone, he's already dead, but before he died he left a single word written on the floor. You can barely read it, but you do recognize the word Atamal, and Akama explains that fell orcs under Illidan's command have guarded an Atamal crystal known as the Heart of Fury. We kill the orcs, we take the crystal and we deliver it to Akama. Only touching the crystal makes Akama feel like he could become the Lord of Outland himself. But this was not part of his vision. He places the crystal within the medallion and he tells you to bring the restored medallion back to Adal. The next part of the questline begins in the Serpent Shrine Caverns, where the Naga found out that Seer Olem has been working against Illidan. They tried to torture him to make him talk, but he kept his mouth shut, so they planned to deliver him to Illidan himself. Illidan has the power to see through flesh into one's soul, so if that would happen, all their plans would be in jeopardy. We set him free and return to Akama, but Olem realizes that there's only one way to truly keep their secret safe.
Akama, my friend, have you been informed? I was found out by Vasjh's followers. Our secret is in peril.
Olem, old friend, it is good to see that you are safe.
Illidan is looking for me. I am not safe here. None of us are.
Illidan will become suspicious. That much is for certain. We will deal with it as we always do.
Illidan will find me. And when he does, he will pry the Ash-Tongue's secret from me. Such is the power of the betrayer. No. There is only one way. My usefulness to the cause has come to an end. I must venture into the spirit world.
You cannot be serious, Olem. Your sacrifice has already been too great.
My decision is final. I will not be dissuaded. I have devoted my life to our plan. To jeopardize it now would betray all who have died for the cause long before me.
It appears your mind is set, then. We will guide you to the spirit world with as much kindness as we can.
I thank you, Akama. You honor me by allowing me this moment, surrounded by my brothers. Farewell, friend. Guide our people well.
Farewell, dear friend. We shall meet you in the next world when our duties in this one are fulfilled. Master, we have found the traitor who escaped Vasjh. His body lies in front of me, lifeless.
You disappoint me, Akama. I wanted to question the treacherous worm myself. I'm beginning to question your allegiance, Broken.
But sire, you have misjudged my actions. I do have knowledge of someone close to you who plans to betray you. It is that dog Kaelthas. He has aligned with Kil'jaeden and intends to replace you as Lord of Outland.
I do not sense lies in your voice, Akama. That Kaelthas would betray me does not come as a big surprise. I'm not as oblivious as some would think. That one of your own was involved with him puts your loyalties into question. Send your ash tongue into Tempest Keep and slay his most prized possession, the phoenix known as Alhar. I must know that you are not on his side. Do not think of betraying me, Broken. We both know who owns your soul.
It will be done, my lord.
After killing Alar, there's only really one thing to do, and that's to give Akama a chance against Illidan. And to do this, Akama will need his soul. In a vision, he's shown that Chillwind's phylactery would be perfect for the job, but the only problem is that this battle has already taken place. That means that we'll have to go to the Caverns of Time, to the battle for Mount Hyjal, and we'll have to collect the phylactery.
You have won this battle, but not the war.
With the phylactery in Akama's possession, the time has come to strike at the betrayer. Akama will set Maiev free, and together with his Deathsworn, they'll attack Illidan at his doorstep.
Now is the time, Maiev. Unleash your wrath.
I have waited for this moment for years. Illidan and his lapdogs will be destroyed.
Slay all who see us. Word must not get back to Illidan.
The Naaru Ze'iri also joins the battle at the Black Temple, and together with the Scryers and the Aldor, they manage to distract Illidan long enough for Akama and Maiev to infiltrate the Black Temple. Maiev disappears during that battle, so we wouldn't see her for the rest of the raid, but Akama and his Deathsworn remained close to help. Through the sewers, we made our way inside, and we got a look at what Illidan had done with the temple. During his time in Outlands, Illidan apparently allied himself with the Dragonmaw clan. This clan had been collecting Netherwing eggs and riding Netherwing drakes. Netherwing dragons were not born on Draenor, they were brought there back during the Second Horde invasion. Deathwing had decided that transporting his black dragon eggs to Draenor was a very good idea. This way, he had his flight on a second planet, another world to conquer, so in exchange for his help, the Horde transported eggs to Draenor. The explosion that transformed Draenor into Outland also magically transformed the eggs, turning them into Netherwing dragons. That's the background of the dragons, and they were born free, but they were now being controlled by the Dragonmaw clan, and the Nether dragon called Mordecai was not happy about this. He requested help from adventurers to infiltrate the Dragonmaw clan, work their way up from peon to the first High Lords, and along the way messing up as much as we could. At the end of the questline, we're promoted by Illidan himself, but Illidan is no fool. He instantly sees through our disguise, and he orders Overlord Morgor to deliver our carcass in pieces to his lair. But before they could take revenge, we were rescued and taken to Shafra. Surprisingly enough, Illidan has also recruited demons into his ranks, and these demons were completely loyal to Illidan. During the Green Fire questline in Mr. Pandaria, we found out that Illidan had created a fount of power within the Black Temple, similar to the power from the original Well of Eternity. We know that Illidan had taken with him a few of the flaws that he had filled with water from the original well, so it's very possible that he used one of these flaws to create this source of power. This power was such a pure energy that the demons gladly switched sides in exchange for drinking from it. By feeding upon its powers, they were also broken free from their addiction to the Legion's magic. Funny enough, Kenrafat also speculates that this is the original power source Illidan intended to offer the Blood Elves, but for some reason, he didn't let them near it. Once we defeated the Shade of Akama, and Akama restores his soul, the Ash-Tongue Deathsworn stand down and they stop attacking us. The next boss, Terran Gorefiend, is the first Death Knight ever created by Guldan. He was defeated by the Alliance during the second Horde invasion, but we were tricked into restoring his body, and after that he rode off and he joined Illidan in the Black Temple. It was never explained into details why he joined Illidan or why Illidan allowed him in, but I'd imagine that Illidan could use all the help he could get, and Terran followed power.
The wheel spins again.
The Shrine of Lost Souls, as I mentioned earlier, is the place where Illidan created his pool of power. I wish I could tell you more details about the boss, the Reliquary of Souls, but not much information is given. It's speculated that this was a vessel used to store souls, and since they chained it to the wall, it's speculated that they were not friendly even to their masters. Its purpose and such, sadly, is not explained.
Be careful what you wish for.
Next, we take out Gurtak Bloodboil, a so-called Dire Orc, and after that, the way to the Den of Mortal Delights opens up. This area is, in my opinion, one of the most bizarre areas ever created by Blizzard. The den is filled with blood elves, with humans, sisters of pleasure and pain, servants, concubines. It's truly a den of mortal delights. Any reason or purpose has never been given to this area, but it's not hard to imagine what this was used for. Mother Shiraz waits at the end for us, and during the battle she says things like,
So, business or pleasure? Enjoying yourselves? I wasn't finished.
The Burning Crusade, a very strange time for lore, but let's continue the story. After Mother Shiraz, we face the Illidari Council, and once they're defeated, Akama shows up again to open the door to the Betrayer. He isn't powerful enough to break the spells himself, but the spirits of Udalu and Olem, the ones who had sacrificed themselves for the cause, they show up and they help him.
Be wary, friends. The Betrayer meditates in the court just beyond.
Finally, it's time to take on Illidan and end his reign.
Akama, your duplicity is hardly surprising. I should have slaughtered you and your malformed brethren long ago.
We've come to end your reign, Illidan. My people and all of Outland shall be free.
Boldly said, but I remain unconvinced.
The time has come. The moment is at hand.
You are not prepared.
During the fight, Illidan summons his minions, so Akama leaves us alone with the Betrayer.
Is this it, mortals? Is this all the fury you can muster?
Their fury pales before mine, Illidan. We have some unsettled business between us.
Maiev, how is it even possible?
Ah, my long hunt is finally over. Today, justice will be done.
Maiev shows up near the end of the fight to end her long hunt.
It is finished. You are beaten.
You have won, Maiev. But the Huntress is nothing without the hunt. You are nothing without me.
He is right. I feel nothing. I am nothing. Farewell, champions.
The light will bless these dismal halls once again. I swear it.
Maiev feels nothing after getting her revenge and she teleports herself away. Akama swears that the temple will be restored and Illidan lies dead on the floor. So ends Illidan's reign over Outland, but his story, his legacy is not yet over. Illidan wasn't the only demon hunter in existence, and Kaelthas had sent 5 of his blood elves to train with Illidan. 3 of them died during training. Leophorus the Blind, he went mad and he became a boss in the Serpentine Caverns, while Varadis was so good that he became even better than his night elf teachers. Another night elf demon hunter named Altrius the Sufferer, he saw that Illidan was not who he once was. His soul had been corrupted by power, his mind been twisted by defeats. He had become what Altrius sworn to destroy, so he helped us with taking out Alandine, Ferras, Nefarel and Varadis. There are more confirmed demon hunters, and very likely that there are more unknown demon hunters, but the last one I want to mention is Feronus Sindweller. Feronux can be found in Felwood, and we're sent out to claim his head by Archdruid Navarax, since Feronus has been killing druids. Feronus explains that the night elves he killed were not actually night elves, but they were demons in disguise. Even the Archdruid is a demon, but more importantly, he shows you what Illidan did for the forest of Felwood. How he fought through armies of demons, how he drank from the skull of Guldan, and how he took out the demon Tichondrius. As the reward for these actions, Illidan was banished by his own brother, and I think this shows how divided people are when it comes to Illidan. Some say that he's a misunderstood hero, some say that he's a full-fledged villain, while others worship him as the savior of Azeroth. And those that perhaps wish that they had done a different story with Illidan, or perhaps a better story with him than what they did during the Burning Crusade, they might get their wish.
Will we ever see a redemption or resurrecting of Illidan Stormrage as a character? With Malfurion and that whole storyline?
Boy, do I want to do that. I think that'd be badass. I don't think anyone at all has even suggested it or talked about it. Not to my knowledge. But I love that shit. I'm a sucker for a good redemption story, so... StarCraft.
Is Illidan still at the top of Black Temple?
You want them back, don't you?
Could we just bring them all back, Chris? Is that cool?
I wouldn't say all. Actually, we're just in a panel for the broad WoW Q&A, and someone brought up, you ever going to bring Illidan back? And so we just kind of asked, do you guys think we should bring Illidan back? Based on that response, I think it's likely. We'll have to figure it out.
And that redemption, resurrection arc, it came with the expansion Legion, as well as a novel dedicated to Illidan. It's set up in such a way that while he's still the enemy that we fought during the Burning Crusade, he is still the same one who had his allies hoard all the water and cause suffering across the planets. It's been added that all of that was not his main goal. His main focus, since the War of the Ancients, learning about Sargeras and the Burning Legion, that has been to destroy them, no matter the price, no matter what it took. Even back then, he created another Well of Eternity, knowing full well that we were going to need its power if we had any hope of guarding ourselves against the demonic onslaught. They'd imprison him for his actions, for life, which, considering Nosdormu granted him immortality, it was quite a vindictive punishment. Even the sweet release of death was taken away from him. Magical enchantments, keeping him locked up, kept him alive without the need for water or food, healing any harm that he might inflict on himself. Millennia in darkness, buried alive, forgotten about, until his warnings came true. Until the Legion did return and Tyrande set him free, not out of regret, not out of guilt, but to simply use him, use his aid, and the worst of it all was that he would give it to her.
After all these ages spent in darkness, your voice is like the pure light of the moon upon my mind.
After doing whatever it took to get the job done, he ended up on Outland, preparing his true war while not knowing who to trust. In preparation, he trained brand new forces, Night Elf and Blood Elf demon hunters, whose transformations were a bit different than his. They weren't directly empowered by Sargeras after all, so Illidan, he had them go through rituals and trials to recreate his experience. They devoured demons, constantly struggled to maintain their sanity and control, witnessed visions of the Legion's might, the same things their lord had seen. It caused them to rip out their own eyes. All of it, until only a few survived the trials. They became his mighty Illidari demon hunters.
My Illidari. Now, you are prepared.
With his new forces gathered, they set out on a mission of locating and building a path into the Legion's home base. They invaded Nafrza, homeworld of the Nafrazim, where his forces performed even better than Illidan could have imagined. Amidst the records of the Dreadlords, he found what he needed: the Seal of Argus, a compass of sorts, which would allow him to find the planet of Argus in the great dark beyond. He left the Dreadlords with a little gift, blowing up the portal they had used to invade the world, with all its magical backlash aimed at Nafraza. If his calculations had been correct, that should have caused similar damage as when Ner'zhul opened up all those portals and turned Draenor into Outland. Being able to find Argus was great and all, but he would have to gather enough power for a portal and set up some anchors. Within Auchindoun, he could find this power source, the souls of the Draenei, but this is where our Lord Illidan made a couple of mistakes. Going for the holy burial ground of the Draenei, it was a step too far for the broken Akama, pushing him to defy the Lord of Outlands with Maiev, despite having his soul separated before in punishment. And Illidan also made the choice not to bring his demon hunters into Auchindoun, deciding to only go with his fell orc bodyguards, wanting to reserve the power of his Illidari for this final confrontation, not understanding the very real danger that awaited him within the city of the dead. Necromancers, walking dead, and spirits fell upon the fell orcs, who one by one dropped dead to the ground. Illidan barely managed to get out of there with his filled urn, which had taken even a bit of his own spirits. This would weaken him even weeks later, days before heroes of Azeroth would assault the Black Temple and bring the Lord of Outland low. That's right, we fought Illidan in the midst of his plans while being depowered. You could wonder, why wasn't he just honest about his intentions? Why didn't he just tell us what he was really trying to do? But part of that is just his character, and part of it is not knowing who you can trust. Kil'jaeden is not called to deceive without reason. Dreadlords have infiltrated, manipulated countless civilizations. He had to keep his cards close to his chest. And so, while the world played right into Kil'jaeden's hands, rose up to take care of the so-called betrayer, Illidan focused his attentions on the true battle. With the Seal of Argus, he located their home base, set up anchors, which would allow him to forge that portal. But there was another force keeping a close eye on his actions, an elder Naaru, who had foreseen a great destiny for our Illidan Stormrage.
This was the being that had saved him earlier, and Illidan asked him why he was serving Kil'jaeden, what he was doing here. The Elder Naaru informed him that he did quite the opposite. As all Naaru do, he worked against the Legion, and he had waited for Illidan, for the universe to throw up a champion in the face of those who would destroy it. It could have perhaps have picked a better one. The words emerged from his mouth before he could stop them. I do not think so. You are what you are. All your days have forged you into that. A weapon aimed at the heart of a great demon. I would like to think I'm somewhat more sentient than my warglaives. That is what makes you dangerous. So the universe has anointed me to slay Kil'jaeden. His tone was sardonic, but hope flickered inside Illidan. Perhaps, if what this Naaru said was true, there was some chance of victory after all. The swirl of lights indicated a negative. No. Your enemy is far greater than Kil'jaeden, greater even than Sargeras and his Burning Legion. Wonderful, Illidan said, as if they were not strong enough. The suspicion that this was all a subtle, mocking trap set by Kil'jaeden settled once more into his mind. If this was a trap, his struggle was ended. If it was not, then things were even worse than he had thought. The Void is a more potent foe by far than the Burning Legion. It is the ultimate opponent of light. It will take all the peoples of Azeroth and Outland united to oppose it. Before Illidan could defend himself in any way, a bolt of pure light blasted from the Naaru. It struck his empty eye sockets and filled them with a golden glow. Illidan braced himself for a blast of agony that did not come. His vision shimmered and faded, and he found himself looking down on a terrible battlefield. Amid mountains of corpses, a winged figure battled at the head of the Legions of Light. A golden glow surrounded his warglaives. He cleft demons asunder with mighty blows. The soldiers surrounding him gazed up in awe and wonder at their leader. It took Illidan a moment to realize that this being's features were his own, transformed, his eyes glowing fiercely. As Illidan watched, the winged figure rose above the battle, defying gigantic entities of darkness, creations of the evil of the Void. A halo played around his head. His body began to glow brighter than the sun, and from his outstretched hands, rays of light emerged to strike down his foes. You will defy death, the Naaru voice said as the vision faded. I have seen this. Whatever you were, whatever you are, a champion of light is what you will be. You will be a hero, said the Naaru, but there will be
be a price. There always is.
He had done it, set up a link between Outland and Argus. But time was running out, as Azeroth's so-called heroes and betrayers like Akama, old enemies like Maiev, stormed up to the top of the Black Temple to topple his leader. Illidan realized that he wasn't going to have enough time to finish his portal to Argus, but perhaps he could use that gathered power for a portal to somewhere else, send his demon hunters to the planet of Mardum to collect the Sargerite keystone.
With countless worlds burning in the Legion's wake, you answered the call. Yet these mortals in their ignorance have come to destroy their own salvation. Our time is short. I will deal with these intruders. You must venture to Mardum and retrieve the Sargerite keystone. Now go. But remember, should you fail, all worlds will burn.
The Sargerite keystone is described as a skeleton key to any and all Legion worlds, even Argus itself, which is being kept on Mardum. This is a prison world created by Sargeras when he was still the noble champion of the Pantheon, fighting his war against the demons of the universe. But he noticed something odd. He noticed how the demons kept coming back for more. Demons, which he didn't know at the time, they can only truly die within the Twisting Nether, or like massively fell-infused places like Argus. So to stop them from respawning, Sargeras decided that imprisonment was the way to go. Eventually, he would side with the plan of purging the universe and form his Burning Legion. Mardum was shattered, sending its fragments hurtling through the Twisting Nether. It's upon one of these fragments where we can find Brood Queen Terrana. She holds the Sargerite keystone, so that's our target that the demon hunters are hunting. Along the way, they summon in reinforcements through soul-powered gateways. Illidan's troops sent to help our mission instead of defend the Black Temple. One of the gateways refused to open up though, and is gonna require a little bit more juice. A demon hunter's soul would do just the trick, and that's where we learn something interesting.
Interesting. Like me, you have an immortal demon soul. You cannot truly die. Instead, your soul will make its way to the Twisting Nether. There, you will wait until you can find a suitable body to inhabit. Now get back into your corpse while there is still time, and bring me the keystone.
We do just that, slaying any and all that stand in our way, while grabbing every opportunity we can to increase our power. Lord Illidan is going to be so proud. Let's quickly use the key and return to the temple, stop the invaders, and save the universe of the Legion.
Akama, your duplicity is hardly surprising. I should have slaughtered you and your malformed brethren long ago.
We've come to end your reign, Illidan. My people, and all of Outland, shall be free.
Boldly said, but I remain unconvinced.
The time has come. The moment is at hand.
You are not prepared. Come, my minions. Deal with this traitor as he deserves.
I'll deal with these mongrels. Strike now, friends. Strike at the betrayer.
Behold the power of the demon within! Is this it, mortals? Is this all the fury you can muster?
Their fury pales before mine, Illidan. We have some unsettled business between us.
Maiev, how is it even possible?
Ah, my long hunt is finally over. Today, justice will be done.
Maiev's time as Illidan's prisoner. Their role reversal was not a pleasant one. She'd been spat on, they piss in her food, but any real torture to thank her for her gentle care throughout all those millennia, Illidan never really found the time for it. And here, she's finally ending her long hunt. But as Illidan warned her, the huntress is nothing without the hunt. And Maiev's road from this point on would be quite the challenge.
Lord Illidan has fallen.
Illidari, avenge the master!
You bear the mark of his corruption. And so the demon's blood within you will be your prison! Take them to the vault. There they shall be with the betrayer forever.
History did not change, of course, and Illidan Stormrage is still slain at the top of the Black Temple during the Burning Crusade, his final thoughts turning to his beloved Tyrande Whisperwind, while the world would be able to push back Kil'jaeden and another attempt at the Legion trying to claim Azeroth. Their true threat was still out there. Just as Illidan had promised us, just as Sargeras had shown him, just find the Legion on our world. It would lead us nowhere.
No matter how hard this world fights, it will fall.
Our eyes deceive us. The army that marches on Azeroth is but a whisper of the Legion's true strength. Beyond this army is another, and another, and another. Even if we defeat them here, it will mean nothing. We are doomed. Unless we find another way to fight them. And I will find that way.
Bit difficult when that though, but just like his demon hunters, Illidan's soul went into the twisting nether, while his body was imprisoned within the vault of the Wardens. There it would remain until the Legion would come back. Illidan's warning proved true yet again. The Legion is relentless, unending, unyielding, return to take yet another bite out of Azeroth, with the biggest Legion invasion as of yet. Alternate Gul'dan, the one from alternate Warlords of Draenor, was sent over to our reality and time periods to do what his counterpart, our version, failed to do, remain loyal to the Legion and their promises of power. He manages to open up a massive gateway at the tomb of Sargeras, and then his next goal that waited within the vault of the Wardens, where Maiev has to make an extremely difficult choice.
The time has come, Gul'dan. Prove your loyalty.
Anu Dorini Tala.
The Legion has broken the seal! Quickly, sisters! Defend the vault! Lady Maiev, we need you!
There is something I must do first. Illidari, I've spent my entire life as Keeper of the Wicked. Thousands of years, my only solace, knowing the world is kept safe from your kind. But I would do anything to save Azeroth. Even if it means releasing you. Will you help us, Demon Hunter?
For the sake of the world, the Demon Hunters who had sacrificed everything are released by Maiev. But the Legion is not just causing random mayhem for the sake of it. They're here for one major thing.
Illidan Stormrage. At last, I meet the great betrayer.
So he is the key to Azeroth's downfall.
Soon. The body is cold, but his soul is not done fighting. We have work to do before he is ready.
Hurry then. The Wardens are coming with the Illidari in tow.
Ooh, they are desperate. Illidan, now you belong to the Legion.
His body is stolen by Guldan, who, as we learned from the Dungeon Journal, then takes it to the Blackrock Hold, where he conducts a ritual to sever Illidan's soul from his body. Again, he has that special immortal demonic kind of soul going on, which his demon hunters managed to make contact with.
There is little time. Listen closely. I entrusted the duplicitous Akama with planning the campaign against the Legion. He alone knows every detail. You will need his counsel if you are to succeed. You must also regain the Sargerite keystone to invade the Legion's worlds. Find out where the Wardens hid it away. We have attracted attention. I must move. You will not be able to contact me like this again. The Illidari are now yours.
The forces that Lord Illidan sent to Mardum reunite within their order hall. Their orders are clear, and as always, they do anything it takes to make the mission a success. They manage to reclaim the Sargerite keystone from the Wardens. In the meantime, we make contact with what we presume to be that being of light, which has promised Illidan his great destiny. Through Light's heart, presumed to be the heart of the Naaru that spoke with Illidan about his destiny, we learn about the Army of the Lights, which has fought against the Burning Legion for millennia now, but their 1,000 years war is reaching its peak. It is time for the child of shadow and light to fulfill his destiny.
Do not be alarmed, mortal. Your consciousness has been projected to my astral presence in the great dark beyond. I am Zira, one of the first Naaru to be forged here during the great ordering of the cosmos. You have come to the crucible of all creation in search of answers. Listen then, and find enlightenment. In a time now long past, a great battle was fought that would determine the fate of all worlds. It was in that final battle that the all-powerful Titan Pantheon fell to one of their own, Sargeras. After the fall, none were left to oppose the will of Sargeras. Unfettered, the Dark Titan and his Burning Legion would go on to annihilate countless worlds in their Burning Crusade. From the ashes of those ravaged worlds, survivors arose to stand against the demons. They became known as the Army of the Light. But now, the Golden Army teeters upon the precipice of oblivion, as their campaign on Argus nears its terminus. Should they fall, the Legion will initiate a new Burning Crusade, and with it the cosmos will tremble. I am here now on a mission of desperation. I seek the child of light and shadow, the boy destined to end the age of demons. The one called Illidan Stormrage.
Before we can bring Illidan back, we must prepare the vessel for his return by going out and finding echoes of his past. It's Zera's retelling of Illidan's life, from the moment that he was born to the moment that he fell. What's interesting is that the Prime Naaru does not do a 100% accurate retelling. Some critical moments are left out, like Illidan's hunger for power, his arrogance of thinking that he could do it all on his own, as well as moments that are described completely different than how they used to be, like respect between him and Broxigar.
Illidan's was a life full of potential. His destiny forged in the great ordering and cast to the cosmic winds, where at last it would find a home on Azeroth. Within the tiny vessel, the great cycle began anew. Tyrande, the world is only as meaningful to us as the beings that inhabit it. Even in the end, Illidan saw her as clearly as the first time he laid eyes on her. He never lost sight of his world. You must ask yourself, how far will you go for yours?
It's up for debate if this is Blizzard trying to change Illidan's story and make it a little bit different. But personally, I prefer the explanation in which Zera willingly and knowingly is lying to us, hyping Illidan up with some minor tweaks to the visions so that we would be prepared. You see, it was not the vessel that needed to be ready. We, who dared to strike down this child of destiny, we were wrong in doing so. Now we know the so-called truth from the mouth and mind of Zera. Now we are prepared to do what must be done to save our world and all the others. Time to bring back Illidan Stormrage, whose soul was plucked from the Nether, stolen and taken to the Underworld, a place known as Helheim. We craft a soul prism powerful enough to hold his boundless chaotic energies, at least long enough to transfer it into the piece of the Naaru. Quick trip into Helheim, where we took care of business and we collected his soul. Khadgar is then given Light's heart with clear instructions. When Guldan attempts to tear the sky asunder and bring the Dark Titan into our world, call forth the power of this vessel and release Illidan's soul into his body.
No more distractions. I have work to do. Surrender. I may yet show mercy.
Keep pressing, Time to return the demon hunter's soul to his body, and deny the Legion's master a host.
I am Gul'dan. I am darkness incarnate. It cannot end like this.
You topple a pawn and presume to challenge its master? Such arrogance! Behold the shadow of what is to come. The endless darkness that shall consume your world. You are not prepared!
Instead of Illidan, we saw the demon within pop out of the crystal, and I don't think that we've ever had a clear answer as to what this demon within is supposed to be. Is it part of Sargeras' power that Gul'dan managed to transfer over already? Is it a remnant of the demon Azzinoth? Is it the demonic powers bestowed upon Illidan's soul when Sargeras empowered him? It's hard to say. By all means, if you know the clear answer, let me know. All the same, the demon within has to be vanquished in order for Illidan to return, so that is exactly what we do.
How is it even possible? You have seen what I have seen. You know what we face. Now, mortals, follow me into the abyss.
Sargeras won't have this body to host him, as the man, the myth, the legend has returned. And what an entrance. No time for pleasantries though, we have a legion to kick off our planets. So far, they've been pouring in through the portal at the Tomb of Sargeras, and we've already been working on ways of sealing that portal again, with Illidan at our sides and the Order Halls united. Azeroth returned to the Broken Shore, where both factions suffer tremendous losses. While our forces fight off the Fel army directly, we join Illidan and Maiev as a small strike force into the upper chambers of the tomb.
Azeroth will
Illidan,
surely fall.
Convey the Aegis of Agramar to the cathedral. I will descend into the tomb with Khadgar and hunt the monster down. Kil'jaeden's reign of destruction will soon be ended.
You are too quick to trust Illidan, Prophet. I will ensure he fulfills his duty.
Right. We have our orders. Good luck.
Our forces have engaged the Legion on the ground floor. We must place the Aegis in the tower before our losses grow insurmountable.
Our guests of honor have finally arrived. I look forward to ripping those horns from your skull, betrayer!
There is nowhere you can flee that I cannot reach you, demon!
Illidan! Curse that impetuous demon hunter! Did you really think you could elude me, Illidan? Run again, and I'll shackle you like the beast you are!
Posture if you must, Maiev. But for now, do what you do best and follow me. We've lost. The Legion broke our lines. They pushed us out of the tomb. You're all that stands between them and the Aegis. They are coming! Let them come. Maiev and I will hold them on the stairs below.
Forgive me if my glaive finds your heart, Illidan. With so many demons about, it's hard to distinguish you from the rest of this filth.
Despite all their banter, we do manage to complete our mission and place the first pillar of creation, activating some of the wards left behind by the Guardian Aegwynn. You might recall that this is not exactly Illidan and Maiev's first adventure into the tomb, but this time he's not searching for the Eye of Sargeras, nor is he trying to put him back into his cage. This time, we're united against the demons, fighting away through some of their most powerful forces. Night Elf spirits of the past, Naga, and even the locked-away Avatar of Sargeras. Azeroth has done it once again. The Legion has been defeated, and we could just seal off the portal and call it a day. But that would just delay the inevitable.
Emptiness. Still you fight us. Still you deny the inevitable. Your incessant resistance is maddening. Why will you not yield?
Have your countless defeats taught you nothing, deceiver?
The vision Sargeras showed you was a lie, Kil'jaeden. Surrender! Let it end!
Never! Our crusade will never yield! Savor your shallow victory. We will return, again and again, however long it takes, until at last we break you!
The portal is closing! We can seal the Legion's gateway and end this invasion!
No! No more running! No more hiding! I must finish this!
Velen! Stop!
Sealing the portal buys us nothing, Archmage. Whether it takes a few years or millennia, the Legion will return. Over and over again, until too few of us remain to fight them. It is time to seize our fate. We must use the portal and follow the Deceiver into the abyss. It is the only way.
I agree. It is the only way. Go, champions. We have precious little time to save Velen and return before the portal closes.
Come. If we are to die in the Nether, we will take the Deceiver with us.
From our feet firmly on Azeroth to cruising through the twisting Nether. How far we've come. How far Illidan has come to now go toe-to-toe with Kil'jaeden and his forces. Throughout the battle, the Deceiver will gather the shadows around him and apply his veil. From the choking darkness, several shadow souls come at us, which would spell our doom, was it not for Illidan sharing his sightless gaze. None can escape it. even if it does come with the price of overwhelming fell power coursing through our bodies. A small price to pay to lift the darkness and slay the deceiver.
Somehow you survive destruction. No matter. Look upon our wonders, you mortals, and despair. Behold the world that shall be your tomb. Argus, give in.
Beloved homeworld.
Let it take you.
What have they done to you?
Our fates are now one. Argus will be your tomb.
At least we will have died fighting.
Our war isn't over yet. Not while we hold the key to all worlds. Khadgar, take us home! I was always envious of you. Your gift, your faith, your vision. I never believed that Sargeras could be stopped. Perhaps you will prove me wrong.
Everyone, get ready! Is everyone all right?
What have you done? Sometimes the hand of fate must be forced.
The Sargerite keystone opens up a rift between Azeroth and Argus, which makes Illidan's dreams come true. After all, he worked really hard on setting up a link between Outland and Argus. Now he has a direct connection right here from Azeroth. Just one teeny tiny little problem. We only just managed to seal off a tiny rift at the tomb. Now we're right next to the Legion's homeworlds. Illidan has given Sargeras what he wanted all along. Oh well, let's do what we do best and follow his lead. Now, not just our Demon Hunter has reasons to want to take the fight to Argus. Velen and the Draenei are also very invested.
I've never seen the Draenei assemble a force of this magnitude.
Argus is our ancestral home. We will not see it in the Legion's hands any longer.
Then my parents can finally return
Fellow Draenei, champions of Azeroth, the time has come to invade Argus. We will save our world and put a stop to the Burning Legion, once and for all.
The Legion grows desperate. We should strike now, while their attention remains focused on Azeroth.
You are right, Illidan. This may be our best chance to gain the upper hand.
All forces are on board and accounted for. The Vindicar will be ready to depart shortly.
After we reach Argus, we will meet with the Army of the Light and begin our invasion.
Does he understand what you're truly asking of him? Do any of them?
We follow the path of the light, no matter where it leads.
Your faith has always been your weakness. When your closest allies fell to darkness, you didn't stop them. When the Legion swept over your world and took your people, you didn't make a stand. All you did was watch, convinced you were following the Light's will. The truth is, you failed your people. Their blood is on your hands.
You will never understand what I did to save my people.
The Light is holding you back. It's time to forge your own path.
Prophet, we are ready. Proceed.
Where is your army of the Light?
The Zenadar. Something is wrong.
The cowards have come out of hiding. Bring them down!
Will fire again soon! What are your orders, Prophet?
We make our stand. The last battle for Argus has begun.
Despite being promised that heroic destiny by the Light, Illidan doesn't put a whole lot of weight into prophecy or the powers that Velen follows. The army of the Light does show up though, but they are under attack. And we don't want to be blown out of the sky either, so time to get to business. Wipe out Legion forces, make some new allies, destroy their siege weaponry, set up some teleports, and reunite with long-lost heroes like Illyria, like Trevelyan. Once the area is secure, once the Zenadar is ours, the Child of Light and Shadow is finally brought before the Light Mother. All is as it should be. Let's get this prophecy going.
Blessed to be in your presence once more, Zira.
Turalyon, you have found the Chosen One. Illidan, from birth, the light in your eyes held such promise for the future.
I sacrificed that birthright long ago.
Do you not wish to reclaim what was lost? To be whole again?
The Legion's end is all I seek.
My child, you've given so much for so little. Your true potential, your redemption, lies before you. Let go of your shattered form and embrace the light's power.
I've traded my freedom for power before.
The prophecy must be fulfilled. Your old life has passed. will forge you a new one.
It is not yours to take!
The light will heal your scars.
I am my scars!
The light is your destiny.
My destiny is my own! You've doomed us all, betrayer! Your faith has blinded you. There can be no chosen one. Only we can save ourselves.
The late Zera refused to take no for an answer, blindly staring at the destiny foreseen for our boy Illidan, and he in turn refused to give up his sacrifices, his scars, all that made him who he is. While Trevelyan, like Zera, is in pieces, and even Velen's faith is a little bit shaken, we still have a legion to conquer.
The light does not die with the prime Naaru. It shines within each of us. We still have our purpose. We still have a world to save. We must press on.
You are right, Prophet. The mission still stands.
We'd spend our time building up our forces, claim more of Argus, and empower our ship until we are ready to assault on Taurus the Burning Throne. We have learned that Sargeras has claimed the Titan soul of Argus and has been using its power to, presumably, speed up the resurrection of his demonic forces. Taking out Argus is the key to taking out the Legion, but he's not the only Titan spirit around. The Pantheon themselves, all except for Eonar, have been captured here, tortured by the Coven of Shivara, all with the goal of turning them into a dark Pantheon, corrupted and turned like Sargeras himself. With them at his sides, they would be unstoppable, so plenty of schemes and plots to stop, also taking down Sargeras' mightiest forces.
You did it! Agramar's essence is free! He can stand beside his brethren once more!
Our victories mean nothing. So long as Sargeras has the soul of Argus to fuel his infinite army, Azeroth remains in grave peril.
The Titans can sever that connection, but not here. They need to bring the soul of Argus to their place of power, the seat of the Pantheon.
The very cradle of creation.
Their final act will harness the last of Argus's power to imprison Sargeras, once and for all. Heroes, I can signal the Titans to begin. Once they start their ritual, there's no turning back.
Time is not our ally, as when we look up at the sky, we can see that Sargeras himself is creeping ever closer to our little world, the so-called Final Titan, Azeroth. With the might of the Titans backing us up, we take on Argus itself. Finally, it is time for Illidan's hunt to end.
You have done well, mortals.
It is time.
We must gather our strength. Return home, children of Azeroth.
Illidan, we've done all we can.
Every choice, every sacrifice has led me to this moment. To face him once again.
You are not coming with us.
The hunter is nothing without the hunt. Did you not see this fate, Prophet?
Fate? Our survival was never in fate's hands. Light be with you, Illidan Stormrage.
Crusade is over!
There ends Illidan's story for the moment. When looking up at the sky, we can still see that red star left behind. The last remnants of the rift opened with the Sargerite keystone. He is out there somewhere with the titans of the Pantheon, making sure that Sargeras doesn't escape. How proud Maiev must be, and I gotta say, going back into the archives and rewatching the story of Legion, what an absolute treat. What an expansion did they put down. Not just for the story of Illidan, of course, but keep in mind that once upon a time, like going back to where this update started, all we have with Illidan was that he was dead and a whole bunch of speculation. They built up brand new lore and story for that requested redemption arc, and an arc in which they didn't completely change or alter who he was or the choices that he made. There was definitely a reaction within the community when the Illidan novel came out and this prophecy was laid out. Illidan turned into a holier-than-thou creature flying over the battlefield. Would it still be the Illidan that we requested to get back? And then they took that expectation and they turned it into their favor, into one of the most badass cutscenes that we've had, in which Illidan refuses this change, this forced destiny, and says, you know what, we'll do it ourselves. And so we did. A lot of wondered, what's up with Illidan now, what is he doing, and we can only speculate. We know that the Burning Legion has been defeated, but that doesn't mean the end of demons in general. They existed before Sargeras formed this legion, and so they will exist even after. We've also learned that the Dreadlords originate from the Shadowlands, sired by Deathwing, so if anyone could reform something like the Legion, I'd imagine that someone like Deathwing would be a fantastic choice. I would love to see him come back into the storyline, so something like that might work. Then again, the demon hunters that we still have on Azeroth, they still fight in the defense of the world, so we don't necessarily need demons for Illidan to fight. While editing the video, I also considered the idea of them going back to the prophecy for Illidan. In the past, I always figured that part of the moral of the story of Legion, that was to not put that much weight into prophecy or destiny. Mortals make their own choices after all, carve out their own path. But then we got lore from like the Shadowlands. We know that they're going to return to the battle of light versus void, light versus darkness. Anduin will have a part to play, who in turn has a prophecy, a potential future from the comics. Is it really impossible to imagine them turning Illidan into the prophesized child of shadow and light? And if they do, how is the audience going to react? His redemption arc, what they built up with Legion, in my opinion, it was done precisely and with care. With some additional motivation that's been added to his actions, the baseline character is still in there. He's still snarky, arrogant, willing to do whatever it takes. It is still the character Illidan Stormrage that we've known throughout, except there's now more depth and motivation. Not to mention that turnaround with I am my scars and my destiny is my own. Could they maintain who he is, while still turning him into this holy being of light, fighting against the true threat, against the true darkness? Wouldn't that devalue the cutscene we've had in the past? Maybe, but it would definitely require delicacy and build-up to not lose what is loved about him. Time will tell, I suppose. I'm honestly curious what you think. Personally, I would say, nah, I like Illidan the way that he is right now. I really like him rejecting Zera and the Naaru. But then again, with proper storyline, with storytelling, like, the sky's the limit, right? The story is unwritten. They can do whatever they can. Perhaps there is a potential storyline, a potential future of a holy Illidan flying above the battleground. But honestly, I'm curious. What do you think? Then for Sargeras, the whole reason that he formed this Burning Legion and came after Azeroth time and time again. As we know it, right now, that was to prevent her corruption. The Dreadlords had told him what they had learned from the old gods, and that fear of this corrupted titan, it pushed him into his Burning Crusade, the need to destroy Azeroth before she would be fully taken by the Void and would devour all of creation. Disregarding changes to the motivation, which they can do at any time. Right now, there isn't a whole lot left for Sargeras to fear. Azeroth is supposedly the final titan, and she's been cleansed of the old gods. His reason to fear is gone now, so could we see the return of the Pantheon's mightiest champion? Could Illidan help him in some kind of cleansing redemption arc? We do know that revelations towards the titans, their true goals with Azeroth, and a return are on the horizon, and I would imagine that if the titans are making a return, Illidan himself would be coming with them. Perhaps when he does come back, he could finally have a proper conversation with his brother Malfurion and his beloved Tyrande, as during the Legion arc, there apparently was no time for this to sit down and have a chat. All we had were these final goodbyes, messages that we were asked to pass on, which I'll end the video with. So for now, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Hope you liked the update on Illidan. Let me know if you want to see any others. Subscribe if you like my videos. And until next time, see ya!
The moment that the way to Argus opened, the instant my gaze fell upon the Legion's homeworld, I knew I would not be returning from it. I will face my destiny, whatever it may hold. Yet, I have left certain matters unsettled, old wounds that I would see mended. This crystal bears two messages. One is for my brother Malfurion, the other for Tyrande. I am trusting you to deliver them on my behalf, champion. When they have heard my words, leave the crystal atop Mount Hyjal, upon the shores of the Well of Eternity. You have witnessed echoes of my past, hero. I ask your help to put these final matters to rest.
The soul of our world is in agony. The crystal. It rings out with a familiar voice.
Malfurion, even in the womb we grappled with one another. Struggle has followed us all our lives. The teachings of Cenarius were always your path. I felt another calling. It was power I sought, but not to conquer or rule. It was a means to an end, to save Azeroth from an unstoppable foe. You never trusted my intentions, though I suppose I did not make it easy for you. But now, as my fate becomes clear, I wish to quiet the strife that has long divided us. Even when the Legion is gone, new threats will arise. There is no one I trust to face them, more than you, brother. You have spent a lifetime fighting for the dream of what Azeroth could be. Now you must fight for what it is. Take care of Tyrande. Listen to her counsel. She was always the best of us. The road ahead will be long. Whatever comes, bring honor to the name Stormrage.
My brother made selfish choices, caused pain to so many. His transgressions are difficult to forgive. And yet, there were times when we fought for a common cause, a shared purpose. Those were good days. But now is not the time to ponder personal regrets. We must see to healing the world, champion.
In my lifetime, I have twice witnessed a sundering of the world. Mother Moon, I pray I do not see a third. I sense a sorcerer's touch upon this crystal.
Tyrande, long ago, you trusted me enough to defy Malfurion's wishes,
and free me from my prison. But over time, that faith was lost. And like my brother, you came to believe that the choices I made had driven me to darkness. Know that every path I took led toward a single purpose: saving our world. I could abide no half measures, no compromise. At those times when I faced doubt, I held true to one constant, one anchor. You. You have always embodied the best of Azeroth, Tyrande. Your faith, your devotion. Through the darkest times, my belief in you never wavered. My fate, my duty, are now clear to me. I leave Azeroth's defense to you and to my brother. Take care of him, Tyrande. Though at times I wished your heart had made a different choice. In the end, I know it made the right one.
Contrite words. Yet I must wonder whether he truly meant them. After Illidan faced defeat atop the Black Temple, I tried to let go of my feelings, my distrust and bitterness. When I learned that he was alive, leading the fight against the Legion on the Broken Shore, I could not bring myself to speak to him. The time for talk has passed. Seems he has a duty to fulfill. As do we. Let us be about it, champion.
The well of eternity. I am not one for sentiment, but if anything embodies my commitment to Azeroth, it is the font of power I created so long ago. But enough dwelling on the past. The crystal I left for you to find holds not 2 messages, but 3. The last is for you, champion. You have proven your commitment to Azeroth. Your dedication, your sacrifice, rivals my own. But more will be asked of you. So much more. Even now, enemies gather, and the shadows grow darker. From this day forward, the defense of our world, of all we hold dear, rests with you.
Hello everyone! The Naaru have been friends of the Draenei for a very long time, and we know that in Warlords of Draenor they'll get a part in the story. But who are they? Why do they help the Draenei? And what have they done for us? That's what I want to talk about in this video. Now keep in mind that there's a bunch of Naaru out there, and I won't be able to cover each and every one of them. I will tell you the most important details, so let's just begin, shall we? To understand the Naaru, we'll have to go way back into the past, to the time where Sargeras paid a visit to a planet named Argus. The people on Argus called themselves Eredar, and they had 3 powerful rulers: Kiljaeden, Archimonde and Velen. Sargeras offered them great power, knowledge from all over the universe in return for their loyalty. Kil'jaeden and Archimonde thought that this was a great plan and were directly on board, but Velen had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. He went to their temple, which held the Atamal crystal, a crystal that was given to their people, and this was so long ago that none of the Eredar remembered who exactly gave it to them. As he meditated on what Sargeras was offering, he saw exactly what was promised: power, knowledge, loving people who worshipped them, but then he looked at himself and he saw something horrible. He was transformed into Manari, the Eredar word for something that is twisted, hideously and fundamentally wrong. He looked at Kil'jaeden and Archimonde to see the same transformation, and the loving people that would worship them were actually demons, corpses and nothing but destroyed planets. Velen knew that if he and the others would support Sargeras, then this would not just happen to one planet, the entire universe would fall. He snapped back out of his vision and realized that this had not happened yet. He could still change it, so he went to talk with Archimonde and Kil'jaeden, who were as close to him as brothers, but it did no good. They were already intoxicated from the future promised by Sargeras, and they didn't believe Velen. He returned to the Atamal crystal with despair in his heart and tears in his eyes. He knew that they had to flee, had to escape the planet. But how? In response, the Atamal crystal started to glow, and a voice inside his mind told him to touch it. The strange glowing field about the Atamal crystal grew, stretched upward, assumed a shape. Velen blinked, almost blinded by the radiance, but not wanting to look away. "You are not alone, Velen of the Eredar," the voice whispered to him. It was soothing, sweet, like the sound of flowing water and the rush of a summer wind. "We too have sensed the impending horrors about to befall this and other worlds. We strive to keep the balance, and what Sargeras is planning will rip apart everything. Utter chaos and ruination will descend, and the things that are good and true and pure and holy will be lost beyond recovery. We are the Naaru," the radiant entity said. "You may call me Kur." "This is where it all begins," Kur continued. "We cannot stop it, for your friends have free will, but you have reached out with an anguished heart to save what you can. And therefore, we will do what we can. We will save those of you whose hearts reject the horror of what Sargeras offers." "But what do I do?" Again tears filled Velen's eyes, tears of relief and joy this time. "Gather those who listen to your wisdom. Go to the highest mountain in the land on the longest day of the year. Take the Atamal crystal with you. Long, long ago did we give it to you. It is how we will find you again. We will come and bear you away." And so Velen used his powers to touch the minds of those he knew could be trusted, who would listen to reason. One amongst them was Talgov, an old friend who he asked for help in finding more to come with them. Unknown to Velen was that Talgov would betray him. When all of his people gathered on the hill, ready to evacuate, Talgov and a few of the Eredar made their way up the mountain. Velen was about to walk towards them as the Atamal crystal, in the meantime he had taken it with him, sent him a warning. He could sense that Sargeras had already begun turning the Eredar into Man'ari. Thousands of them were surrounded the hill, and desperately Velen prayed. A prayer wrenched from the utter depths of his despairing soul, shivered up in his mind. "Kur, help us." He took the Atamal crystal and thrust it upwards to the sky, and a great shaft of white light shot through it, shattering the large crystal into 7 smaller pieces. Around the people that Velen had gathered, a large shield of light appeared, and above them was Kur, just as he promised. Kur had brought with him a vessel that would take Velen's people away, and he told Velen to take the 7 crystals, for he would surely need them. With all of the collected on board, they fled their planet, leaving behind those who would forever be a part of the Burning Legion. Kil'jaeden took this betrayal very personal, and he promised that he would find Velen and the rest of them, even if it took 1,000 years. From that moment on, the Eredar who evacuated the planet started to call themselves Draenei, which means exiled ones, and from that moment on, the chase was on. Kil'jaeden and the Burning Legion would find the Draenei would evacuate the planet before the Legion arrived. This went on for a lot of years, till the moment came that Kur fell ill, and they had to stay on a planet they would name Draenor, which means Exile's Refuge. Another race lived on Draenor, namely the Orcs, and the Orcs would make the crashed vessel of the Draenei a very holy place. Kur and the spirits of the Orcs, they became friends, and they were drawn to him. He would become a part of the Orcish culture, and they would unknowingly take care of the sick Naaru. They named the area Oshugan, and it would become a very holy place, a place where they would celebrate the Gorshark festival. This festival is to celebrate the changing of seasons, and gave all the Orcish clans a chance to get together and communicate with each other. I'm going to have to keep the story between the Orcs and Draenei on a need-to-know basis, since I want to focus this video on the Naaru. Orcs and Draenei were not exactly allies, but they were also not each other's enemies. They traded with each other, but mostly kept to themselves. Kil'jaeden once again found the Draenei, and instead of sending his Burning Legion, he decided to use the Orcs to do the job. He corrupted them, manipulated them into becoming the Horde, and turned them against the Draenei. Velen tried to reason with the Orcs by inviting them to join him on a trip to Oshugan. He had a plan in mind of showing them what exactly it was that the Orcs were worshipping, the Naaru, but his plan failed miserably. This mountain is sacred to your people. We know this, and we have respected it, but it is also sacred to us. Velen took a step forward, his gaze locked on Durotan's. The orc warriors around him shifted, murmured, but otherwise did not move. Deep inside the mountain is a being that has long cared for the Draenei people, Velen continued. It is older by far than anything either of our minds can grasp, and more powerful. But even old and powerful things can die, and it is dying now. There is wisdom and grace and reconciliation we can have from it, your people and mine. We, blasphemer. Durotan stared. The bitter cry had sprung from their throats, not of some short-tempered warrior in the crowd, but from the orc who stood beside him. Drekvar's eyes were wide, and his body trembled with outrage. Veins stood out on his neck, and he shook his fist at Velen. Durotan was so shocked by the outburst that he did not silence it as quickly as he should have. And Drekvar continued. Oshu'gun belongs to us. It is the home of the beloved dead, cradler of their spirits, and your hideous cloven feet are not fit to take one step up its blessed sides. Velen too seemed surprised at the outburst. He turned his attention to the shaman and stretched out a hand imploringly. Your spirits are housed within these walls, it is true, and I would never say it was not so, Velen cried. But they are drawn there because of this being. It seeks to... It was exactly the wrong thing to say. Instead of bringing peace, the orcs were insulted by Velen's story. A glowing Naaru beast who drawn in their spirits like a moth to a flame. That was not something they took lightly, and it took everything Durotan had to prevent his people from killing Velen on the spot. He would later release Velen, and as Velen returned to his people, he told them, "The orcs will not be dissuaded from this path," he said, "and therefore, if we are to survive, we too must walk the path of war." Far in the distance, broken, dying, resting as peacefully as possible, deep below the waters of the sacred pool, the being known as Kur uttered a deep, agonized cry. Velen stared, recognizing the voice, and bowed his head. With that, the Draenei and orcs were at war, and although Velen desperately wanted to keep his people safe, he was told that he was needed for a greater plan. The army of light who would stand against the Legion and the darkness, and so Velen had to survive. They had to get Kil'jaeden off their tail, so they came up with a plan. And the plan was that Siofra City, which was the last major city of the Draenei, this was the last target that the Horde needed to exterminate. They left enough of their people behind to make it look like all of them were exterminated, and then Velen and the rest of his people moved to Zangarmarsh, where they hid away. The orcs fulfilled their mission, and Kil'jaeden believed Velen and the rest to be dead, so he left the orcs to their fate. The orcs would eventually start their first invasion of Azeroth, while the Draenei suffered. Some would devolve into broken or lost ones, while others remained sane enough to see the day where the Naaru would once again come to the rescue. This next part is a little bit vague as to when and how everything happened. Burning Crusade lore has been retconned a couple of times just to make more sense, but it's the story that we have, so we'll have to go with it. These are the events that transpired. The Alliance, they defeated the Horde, pushed them back to Outland and closed the portal behind them. Illidan, Lady Vasjh and Kael'thas Sunstrider made their way to Outland at the end of Warcraft 3 and they became the new rulers. Outland got more demonic activity and Khadgar of the Alliance used his powers to look for help in the Great Dark. There he found a Naaru named Adal and he managed to convince Adal to come and help them. Adal and the rest of his Naaru, who called themselves the Shatar, showed up with the vessels we call the Tempest Keep. They talked to Velen, and Velen told them about the prophecy that he had. I'll get back to this prophecy later, but what you need to know is that the Naaru named Muru had to stay behind and defend the Tempest Keep, because Kael'thas Sunstrider and his elves, they were going to attack it. Muru was just on his own, so he was captured and sent to Silvermoon, where the Blood Elves would use him as a source of power. Adal and the Shatar, they teamed up with the Aldor and they cleansed the city of Siofra, claiming it as a refuge. At one point, Illidan decided that it was a good idea to attack Siofra and the Naaru. We're not exactly sure why he attacked, because Illidan, he was building defenses against Kil'jaeden, so it seemed smarter to team up with the forces than actually attack them. But either way, he still sent the Blood Elves in an attack. The Aldor gathered up to defend the city, but instead the Blood Elves, they laid down their weapons in front of the city's defenders. Their leader, a Blood Elf elder known as Vormval, stormed into the Terrace of Light and demanded to speak with Adal. As the Naaru approached him, Vormval kneeled before him and uttered the following words. "I've seen you in a vision, Naaru. My race's only hope for survival lies with you. My followers and I are here to serve you." The defection of Vodafall and his followers was the largest loss ever incurred by Kil's forces. And these weren't just any Blood Elves, many of the best and brightest amongst Kil's scholars and magisters had been swayed by Vodafall's influence. And so the faction of Scryers made their home within the city and they started to fight for Adal. In the meantime, Velen, Nobundo and some of their people decided that it was time to leave Outland and search for more help on a different planet. They raided one of the vessels of Tempest Keep, namely the Exodar, and they captured it for themselves. The Blood Elves on board did manage to sabotage the ship and it crash landed on Azeroth, where the Draenei would team up with the Alliance. And somewhere amongst all of this, the Dark Portal reopened during the expansion called the Burning Crusade, and we, the people of Azeroth, got our first look at Outland. So that's how all of the Naaru got their own spot in the expansion, and of course the story continued. The Naaru Kur, the one who saved the Draenei from Argus, is still stuck in Oshugan, the Draenei their spaceship. This questline is only available to the Horde and it shows that Kur has darkened. This is a state that the Naaru can enter when they're injured and they need to heal themselves. A side effect of this darkened state is that it creates a void that sucks in the spirits of the dead. Kur doesn't do this willingly, he hasn't turned evil, it's just part of the darkened state a Naaru can go into, although it is very rare. In time, a Naaru can regenerate and return to the light, which is seen with the Naaru named Dor. Dor was a Naaru who died when the Draenei crashed on Draenor. The Draenei then placed him within Akundun, and there he also became a void and started to absorb souls. This regenerated the light, and by the time that we do the questline, he's done regenerating and he's once again filled with the light. Dor tells us that there's nothing we can do about it, about these ancestors being absorbed, except destroying them before they become creatures of the void. And we do this by using the soul mirror. Once we use the mirror, we find out that the soul splits apart and we kill off the darkened part, and then I assume that the rest of the spirit goes away and finds eternal peace. We can only hope so. The third and also last Naaru that turned into this darkened state is the Naaru named Mur. Mur was the Naaru captured by Kaelthas and sent over to Silvermoon, where his people could suck his power out of him. However, Magister Astelar Bloodsworn was not happy with just sucking the energy out of him, so he and his fellow Magisters worked out a way to use Muru as a source of light. Many of the Blood Elves had stepped away from the light since they felt it had abandoned them after all the events with the Scourge. Now they had a new source for light, and it was Lady Liadrin who was the first to embrace this gift, and she became the first Blood Knight. Eventually they found out that Kaelthas was now working with Kil'jaeden and even the Burning Legion. Kaelthas, he wanted Muru back, so he attacked his own people in Silvermoon. Now with their source of light gone, Lady Liadrin traveled to Shavra City to meet with his leader Adal to find a new source of power. There, the prophecy made by Velen so long ago was revealed to Liadrin. Silvery moon, washed in blood, led astray into the night, armed with sword of broken light. Broken, then betrayed by one, standing there bestride the sun. At darkest hour, redemption comes, in knightly lady sworn to blood. This is the reason why Muru stayed behind and willingly sacrificed himself for the greater good. Upon hearing this prophecy, Liadrin stepped away from Kaelthas and pledged herself and the Blood Knights to Adal's cause, joining the Shattered Sun Offensive in its battle against Kaelthas and Kiljaeden. Which leads us to the conclusion, the final confrontation of the Burning Crusade on the Isle of Quel'Danas. Draenei and Blood Elf, Horde and Alliance, they all teamed up to stop Kil'jaeden from entering our world. Piece by piece we unlocked the island, even gaining the support of the Naaru named Kiru, until finally the Sunwell Plateau opened up. There we found Muru, again in his darkened state, and unfortunately we had to kill him. During his fights, he turned into Entropius, a void god, which seems to be the state a Naaru turns in when you push him beyond this darkened state. Although this Entropius void god could also be the cause of the Blood Elf meddling with him, we're not exactly sure. With Muru out of the way, the road is clear to take on Kil'jaeden and prevent him from entering Azeroth.
The expendable have perished, so be it. Now I shall succeed where Sargeras could not. I will bleed this wretched world, and secure my place as the true master of the Burning Legion. The end has come. Let the unraveling of this world commence.
With the world safe from the Burning Legion, Kil'jaeden backed down his portal, Velen and Lady Liadrin show up and talk about the Sunwell and the core of Muru.
Mortal heroes, your victory here today was foretold long ago. My brother's anguished cry of defeat will echo across the universe, bringing renewed hope to all those who still stand against the Burning Crusade. As the Legion's final defeat draws ever nearer, stand proud in the knowledge that you have saved worlds without number from the flame. Just as this day marks an ending, so too does it herald a new beginning. The creature Entropius, whom you were forced to destroy, was once the noble Naaru, Mu'uru. In life, Mu'uru channeled vast energies of light and hope. For a time, a misguided few sought to steal those energies.
Our arrogance was unpardonable. We damned one of the most noble beings of all. We may never atone for this sin.
Then fortunate it is that I have reclaimed the noble Naaru's spark from where it fell. Where faith dwells, hope is never lost, young blood elf.
Can it be?
Gaze now, mortals, upon the heart of Mu'uru. Unblemished, bathed by the light of creation, just as it was at the dawn. In time, the light and hope held within will rebirth more than this mere fount of power. Mayhap they will rebirth the soul of a nation.
Blessed ancestors! I feel it. So much love. So much grace. There are no words. Impossible to describe.
Salvation, young one. It waits for us all. Farewell.
The core of Mu'uru, as it was at the dawn of creation, is used to reignite the Sunwell, giving the Blood Elves a chance for a future without having to drain the power out of beings. So all in all, what we know about the Naaru is that they're beings of pure light who are nearly immortal and hell-bent on fighting the Burning Legion. We don't know where they came from. We don't know where the Atamal crystal came from. We don't know why they're so against the Legion, besides the Legion being evil. We've seen that the Naaru, they can enter different stages, but as I said before, this darkened state, this void state, and even the core of Mu'uru is a very rare thing for the Naaru. Blizzard had the following to say. Because 3 cases of this cycle have been demonstrated in Nagrand, Akundun and Sunwell Plateau, Kur, Dor and Mu'uru respectively, players may have received the wrong impression with regard to the magnitude and rarity of these events. It is exceedingly rare for a Naaru to fall into a void state, and even rarer for a fallen Naaru to be brought back into the light. A Naaru's fall into the void represents a catastrophic loss for the Naaru and for the forces of the light, and it is the saddest, most heart-wrenching event for the Naaru to witness. Conversely, a Naaru being reborn into the light brings renewed hope and sense of purpose to every Naaru. If energy beings could weep tears of joy, this would do it. So just because a couple of the Naaru showed these states, that doesn't mean that it's a common thing. What we do see time and time again is that the Naaru are connected to the light. Hello everyone! The other day, Blizzard announced a brand new hero for Heroes of the Storm, namely Kaelthas Sunstrider. So I figured it'd be a good idea to take a look at his story, and considering that most of you voted for him, this should be a lot of fun. Kaelthas has quite a big story behind him, so I might not be able to tell all the little details, and I'll probably do it in 2 parts. But let's just begin and see how far we can go, shall we? Not much is known about Kaelthas' youth, Jaina says that he once was a student at Dalaran, and he was the son of Anastarian Sunstrider, the king of the High Elves. In the past, the High Elves, they used to be highborn Night Elves who fought in the war against the Burning Legion. This war took place around 10,000 years ago, in which Queen Azora, she tried to summon Sargeras and the Legion into the worlds. Some of the Highborn did not agree with their queen's choices. They deflected from her and they joined the Night Elf resistance. Eventually, at the end of the war, Azora and the Legion were defeated, and some of the Highborn that stayed at their queen's side, they were turned into the Naga as the world of Kalimdor sundered apart. The Highborn that joined the Night Elves, they were led by Davramar Sunstrider, and they would eventually be exiled by the rest of the Night Elves. The Night Elves had made the use of arcane magic punishable by death, considering that they didn't want another Legion invasion, they didn't want to draw the attention, so they made the use of arcane magic punishable. Illidan Stormrage had turned a big fountain of water that was so critical at this time. He had used a vial from the Well of Eternity, several vials even. He had created a new Well of Eternity, and for these actions they imprisoned him because Malfurion, he convinced all the other Night Elves to not execute his brother, so instead they imprisoned him for life. Now the rest of the Highborn, they were unable and unwilling to give up the birthright of the use of arcane magic. Instead of killing all of them, the Night Elves decided to exile the Highborn, but before the Highborn left, they took with them one of Illidan's vials. This vial was filled with water from the original Well of Eternity. They took it with them, and during their travels, the Highborn, they would eventually change, not only in appearance, but they also changed in behavior, and eventually they would call themselves High Elves. They built their kingdom of Quel'Thalas. They used the vial of water to create their Sunwell, and with the use of magic, they created their own beautiful kingdom. A kingdom that would last for millennia, was able to hold out against the trolls, became allies with the humans, and eventually the High Elves, they would be ruled by Davramar's great-grandson and Kael'thas' father, namely Anastarian Sunstrider. Like I said, there isn't much known about Kael'thas' youth, so I wanted to take the opportunity to explain a little bit about the history of the High Elves, because it's very important for the rest of Kael'thas' story. The first time that we see Kael'thas pop up in the story is when Khadgar informs the Council of Six about the events that took place during his time as apprentice to the Guardian Medivh. Medivh, under the influence of Sargeras, he had opened the Dark Portal and initiated the first Orcish Horde invasion. Khadgar eventually figured out that it was his mentor who had led the Orcs into Azeroth, and together with Corona and Lothar, they managed to take out the corrupted Guardian and stop Sargeras his plans. This did not prevent the Orcs from invading their world though. Events were already set in motion, and Stormwind's king was assassinated and the city of Stormwind fell. Those that were able, they fled the city, they set sail to the lands of Lordaeron to warn them about the threat of the Horde and get an army ready. As Khadgar was summoned before the council, he was getting ready to make his report, but as was procedure with the Council of Six, the council had cloaked themselves to keep their true identity a secret. Khadgar at this point had been through far too much, he'd stayed up far too late talking tactics with Lothar, so he didn't want to play such games. He asked them all to remove their cloaks so they could talk face to face, and although some were shocked by this request, Kael'thas Sunstrider, he simply chuckled and was the first to remove his disguise. Now for those unaware, the Council of Six is the name given to the Kirin Tor High Council of Dalaran. These 6 leaders, they're the leaders of both the city and all the territories under the control of Dalaran. And besides Kael'thas Sunstrider at the time, you also had Antonidas, Kel'Thuzad, Kresis, Modera, and I assume Ansarum Runeweaver, although the book simply describes him as a pudgy man, which Khadgar didn't recognize. But if I looked at the list of possible members, he's most likely the one. Khadgar made his report to the council, he explained about Medivh, he explained about the Orcs, Corona, the fall of Stormwind, all that information was given to them, and the council decided that the best course of action was to make the destruction of the Dark Portal their #1 priority. Throughout the rest of the war against the Horde, the Kirin Tor did offer their aid with their magi, and it was Khadgar who shut down the portal after the first Horde was defeated. He was unable to completely destroy the connection between Draenor and Azeroth though, that connection would remain, and the Horde would eventually return for their second invasion. This time, the Horde didn't come to conquer the planet, that plan already failed, they had new ambitions. This time, all they wanted to do was collect 3 artifacts, namely the Book of Medivh, the Scepter of Sargeras, and the Eye of Dalaran. The final artifact, as the name suggests, the Eye of Dalaran, it was kept at Dalaran under magical protection. As the Death Knight Terangor and his troops broke in, alarms were raised, and as Kael'thas joined the fight, he saw his close friend Sephara die in battle. In retaliation, Kaelthas raised both hands and threw them apart. Across the room, one of the Death Knights jerked and then shrieked as his body was literally torn limb from limb. Antonidas warned Kaelthas that the Death Knights had to be stopped from teleporting, so the prince did his best to stop them. He tried to weave a spell, but they managed to escape moments before he was finished. The Death Knights didn't teleport far away though, and with a spell of their own, they were able to follow their teleportation. Up on the balcony, this time they managed to cast their spells. They managed to prevent the Death Knights from teleporting further away, but unfortunately, that was not enough. The Horde had the Black Dragon Deathwing working with them, and he appeared alongside the balcony and carried them away. At this point, the risk of shooting spells and angering the mighty Black Dragon, it was simply too great. The Deathwing could turn around, incinerate their city, so Kaelthas and the others, they let them go. Thankfully, the Alliance of Lordaeron, amongst them Khadgar himself, they were able to figure out the Horde's plans, and they stepped through the Dark Portal to stop them. Kaelthas stayed behind and resumed his duties as member of the Council of Six, while his attention was drawn to completely different matters. A young girl named Jaina Proudmoore, she'd moved to Dalaran to study the arts of magic as an apprentice of Antonidas. Kaelthas was very interested in a young mage, and he openly courted her. He'd even invited her to come and visit him in Quel'Thalas, a land where magic was part of the culture, not just part of a city, not just confined to a handful of elite educated magi. Magic is the birthright of every citizen who would embrace the sun well, and Jaina, she was more than welcome to come and experience it. Unfortunately for the High Elf Prince, Jaina had already set her eyes on another prince, and she also found Kaelthas to be more intimidating than someone she could actually fall for. She felt no such intimidation with Prince Arthas Menethil, and the human prince felt the same for her. One day after the snowball fight, they ended up in each other's arms and they kissed for the first time. From that moment on, they would steal moments here and there to sneak a kiss, to sneak a hug. Since openly loving each other, it would just feed the rumor mill, and both of them had silently decided to not let these rumors grow. As Jaina came back from practicing her fire spells one day, Arthas was waiting for her, and he dragged her into the shadows for a loving embrace. What they didn't know was that right behind her, Kaelthas had followed Jaina to bring back the tome that she had dropped, and as he caught them in their act, he was furious. Anger and outrage fairly crackled around the mage. He was powerful, and Arthas knew that if it came to it, he wouldn't stand a chance. Kaelthas kept his composure though, and with clenched fist he hissed, "Ashamed of her, are you, Arthas? Is she only worth your time and attention if no one knows about her?" Arthas' eyes narrowed. "I had fought to avoid the ravagers of the rumor mill," he said quietly. "You know how these things work, Kil, don't you? Someone says something, and next thing you know, it's believed to be true. I would protect her reputation by..." "Protect!" Kaelthas barked the words. "If you cared about her, you would court her openly, proudly. Any man would." He looked at Jaina, and the anger was gone, replaced by a fleeting expression of pain. Then that too disappeared, and Jaina looked down. "I will leave you two to your tryst, and do not fear, I will say nothing." Kaelthas kept his word, and he said nothing, and the love between Jaina and Arthas grew stronger, until the point came that Arthas got cold feet. He wasn't ready for the responsibilities of it all, he wasn't ready for children, the weight of the crown, all of that, and he decided to end their relationship. Losing Jaina would only be the first thing that Kaelthas would lose to Arthas, since this brings us to the events of Warcraft 3. A plague was spreading across the lands of Lordaeron, and Prince Arthas, together with Jaina, were sent to investigate. They found out that the plague was being spread through the grain used to feed the people, and the man behind it all was none other than Kel'Thuzad, former member of the Council of Six, but exiled from Dalaran and even Lordaeron because of his dark studies into necromancy. Kael'thas had been there that day when Antonidas informed Kel'Thuzad about what they knew about his studies, but Kel'Thuzad didn't care. At this point, he was listening to the whispers of Ner'zhul, of the Lich King himself, sent by Kil'jaeden to weaken the world of Azeroth and get it ready for another invasion from the Burning Legion. Eventually Arthas and his troops, they managed to take out Kel'Thuzad. He decided to purge Drefholm since the grain had already been given out to the people, and there Mal'Ganis taunted the prince to follow him to Northrend and deal with him there. Arthas did just that. He went to Northrend, he picked up the Cursed Blade of Frostmourne, gave up a piece of his soul, and he got his revenge. After spending time in the cold heart of Northrend, listening to the whispers of Ner'zhul. He was now an agent of the Lich King, and as he returned home, he murdered his own father, and he slaughtered the people of his kingdom. This was just the first step in the plan though. Next, they would have to summon Archimonde into the world, and Kel'Thuzad was the man for the job. This did require to collect Kel'Thuzad's decomposed remains. They had to carry these remains in the urn that contained Arthas's father's ashes, and they had to travel to the High Elven Kingdom of Quel'Thalas. Only the powers of the Sunwell would be strong enough to bring back the Necromancer.
Ah, the wondrous, eternal Quel'Thalas. I haven't been here since I was a boy.
Be wary. The elves likely wait in ambush.
The frail elves do not concern me, Necromancer. Our forces are strengthened with every foe we slay.
Don't be too overconfident, Death Knight. The elves must not be taken lightly.
We shall see. Bring forth the prisoner. Where is the entrance to your land, elf?
You will never enter Quel'Thalas, Fallen Prince. The woods themselves protect our borders, and the enchanted elf gates protect our capital.
Your precious gates will not stop me any more than these trees, little elf. Bring up the meat wagons. We'll make our own entrance.
Kaelthas wasn't home when the undead marched into his lands, marched upon his city and his people. But Quel'Thalas was not without its own defenses. The city had been able to hold out against the trolls, they were able to hold out against the dragons under the control of the orcs, so their magical protection was strong, yet it wasn't enough. A trader from within, Darkan Drafir, informed Arthas about how to disable the magical protection. 3 magical stones Arthas had to collect, and these stones, the location where they were hidden, they were kept a secret of course, and only those on the inside knew about them, yet Arthas was informed and the defenses quickly fell. People like Sylvanas Windrunner tried to stand up against the fallen prince. Leydrin, all of their people, they put up a fierce fight, but death itself had come to their home and it was not about to stop. At Quel'Danas, King Anastarian Sunstrider rode out to meet Arthas and Frostmourne head-on. The king was a powerful sorcerer, but 3 millennia rested upon his shoulders. Despite that, despite the obvious disadvantage, he still met Arthas and he fought with the ancient weapon known as Velomalorn, also known as Flamestrike. Sylvanas is a banshee, she was forced to witness the battle, and she knew that the ancient elven weapon was no match for Frostmourne. It snapped as the blades clashed, the severed pieces whirling away, and Anastarian fell, his soul ripped from him and consumed by the glowing Frostmourne. Arthas' mission was successful, and the powers of the Sunwell were claimed.
Citizens of Silvermoon, I have given you ample opportunities to surrender, but you have stubbornly refused. Know that today, your entire race and your ancient heritage will end. Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves. Now arise, Kel'Thuzad, and serve the Lich King once again.
I am reborn as promised. The Lich King has granted me eternal life.
News of the destruction quickly reached Kael'thas in Dalaran. Jaina tried to talk to him, speak words of compassion and comfort, but Kael'thas was furious. He was barely restraining himself from physically harming her, and he accused her of letting this butcher sleep in her bed and choosing Arthas over him. Jaina understood that he was attacking her since his real enemy wasn't there, yet she could do nothing to comfort him. I could have stopped him. I should have. He straightened, and coldness suddenly chased away the fire in him. He bowed low, exaggeratedly. I will be departing Dalaran as soon as possible. There is nothing for me here. Jaina winced at the emptiness, the resignation in his voice. I was a fool of the greatest order to ever think any of you humans could aid me. I will leave this place of doddering old magi and ambitious young ones. None of you can help me. My people need me to lead now that my father... He fell silent and swallowed hard. I must go to them, to what pathetically few remain, to those who have endured, rebirthed by the blood of those who now serve your beloveds. Kael'thas could have teleported instantly home, but instead he decided to travel so he could witness the devastation. Upon arriving, his people wanted answers from their prince. They were hungry, tired, devastated, yet the prince did not immediately address them. He first asked Lor'themar Varan to show him to his father so he could pay his respects. The prince began with a blessing. I knew this day would come, but I never dreamed it would come so soon. I fear I am not ready, father. You are the king. You will always be the king. There was a sound of cloth rubbing, and though he could not see it, Lor'themar imagined the prince kneeling at his father's side. I only ever wanted to make you proud. Grant me the strength to be the man you hoped I would be. Grant me the strength to carry us through this time of despair. Grant me the strength now to lead our people through. The prince offered a final prayer. After that, the prince and his magi, they inspected the Sunwell and they came to a horrible conclusion. The resurrection of Kael'thas had corrupted the magical energies, and if they did not do something, then the corruption would not only spread through the lands, it would spread through their own people. Even though the Sunwell was their birthright, their fountain of power, it had to be destroyed. Some of the high elves, they protested of course, but eventually they realized that it had to be done. On top of that, Kiljaeden informed them all that trolls were gathering and they were getting ready for an attack. They too wanted to claim the Sunwell's power, so Kael'thas decided that they would deal with the corruption, with the remaining undead and all the assaulting trolls in one single strike. As Kiljaeden, Lor'themar and several others kept the enemies at bay, Kael'thas, Romaf and Alastor, they worked on their spell. Each of them held one piece of the Key of 3 Moons, the same key that Arthas used to break the defenses, and it was recovered after Arthas was done with it. Romaf, Kael'thas and Astalor, they backpedaled as the pulsating pillar of blinding white engulfed the violet hues of the Sunwell. It radiated outward with a loud hum that muted all other sounds. With one final push, it pulsed, then snapped back to the Sunwell center. The hum was replaced with a sudden silence, broken only by the sound of rain hammering the earth. Now! Now! Kael'thas screamed, stretching his arms wide. One by one, the Farstriders, the healers, and finally the Magisters and Kael'thas himself, they disappeared as the blinding white beam exploded outwards, vaporizing everything and everyone in its path. And when it dissipated, it led nothing of the Sunwell but a dark and empty hole. The High Elves made the impossible choice of blowing up the Sunwell to prevent the corruption from spreading. Not all of its powers were gone though. The Red Dragon Corialstras, he collected the remaining powers as he knew that sooner or later someone would realize the same, that these powers were there and come looking for them. He hid the powers away by disguising it as a young girl named Anveena, but that's a bit of a side story that I'll cover next week. And on top of that, I already did a video specifically for Anveena. Now for Kael'thas, it was time to take his father's place and lead his people. The moon crystals used in their spell they had endured, but their power was greatly diminished and corrupted by the energies they have channeled. They decided that Prince Kael'thas would be the best man to keep them safe, so Kael'thas kept the 3 orbs. 2 on his shoulders and 1 above his head. The prince was now leader of their people, but he would not name himself king. His father would be the last king of the High Elves. They would now call themselves Blood Elves in honor of those who had laid down their lives to defend their way of life, to defend their home and their people. These Blood Elves would find out that being dependent for millennia on a source of power on the Sunwell, it left a certain hunger behind. They were addicted to magic, so would have to find a way to cope, to survive, to rebuild, to prevail.
Strangely, we found deliverance in the demon Illidan.
That story, however, I'll save for next week, since there are still many events to talk about and I've been going on for long enough. Next week, we'll take a look at how Kael'thas takes up the role as leader of his people and the choices he had to make to assure a future for all of them. Hello everyone! Last week we talked about the first part of Kael'thas' story, which was about the origin of the High Elves, some of the events that Kael'thas took part in, all the way to the moment that Arthas assaulted Quel'Thalas, corrupted the Sunwell by resurrecting Kael'thas, and forcing the now Blood Elves to blow up their Sunwell. This week we're going to continue the storyline, but before we can talk about Kael'thas, we'll first have to talk about some very important events that happened after the fall of Quel'Thalas. So let's dive right into it, and let's begin, shall we? The necromancer Kaelthas was resurrected and put on the task of summoning Archimonde into the world of Azeroth. This was the next step in the Burning Legion's plan of conquering the planets, and the summoning was successful. Archimonde arrived and simply destroyed the city of Dalaran, and afterwards he set his eyes on the ancient enemies of the Legion, the Night Elves and the World Tree Nordrassil. Remember that 10,000 years ago the Night Elves and Kael'thas' ancestors, they stood together against the Burning Legion, and Archimonde remembered that they were a great threat to their plans. Tyrande Whisperwind had also fought in that war, and when she realized that Archimonde had returned, it was time to awaken her beloved Malfurion Stormrage from the Emerald Dream. Even the so-called betrayer Illidan Stormrage was released from his prison, and all of them worked against the Legion, although each did it in their own way. Luckily for the Night Elves, they would not stand alone. The resurrected and now uncorrupted Guardian Medivh, he'd gathered both the Horde and the survivors of Lordaeron, led by Jaina Proudmoore. Together, they held off Archimonde long enough for Malfurion to set his trap, and in the end, they blew up the World Tree, they destroyed the Night Elves' immortality, but they also stopped Archimonde and the Legion's invasion. This did not end the story of Warcraft 3 though. Since releasing Illidan, it had helped them against the Legion, but his warden Maiev Shadowsong, she could not let him go. On top of that, Illidan had gone further towards the dark side by absorbing the skull of Guldan, and now even his appearance was that of a demon. Banished by his own twin brother, things were not looking good for Illidan. He was now on his own mission, since after he did his part fighting against the Legion, he was contacted by Kil'jaeden himself.
Illidan, in the past you have been both friend and foe to the Burning Legion. But by consuming the skull of Gul'dan, you sealed our defeat in this world. I come to offer you a second chance to serve us.
What would you have me do, Great One?
My creation, the Lich King, has betrayed me. He dared to break the pact that binds him to my will. But his spirit still lies trapped inside the frozen throne of Icecrown. Destroy it for me, and I will grant you your heart's desire.
It shall be done, Great One. It shall be done.
Ner'zhul, the Lich King, the one who had corrupted Arthas, manipulated events behind the plague. He never wanted to work for Kiljaeden or the Legion, and he was working on breaking out. Illidan was put on the task of destroying the Lich King in Northrend, and to complete his mission, he would require some allies. He did his magic to summon the Naga from the depths, the Naga who used to be Highborn that stayed at Queen Azshara's side. To destroy the Lich King, Illidan decided to enter the Tomb of Sargeras, collect the Eye of Sargeras, which is an artifact to power his spell and give him enough power to complete the task. He managed to collect the item, but his warden Maiev Shadowsong, the one who had kept him imprisoned for 10,000 years, she was hot on his tail. She, together with Tyrande and Malfurion, they were trying to stop Illidan, bring him to justice, which finally brings us to the moment where Kael'thas enters the story. Despite stepping away from Dalaran and the Council of Six as he had informed Jaina that he was leaving there, Kael'thas had decided to join the remaining military of Lordaeron to fight against the undead. He and his people had discovered that blowing up the Sunwell, it might have stopped the corruption, but it also left a hunger deep inside. They were addicted to the magic, to their fountain of power, but Kael'thas had bigger things to worry about right now, since he was trying to escort his caravan away from the approaching undead. Moving wasn't that easy though, undead troops were everywhere, but thankfully Kael'thas met with Tyrande and Maiev, who offered him their help.
Ishnu Daldiab, Kael'thas. I am Maiev Shadowsong, and this is Tyrande Whisperwind. We are hunting a powerful demon that arrived here recently.
Curious. I don't know about any demon, but something's riled the undead based at Dalaran. They've been hounding us day and night. We were about to abandon this post and seek refuge on the other side of the river Aralas.
Then we shall lend you our aid, young Kael.
Wait, we have no time for this.
Maiev was obsessed with hunting down Illidan, and she disagreed with Tyrande's choice of offering help to Kael'thas, but Tyrande remembered the part his ancestors played during the War of the Ancients, and they would honor that debt. On top of that, Kael'thas would help them track down Illidan after their escort mission was complete, so they set out together. All was going well, until they arrived at Pyrewood. The undead ambushed them, and there was no way that the caravan would survive another assault. Tyrande told Kael'thas to get his caravan across the bridge, while she would hold off the undead. Blessed by the powers of a loon, Tyrande was able to stand up against the endless stream of undead, but the bridge beneath her feet crumbled and the river dragged her away.
We must hurry to save her. That current will take her straight into the heart of the undead lands.
No, Kael. Tyrande is a soldier. She knew the risks she took. We have a greater mission to accomplish now, and our time grows short. Your people are now safe. You will uphold your end of the bargain and help me hunt the demon I seek.
Maiev would let nothing stand in the way of capturing Illidan. Back at base, he told Malfurion that Tyrande had fallen, that she had fought valiantly, but in the end was torn apart in front of her own eyes. Malfurion was devastated and furious at Illidan, since his twin brother was the reason why they came here in the first place, was the reason for losing his beloved. In the meantime, Kael'thas' scouts had found Illidan at the ruins of Dalaran, where he was working a spell so powerful that it would not only destroy the Lich King, it was tearing Northrend apart. Together, the three of them rode out to confront Illidan, but Maiev's lie would quickly catch up to her.
Illidan storm rage, for recklessly endangering countless lives and threatening the very balance of the world. I hereby sentence you to death.
Too much blood has been spilled on your account, Illidan. Even now, I can feel the lands of Northrend reeling from the spell you cast. Imprisonment will not be enough this time.
I will execute him myself.
Fools! Can you not see? The spell we channeled was meant to strike at the undead, our common enemy. My mission was to destroy the Lich King's stronghold of Icecrown.
And no heed to the cost! Because of you, Tyrande is dead!
What?
Your pardon, Lord Stormrage, but the priestess may still be alive. She was swept downriver, but it's premature to simply assume
Silence,
that...
Kael.
You told me she was torn apart. You lied to me.
There was still a chance that Tyrande had survived, and Malfurion teamed up with his twin brother to go and rescue his beloved. Illidan had also loved Tyrande, even though she did not feel the same for him, and their mission was successful. Now, failing his mission given by Kil'jaeden, failing to destroy the Lich King, had left Illidan with a big problem, since Kil'jaeden did not easily forgive, nor did he forget. He decided to leave Azeroth behind and jump into a portal to the destroyed homeworld of the Orcs, the planet of Outlands. Right behind him, Maiev quickly followed, since she couldn't let go of her prey and she wanted to bring Illidan to justice. Meanwhile, Kael'thas' Sunstrider didn't really play a role in these events. He'd stayed behind and he met up with Othmar Gerethos, Grand Marshal of the Lordran's military.
You are late, Prince Kael'thas. I thought you elves prided yourselves on punctuality.
It could not be helped, Lord Garethos. We ran into a group of night elves from across the sea, and...
I am not interested in your fanciful excuses. You elves are here to serve the Alliance. Thus you will obey my commands to the letter. Is that clear?
Yes, Lord Garethos.
Now, the undead have begun a new offensive to retake Dalaran. Their primary strike force marched south through Silverpine, but we managed to halt its advance at the base of the mountains.
My men are ready to fight, my lord. When shall we leave for the front?
We will be leaving immediately, but your people will be staying here. Our scouts report that a second strike force may be heading this way from the east. I need you to repair the outlying observatories so that we can monitor that region.
But, my lord, we are warriors, not...
You have your orders, Prince Kael'thas. I trust your elven ears heard them clearly enough. Move out!
Insolent son of a... Let's get this over with.
Gerethos, let's just say blunt, he was a racist asshole placed in a position more for his father's reputation and title than due to his own abilities. In the past, while fighting to defend Quel'Thalas against the first Orcish Horde invasion, a band of orcs broke from the invading force and they murdered Gerethos' family. Gerethos had always blamed the elves for the loss of his home and family, and he was now abusing his position and his power while taking out on Kael'thas and the Blood Elves. Instead of using them to their full potential in the front line as the fighting force that they were, he put them on the task of repairing observatories. This task was near impossible since they would need a gold mine to get a base running, and this gold mine was located on the other side of the lake.
Damn. We'll have to find a way across the lake to reach the outlying gold mine. Naga, you fought for the demon Illidan.
We are on our own now, good prince. I am called Lady Vasjh. My brethren and I come in peace to offer you our aid.
You have nothing I need, witch.
Is that so? I thought you might require boats to reach the observatories you seek.
And you would give these freely? Why should I trust you, my lady?
Our two races share a common ancestry, Kael. Now, against the undead, we share a common peril. These boats are merely a gesture of goodwill.
Then, I accept your offer. Thank you.
Lady Vasjh, Illidan's ally and leader of the Naga, offered her aid to Kael'thas and his people, and Kael'thas accepted. Gerathos returned from the front lines and was not pleased with Kael'thas' actions.
Hail, Lord Gerathos. The observatories have been repaired as you requested. We were just about to...
I received ill news from the front line. Is it true that you've consorted with the vile Naga?
Well, yes, my lord. They helped us cross the lake. I assure you they pose no threat to us or to...
They are inhuman and must be crushed like any other enemy. Be careful where you place your loyalties, blood elf. I will not tolerate treason in my ranks. Now I must return to the front. You will remain here and wait for further orders.
Gerathos already had no love for Kael'thas and his elves, and he despised the Naga even more. Kael'thas is told to be careful now, to not accept any more help from the Naga, but his next mission placed him with an impossible choice. He was ordered to crush the undead forces before the rest of the troops would march on Dalaran, but he had to do it without his foot soldiers, without the cavalry, without any support teams, as they were needed at the front lines.
This is preposterous. Am I to assault the undead with nothing but sticks and harsh language?
The Grand Marshal has great confidence in your abilities. Be creative.
Gerathos, I'm starting to hate that man.
Naturally, he had no troops. The undead, they quickly demolished the established bases, and Kael'thas was struggling. Luckily for him, Lady Vasjh and the Naga were once again willing to offer him aid. The prince didn't want to anger Gerathos further or accept the help from the Naga, but in this situation, he saw no other option. Together with Vasjh and their forces, they were able to successfully crush the undead and complete his mission.
You have my thanks, lady. This victory would not have been possible without your aid. Though I fear I may have doomed myself by accepting it.
The human you served trusts no race but his own. His sense of honor runs no deeper than his tolerance.
It is loyalty and duty that bind me to him, and to this failing alliance. But now those tenets seem as distant as our ruined homeland. All I know is that my brethren and I hunger for something more.
Then perhaps, young Kael, it is time to find a new path to power and glory.
I can't explain it exactly, but ever since our homeland was destroyed, my brethren and I have felt empty, almost drained of our spirit. There is a hunger now that has hardened our hearts.
I know this hunger, Kael. Like us, your people are addicted to magic. It flowed through your veins for over 10,000 years. And now, with the corruption of your land and the Sunwell that empowered you,
we have been cut off from our power, from our birthright. Without a new source of magic, my people will surely die.
There are other founts of power in this world, Kael. Demons, for instance.
You speak of madness, my lady. We will will never be that desperate.
Grand Marshal Gedefos has returned, and Kael tells Vasjh to go since he can't guarantee her safety. Gedefos saw the Naga escape, and now he had all the proof he needed to execute every traitorous Blood Elf present. Kael'thas and his people were imprisoned, and they were placed within the dungeons of Dalaran to await their execution. Where once he was a respected member of the Council of Six, now they were getting ready to take his life, but once again it's Vasjh to the rescue. She liberated the prince and offered him a choice. He could either stay here and be slain by the humans, or he could follow her into a darker path which would lead to a whole different world and a whole new destiny. She promised Kael'thas an answer to their burning hunger for magic, so the choice, it was easily made. Together they released the other Blood Elves, they held the portal as Gedefos tried to stop them, and finally Kael'thas and Vasjh, they stepped through into Outlands. There they found out that the warder Maiev, she'd managed to capture Illidan and was escorting him back to his prison. It seemed like the Blood Elves would right away be able to prove their worth, so they liberated Illidan and they captured Maiev instead. Afterwards, Kael'thas explained who he was, why he had come, and he asked for Illidan's aid.
You were right to come to me, Kael. I share the pain of your addiction, your hunger for magic.
Can you help us, Lord Illidan? Can you cure us?
There is no cure, young one. But there are ways to feed the hunger. Follow me and I will grant your people more magic than they can imagine.
So be it. Lord Illidan, my fellow Blood Elves and I humbly pledge ourselves to your service.
Then arise, young Kael. You shall be my right hand, and the harbinger of my wrath.
What of your plans, Master?
Illidan explained to Kael'thas about the task he was given by Kil'jaeden. Considering that his mission had failed, Illidan decided that the best course of action was to take over Outlands and hope that Kil'jaeden he would not be able to find them. To do this, they first cut off McFerrin from more reinforcements by closing the portals he was using to summon more demons into Outlands. They also teamed up with the Broken Akama, a former Draenei who had fought in the war against the Orcs. They had taken over his beloved temple of Karabor, they turned it into the Black Temple, and for this, he was more than willing to throw in his lot with Illidan, and all of their forces combined were able to take out the Orcs, the demons, and even overthrow McFerrin himself. The Black Temple was theirs, Illidan claimed the title of Lord of Outlands, but hiding away from someone like Kil'jaeden, it was not so simple.
What is this, Vasjh? Where did this storm come from?
Keep your head down, fool. Something terrible is drawing near.
Foolish little mongrel. You failed to destroy the frozen throne as I commanded. And still you thought to hide from me in this forsaken backwater. I thought you to be more cunning, Illidan.
Kil'jaeden, I was merely set back. I was attempting to bolster my forces. The Lich King will be destroyed. I promise you.
Still, these servitors you've gathered show some promise. I will give you one last chance, Illidan. Destroy the frozen throne, or face my eternal wrath.
Perhaps hiding here was not the most prudent decision. Still, the quest lies before us. Will you follow me into the cold heart of death itself?
The Naga are yours to command, Lord Illidan. Where you go, we follow.
The Blood Elves are yours as well, Master. We will drive the Scourge before us and shatter the frozen throne as you command.
And so their mission was clear. Illidan Stormrage, Lady Vasjh and Kael'thas Sunshine returned to Azeroth and marched upon the cold lands of Northrend to destroy the Lich King once and for all. They were not alone though, since Arthas had been summoned by the Lich King to come back to Northrend as well, so the race was on.
These elves are pathetic. It's no wonder we destroyed their homeland so easily.
Pity I wasn't there to stop you. It's been a long time, Arthas.
Prince Kael'thas, I haven't seen you since... You lead these elves?
This group, at least. What you faced here was merely a scouting force. Defeating Lord Illidan's army will be far more difficult.
Illidan?
He's behind this invasion?
He is. Our forces are vast, Arthas. Even now they march upon the Ice-Crowned Glacier. You'll never make it in time to save your precious Lich King. Consider this payment for Kaelthas and other insults.
Other insults, like the one Kaelthas had to endure as he found out that Jaina's heart was given to Arthas. Together with Anub'arak, Arthas made his way through deep dark tunnels in an attempt to reach Icecrown before it was too late. They reached the Frozen Throne just in time, and the Lich King bestowed upon Arthas all the power he could spare. The prince knew exactly what he had to do, eradicate those that stood in his way, and on the battlefield Kaelthas got his chance for revenge. After you disappeared in so cowardly a fashion at our last confrontation, I admit, I'm as surprised to see your face again, Kil. Don't be upset that I stole Jaina from you. You should let that go and move on. After all, there's so much left in this world for you to enjoy. Oh wait, no there isn't. Damn you to hell, Arthas Menethil, Kaelthas snarled, trembling with outrage. You've taken everything I ever cared for. Vengeance is all I have left. Kaelthas and Arthas shot spells at each other, while Arthas tried to taunt the mage and break his concentration. I took your woman, he said, continuing to try and anger the mage, although he knew, and probably Kil knew, that Jaina had never belonged to the elf. I held her in my arms at night. She tasted sweet when I kissed her, Kil. She loathes you now, Kaelthas replied. You sicken and disgust her, Arthas. Anything she felt for you has since turned to hatred. Arthas tried to break Kaelthas' concentration to anger the mage, but instead it backfired and it made him wonder about the past, about how Jaina regarded him. This hesitation was all Kaelthas needed in his battle, and he shot fireball after fireball until Arthas and him, Frostmourne and his staff, they clashed. The rune blade was about to break the staff easily, but it did give Kaelthas enough time to draw his sword. The sword of his father and his ancestors, fellow Milorn, also known as Flamestrike. It was broken by Frostmourne before, but now reforged with magic, hatred, and a burning need for revenge. Arthas believed that the weapon would be weaker after mending it, but Elf's blade worked differently. They actually get stronger from reforging, as Arthas soon found out when the blade was able to hold up against his own Frostmourne. Snarling, Kaelthas lunged in, thinking to deal the death blow. But Arthas remembered training with Muradin long ago, and the dwarf's favorite trick suddenly filled his mind. He pulled his legs in tightly and kicked Kaelthas with all his strength. The mage let out a grunt and was hurled backwards into the snow. Gasping, the Death Knight flipped to his feet, hefted Frostmourne with both hands and plunged it down. Somehow, Flamestrike was there. The blades again strained against each other. Kaelthas' eyes burned with hatred. But Arthas was the stronger in armed combat, stronger with the stronger sword, despite Kael's gloating about how fellow Minorn was reforged. Slowly, as Arthas knew must happen, Frostmourne descended towards Kaelthas' bare throat. She hates you, Kael whispered, and Arthas cried out, fury blurring his vision for a moment, and shoved down with all his strength into the snow and frozen earth, since Kaelthas was gone. The Blood Elf Prince had teleported himself away, thinking that he had bought Illidan enough time to reach the Frozen Throne. Even though Arthas was unable to kill the prince, at least the Blood Elf was out of his way for a while, and his final opponent standing in his way of merging with Ner'zhul was none other than Illidan Stormrage, but even he fell to the might of Frostmourne. Arthas left the Night Elf, the demon, to die in the snow as he made his way up to the Frozen Throne. As you probably know, Arthas merged with the Lich King, he claimed its full power, while Illidan survived their encounter. He was picked up by Lady Vasjh and Kaelthas, who dragged him back to Outland where he could recover and they could make another plan. They had failed Kil'jaeden once again. Kaelthas and his people were still hungry for power, and Illidan's encounter with Arthas would leave a mark on his sanity. However, I'll save that part of the story for next week, since I believe we've been going on for long enough. Next week we'll finish up the storyline, since the Blood Elves and Kaelthas, they had a very big part to play during the expansion, the Burning Crusade. Hello everyone! Last week we did the second part of Kael'thas' story, in which we talked about the events of Warcraft 3, from Kael'thas joining the hunt for Illidan, all the way to him switching sides and actually teaming up with Illidan and moving to the planet of Outland. This week we take a look at the final part of his story, which took place during the Burning Crusade, so let's begin, shall we?
For nearly 7,000 years, the High Elves cultivated a shining magical kingdom, hidden deep within the forests of northern Lordaeron. But 5 years ago, the undead scourge invaded Kaelthas and drove the elves to the brink of extinction. Led by the evil Death Knight Arthas, the scourge destroyed the mystical Sunwell, thereby severing the elves from the source of their arcane power. Though the scars of that conflict are evident, the remaining elves have banded together and retaken much of their homeland. Calling themselves Blood Elves, these grim survivors are committed to regaining the vast powers they once commanded. Inspired by the leadership of their beloved prince, Kael'thas Sunstrider, the Blood Elves now seek new sources of arcane magic and the means of defending their land against the undying horrors of the Scourge. As one of the few surviving Blood Elves, you must master your thirst for magic and help shape the destiny of your people.
A lot of events of the story happened off-screen before we stepped through the Dark Portal and got our first look at Outland ourselves. I'll try to do my best to explain it as clear as possible, but just keep in mind that a whole bunch of stuff happens which ties into the overall storyline, and I won't tell it all chronological. Let's begin with Kael'thas and the events in Outland. Kael'thas and his troops claimed the area known as Netherstorm, while Lady Vasjh made her base within the Zangarmarsh and Illidan was hanging out in the Black Temple. Netherstorm was known as Farallon before Draenor was blown up and transformed into Outlands. Members of the Alliance of Lordaeron, those that had followed the Horde to stop them after their second invasion, they built a base in this area, which Kael'thas decided to blow up. Archmage Vargov was the leader of the mages in this base sent by the Kirin Tor, but Kael'thas no longer held any allegiance to the Kirin Tor. A mana bomb was dropped upon Kirinvar village, wiping out nearly all of the troops, but the Archmage survived, was locked away in a tower, waiting for the day that the adventurers would come and save his life. Another mage of the Alliance of Lordaeron was also still trapped on Outland, Khadgar, who had once made a report to Kael'thas and the Council of Six. He was now a powerful mage in his own right. He had fought against the Horde, but he realized that a new evil was closing in all around them from the twisting nether. More foul than the Dark Orcs, it was the Burning Legion itself that sought to take hold of this Outland. In response, Khadgar used his magic to search the Great Dark Beyond to find some sort of help, and there he sent beings of immense light. It was Adal and his Naaru that he had found, and Khadgar was able to convince Adal and his brethren to come back to Outland with him and join them in their fight against the Legion. The Naaru did not show up with empty hands. They came with a fortress known as the Tempest Keep, which allowed them to travel through alternate dimensions from one location to another in the blink of an eye. Adal traveled to Shafraf City, but along the way he met up with Prophet Velen, leader of the Draenei, and Velen made a cryptic prophecy concerning the redemption of a people cursed by blood. Adal and the other Naaru realized what was to come, and they left behind the Naaru Ma'uru to defend the Tempest Keep as they made their way to the city. There they teamed up with the Aldor, a faction of Draenei that had stayed behind after the fall of the city, and they had fought against Blood Elves loyal to Kael'thas. Now with the arrival of the Naaru, the Aldor quickly regained their strength and reconstruction of the city began. Despite Adal and the Naaru being against the Legion and Kil'jaeden, the same threats Illidan was trying to hide away from, for some reason a group of Blood Elves was still sent to attack Adal and the city. Some speculate that this was a setup by Kael'thas to turn Adal and Illidan against each other, that Illidan had never given the order and that Kael'thas just sent some troops and made it look like Illidan attacked the city. Others say that they didn't know what Adal was trying to do, that they didn't realize that Adal was against the Legion, so they simply wanted to take care of this threat, while another reason could be that Illidan was truly crazy and simply wanted to attack. Either way, regardless of the reason, a group of Blood Elves, led by Vorval the Seer, they were sent to assault the city. The Aldor's Exarchs and Vindicators, they lined up to defend the Terrace of Light, but something quite unexpected happened. The Blood Elves, they laid down their weapons in front of the city's defenders, and Vorval stormed into the Terrace of Light, demanding to speak to Adal. As the Naaru approached him, Vorval kneeled before him and uttered the following words: "I've seen you in a vision, Naaru. My race's only hope for survival lies with you. My followers and I are here to serve you. The defection of Voronval and his followers was the largest loss ever incurred by Kil's forces, and they weren't just any Blood Elves. These were many of the best and brightest amongst Kil's scholars and magisters, and they'd all been swayed by Voronval's influence. The Naaru accepted the defectors within their city, and they would be known as the Scryers. Now, a beautiful vessel like the Tempest Keep, it was the perfect target, which Kaelthas and his elves gladly took over. They assaulted the keep, they captured the Naaru Mu'uru, who had stayed behind to try to defend the place, and they took over the facility. Velen and the Draenei realized that the time was now. They stormed a part of the Tempest Keep known as the Exodar, and they were planning to use it to escape Outland. The Blood Elves, naturally they tried to hold them back, they failed at their mission, but they were able to sabotage the ship. This caused the Exodar to crash land on Azeroth, where the Draenei met with the Night Elves and would eventually join the Alliance. So that's what happened on Outland, but Kael'thas had not forgotten about his people still left on Azeroth. Illidan, he had taught the Blood Elf Prince how to cope with their magical hunger left behind after the destruction of the Sunwell. They learned how they could drain magical energies out of objects, but also out of magical beings, from arcane worms to even demons. Most of the Blood Elves that joined Kael'thas to Outlands, they were invigorated by this new method, and they decided to stay on the planet to further their studies. Grand Magister Romaf was sent back home to pass on Illidan's teachings, but not all of the Blood Elves were inclined to start sucking the magical life out of things and out of beings. Regent Lord Lor'Fomar Faran was placed in charge by Kael'thas to rule in his absence, and Lor'Fomar saw no other choice than to banish those that refused to embrace this new way of life. He couldn't rule a kingdom divided, so those that refused to drain the magical essence out of beings, they were banished, while the rest of their people started to heal. They used this new way of life, this newfound power to fight back against the undead, and they reclaimed their city. It seemed like Kael'thas had given them what he had promised, but draining magic, and especially fel magic, comes with side effects. As we've seen with the orcs, their skin turned green when they came in touch with fel magic, and even those that did not use fel magic themselves, they were still affected by it. For the Blood Elves, it wasn't their skin color that changed, instead their eyes turned from blue to green. You might think that this is a minor side effect, and honestly it is, but you need to understand that fel magic is like crack. It's addictive, it corrupts. Some went so far in their addiction for magic that they overindulged themselves and turned themselves into beings known as wretched, but the Blood Elves, they're a pragmatic race and they accepted the consequences.
There are other founts of power in this world, Kael. Demons, for instance.
You speak of madness, my lady. We will never be that desperate.
As the Draenei joined the Alliance, Lor'Fomar and the Blood Elves were also working towards joining the Alliance by rebuilding their bond with an ambassador from the Alliance, but it turned out that this ambassador was a spy. He, together with several sentinels, they were working on sabotaging the Blood Elves' arcane sanctums, but luckily they were exposed and the ambassador was executed. This meant that an alliance with the Alliance was off the table, but not all hope was lost. The former High Elf, Sylvanas Windrunner, now Banshee Queen of the Forsaken, she offered her aid. She helped the Blood Elves with reinforcements against the Scourge, and she made arrangements for Lor'Fomar and the Blood Elves to join the Horde.
The Blood Elves will endure any hardship, overcome any obstacle, and emerge stronger than before.
So at this point, Kael'thas had sent instructions on how to drain magic, but he had another gift for his people. The captured Naaru Mu'uru was sent to Silvermoon, where the Blood Elf drained it of its holy light. Lady Liadrin, once devoted to the light, she'd lost her faith as the Scourge destroyed her world. She could not believe in a power that would forsake them in their hour of need, but with the arrival of Mu'uru, new opportunities presented themselves. This source of light would require no faith or devotion, it was taken and forced to bend to their will. Liadrin stepped up and took these powers, and she became the first of the Blood Knights, the first of the Blood Elf Paladins. Most of the population were not okay with what they were doing, draining such a holy being of his light. That was simply not okay, and at first they scorned Liadrin and those that had chosen to follow her path. Over time though, the Blood Knights, they gained more influence within their society, yet a devastating blow was waiting upon the horizon. As the Dark Portal opened up with the Burning Crusade expansion, Blood Elves stepped through to the so-called Promised Land to follow their beloved prince, but things did not go as expected. Which finally brings us to the events of the Burning Crusade. During that expansion, we got our first look at the planet of Outland, and the story that I just told you is scattered in pieces and told by different characters. Now in Netherstorm, we found out that Kaelthas had been draining magical energies, but he also decided to change his allegiance from Illidan to Kil'jaeden. According to Magister Velen, Kaelthas knew about Illidan's insanity, which came upon him as he was defeated by Arthas and Icecrown, and since Illidan was now insane, he switched paymasters accordingly. Teaming up with Illidan was bad enough, but playing for Team Burning Legion was a step too far, and plans were made to stop the Blood Elf Prince, so he attacked different parts of the Tempest Keep. The Mechanar was turned into a factory to create large amounts of power which they stored away in mana cells. The Botanica was used to investigate the Naaru technology, experiment with it, and they experimented on the flora found in Outland. Here they worked on creating and manipulating life, and they were trying to figure out how to use this power to benefit their people. The Arcatres was a prison of the Naaru, where they kept the most terrifying and dangerous creatures they encountered on their journeys. Kaelthas had his people guard the place, of course, but they were quickly corrupted by the inmates, and we assaulted all these different areas and we cleared it out. Then there was the Eye, the final part of the Tempest Keep, in which Kaelthas himself resided. Entering this area was not so easy, it would require a key to get in, and this key was in the possession of Adal himself. Now you might imagine that the Naaru would be very happy for people to reclaim the Tempest Keep, but the Naaru didn't really care about Kaelthas taking over their vessel. They didn't see the necessity of taking it back, but that all changed once we found out that Kaelthas held the Cipher of Damnation. The Cipher of Damnation held the words once used by Guldan to raise the massive volcano that you can see in Shadowmoon Valley, and the spell severed the final ties the orcs held with the elements. This spell could cause devastation, so after proving our worth to Adal, he grants us the key, and we're allowed to go into the keep and take care of business. Now Kaelthas' allegiance to the Legion and his command over the Cipher of Damnation, they were not the only reasons that we went into the Tempest Keep. The broken Draenei Akama had realized that teaming up with Illidan had done him no good, and together with the Ward of Maiev, they made plans to assault the Black Temple and take out the betrayer. Unfortunately, Seer Olum, one of their allies, he was captured by the Naga, and they were torturing him in order to get information. He didn't tell them a thing about their plans, but he knew that Illidan, if he got his hands on him, he would rip the secrets from his flesh, so Olum knew that there was only one way to keep their secrets safe. He asked Akama to take his life, and with the deed done, Illidan showed up, and Akama quickly came up with a new plan.
Master, we have found the traitor who escaped Vasjh. His body lies in front of me, lifeless.
You disappoint me, Akama. I wanted to question the treacherous worm myself. I'm beginning to question your allegiance, Broken.
But sire, you have misjudged my actions. I do have knowledge of someone close to you who plans to betray you. It is that dog Kaelthas. He has aligned with Kiljaeden and intends to replace you as Lord of Outland.
I do not sense lies in your voice, Akama. That Kaelthas would betray me does not come as a big surprise. I'm not as oblivious as some would think. That one of your own was involved with him puts your loyalties into question. Send your ash tongue into Tempest Keep and slay his most prized possession, the phoenix known as Alhar. I must know that you are not on his side. Do not think of betraying me, Broken. We both know who owns your soul.
It will be done, my lord.
Akama placed Kaelthas and Illidan against each other, and were sent in to kill the Phoenix Alar. A few have asked me if I could give you some backstory about Alar, but not much is known. Wowpedia says the following: Phoenixes are powerful avian creatures summoned from the elemental plane. During the Third War, the Phoenix was the most powerful spell a Blood Mage could cast. The idea of a creature rising from its own ashes also symbolizes the Blood Elves who rose from the ashes of the slaughtered High Elves. Thus, the Phoenix serves as an essential symbol of the Blood Elf race found on their flags, banners, tabards and racial crests. Powerful blood mages, like Kaelthas, they can summon phoenixes, and the phoenix god is Alar, Kael's beloved pet. So that's a little bit of a backstory behind Alar. Now besides Alar, we also faced a Void Reaver and Solarian, but neither really have much of a backstory. Now with these two defeated, it was time to face off against the Blood Elf Prince, but Kaelthas didn't come alone. With him were his 4 advisors.
Energy. Power. My people are addicted to it. A dependence made manifest after the Sunwell was destroyed. Welcome to the future. A pity you're too late to stop it. No one can stop me now. Salama Ashalanore.
Veladred the Darkener, Lord Sanguinar, Capernian and Master Engineer Telonicus, they were Kael'thas' advisors, but again, they don't have much of a backstory. Some speculate that Lord Sanguinar is a relative of Valera Sanguinar, but the only confirmed connection that I could find is having the same last name, so it's uncertain if they're from the same family or if they even knew each other. Now after taking out the advisors, the weapons that they used, all 4 advisors at the same time, we finally face off against Kael'thas himself. With the legendary weapons in hand dropped by his advisors, whole raids tried to bring down the Blood Elf Prince, who used mind control, who summoned phoenixes, and did all kinds of magical spells in an attempt to wipe out raids. Eventually, Kael'thas had enough. He called upon the powers they collected within Netherstorm, and this increased his size, powers and abilities. Not even that was enough to stand up against the heroes, and Kael'thas was eventually defeated, and we brought back one of his verdant spheres as proof of demise. As you turn in one of these spheres, silence descends upon Shafrath, and Adal's thoughts invade your mind. Kael'thas' Sunstride has been defeated, and the time to strike at the remaining Blood Elves in Tempest Keep is now. Take heart, and let Adal's song of battle empower you. Yet, Kael'thas wasn't done yet. He appears in front of Adal and says, "Your monkeys failed to finish the job, Naaru. Beaten, but alive. The same mistake was not made when we took command of your vessel. All for what? Trinkets? You are too late. The preparations have already begun. Soon the master will make his return. And there is nothing you or that fool Illidan can do to stop me. You have both served me in your own right, unwittingly. Lay down your arms and succumb to the might of Kil'jaeden."
Illidan's agenda was short-sighted. I grew impatient. In secret, I began harvesting what energies I could. I had a brief taste of true power. Before it was taken from me. But all is not lost. The Sunwell's essence endured, kept hidden by those who sought to protect it. Now, I have returned with the knowledge that sacrifices must be made before we can reclaim our birthright. I have forged a new alliance. Soon, the blessed rays of the Sunwell will shine once again and usher into this world the one who will deliver us all.
Tempest Keep was merely a setback, as Kael'thas was brought back to health by Priest Delrisa, who stuck a gem in his chest and made him good to go. He did change quite a bit. Obviously, he lost one of his spheres, and since a lot of fel magic was used to bring him back to health, he now looked sickly pale and not really good, in my opinion. Now the next step in their plans was to bring their master Kil'jaeden into the world of Azeroth, and for this they planned to use the remaining powers of the Sunwell and create a massive portal. As I mentioned in part 1 of this storyline, blowing up the Sunwell did not destroy all of its power. Some of it remained, and the Red Dragon Corialstras, he hid it away by transforming the powers into a living girl with fake memories and a fake family. This girl, Anveena, would eventually meet with the Blue Dragon Caligos, and together they took out the betrayer of the High Elves, Darkan Drafir, who wanted to claim the remaining powers of the Sunwell, but it was eventually defeated. After these events, the Blood Elves, like Lor'themar, they promised to keep Anveena a secret to the world, but apparently somebody told Kael'thas, and they did not expect their prince to turn on them. He had Anveena captured and was planning to use her to power the portal, and on top of that, Kaelthas also decided to attack his own people and steal back the Naaru Mu'uru. Illidan of the Blood Knights, she saw this attack with her own eyes and she decided to travel to Shafraf city and talk with Adal. In this conversation, Adal explained to Illidan that events took place just as they were supposed to happen and that Mu'uru had already accepted his fate. The prophecy spoken by Velen had come true, the prophecy that said, "Silvery moon, washed in blood, led astray into the night, armed with sword of broken lights. Broken, then betrayed by one, standing there bestride the sun. At darkest hour, redemption comes, in knightly lady, sworn to blood." Illidan realized that Kaelthas was a false prince, and she renounced her loyalties to the House Sunstrider and decided to join Adal and the Shattered Sun offensive in their battle against Kaelthas and Kil'jaeden. Together, we assaulted the Isle of Quel'Danas, unlocked it piece by piece, and within the Magister's Terrace, we found Kaelthas again.
Don't look so smug. I know what you're thinking. But Tempest Keep was merely a setback. Did you honestly believe I would trust the future to some blind, half-night elf mongrel? Oh, no. He was merely an instrument. A stepping stone to a much larger plan. It has all led to this. And this time, you will not interfere. My demise accomplishes nothing! The Master will have you! You will drown in your own blood! The world shall burn!
Plans were already in motion, and Kaelthas believed that we would be unable to stop Kiljaeden and the Legion, but of course he was wrong. The invasion was prevented, and as a bonus, the core of the Naaru Mu'uru who we had taken out in the Sunwell itself, it was used by Velen to reignite the Sunwell. This gave the Blood Elves their source of power back that they were so desperately searching for, and this time the magic was pure and even had a touch of the holy light. Kaelthas had fallen to the dark side, but in a strange, crooked way, his actions still led to a path of redemption and allowed his people to find their source of power.
Blessed ancestors! I feel it! So much love. So much grace. There are no words. Impossible to describe.
Salvation, young one. It waits for us all. Farewell.
And that's the story of Kaelthas Sunstrider. That's the legacy of the Blood Elf Prince. Lor'themar Varan would go on leading their people, and the Blood Elves would keep on fighting for their place in this world. I want to take the end of this video to talk about a few things that I haven't covered in the story just yet, but keep in mind that some of this is purely my opinion, and some of it is pure speculation. Let's first talk about what Kaelthas and the rest of them were actually trying to do in Outland, since that's still not entirely clear. Let's first face the fact that being part of the lore during the Burning Crusade was not the best thing to happen, since there are a lot of plot holes, a lot of developed story that was changed simply to turn them into bosses, and a lot of events that were never shown and only told in pieces. Many theories float around as to what exactly they were trying to do, and I personally like the theory of creating a gigantic new well of eternity. Remember, the Lady Vasjh, she was taking control of the waters in the Zangarmarsh, while Kaelthas was collecting vast amounts of energy within the Nether Storm. Lady Vasjh and Kaelthas still held a vial filled with water from the original Well of Eternity, so they could have combined Illidan's knowledge with their power collected, with their water collected, and they could have gone for a big fountain of power. This would also clear up the confusion as to why Kaelthas didn't simply use his vial to create a new Sunwell, similar to how his ancestors had done it in the past. He was holding it out for the big master plan, for the big source of power, but eventually he saw that Illidan was crazy and he decided to team up with Kil'jaeden. Now during the Warlock Greenfire questline, we found another mysterious thing, which is that Illidan had already created a big fountain of power within the Black Temple. They speculated that this might be the answer Illidan had promised to Kaelthas, but for some reason Illidan never delivered. Was it truly insanity that made him do this, or was he actually smart enough to realize that keeping Kaelthas dependent on him would assure his loyalty? Who knows what Illidan was thinking, who knows why he refused to give up this fountain of power, but that's how it all went down. We took out the so-called bad guys in Outland, we saved the day, yet some still wonder if Kaelthas truly was a bad guy. In my opinion, like I mentioned earlier, Burning Crusade was not the best moment in WoW's lore, and some characters were turned into bad guys simply for the sake of being a bad guy. It's up to you to decide what Kaelthas was, but I think Lor'themar described the road taken by Kaelthas beautifully in his short story In the Shadows of the Sun. In that story, Lor'themar was dealing with being forced to aid Sylvanas in the war against the Lich King, as the Blood Elves were still struggling to recover, but he had no choice. He was forced to deliver aid, or Sylvanas would pull back her forsaken troops and leave the Blood Elves to their fates. I deal with the devil indeed, but the Sunwell may never have been restored had we not sunk to those levels. Yet I find myself so close to believing that the ends justify the means, but the ruins of the Magis's terrors will haunt me forever, reminding me of the fate I tempt with that thought. This is the line I walk, finally knowing that the actions I take in necessity are nonetheless indefensible. Those truths can never be reconciled, but sometimes I can hold them both side by side and almost understand. I might call this revelation profound if I were ignorant enough not to realize that I'm only learning what Kaelthas and Anastarian before him had also learned in their turns. All we can do is walk the road we are given with such dignity as we can muster, each to our own glory or demise, and pray that there yet remains something of our own hearts when all is said and done. By the Sunwell, I hope that there will remain something of mine. Hello everyone! Guldan is one of the warlords in Warlords of Draenor, but our Guldan already created a legendary story, and considering that he's my favorite warlord, I thought it'd be fun to take a look at his story from our reality. Keep in mind, the Guldan story is quite big, so I might not be able to tell you all the little details, but I will do my best. With that out of the way, let's take a look at the story of Guldan. When Kil'jaeden found out that the Draenei were hiding on Draenor, he figured that sending his Burning Legion to kill them was not the best option. He had tried this many times before, and every time the Draenei managed to escape his wrath, and this time he figured that a more subtle plan was required. Instead of sending his legion, he decided to use the race of orcs already present on Draenor. He manipulated the shaman Ner'zhul by sending him a vision of his deceased mate Rokan, and convinced him that the Draenei were plotting against the orcs. To the orcs, the ancestors, they were revered, and their wisdom was highly respected, so they trusted their words and they started to train and fight the Draenei. Over time, Ner'zhul realized that something wasn't quite right. Kil'jaeden had shown himself in his true form, which looked very similar to the Draenei, and Ner'zhul no longer felt joy while serving his beautiful being. He now felt fear, and he distrusted Kil'jaeden, so one night he rode out to Oshu'gan to communicate with the ancestors. When he arrived at the mountain, he tried to communicate with the ancestors to ask them for guidance and wisdom, but to his dismay, the ancestors turned their back on him. He had led the orcs down a path they should have never taken, and Kil'jaeden had not the best intention for their people. He had deceived Ner'zhul and the orcs, played them like puppets, and Ner'zhul realized that it was all his fault. On his way home, he tried to think of plans to mitigate the damage and perhaps turn things around, but his apprentice Guldan had followed his master, and he had learned everything that Ner'zhul had found out. He knew that Ner'zhul was about to betray Kil'jaeden. He had informed the Glorious One on everything, and Kil'jaeden, he was disappointed, he was mad at Ner'zhul, but he didn't strike the orc down. He let him stay and see what would happen to his people, as Guldan took Ner'zhul's place into following Kil'jaeden's orders. There was no need for deception when it came to Guldan. All Guldan required was the promise of more power to lead his people into darkness. First order of business was to appoint someone to lead the orcs, while Guldan kept himself busy with more important matters. The orc perfect for this job was Blackhand, first war chief of the Horde, who ruled the orcs, while in truth, behind the curtains, Guldan was actually the one in charge. He had his own shadow council with carefully selected members that would decide the best course of action for the Horde, and the best course of action in Guldan's mind was to get him more power. Blackhand believed that Guldan entrusted all his secrets to him, that they were equals in power, but Blackhand was nothing more than Guldan's puppets. Next, they had to find a way to increase the powers of their shamans. The elements on Draenor, they'd realized that finding the Draenei was not the right thing to do, so they'd refused to aid the shamans with their powers. To compensate, Guldan and Blackhand, they presented the orcs with a new source of power given to them by the beautiful beings who had already done so much to help them. The first Orcish warlocks were created, wielding fell magic, controlling demons, dealing devastating damage to the Draenei. They even used their life-draining powers to magically age the children of the orcs, so that their fighting numbers would quickly increase. Now as all of this happened, as you might imagine, this did not happen overnight. Now not all the orcs, they agreed with all these changes. Some of them, like Durotan for example, they actually spoke out against it. But the majority of the orcs, they followed willingly. Durotan was sickened by the approval of these demonic powers, but even he allowed his shamans to learn these arts to keep his people safe. They no longer had the elements on their side, so they had to do something to defend themselves against the Draenei. And besides that, going against the will of the Horde would mean exile and almost certain death. Now even with their new powers, even after uniting in a single horde as a single force, Guldan realized that they still required more power to take on the Draenei. He was thinking about a solution, and a brilliant yet crazy idea came to mind. He told Blackhand that he and his clan should ride out and recruit ogres into their ranks. Ogres and orcs, they've been enemies for as long as they could remember, so this idea just to come up with it was insane, but Guldan managed to convince Blackhand. If Blackhand would be able to pull this off, then he would just add more glory to his name, and it would convince those who said the Blackhand's election as war chief was not completely fair. The Black Rock clan, they rode out in force, and they negotiated with the dumb but powerful ogres. They found out that the ogres, they were actually enslaved by the Grun, and in exchange for food, weapons, no longer getting beaten, and the promise of smashing Draenei, the ogres, they willingly agreed to join the ranks of the Horde.
Me smash you!
Not all orcs had given themselves completely to the new way of the Horde, and some of them saw themselves as shamans, and a few of them even tried to communicate with the ancestors. Guldan could not risk the ancestors informing anyone about their true intentions, so he traveled to the mountain of Oshugan, and he had his warlocks seal it with dark, powerful magic, preventing anyone from entering. This meant that the spirits of the ancestors were now trapped, that there was no way of communicating with them anymore, and that there was no way for the orcs to return to their former days. One by one, the cities of the Draenei fell. Even the holy place known as the Temple of Karabor was not able to stand against the might of the Horde. However, the one Kil'jaeden desperately wanted to kill, Prophet Velen, the leader of the Draenei, he had so far been able to stay out of their clutches. Only one major city remained to be taken, the city of Shefrev, but Kiljaeden, he had one last gift for the orcs before they would take the city. All the clans were summoned to the area we now call the Throne of Kiljaeden. Guldan had sent them all a letter, and he had given Ner'zhul the task of spreading the word. Unknown to Guldan was that Ner'zhul had not lost all of his fighting spirit just yet, and he dared to write a small message to Durotan, warning him not to accept this gift that was about to be presented to them. On the mountaintop, Guldan, he showed them the Cup of Unity, filled with demonic blood poured earlier into a pool by the Pit Lord Manoroth. This blood would indeed give the orcs incredible powers, and it would make their eyes burn fiery reds, but in exchange they would become slaves to the Legion. Now Durotan, he was warned beforehand not to take this gift. His longtime friend Orgrim Doomhammer, he was wise enough to stay away from it on its own, but other orcs did not see the dangers. Gromar's Hellscream of the Warsong clan was the first to step up and embrace this gift. Now fire pumped in his veins, a mad lust for killing took hold of his body, and many of the orcs followed in his footsteps. Now they were ready. Now they had all the power needed to take the final city of the Draenei and eradicate them once and for all. From a distance, Kil'jaeden and Manoroth, they observed the slaughter, and they figured that their mission was complete. Surely there was no way that Velen could have escaped this slaughter, so they abandoned the planet and they left the orcs to their fate. What they didn't know was that Velen and some of his people, they had evacuated the city and they had left some of their people behind to make it look like they were all killed. Velen grieved over sending so many people to their deaths, but the Naaru assured him that he was needed for something greater. The Draenei and their leader, they would face some hard times in the marsh, but the orcs, they would do no better. The use of fel magic and the corruption from the Legion had not only corrupted the orcs and turned them green, had it also corrupted the land. It was now a very dry land. Food was limited, water was polluted, and the orcs, they started to fight each other because the demon blood was still pumping in their veins and they simply had to strike out. Over the years, more and more voices, they rose up, pointing fingers to those who led them down this path. Guldan, he was feeling the rope tightening around his neck, and worst of all that promised power from Kil'jaeden had proved to be nothing but a big bag of air. The orcs, they might have perished on their planet, was it not for Sargeras who had need of them. Sargeras, he is the leader of the Burning Legion, the whole reason why Kil'jaeden turned evil and wanted his former friend dead, and Sargeras had managed to infiltrate the body of the Guardian Medivh. The Guardians, they're actually Azeroth's major defense against the Legion, so Sargeras had managed to infiltrate a powerful position and he used it to weaken the world and get it ready for an invasion. He made contact with Gul'dan and he showed him a world ripe for the taking. Water, food, plenty of humans to give the orcs a good fight. Gul'dan and his people, they had Azeroth as a promise and they worked on Draenor to create a portal, while Medivh, under the influence of Sargeras, made the portal on Azeroth.
I am grateful for your aid, champions. Now, Gul'dan's horde will sweep across this world like a locust swarm, and all my designs, all my carefully laid plans, will at last fall into place.
With a sacrifice of a Draenei child found by the orcs, the portal was activated on Draenor's side and it was connected to Azeroth. A connection that lasts to this day. Now the orcs invasion did not instantly happen. They didn't conquer the whole of the world in a single day. Some very important things happened between the orcs' arrival and the fall of Stormwind. First of all, the orc Garona half-orcan, she made her way to the Tower of Karazhan to trade information and be a link between the humans and the orcs. Garona was actually created by Gul'dan by forcing an orc and a Draenei to mate with each other. He then tortured her, he placed magical spells on her mind that made sure that she would remain obedient, he trained her in the ways of an assassin, and she became his spy, an informant with a mission to gather information and report back to Gul'dan. What Garona didn't expect was that she felt a conflict of allegiance. She was half orc, half Draenei, and at the time she actually believed she was half orc, half human, so she didn't fit in with her own people, but neither would she ever fit in with the humans. She did feel some sort of trust for the old Medivh, they even had a child together, but that's a whole different story on its own. The point is, at one point Garona stopped reporting to Gul'dan and instead placed her loyalty with the humans. Over time, Medivh apprentice Khadgar, he would figure out that it was actually Medivh who had brought the orcs to Azeroth. He collected Garona, he collected Anduin Lothar, and together they struck out at Medivh and they actually managed to take him out. When Khadgar stabbed his former mentor, the spirit of Sargeras slowly started to appear, but Anduin Lothar, he chopped off his head before he was able to materialize. This took care of the initial threat of the Guardian and Sargeras, but the orcs, they were already on Azeroth and their invasion was picking up. The King of Stormwind, Elaine, father of Varian Rin, he believed that Stormwind could hold.
The clans are united under Black Hand in this assault. They will stand together until Stormwind has fallen.
Before the coming of the end.
Gul'dan is bringing up his warlocks by nightfall. Until then, the Blackrock clan will be trying to take the eastern wall.
1,000 deaths. We will hold until the reinforcements come. As long as men with stout hearts are manning the walls and the throne, Stormwind will hold.
The Orc leaders agree with your assessment.
By helping them with Medivh, Garona had earned her spot at Stormwind's court. They trusted her, but the magical spells placed on her minds, they were activated by the ogre Cho'Gall. Cho'Gall was one of Gul'dan's greatest allies and his apprentice, and Garona was forced to take out the king. With the king fallen, Stormwind fell as well, and their citizens, they were forced to set sail towards the kingdom of Lordaeron to warn them about the coming threat of the Hordes. Meanwhile, things didn't exactly stand still for the Horde either. Durotan, he had decided that enough was enough. He saw how Gul'dan had sacrificed a child to get him to Azeroth, and he realized that something had to be done. He spoke out against Gul'dan, which at the time did nothing, but it did get his clan exiled out of the Hordes. This was a clear sign to Durotan that what he knew about Gul'dan was the absolute truth, and he could not sit by and let his fellow orcs remain under Gul'dan's control. He met with his longtime friend Orgrim Doomhammer, who actually welcomed Durotan, he welcomed Draka, and their newborn son Thrall at his campfire. Durotan told his friends everything he knew, the bargain that Gul'dan had made with the Demon Lord, the obscene nature of Gul'dan's powers, the betrayal of the clans through the Shadow Council, the eventual and dishonorable end of the orcs who would be thrown as bait to the demonic forces. Orgrim listened closely, and if it had been anyone else to tell him this story, then he would have told them that they were crazy, but this was Durotan. He trusted Durotan with his life, and he promised his old friends that they would stand against Gul'dan, the betrayer. Now obviously, things were not safe for Durotan and Draka since they were exiled out of the Hordes, so Orgrim, he sent one of his guards with them to escort them safely back. What they didn't realize was that this guard actually worked for Gul'dan, and from the bushes, Gul'dan's assassins took out Durotan, Draka, and even their escorts. They didn't kill their son though. They wanted Durotan to die with the knowledge that his son would be taken by the wild, but things would take a different path for young Thrall. Again, that's a different story for another time. The point is that his parents died, and Doomhammer knew that it was time to take action. He had always been loyal to his war chief Blackhand, but the corruption of Gul'dan could no longer be tolerated. He challenged Blackhand for the title of war chief, he took control over the hordes, he murdered nearly all of the Shadow Council, and he waited for Gul'dan to wake up. He had to wait, since in the meantime Gul'dan was stuck in a coma. He'd been snooping around in Medivh's mind for the knowledge and the power that was promised, and right around that time, Lothar chopped off Medivh's head, and this didn't kill Gul'dan, but it did send him in a coma. When he woke up, he found Cho'Gall near him, and Cho'Gall was still loyal to him, but most of his pawns they were removed from the board. Doomhammer was about to take Gul'dan's life, but Gul'dan was able to convince him to keep him alive, because even though Doomhammer hated warlocks, and especially Gul'dan, he did need them to fight the humans, their mages. On top of that, Gul'dan also promised Doomhammer more powerful troops. The first of the Death Knights were created, fallen human soldiers of Stormwind, imbued with magical spells, and souls from Gul'dan's warlocks were combined into one powerful being. Teron Gorfiend was one of the first Death Knights created this way, and you might remember facing him in the Black Temple.
Death really isn't so bad.
Now naturally, all of this was just Gul'dan buying himself some time. He was in no way loyal to Doomhammer and in no way loyal to the Horde. In Medivh's mind, he had learned about the Tomb of Sargeras. This tomb was used by the guardian Aegwynn, Medivh's mother, to lock away the avatar of Sargeras. In the past, Sargeras had used this avatar to come down to Azeroth. He tried to take the world, Aegwynn defeated him, and she thought that that was the end of the story. What she didn't know was that Sargeras actually planned on getting killed, which he used to infiltrate her body. Aegwynn got pregnant, she gave birth to Medivh, and that's how Medivh got corrupted by Sargeras. Now the avatar itself remained on Azeroth, and the avatar contains a powerful artifacts, and especially the Eye of Sargeras was waiting in this tomb, and all Gul'dan had to do was wait for the right moment to strike. This moment came when the Horde assaulted the kingdom of Kaelthas, and they battled with the High Elves. Kaelthas, they had magical stones around the city, which had great power in them, and Gul'dan convinced Doomhammer to allow him to experiment with these stones. He created an altar of storms, and he transformed ogres into ogre magi, loyal not to the Horde, but to Gul'dan. Doomhammer was foolish enough to let Gul'dan experiment more with these altars, since the ogre magi had proven to be extremely valuable in battle. He still did not trust the Orc Warlock, but he had to admit that Gul'dan's plans were aiding the Horde in the war against the Alliance, and this mistake would mean the downfall for the Horde. Instead of meeting up with the Horde at the siege of the capital city of Lordaeron, Gul'dan and Cho'Gall they took their clans and they set sail to where the tomb was hidden beneath the waves. They used their magic to raise the tomb from the depths of the ocean, and some of Gul'dan's forces stayed outside of the tomb, while others followed him inside.
Quickly, you fools! Fan out and search for the primary passageway. We must reach the Chamber of the Eye before the tomb's guardians awaken. Spineless cowards! I said move! Now, Sargeras, I will claim whatever's left of your power and bring this wretched world to its knees. Blasted, feeble-minded weaklings. They're all likely dead by now. Still, I must press on. My power alone should be enough to... That laughter. Is that you, Sargeras? You seek to mock me? We'll see who laughs last, demon, when I claim your burning eye for my own. Ambushed by the Guardians. I am dying. If my servants had not abandoned me, I could have claimed the eye and... Damn you, Sargeras. I won't be beaten like this. I am Gul'dan. I am darkness incarnate. It cannot end like this.
This is as far as he got. the runes simply trail off. I cannot imagine what horrors Gul'dan faced in his final moments.
Doomhammer found out about Gul'dan's betrayal, and he split some of his forces to chase Gul'dan and bring him to justice. You have to understand that Orgrim was an orc of honor, and he could not allow such a dishonorable action to go unpunished. Splitting his forces did mean that they had to give up the siege of the capital city, and they were pushed back all the way to Blackrock Mountain, where they would lose the War of Azeroth, and the Dark Portal would be closed for the first time. Gul'dan's forces that he left outside were almost completely wiped out by the forces sent by Doomhammer, and Gul'dan himself, well, you saw what happened to him. His lust for power meant the end of his life as demons tore his body apart. Even in death though, Gul'dan played a massive role in several other stories of World of Warcraft, and just his skull had enough power to reopen the Dark Portal for a second invasion, to power up Illidan, which allowed him to take out Tichondrius, and who knows where Gul'dan's skull currently is. You can loot it as a trinket from Illidan, but I'm not certain if that's really part of the lore. Interesting fact though is that you can actually communicate with the skull of Gul'dan. It came into possession of Ner'zhul, it came into possession of Deathwing, Illidan had it in his hands, and in the books they described it as Gul'dan actually whispering to them. I wonder if he somehow manipulated Illidan, if he somehow influenced him, but I don't think they've ever confirmed this.
Hello everyone! Lady Vasjh is a name that a lot of people recognize. She's appeared quite a lot throughout Warcraft's vast history. Not surprising, as she and her people have been around for over 10,000 years. Sometimes they were living on land, and sometimes under the water. The name Vasjh is something that you might recognize from a zone. The underwater zone of Vasjh off the coast of Khaz-Modan in the Eastern Kingdoms. It wasn't always an overgrown underwater city though, and once stood as a great city of the Highborn. It is said that a great many revered elves called it home, it being one of the royal cities of the elves. The city, it was led by its beloved matron, Lestariya Vasjh, who for 100 years ushered her people of the gleaming city into an age of endless prosperity. At least, if the plaque on her statue in the Keldormere Gardens is anything to go by. It is not the deceased parent that we're discussing today, however. We're here to talk about her only known child, a daughter that we know as Lady Vasjh. It's also worth mentioning that although we assume Lady is her title, and Vasjh is a family name, given that it's also the family name of her mother, we never find her first name mentioned anywhere. On the plaque for the statue of her mother, she is mentioned, but even here, they refer to her as simply Lady Vasjh. She could be called Lady, but that isn't really a name keeping up with the highborn naming conventions. Rather a name that you give to your pets.
What a perfectly beautiful little lady.
Regardless of what her last name might be, Vasjh made away from her home of Vasjh, travelled to the magnificent capital of Zinajari, where she took on the much-coveted role of handmaiden to Queen Azshara. Azshara was a much-beloved queen of their people, regardless of her actions, like trying to summon the Burning Legion into the world. The people stood with her, partially because she was a very powerful spellcaster and had an enchanting aura around her. The Highborn absolutely adored their queen, and Vasjh was no exception. When we see her show up in the storyline for the very first time, that is serving as one of Azshara's handmaidens. Lady Vasjh, it was said, was herself beautiful, but paled in comparison to the light of lights. Her clothes were similar to her queen's, but of significant less quality, and her hair was a dyed dull silver, trying to imitate the one she adored, which could not compare to Azshara's. The only thing which truly stood out about Vasjh, that would be her eyes. They were silver, like most of the Highborn, but had an exotic feline curve to them. Now this story, her role as handmaiden, this takes us back to around the time of the War of the Ancients, where Tyrande Whisperwind has been kidnapped by Xavia's minions and brought back to the palace. Being their captive, Azshara makes her a most peculiar offer, to become one of her handmaidens, and if looks could have killed, Vasjh's feline's eyes would have done so. The jealousy of this newcomer being invited to their court to serve her beloved queen, it was incredible, but Tyrande declined the offer. A little while later, Vasjh entered her prison chamber under the pretense of setting her free. She was a priestess of Elune after all. Of course, Vasjh was going to help her. help her to a swift death. As soon as Tyrande was outside of her magical bubble, which kept her imprisoned, Vasjh tried to kill the priestess with a pointed demonic artifact, hissing that Tyrande would never be Azshara's favorite. It would always be her. Tyrande didn't even want to be favored, but Vasjh didn't listen. Her warrior training was all that saved Tyrande. But unfortunately, she wasn't able to make use of the opportunity. Vasjh simply placed her back in her prison, promising to come back later to finish the job. But that moment never came. Instead, the war played out with the Night Elf Rebellion being victorious. Her devotion to Azshara ultimately meant that after the Great Sundering, when the Well of Eternity collapsed the land of Kalimdor and it sundered apart, she, along with the rest of Azshara's followers, they were dragged beneath the waves.
It is
Azshara, as those of you that play Battle for Azeroth, as you know, she made a deal with the old god N'Zoth to be saved from this frozen death in the frigid seas. The queen and all her people, including the devoted Vasjh, they accepted the bargain and were transformed into what we know them as today, transformed into the Naga. The Naga lurked beneath the waves for some 10,000 years, doing what the Naga do. Until a newly freed Illidan Stormrage, enemy to both his own kind and seemingly everyone else, he sought new allies in his quest to kill the Lich King, a task given to him by Kil'jaeden. The demon hunter had heard only rumors of the Highborn's fate. Whether they were true, he did not know, but when he cast a powerful spell to reach the Highborn in the ocean deeps, they answered the call. A group of scaled serpentine beings rose up from the depths. An army of scale and fang led by Lady Vasjh, answering Illidan's call. They did not answer because of loyalty to the elves, or even out of blind curiosity. They answered because the old gods who had transformed them into these Naga and saved their lives, they willed them to do so. These powerful ancient beings saw in Illidan the potential to start another war in Azeroth. One that would envelop the undead, the world's nations and the Legion. With that kind of turmoil consuming the world, their forces could focus on awakening the old gods relatively unopposed. And if the former Night Elf became troublesome, so be it. The old god would simply command the Naga to cut out his foul corrupted heart. So they rose from the water. Tridents held, hisses escaping from their throats, and the snakes, which now took the place of Vasjh's hair, to answer Illidan's call. Their forces would help Illidan cross the Great Sea and arrive on the Broken Isles. It was here that Illidan sought a strong artifact, one needed for his mission. Inside the Tomb of Sargeras, there lay the Eye of Sargeras, and with it amplifying his power, he could strike the frozen throne from a greater distance. The Naga forces helped him gain entry, and Illidan found the artifact that he sought. Not a moment too soon either. Watchers, his jailers who were hell-bent on getting him back inside of his lonely prison, they flooded into the tomb. With the artifact amplifying his power, they stood little hope against him. Of the Watchers that confronted Illidan in the tomb, only their leader, Mayev's Shadowsong, only she survived. And while the Eye, though powerful, it was not as powerful as he had expected, so he couldn't hit the frozen throne quite yet. The distance simply too great. Illidan was going to need a new source of magic to add to the artifact, and in turn amplify his abilities, and so it was that he set his sights upon Dalaran. It was Lady Vasjh and the Naga that Illidan sent out to scout out the ley lines of Dalaran. Although it had attracted the attention of the Lich King, who in turn sent his own forces out to deal with Illidan and his allies. Eventually, he was able to harness the power of these ley lines and attack the Lich King in his frozen throne. They were only moments away from destroying the Lich King, cracking the icy prison which concealed the actual entity, but moments was all it took for the combined forces of the Night Elves and the Blood Elves, led on by his brother Malfurion, to come crashing into Illidan's forces, throwing his focus into disarray, and the Eye itself crumbling before him. Lady Vasjh and her forces, they received heavy losses on that day. They skulked away to the safety of Lordamer Lake. Illidan had ordered them to find new allies for their cause, while he would actually help Malfurion with saving Tyrande, and then flee to Outland to escape the wrath of Kil'jaeden, having failed him in his mission to kill the Lich King. Once recuperated in the safety of the lake, and when the time was right, Vasjh set about a task of gaining allies for Illidan, with somebody in mind.
Damn. We'll have to find a way across the lake to reach the outlying gold mine. Naga, you fought for the demon Illidan.
We are on our own now, good prince. I am called Lady Vasjh. My brethren and I come in peace to offer you our aid.
You have nothing I need, witch.
Is that so? I thought you might require boats to reach the observatories you seek.
And you would give these freely? Why should I trust you, my lady?
Our two races share a common ancestry, Kael. Now, against the undead, we share a common peril. These boats are merely a gesture of goodwill.
Then, I accept your offer. Thank you.
Kaelthas Sunstrider and his Blood Elves. They'd seen some harsh times recently. Arthas blowing up their sunwell. It revealed their addiction to magic. Their lands, it was ravaged by the undead scourge. And now they found themselves working with the Alliance, led by Kaelthas. The man saw other races than the humans as beneath them. The elves were belittled and beleaguered, placed on impossible tasks that pushed them further and further away, right into the welcoming arms of Vasjh.
Prince Kael, they've taken over our outlying bases. We're completely surrounded.
Those bases are lost. We'll just have to improvise.
Ishnu Daldieb, Prince Kael. We've come to join your fight against the vile dead.
Greetings, Lady Vasjh. I would welcome your aid gladly, but the commander I serve does not approve of your kind.
I do not see him here sharing your peril. Let me bolster your forces with my own. If not, you and your brethren will surely fall.
What you say is true, but I accept your offer, Vasjh.
Our Lady had been watching the Blood Elves. She saw this rift growing. She had seen them grow resentful. She had seen the fatigue set upon their shoulders, and the morale drip away to nothing. Just like she had bided her time and waited for the opportune moment to attack Tyrande over 10,000 years ago, Vasjh had simply watched the Blood Elves and waited for the perfect time to make a move. Now, with the morale of his people so low, she knew that Kael'thas would be more amenable to her offer. Kael'thas, however, remained wary of the Naga. But later, when Kael'thas sent the Blood Elves on a suicide mission to maintain the front line, when Vasjh once again offered the assistance of the Naga, Kael'thas, he was in no position to turn her down. With their support, the Blood Elves drove the Scourge army back and completed their mission.
Prince Kael, Grand Marshal Garithos has arrived. He has brought a full battalion with him.
Damn. Vasjh, you'd best leave. I cannot guarantee your people's safety.
Naga warriors!
Forget about them! So, Kael, you've shown your true colors at last. I knew you were in league with those serpents. Now I have all the proof I need to execute every traitorous one of you.
But accepting the aid of the Naga, it was seen by Garithos as an act of unforgivable treason. Instead of showing their appreciation to the Blood Elves, they bound their hands in chains and locked them away in Dalaran's dungeons to await their execution.
Greetings, Kael. I assume we're not too late?
On the contrary, Vasjh, your timing is impeccable. Once again, I am in your debt.
All that was waiting for them now, it was death. Was it not for Vasjh sneaking into the dungeon and setting the prince free? Once again, she offers these poor, unfortunate souls her aid. And with little binding them to the Alliance, binding them to these lands, the addiction slowly eating away at them, the prince believed that this was the right move for his people. Illidan could offer them their best chance at freedom. And on Outland, he had seemingly escaped the wrath of Kil'jaeden. So it was that Kael'thas and Vasjh, they journeyed there as well, finding their way to the portal through Garithos and his men. But Illidan had not been as elusive as he had hoped to be, and he had been followed through the portal by Warden Mayev's shadow song. Without his allies, Illidan had once again been captured by Maiev, and was now in a Warden prison wagon. After Vasjh and Kael'thas wandered through the barren land for a couple of days, they eventually caught sight of Maiev and her watchers. Capturing Illidan was about the extent of Mayev's plan. That accomplished, they kind of found themselves stranded in Outlands, unable to make their way back home. And before the Watchers could take Illidan any further, Vasjh and Kaelthas struck. Naga and Blood Elves emerged from the dusty wastelands and drove Maiev and her Watchers scrambling into the wilderness, quickly freeing Illidan from his prison.
Lady Vasjh, your rescue was most timely. The thought of spending another 10,000 years in Maiev's prison was not a pleasant one.
We could not forsake you, Lord Illidan, but you owe your freedom to them.
After briefly talking to his new followers, Illidan revealed his next plan. He would seize control of Outland. He would wrestle it from the grip of Macferiden and the Legion by shutting down the numerous portals through which the Legion troops access the world. And then Illidan and his army, they would assault the seat of Macferiden's power, the Black Temple in Shadowmoon Valley. Kaelthas believed that Illidan was his best chance at freeing their people from the grip of their addiction. Although the benefits for Vasjh, they seem much less obvious. She never hesitated in supporting his plans. Because we have to remember that she originally was sent over in Order of the Old Gods. The war that Illidan was supposed to cause, it didn't really happen. Nor was there any sign of going back to Azeroth at this point in time. It might be that it was the elf's natural charms that drew in Vasjh. She was, after all, part of the group of the handmaidens that cleaned him up after Sargeras had burned out his eyes. Perhaps seeing how he was gifted by Sargeras, how our queen had such high regard for the then sorcerer. Perhaps that history played a big part in why she remained so loyal. Either way, it was not long until it was time for their assault on the Black Temple. They'd even added more allies to the ranks, with the broken Draenei that made up the Ashtongue tribe, led by Akama. The army of Macferiden, it fell before the combined might of Illidan's army. With alarming efficiency and in alarming speed, Illidan had confronted the Pit Lord Macferiden and had him waiting for death. Illidan could have very well have killed him, but he was more useful to him alive than dead. He had seen how demon's blood had turned orcs into crazed beasts, and crazed orcs were something he could use. They restrained the Pit Lords and gave the rest of the surviving defenders an ultimatum. They could either join him or they could die. Most chose to join Illidan. Some of the demons even bowed their heads in acceptance of this offer. Now Kaelthas and Akama, they were less than happy with demons joining their ranks, but Illidan assured them that this presented an opportunity to learn more about the demons without having to kill them. While Lady Vasjh, she said nothing. She and the Naga would follow Illidan regardless.
What is this, Vasjh? Where did this storm come from?
Keep your head down, fool. Something terrible is drawing near.
These displays of bravado, they did not go unnoticed for long, and Kil'jaeden appeared in a fiery image before them. He was not seeking his vengeance just yet, however. A second chance was given to complete their mission, to return to Azeroth and finish off the Lich King. With Akama and the Ashtongue left behind to secure the Black Temple, Illidan, Kaelthas and Lady Vasjh, they traveled to the Frozen Throne with the rest of their forces. The race was on to see who could reach the top of Icecrown first and complete their mission. Vasjh, Illidan and Kaelthas, sent over by Kiljaeden, or Arthas and Anubarak, trying to reach their master in time. And while Vasjh and the others gave it all in their battle, ultimately it was Arthas that claimed his victory, striking Illidan down and merging with the Lich King. But for some reason, he did not take the killing blow, which gave Vasjh and the others the chance to return to Outland, where they could lick their wounds. Ever working on Illidan's ultimate goal, the end of the Burning Legion. And it's on Outland where Lady Vasjh remained, utterly loyal to Illidan. She helped the now self-proclaimed Lord of Outland to gain control. Illidan was certain that Kil'jaeden would not forget his failure so easily, and sought the balls to their defenses, working on secret plot and schemes to overthrow the demons. Now Lady Vasjh, she sent her champion, High Warlord Nagentis, along with a group of Naga to guard the sewer entrance into the Black Temple. Illidan, he worked on building his own Fel Orc army by using the blood of that captured Pit Lord Macferiden, whom he had held beneath Hellfire Citadel. Illidan did not just want the land of Outland, he also wanted to secure its people. To gain control over them, he sent his most loyal supporter, Lady Vasjh of course, and the Naga, to drain the marshlands of the Zangor Marsh. This was going to be their first step in their plan to drain the waters of Outland. Through their subsequent thirst and droughts, he would hold power and sway over those that called this planet home. With the Burning Crusade, adventurers could finally see for themselves what Vasjh was up to when they entered the Coilfang Reservoir dungeon. This sprawling cavern, it now acted as a pumping station through which Vasjh and her Naga, they would drain the waters of the marsh. braving their way through the slave pens to cut down the traitorous slave masters, slaying the powerful creatures held in the underbog, and shutting down the heart of the huge pumping system within the steam vault. It brought this entire operation to a staggering halt, but the adventurers were not done quite yet. They pushed on to the Serpent Shrine Cavern, where Lady Vasjh herself oversaw the operation to control the waters of the lands. Inside, they cut down some of Vasjh's most loyal and most powerful lieutenants, like Hydros the Unstable, a water elemental which constantly swaps between water form and poison form, the Lurker below, which they fished up from a strange pool, such an easy fight that people apparently called it the Loot Below, Leophras the Blind, one of the Blood Elves offered by Kaelthas to enroll into the Become a Demon Hunter program, the training offered by Illidan, it was not for the faint of heart, and Leophras, he lost himself to madness. Then there's Phantom Lord Carefres and his Phantom Guards, as well as Morogrim Tidewalker, a massive sea giant with a whole bunch of Murloc followers. All of them, they fell before the hero's blades, until only Lady Vasjh remained.
Water is life. It has become a rare commodity here in Outland, a commodity that we alone shall control. We are the Highborn, and the time has come at last for us to retake our rightful place in the world.
Vasjh, loyal to the end, does not go down without a fight. Enchanted elementals slowly creep up the platform, increasing her size and power. It's the Tainted Ones that become our salvation. As their tainted core, it can be used to deactivate her shield generator, which allows us to finish the job and finish her life.
Lord Illidan, I am sorry.
With death knocking, it's Lord Illidan that's on our mind. Interesting that the Demon Hunter himself also thought of someone as he gasped his final breath. He did not think of Vasjh, but of Tyrande. Bit of a shame really that Tyrande, she once again stole the affection of someone that Vasjh was super loyal to, but that's the life of a constant number 2. And with her death in the Burning Crusade, that is pretty much where Vasjh's story ended. We are traveling to the afterlife in the next expansion. The Shadowlands awaits, so who knows what kind of role she is going to play.
Hello everyone! The upcoming expansion Legion will introduce a brand new hero class into the game, namely Demon Hunters, which hopefully will be quite handy to have around when we're going to fight against the Legion. A lot of you came up to me with questions like, what's the history of the Demon Hunters, how do they gain their skill and powers, and what might the backstory be for the Demon Hunters that we're going to play? That's something I want to talk about in this video, so ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and I hope you'll enjoy. The first of the Demon Hunters is of course Illidan Stormrage. Now I've done a full video on him, but we can't really talk about the Demon Hunters without talking about the original one. Illidan didn't start out with those beautiful demonic wings, the horns on his head, the eyes burned out. At first, Illidan was a Night Elf mage thirsty for power and recognition. During the War of the Ancients, he did his best to assist the Night Elf resistance against the Legion, eventually coming up with a plan to act as a double agent. He forced a fell beast to act as his mount as he rode up to the palace like a boss, offering his service to the Queen and the Lord of the Legion. In truth, Illidan actually wanted to prevent the Queen's plans, but he wanted to do it from the inside. His talents, his magical abilities, allowed him to shield his real thoughts from even one such as Sargeras, and in the palace, he assisted Manoroth and the others by empowering the portal that they'd created to summon Sargeras. Not even Illidan was strong enough on his own to bring Sargeras into the world though, but he did come with a plan. With the use of a black dragon skill belonging to Deathwing, he would be able to track down the mighty aspect and steal the powerful artifact known as the Demon Soul. This artifact would be all the power they needed to make the portal work, to get Sargeras to cleanse the world, and Sargeras agreed to the plan. This is taken from the novels, where Illidan is at the portal, he offers his plans to Sargeras, and Sargeras accepts. Sargeras seemed to chuckle. Such loyalty deserves a mark of favor, a mark that will at the same time aid in the fulfillment of your quest, Night Elf. Illidan looked up. For the first time, the barest hint of uncertainty graced his narrow features. My lord Sargeras, your crossing to Azeroth will be favored enough, and I need no other aid in my... But I insist. and from out of the portal shot forth twin tentacles of dark green flame. Manoroth immediately shielded his eyes. Illidan, the focus of Sargeras' spellwork, had no such opportunity, not that it would have done him any good to do so. The flames poured into his eyes, the soft tissue was seared instantly. Illidan's scream echoed throughout the chamber, and likely well beyond the palace walls. All trace of arrogance had left his expression. There was only agony, pure and unadulterated. The flames intensified, arms spread wide. Illidan was dragged up above the floor. He arced backward, nearly breaking in two. Supernatural fire continued to pour into his blackened sockets, even after the last bit of the ice had long burned away. Your eyes are now my eyes, Night Elf. They're gifts to serve me as well as you. His own ember eyes were lost, but Illidan's new eyes did come with certain perks. At first, swirling energies and constantly shifting colors assaulted his senses, but after focusing, Illidan found out that he could see more clearly than ever before. He could even sense the level of power someone possessed, like for example Queen Azora. She was extremely powerful and nearly hypnotic. Illidan could see her spellwork nearly taking him over, and on top of that, not only his eyes were burned out, tattoos now also covered his body. Sargeras had truly marked him as one of his own, and the markings amplified his abilities. In the end though, at the end of the story, Illidan's plans of deceiving the Legion they failed because of the old gods, and he was imprisoned by his fellow Night Elves. 10,000 years later, during Warcraft 3, they let him out of prison because the Legion had returned to take another bite out of Azeroth, and someone like Illidan, someone who knew how the enemy worked, how they fought, how they planned, he was a great ally to have. His twin brother Malfurion, he didn't agree though. He didn't agree with the choice of releasing Illidan. So Illidan left Malfurion and Tyrande to do their own thing. He came across the Death Knight Arthas, who told him about the Skull of Guldan, and he decided to absorb the skull.
Now, at least the demons will no longer corrupt the forests. But if I destroy the skull and claim its powers as my own, I will become stronger than any of Archimonde's lieutenants. Yes, the power should be mine.
Now I am complete.
After drinking from the skull, his powers increased, but Illidan's body transformed even further. He now looked like a demon himself. He had horns on his head, he had the bat-like wings, but he did save the forest. When Malfurion and Tyrande finally found Illidan, they didn't even recognize him at first, so much had he changed. But when they did, when they realized what Illidan had done, they decided to banish him from their lands. The events of Warcraft 3 transpired. Illidan failed in his mission given by Kil'jaeden to destroy the Lich King, and he decided to take over Outlands, where we would eventually meet him again during the Burning Crusade. Illidan had teamed up with the Blood Elf Prince Kil'jaeden Sunstrider, and he begun training both Night Elf and Blood Elves in the ways of the Demon Hunter. Now naturally, they didn't have a Sargeras around to burn out their eyes, to give them a nice set of tattoos, so instead they had to go through a series of complex rituals. The next information is taken from the World of Warcraft RPG books, and the RPG books have been declared to be non-canon, so it's not officially part of the lore. Bits and pieces of the RPGs have made their way into the official lore, and this bit from the RPG books, it seems very similar to what we've seen so far, and it gives a very good explanation as to how those that followed in his footsteps gained a similar appearance. The book says the following. To become a demon hunter, a hero must find a demon hunter who's willing to lead them through a series of complex rituals. These rituals involve capturing a demon and sacrificing it in order to bind a portion of its spirits inside the hero. As part of the ceremony to become a demon hunter, the initiate burns out his or her eyes with a magic blade to entrap a demonic essence within their body. Most demon hunters then bind their mutilated eyes with strips of cloth, very similar to how Illidan did it. Now in return for this sacrifice, the demon hunter gains the ability to see the world without vision. Creatures are visible as dimly glowing forms against a grey and murky background. Demonic energy blazes like burning pitch in the night. The demon hunter sees it and recognizes it easily.
This does seem very similar to the demon hunters that we're going to play as, since they'll have an ability called spectral sight. The demon hunters' apparent blindness belies their true power of perception. They rely on magically augmented sight to detect enemies, even those that hide behind obstacles. This is taken from the demon hunter description on the Legion website, so this has made it in so far. Now the RPG continues because there's more information. Demon hunters have a variety of abilities that assist them in destroying demons, though the power coursing through their bodies also allows them to prevail over lesser foes. Demon hunters eschew heavy armor, valuing mobility and speed. As a demon hunter grows in power, they undergo a gradual evolution, becoming more and more demonic in appearance. The changes are cosmetic and can take many different forms, from burning eyes to black blood. By the time the demon hunter reaches the pinnacle of his development, he is a twisted and dark version of his former self. Though the chaotic energies in his body, it does not affect his personality and allegiance. Or so the demon hunters claim. The demon hunter's gradual evolution achieves its pinnacle as they become a demonic entity. Their appearance has changed to something frightening. The exact changes vary, but can include glowing red eyes, horns, clawed feet and hands, non-functioning wings, cloven hoofs, a spiked tail, dark skin, a deep rumbling voice, and similar cosmetic changes. Now all of this information from the RPG, it seems to line up with what we've seen in the previews, it seems to line up with the screenshots that they've given about the demon hunters, so maybe, possibly the information from the RPG will make it into the official lore. Now becoming a demon hunter on its own, like we have these rituals, we have these transformations that they go through, but the whole training is not easy at all. During the Burning Crusade, we met with a night elf demon hunter, Altreus, and he had deflected from Illidan, since he saw that Illidan had become the very thing that they were fighting against. He tells us about the demon hunter training grounds at the ruins of Karabor, he tells about the history of the blood elves joining them. This is what he says. As a reward for his years of service, Illidan allowed Kaelthas to send him 5 warriors to train under him. It would be the first time blood elves would be allowed to train as demon hunters. The training was brutal. Illidan put Kael's warriors through trials to defeat most fully capable demon hunters. 3 of Kael's elves simply died in training, another one went mad, and there was one who succeeded. The one blood elf that went mad during training, he would later show up as a boss within Serpentine Caverns, known as Leofaras the Blind. During his fight, we could see him struggle with keeping control over his demon inside, so it seems like that information from the RPG, the binding of a demonic spirit inside the demon hunter, it seems like that bit made it into the overall story as well. The one blood elf that succeeded where all others failed was called Varadis, and he had such a gift, such a talent for the craft, that Illidan assigned 3 master demon hunters to train this blood elf further. Within a year, Varadis had surpassed them all, had surpassed his own teachers, and he was as thirsty for power as Illidan himself. He came up with a plan to find the Book of Fell Names, which is a tome said to contain the name of every demon in existence. Knowing a demon's true name gives a certain amount of power over that demon, so Varadis made sure to memorize the pages in the book, and with all of his power, he was placed in the task of training more demon hunters. As we follow the questline with Altreus, he sends on the task of collecting the Book of Fell Names, since without it, we simply wouldn't stand a chance against Varadis. His teachers, Aladin, Veras, and Nefarai, sorry if I butchered those names, all of those teachers, they fall down to our might, until finally we face off against Varadis. We're told to rip the pages out of the Book of Fell Names, since this will weaken Varadis as he's doing his metamorphosis thing, and we take out the prodigy students. So those are the demon hunters that we encounter on Outland taken care of, but there are 3 more demon hunters, all of them night elves, that we can find in the game. First, there's Lormis Phalapides, which you can find within the Blasted Lands. He was part of a quest chain during Classic, in which we were sent out to take out the Dreadlord Razalik, but Razalik survived that encounter to make a return in the Cataclysm. Lormis went out on his own to hunt the demon once again, but this time he was slain by the ogre Grol the Destroyed, who literally ripped his body into pieces. Adventurers were sent out to claim the body parts of Lormis. We put them back together with the help of the Altar of Storms, and together with the demon hunter, they faced off once more against the demon. With the knowledge of his true name, Lormis has power over the demon, but Razalik, or Raklik as his true name really is, he does not go down without a fight, and he enters Lormis' body. This is the moment that we've been waiting for, the moment that we planned for, and with the stone knife of sealing, we slay Lormis and Raklik at the same time. We might see Lormis in the future again though, since as we slay him,
He says, leave me here then, while I'll wrestle with Raklik in the next world. Your job here is done, heroes. So who knows, he might show up in the next expansion, he might be around in the Twisting Nether. The second Demon Hunter was one added during the Cataclysm, Ferona's Sindweller, who at first seems to be a bad guy, but he turns out not to be such a bad guy at all. He's in the area killing druids, but sometimes our eyes can be deceived. These druids are actually demons in disguise, as Verona shows us, while he also tries to show us a different side to Illidan's story. He shows the events of when Illidan picked up the Skull of Gul'dan, sacrificed so much to do what had to be done. He was able to cleanse the lands of demonic influences, and what did he get in return? He was banished.
So be it, brother.
After opening up our eyes to the truth, after showing us the other side of Illidan's storyline, Feronas has his task for us. He wants us to take out the leader of the Emerald Circle, Archdruid Navarax, who's actually just another demon disguising himself. After taking care of the Archdruids, Feronas, he disappears after these events. He's probably taking care of a lot more demons in the area, but there's one more demon hunter to talk about, and this one you can find in Darkshore. Buried beneath the maw of the void, the spirit of Tellarius Voidstrider, herald of the dark embrace, awaits. This demon hunter is actually a spirit who's been killed by Maiev many years ago, but he holds an interesting item called Writings of the Dark Herald. The scrolls are vague and appear to be a piece of a much larger puzzle, but if you're not mistaken, they seem to reveal some of the steps on the path to becoming a demon hunter. The dark oaths and rituals necessary for becoming a demon hunter, they're frowned on by most of the Night Elves, so this is likely something they would be very interested in keeping quiet. We need to turn in these scrolls to finish the quest, but it's interesting to see that scrolls describing how exactly to become a demon hunter, that they can be found within the world, since we know for certain that the Blood Elf demon hunters, they were trained by Illidan during his time on Outland. Yet the Night Elf demon hunters, they are up for speculation. The RPG states, a group of Night Elves, inspired by Illidan's example, made a pact to turn the Burning Legion's powers against it, fighting destruction with destruction. Obviously, they could not gain their powers in the same way Illidan did, but they discovered other means. In the millennia since, other Night Elves and a few creatures of other races, they've made the same pact, binding demonic essence in their bodies and using it to destroy the Legion's minions. Considering that it's said with the scrolls that certain Night Elves frown upon how to become a demon hunter, it's possible that some Night Elves, they did not follow Illidan's teachings immediately, they found their own path towards becoming demon hunters. I couldn't find a solid example though of a demon hunter that did this. The Night Elf demon hunters that we see on Azeroth, the Night Elf demon hunters that I just talked about, they could have trained themselves, they could have found their own path in the way of the demon hunter, or they could have simply been sent back by Illidan, or they could have made their own way back from Outland after being trained by Illidan. That's up for grabs, that's up for speculation. I couldn't find any solid source claiming that Illidan trained these specific Night Elves, but then again, I also couldn't find a source where they found their own path, so that's up for speculation. Hello everyone. The story of Velen the Prophet and his Draenei is a very long story. He and his people have been around for quite a while, so I might not be able to get all the details in, but I'll sure as hell try. The story begins around 20,000 years ago, and to put it in perspective, the Well of Eternity didn't explode until around 10,000 years ago. Give or take a few years by now. The Draenei called themselves Eredar back then, and in the time they lived on the planet named Argus. Their leaders were called Archimonde, Kiljaeden, and Velen the Prophet. Now these three, they were not just leading together, they were like soul brothers, man. They were so evolved that they could communicate and share visions with their minds. And yeah, they were just very, very close. And Velen was the only one with the gift of sight. Now one day on the planet of Argus, they received a visit from Sargeras. He found great potential in the Eredar and he promised them the universe. Worlds to explore, people to adore them, knowledge from far and wide just for them to study. All they had to do was pledge their loyalty to Sargeras. Now Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, they were directly on board with this plan, but to Velen, something didn't quite feel right. He went to the Atamal crystal, a gift to his people from a time long forgotten, and he meditated about this. At first he saw the same vision as Sargeras had promised them, but then the vision changed to show his true plans. In this real vision, Velen looked at himself and the others, and he saw that they were transformed into horrific beings. The loving people that would follow them changed into demonic beings of the Twisting Nether. Worlds were aflame and the Burning Legion conquered them one by one. With this knowledge, with this truth in his mind, he went back to his brothers, but Archimonde and Kiljaeden, they were already sold. They didn't put much value in Velen's visions, and even so, they simply simply didn't care. Velen realized that if they would pledge their loyalty to Sargeras, then the universe would fall. So desperately he prayed for help and received an answer from the Naaru, specifically the Naaru named Kur. The Naaru, beings of light and dead set on stopping the Burning Legion, told Velen to gather as many as he could. To help him with this task, Velen asked his trusted friend Talgaf to help him, and yeah, they gathered on a hill and they waited for rescue. In the meantime, Velen had taken the Atamal crystal with him, the Naaru had told him to do so, and in the distance he could see Talgaf. The crystal warned him that what he saw was not the truth, and in reality Sargeras had already begun with transforming the Eradar into Manari. Manari is the Eradar word for something twisted, unnatural, tainted by foul magic. Was it not for the crystal, Velen would not have seen the betrayal until it was way too late. His corrupted brothers and sisters slowly made their way towards the gathered group, and desperately Velen called to the heavens. And the heavens responded. A bright light hit the Atamal crystal and separated it in 7 individual crystals, all with a different color. A shield was formed around Velen and those that he had gathered, and above them a ship appeared. The Naaru had kept their word, and they told Velen to bring the 7 crystals with him, for he would surely need them. Just in time, the Eradar managed to escape the planet, and from that moment on, they would call themselves Draenei, also known as Exiled Ones.
The Naaru have not forgotten us.
Kil'jaeden took this betrayal of Velen very personal, and he swore that he would find him, even if it took 1,000 years. And so the chase was on. The Draenei would run, Kiljaeden and the Burning Legion would follow. Every time they came close, Velen would be warned, or one of the crystals would allow Velen and his people to escape in time. It's not explained what happened to the planets that they left behind, but it's not hard to imagine that the Burning Legion conquered them. This went on for a very long time, until around 200 years ago, the Draenei had to make a crash landing on the planets they would call Draenor. For some reason, the Naaru named Kur had fallen ill, so they couldn't use the ship anymore and they were stuck on the planet. It was Talgaf who found the Draenei again, and he told Kil'jaeden. This time Kil'jaeden had a better plan in mind. Instead of going in with his full force with the might of the Burning Legion and just to see the Draenei escape again, he decided to use another race that lived on Draenor. He decided to use the Orcs. He manipulated them into becoming a fighting force known as the First Horde. This also included offering the blood of his servant Manoroth, which gave the Orcs incredible powers but also made them slaves. When the attack started, the Draenei were pretty confused. Before this, they weren't exactly allies with the Orcs, but they had been trading with them. There was even a moment where they saved the lives of 2 of these Orcs, and one of those Orcs was the father of Thrall, he was named Durotan, and the other was Orgrim Doomhammer. When Velen figured out what was going on, that Kil'jaeden was behind it, he tried to make peace with the Orcs. He ended up in front of Durotan and told him that he wanted to take them all to Oshu'gan. Oshu'gan was actually the ship that the Draenei crashed with, but over the years had become a sacred place to the Orcs. When Naaru fall ill or enter their death cycle, they enter a cycle called the Void, where they unwillingly suck up all the light that they can, including the souls of the departed. The Naaru Kur had befriended the souls of the departed Orcs, and he had inspired the shamans of the Orcs to take care of him. That made this place very sacred to the Orcs, and when Velen told them that this was because of the Draenei and the Naaru, well, that pissed them off. Imagine that the one that you are told is your enemy, the Draenei, is now telling you that your most sacred place is because of them. They weren't exactly happy with that. In fact, they were very insulted, and it took everything Durotan had to keep his people from murdering Velen on the spot. His orders were to deliver Velen to Ner'zhul, but because of their past, because the Draenei saved his life, and because he didn't exactly trust Ner'zhul, he decided to let Velen go. This action did not stop the Horde from marching on. It was their mission to kill every Draenei they could find, and near the end they were corrupted by foul magic, they were corrupted by demon blood, all kinds of vile things. The war would come to a conclusion with a final assault on Shafra City. The Draenei had made a plan to leave enough of their people behind so that Velen and some of the others could flee to Zangarmarsh and live another day. This pained Velen greatly because leaving his people behind is not something easy to do, but the Naaru assured him that he and his people had to survive. They still had a role to play in the Army of Light against the Burning Legion, so they had to survive. The Orcs, they sacked the city. The Draenei who stand behind sacrificed their life, and their plan went as good as they hoped. Kil'jaeden believed all the Draenei to be dead, and he left the Orcs to their fate. The planet of Draenor was all but destroyed, the use of foul magic had corrupted the land as much as it had the Orcs, food and water was becoming a rare thing, and all of this led to the first Orcish invasion of Azeroth. For Velen and his people, times were not any easier. Some of the Draenei who had stayed behind in Siofra, they managed to survive. During the battle, a strange red mist entered the city, and the effects of it only became clear later on. What happened was that some of the Draenei that had breathed in this mist, they started to devolve. And they started to devolve into the form known as the Broken. Not only did their bodies change, they also had trouble with speaking, with thinking, and to a race like the Draenei that was so highly evolved, that fate was just horrible, man. You would imagine that the other Draenei would be very happy with some of these survivors, because at this point in time there weren't that many Draenei left. What happened instead is that they decided to send all the broken away and separate them from the healthy ones. They feared that their condition was somehow contagious, and so they just sent them all away to their separate camps. Amongst those broken that they sent away was a former paladin named Nobundo. And not only did he turn into a broken, he also lost his connection to the light. Years he tried to reconnect, but instead he received an answer from a completely different source. This source was the elements, once allies to the shamans of the Orc, and they now came to Nobundo. They offered him their power, their allegiance, in return for his respect for the elements. Years of training with the elements would follow, and the day came that Nobundo returned to the people that had turned him away. He offered his wisdom of the elements, but still the Draenei wanted nothing to do with him. Only Velen the Prophet, who had received a vision of Nobundo, recognized him as part of the salvation for their people. And so the race of the Draenei, first only highly attuned to the light, now began their training in the ways of shamanism.
Not all who wander are lost.
Now this was not just an event that happened in a week, right? It took him years to learn the craft of shamanism. And in the meantime, the world around the Draenei didn't exactly stand still. Actually, some major events happened, but I'm going to have to keep this short to focus the story on Velen. The Horde tried to invade Azeroth, but they were pushed back and the portal was closed behind them. Ner'zhul opened several rifts to different worlds, causing Draenor to nearly destroy itself and turning it into Outland as we know it today. Macfarren used those rifts to summon more demons and he proclaimed himself as Lord of Outland. Khadgar looked for help with his Burning Legion problem, and the Naaru, led by Adal, aided them to take Siofra City. Now sometime after the destruction of Draenor, the Naaru brought the Tempest Keep to Outland. In Azeroth, the events of Warcraft 3 took place. Arthas assaulted Silvermoon City, nearly wiping out all the High Elves, and used the Sunwell to resurrect Kel'Thuzad. This action destroyed the Sunwell, and it cut the High Elves of their source for magic. They would now start to call themselves Blood Elves, and Kael'thas Sunstrider was the leader. Kael'thas would eventually ally himself with Lady Vasjh, and later would ally with Illidan, whose story would take them back to Outland. There they teamed up with another broken named Akama, and together they sealed the rifts that Macfarren was using, and this was to prevent him from getting any more forces in. They eventually imprisoned Macfarren, and Illidan took over the Black Temple. This wasn't exactly what Akama had in mind, so he waited until we arrived to overthrow Illidan, but that's a different story. Now those are the events in a very short version, and at this point Illidan is under the command of Kil'jaeden, and he was told to stop Arthas from merging with the Lich King. He failed in his mission, and together with Kael'thas and Lady Vasjh, they returned to Outland and they started to prepare a defense against Kil'jaeden. Now for some reason, this could be because of Illidan, this could be because of Kael'thas himself, but at some point they sent his troops to assault Siofra City, which as I said was in the hands of Adal. The Blood Elf troops that he sent were under the leadership of Vorinnfal the Seer. However, Vorinnfal had received a vision which showed him that the only hope for his race to survive did not lie with Kael'thas, but with Adal. As they arrived at Siofra, they laid down their weapons and they pledged their allegiance to Adal and the Naaru, which was a heavy blow for Kael'thas because these were some of his finest troops. Another assault from Kael'thas and his troops was on the Tempest Keep. They wanted to use its technology for their own benefit, and inside the keep they only found a Naaru named Muru to defend it. Kael'thas easily captured the Naaru, and he sent them to Silvermoon City, where they would use its power of the light to empower paladins of the Blood Elves, and these paladins were also known as Blood Knights. Lady Liadrin was the first to do this, and so she became their leader. After the Blood Elves had taken over the Tempest Keep, Velen decided that it was time to search for a new place to take refuge. Together with Nobundo and the rest of his people, he personally led an assault on the Tempest Keep, specifically the part known as the Exodar. They took control of the ship, but the Blood Elves figured out what they were doing and they sabotaged it. This caused the ship to spin out of control through the twisting nether until it landed on a planet known as Azeroth.
1 month ago, a terrible explosion tore open the skies above northern Kalimdor. At that moment, the great ship Exodar plummeted from the heavens and crashed upon the world of Azeroth. Having fled the ravaged world of Outland, the noble Draenei used the dimension-traveling Exodar to reach safe haven. inspired by tales of the heroic alliance that stood against the might of the Burning Legion, the Draenei have come to enlist aid in retaking their shattered homeland. Dedicated to preserving life and upholding the tenets of the Holy Light, the Draenei hope to gather a new coalition of warriors to battle the Burning Legion and put a halt to its horrific Burning Crusade. Armed only with courage and their unshakable faith in the light, the Draenei look forward to finding the Alliance and ushering them towards the destiny that awaits beyond the skies of Azeroth.
This brings us to the events of the Burning Crusade, where their story takes us to the Tempest Keep. In the meantime, Kaelthas has changed his allegiance since Illidan has gone rather crazy after his defeat by the hands of Arthas. Kaelthas no longer serves Illidan, he now serves Kil'jaeden. We fight with him of course, but we don't exactly finish him off. He somehow manages to survive the assault and he sends his new troops, the Fellbloods, to attack his own city of Silvermoon and bring the Naaru Muru to the Sunwell Plateau. This attack leads to Lady Liadrin to seek a new source of power for her and the Blood Knights. She travels to Shafra City to visit the Naaru Adal, and she begs him for forgiveness for what they had done with Muru. Adal reveals that the events were prophesied by Velen long ago. Silvery moon washed in blood, led astray into the night, armed with the sword of broken light. Broken, then betrayed by one, standing there bestride the sun. At darkest hour, redemption comes, a knightly lady sworn to blood. It was no mistake that Muru was the only Naaru left in the Tempest Keep, and all events happened exactly as they were supposed to. I see it clearly now. I renounce my loyalties to the House Sunstrider and its false prince. I pledge the blades of my Blood Knights to the defeat of Kil'jaeden and the restoration of Silvermoon. We will fight beside you, Adal. Draenei and Blood Elf band together to stop Kael'thas and the summoning of Kil'jaeden. Along the way, we encounter Muru again and we're forced to fight him. In the end, we manage to stop Kil'jaeden, and this is the point where we see Velen again.
Not all who wander.
Mortal heroes, your victory here today was foretold long ago. My brother's anguished cry of defeat will echo across the universe, bringing renewed hope to all those who still stand against the Burning Crusade. As the Legion's final defeat draws ever nearer, stand proud in the knowledge that you have saved worlds without number from the flame. Just as this day marks an ending, so too does it herald a new beginning. The creature Entropius, whom you were forced to destroy, was once the noble Naaru. Muru. In life, Muru channeled vast energies of light and hope. For a time, a misguided few sought to steal those energies.
Our arrogance was unpardonable. We damned one of the most noble beings of all. We may never atone for this sin.
Then fortunate it is that I have reclaimed the noble Naaru's spark from where it fell. Where faith dwells, hope is never lost, young blood elf.
Can it be?
Gaze now, mortals, upon the heart of Muru, unblemished, bathed by the light of creation, just as it was at the dawn. In time, the light and hope held within will rebirth more than this mere fount of power. Mayhap they will rebirth the soul of a nation.
Blessed ancestors! I feel it. So much love. So much grace. There are no words. Impossible to describe.
Salvation, young one. It waits for us all. Farewell.
He has taken the core of the defeated Naaru and he uses it to restore the Sunwell to its former glory, saving the Blood Elf race from their addiction, and in time they will heal.
Empowered by the holy light and the undying strength of their convictions, the Draenei led the charge against the demonic Burning Legion in Outland. Now, with the Legion's defeat, they have completed the desperate mission that first brought them to Azeroth. Though some Draenei were sent back to Outland to revitalize their former civilization, the majority have vowed to remain and uphold their sacred commitment to the Alliance. Driven by a powerful vision, the immortal prophet Velen believes that a great war between the darkness and the light is fast approaching, and that Azeroth will be its principal battleground. As one of Velen's chosen, you must stand bravely before the shadow and ensure that your people are ready for the war to come.
That's the end of the Burning Crusade story, and unfortunately after that we don't see a whole lot of Velen or the Draenei. He makes an appearance every now and again, but nothing really important. Outside of the game, in the novels and in the stories, we learn that he has taken Anduin Wrynn under his wing and he teaches him the ways of the light. In Velen's short story on the WoW website, he receives a vision about Anduin leading the army of light. Instead of the prince, an armored warrior stood before him, his plate helm and breastplate shining with the essence of the light itself. The warrior wielded a sword forged from the same material as the armor, held it aloft as he perched on an outcropping. Whether it was on another world or Azeroth, Velen couldn't quite tell. And suddenly the dark sky above erupted with the combined chivalry of Azeroth's races. The Blood Elves, Orcs, Trolls, Tauren, and even the accursed undead and scheming goblins rode flying mounts of every sort and description. They were armored and armed in magical weaponry, glowing with so much power it hurts Velen's eyes to look at them. Besides the legions of the Horde, the ancient Night Elves charged with humans, dwarves and gnomes, whose ancestors formed the original alliance. And the shape-changing Worgen were united with them. Velen's own Draenei bolstered the army, their ranks adorned in otherworldly metals and bearing crystalline maces and swords. The Alliance and Horde were not alone. Dragons swooped and soared in formations that made the sky resemble a giant, multicolored reptilian wing. They blanketed the horizon with their physical size and numbers, and when they roared a challenge, it shook not just the earth Velen stood on, but the universe as well. And yet, for all this, the greatest shock to Velen's senses came as he saw those that flew just beyond the army of dragons. The Naaru had taken the field, so many that Velen didn't understand how creation could contain them. The power of these beings of light filled Velen's heart with hope, swept away the lonely centuries, and left him wonder that he could ever despair, that the dark, no matter how terrible, could ever truly reign. And then a shadow fell. It was vast and empty and swallowed all light that entered it. Velen knew it would be all-consuming until at last it would turn and devour itself, endlessly gnawing on nothing in the great dark beyond, removing all meaning from the universe, from the most heartbreaking sonata to the most arresting sunset. It was too terrible to see, to comprehend, and yet the army headed straight for it, and the light began to fade. Right now, Anduin is just a priest, and in my opinion he still needs a whole lot of story development if they're ever going to make him lead the army. With that said, the vision is there, the prophecy is there, and we know where the story will take us. As I told you all at the start, Velen and the Draenei are very old, and he and his people have been through a lot. Still to this day, they try to stop their fallen brothers from destroying the universe. Together with the Alliance and the Horde, they prevented Kil'jaeden from coming to our world, and in the future I'm sure they, the Naaru and the Light will play a vital role in the coming battles against the Legion. How the story will unfold? Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
Hello everyone! Locust Walker and Ethereals come from Karesh, a planet somewhere in the great dark beyond, the term we use to describe war-crossed space. Not a whole lot is known about the world that they come from. It's a planet with at least 2 suns in the sky. And its people, they were seemingly pretty advanced in their technology. The old stories, and we're talking about the Burning Crusade period here. It said that the Ethereals are astral travelers who dwell within the twisting nether. They are known to be collectors and traders of arcane items and artifacts. Now drawn to Outlands, many Ethereals are seeking to track down its treasures and steal them back into the twisting nether. They are liars and scoundrels who will stop at nothing to pursue their mysterious aims. The Ethereals have no care at all for the Burning Crusade. They would even play both sides of the conflict against each other, if doing so would serve to further their own goals. But throughout the expansion, we get to know the Ethereals a little bit better. We make some enemies, we make some friends. They did not always look like the mummified creatures that we see them as today. Their forms are a result of their war with a Void Lord called Dimensius the All-Devouring. In pursuit of knowledge and arcane technologies, they had doomed themselves in their home. The Kareshi had torn open a rift into the void and drawn the wrath of Dimensius. It had bathed the world in volatile energies that slowly tore it apart, and the Kareshi had desperately tried to shield themselves from harm. Their efforts had only partially worked. The magic had blocked Dimensius' shadowy power, but the raw arcane energy had shattered their physical bodies. All that remained were their souls, bristling with magic. From that day forward, these incorporeal creatures called themselves Ethereals. But is that the whole story? Well, probably not, as they are adding more. The world of Karesh rang out with a song of warning, similar to what Azeroth is doing right now, and Xal'atath the Harbinger is known to someone like the Locust Walker, even though back then she apparently went by a different name. We also know that Xal'atath has been busy manipulating some events throughout Azeroth's history. Could it be that she did a similar thing on Karesh, manipulating the Kareshis until they brought in Dimensius? All things to be revealed, but the aftermath is certain. The Kareshi, now transformed into the Ethereals, splintered into different factions. Some had become nomads and traders, roaming the cosmos in search of sources of magic and powerful artifacts. Some had sworn to destroy Dimensius and the creatures of the void to avenge their planet of Karesh. And others decided to embrace the powers of the void and try to master them, turn them into their favor. These factions saw Outlands as a realm where they could pursue their interests. Merchants hoped to ply their trade and discover new wealth, while the more militant Ethereals, they sought new weapons to fight the war against the voids. Their commercial nature would also have the Ethereals go beyond Outlands, provide services like transmogrification, like void storage, for a price of course, while their militant attention that was drawn on claiming vengeance upon Dimensius and destroying him for good. A quest that took them 1,000 years, maybe more. A quest that some off the deep end and far into darkness, like their Nexus King Salhadar, former ruler of all of Karesh. He now leads the Ethereum, the ones that once served as the ruling class of Karesh. Their lust for vengeance has taken them down a raw dark path, even going as far as infusing themselves with the void. Seeing this go down, several of their Nexus princes and fellow Ethereals, they abandoned the Ethereum altogether, decided to form their own groups, like the Protectorates and the Consortium. The Consortium is led by Nexus Prince Haramat, a loosely affiliated cartel of ethereal smugglers, traders and thieves that have come to Outlands to benefit from its riches. Opening up your reputation tab shows that this was one of the factions that we proved ourselves to during the Burning Crusade, by doing things like taking out the competition, slaying Nexus Prince Shafar, all for those sweet rewards of course. Haramat is incredibly careful, considering that they deal on all sides, which makes them a whole lot of enemies, and so they only use projections to talk with us and hand out some quests. Quests like retrieve one of the Atamal crystals, which is a powerful magical crystal connected to the Naaru and the Draenei, a whole different story. Point being, the Nexus Prince is so surprised by our might and skill in actually able to do such a thing, let alone that we then hand it over to him. Do we even know how much power this crystal contains? It rocks into his core. He has much to think about, and Ambassador Solanus agrees. Think about turning over the Atamal crystal to Master Kaelthas, for example. But no, says the Ethereal. Instead, it will go to the Naaru Adal in Shefrev, which Kael'thas' ambassador does not like. Tries to take our head for it, and at risk of his own life and limb, Haramat steps through the portal and takes care of business in person. The Protectorate, led by Commander Amir, they feel that the Ethereum is as much of a threat to their existence as Dimensius is, and so both will have to be stopped. Something that we get to help them with by clearing out the Ethereum staging ground and slaying their king. Then we set our sights on Dimensius himself, who is currently linked to the Void through a tear in the nether from which he came. This makes him immune to physical harm, but by collecting fragments of Dimensius from the Void creatures that he had sent out to do his dirty work, we can hone in on the conduit that Dimensius is using to keep himself phased out of this plane of existence. Destroy the conduit, and Dimensius is now vulnerable to our might and magic. Avengers assemble, as it is time to follow Captain Saeed into the jaws of hell and confront Dimensius, the all-devouring itself, the being responsible for transforming Karesh and its people. It was slain by us and a group of brave Ethereals. For 1,000 years, all we have known is conflict. We have defended our people from attacks of both Void creature and Ethereal alike. Now, one of our most hated enemies lies dead. Finally, I give you the thanks of 100 million Ethereals, Fleshling. But how can this possibly be? How could we have taken care of a Void Lord, the thing responsible for shooting out the old gods? And there are a couple of answers, a couple of things to consider. First is the time period in which this takes place, the Burning Crusade. Hover over the Void creatures around these and you'll see them categorized as demons. Agent Jasix of the Protectorate is on a mission of finding another Void Lord, in this case Arconus, that we take out as well. Pandemonius is described as a Void Lord that we faced in the Mana Tombs. This infamous Void Lord is also known as the Duke of Chaos, the Eater of Nations and World Slayer. Pandemonius was one of the commanders serving under Dimensius when the ethereal homeworld of Karesh was destroyed. He was later bound by Nexus Prince Shafar and forced to continue sating his unending hunger in service to the Ethereals. Warlocks have been able to upgrade their summoning spell to bring in a Void Lord themselves. The term Void Lord, it can mean multiple things. And yet, the Ethereals do celebrate this as a massive victory. Millions of them are cheering on. After 1,000 years of hunting and fighting, it is finally done. So this has to be the real deal, right?
I long for the day our masters can truly pass into this realm. You have only seen fragments, shadows, the faintest of echoes. Ask the Ethereals what one of these manifestations is capable of.
That's a lot of whispering to Shadow Priests. What they have seen is only a fragment of the real power. Assuming that the player's character is the same one that helped the Ethereals on Outlands, that means that what they saw was only a small fragment of what Dimensius was able to get through, and the true being, the true Void Lord, is still out there somewhere. Apparently, now being healed over by its Harbinger, that same Zolotov. If we can believe the Locust Walker, this Ethereal has jumped deep into the paths of the Void, became a master of it, and yet still completely free of its grasp, as far as the Burning Legion do anyways. They've lost countless lives trying to capture him. A story told by the Dreadlord Lothar to Illyria in the audio drama of 1,000 Years of War, which, if you haven't heard it or read it yet, I would highly recommend. Not only because it's just super important for what's to come, it's also fantastically done by Blizzard. So Lothar was nearly one of the demons taken out permanently by the Locust Walker. To his surprise though, the Locust Walker gave him a death from which he could come back. Sensing that Lothar had a unique destiny about him, and the Locust Walker wanted him reborn, knew that he had a part to play. Following Lothar's story, we would see him be converted to the Light and join the army of the Light. Under the Naaru Zera's guidance, he will pick up two of our heroes, Turelion and Illyria Windrunner, to fight with them in their 1,000-year war against the Legion. Turelion would embrace the path of Zera and dive deep into the powers of the Light, which is what has allowed him to survive this long. Considering time that deep in the Twisted Nether, it does not work the same as it does for us on Azeroth. While for us, they might have been missing for around 25 years, Illyria and Turelion have actually experienced 1,000 years of war in that time. A war which would see the two of them walk different opposite paths. As I said, Turelion is the wielder of the Light, and while Illyria tried to follow his path and powers for a bit, she was ultimately drawn to the Void. Its whispers called to her, showed her that the Light did not know the truth of destiny either. Only through the Void would she be capable of doing what had to be done. Do what she valued most, which is secure a future for her loved ones, keep Turelion and keep Adator safe. Surrounded by the Legion, it was not the light that offered them salvation, rather it was the void. And so Windrunner decided to follow Lothrexion's tales of the Locust Walker and try to track down the Ethereal. Eventually, after 500 years or so, she succeeded and would be accepted as his new student. Again, as it was with Lothrexion, the Locust Walker could sense a touch of destiny upon Illyria Windrunner. But her attachments to Turellian and Arator, her holding on to the light that she had known, it keeps her out of balance. Yet at the same time, it also keeps her anchored and allows her to overcome the whispers that might drive others to madness. While it also pushes her further away from her loved ones, as the light and shadow cannot exist together.
Perhaps one day she would fall to madness. Perhaps one day she would betray her allies. She was capable of it. But she would never, not in any possibility, not in any circumstance, harm her son. She would never lift a finger against Arator. Even if he killed her for what she had become, she would accept it gladly. The weight of that truth kept her afloat. And she could feel the shadow's confusion. It did not understand the bonds between mortals. It did not understand that there were some things that could not be corrupted.
During her training, she receives visions, follows the voices, and figures out that while she might be ready to plunge into the void completely, it wasn't quite yet her time. At the same time, Turellian is in danger, so she calls her study short and she goes to save her beloved's life. Knowing full well that the Naaru Zera would not accept her on the path that she was on, that the shadow would never be accepted by the light, and she would be proven right. Only because Turellian and Lothrexion pleaded was Illyria's life spared. She would stay in prison until she was ready to stop this foolishness and embrace the one true path again, embrace the path of the light. That is around the time when we showed up in the Expansion Legion, connecting with the army of the light to take the battle to the Burning Legion and stop Sargeras once and for all. Through our adventures, we eventually need to go and deal with the Naaru Lura, who, way back in time, stay behind to give Velen and the Draenei a chance to escape their planets. She's been locked away all this time, and her song has slowly turned from hope, from the light, into darkness and despair. We follow Illyria around as she investigates what's going on, as she figures out that the Viceroy Najar has also set his sights on Lura and is causing all kinds of problems while spreading the void, and we even run into the Locust Walker again.
What are your people doing here?
I am here to find out. Follow, if you can.
I need to finish what I started, Locust Walker.
Can you, though? With your attachments?
What are you talking about?
Why, your mate, of course. How does he feel about your choices?
Farewell. Turellian trusts me to make hard decisions, and I him.
I am not talking about trust. How can you expect to embrace the shadow with the light shining so brightly at your side?
Without the light, there is no shadow, teacher.
Prepare yourself, Illyria. Your friend here will hold its attention.
That thing! It's calling to me!
Focus your mind. Remember your training.
Arator! Turellian!
The void shows only half-truths. Trust your instincts.
I can't! Oh!
Fight, curse you!
I won't let you. I am not yours to claim.
What luck that we run into each other here. Together, we enter the seat of the Triumvirate, where Lura is held. The Shadow Guard Ethereals and others of their ilk, like Viceroy Nazar again, they're obsessed with harnessing the power of the Void to serve their own ambitions. Drawn to the seat of the Triumvirate by the immense darkness emanating from deep within, Nazar will stop at nothing to claim it for his own, given the Viceroy's experiments at infusing vessels with the power of the Shadow. The implications of what he might accomplish in Argus are dire indeed. But not to worry, we stopped him and took the dark powers emanating for ourselves, as it would be Illyria claiming Lura's essence.
You survived. Interesting. How do you feel?
The voices are louder now, more insistent, but they do not control me.
You asked me to teach you to use the void as a weapon. Now that weapon is you.
It seems my training is complete.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to test the limits of this newfound power. Come.
The whole testing of her powers and seeing what she could really do. That would sadly take place off-screen, and the Locust Walker story would fall a little bit to the background, as our intention, it was drawn to defeating the Burning Legion and stopping Sargeras. Not the last time that we see the Locust Walker though, as Illyria is not the only one interested in the Void. We would see Magister Umbric and his followers that followed their own research, despite it meaning exile from Silvermoon, all the way into a trap set out by Nether Prince Derzan. They would have been lost, was it not for Illyria's aid. And while their paths were a little bit different, the Rendori, or the Void Elves, they also show great promise, wielding the darkness and maintaining control over the Whispers. The Locust Walker guides them through it as well, as he has done with Illyria. And yet the matter of loyalty, that's a hard one to answer. Is the Locust Walker truly a master of the Void? Or are they using their senses of destiny to play pieces on the board which they could use? Is he on our side? Is he on the Void side? Is he on Xal'ata's side? Is he actually Khadgar in disguise? It's all very much speculation and things to be revealed.
Yes, I do have a real name. It's none of your business. Were I to speak it aloud, 1,000 void portals would rip open and some very unpleasant entities would come looking to collect on old debts. But by all means, if you want to see reality itself torn asunder, keep asking about my name.
One last group of Ethereals to talk about. One that's been operating from the shadows in the back. One that you may have forgotten about, because I know I sure did. The Void Ethereal Shadreen and those that follow her lead. She shows up in the Void Elf intro cutscene, and then occasionally pops up at Logra's Rifts, honoring her title of the Watcher and watching us. Not just at the Rift either, they've shown up at the Trial of Style to get information, and they were part of the Brawlers Guild infiltration murder mystery, where she had Zanzalish take the place of Bismo. Pay special attention to the heroes, the champions, the movers of fate. Watch from afar, watch when up close. Interfere if you deem it necessary. This gave him a chance to see how we fight, which was quite informative, but watching us solve this mystery has been even more illuminating. The blade of the Watcher tries to take us out, but Shadreen herself doesn't seem overly hostile, even kind enough to slip a mysterious coin into our journal. Thank you for the opportunity to observe you. The information I've gathered has been illuminating, to say the least. This will be my final gifts, for now. That's been going on in the background for a bit. For who or what purpose has she been gathering this information? Has she been the eyes and ears of Xal'ata for all this time? Is she serving a Nexus prince or princess? Has she been working on her own plans? And what about all these transactions they've been doing with the Ethereals? Plenty of resources and tokens of power. They've exchanged hands in pursuit of gear and rewards. Where did all of that go? All that and so much more to be revealed. But in the case of the Ethereals and Karesh, I hope you got a better understanding as to where they came from and what they've been up to. Beings that were manipulated or simply pushed their research of knowledge and power into bringing in something like the Mantis the All-Devouring. We've seen a lot of them rise up against the darkness, and yet plenty that have chosen to embrace it instead. Only recently did we see the Harbinger call out for Illyria to come out and play, and we saw plenty of Shadowguard Ethereals fight at their side. We've seen the Ethereals suck up the Void and increase their power as far back as the Burning Crusade, but even going further during Legion, where we saw Nexus Prince Bilal going so far that they became a Void Revenant. Safe to say that we'll see Ethereals on both sides of the playing field. Fingers crossed that maybe one day we ourselves will be able to play as them. But then, that of course does leave us with the most important question of all. When talking about Ethereals, when are they going to add Rafam and the League of Evil to World of Warcraft? Hello everyone. The role of the Guardian was to protect the world of Azeroth from evil both within and without. Little did they know that those same evil forces had already managed to sink their claws into their defender. The spirit of Sargeras had managed to nestle himself within the Guardian Medivh. Through this vessel, contact was made with the Orc Guldan, and together they worked on setting up a connection that would change the fate of Azeroth forever. They set up the Dark Portal.
The time has come! Guldan, order your warlocks to double their efforts! Moments from now, the gateway will open, and your horde will be released upon this ripe, unsuspecting world.
An event so huge that this is what they use for the calendar. Year 0, the year the Dark Portal opened up for the first time, and the demonic-fueled Orcish horde washed over the lands of Azeroth. The true history of the horde was not known to the people of Azeroth. All they saw, moments before the axe separated their skull from the body, was a swarm of bloodthirsty orcs pouring out, looting, pillaging, doing all kinds of things I can't mention here without YouTube getting very mad at me. The darkness that poured out of the portal was overwhelming, but the world was not without its light.
It couldn't have been helped, you know. We tried to alter it, but it was all part of a larger scheme.
I know. All part of a greater cycle. A cycle that now at last may be broken.
Medivh's betrayal would eventually be uncovered, and the Guardian, together with the spirit of Sargeras inside of him, were slain. But they did not close the Dark Portal, nor did that stop the Horde rampage. Stormwind would eventually fall, and its survivors, forced to set sail to the lands of Lordaeron, warn them of the coming threat of the Hordes. Unite the world, or their world would be lost. But that was easier said than done. Not only did the human kingdoms not exactly play nice with one another, politics and power, it was often at the forefront of the minds of the leaders. How do you convince them of something that they've never seen before? All of a sudden, these larger-than-life, powerful orcs, in numbers unheard of, showed up at the doorstep. Sure, right you are. What games are you playing? What political power grab might this be? Or are there alternative options besides throwing large amounts of monies and forces against the orcs? Could they perhaps reason with them, maybe use a bit of diplomacy to make sure that they resolve this, primarily in a cheaper way? One person in attendance could not stand by as the humans squabbled over meaningless issues. His name was Turellian, and he was one of Lordaeron's most venerated priests. Turellian brought Stormwind's prince Varian to his side. The priests called on the leaders to forget their old differences. If they underestimated the orcs, every kingdom would suffer Stormwind's fate. Their cities would burn, and their children would become orphans, much like Varian. If their children survived at all. The orcs were not a merciful people. Turellian argued that the kingdom stood at a crossroads. If they failed to unite, history would know humanity as a people who were too proud to band together. A people who had a chance to save Azeroth, but instead had thrown it away over politics and illusions of power. Yet, if humans did unite into the Alliance, they could change history. They could arise as Azeroth's guardians. After all, no other race in the known world had humanity's resources, its strength of leadership, or its bravery. The Council of Seven Nations erupted in applause after Turellian's speech. His words even swayed Greymane and Paranold. That very day, the human leaders voted unanimously to form the Alliance of Lordaeron. Debates followed about who could best lead this alliance military, and the rulers decided on Anduin Lothar. Because he was from Stormwind, he had no political ties to the northern human nations. He could command the armies fairly and act as a neutral party in disputes. Lothar accepted this title with great humility. As supreme commander of the Alliance army, he wielded more power and influence than any human had since the days of the ancient King Thoradin. That's the version of convincing them that we got in the Warcraft Chronicles, but a more older version, it described it in the novel Tides of Darkness, that actually had Anduin Lothar himself step up. convince them of what they had seen, and once more that ancient blood tie, that connection to Thoradin of Arator, it's used as leverage. Thoradin, way back when, he was the one who brought the scattered human tribes together to form the first human kingdom. Man together is strong. Such a powerhouse that even the High Elves of Quel'Thalas took notice. A potential ally for them in their war against the Amani trolls. Their union secured victory, and from that day forth, whenever someone of Thoradin's line was in need of aid, all they had to do was ask the elves, and they would provide their support.
Did I hear that right earlier? You're, Lothar?
You know the name?
Know it. I was named for Anduin Lothar, one of Stormwind's greatest heroes. He was close friends with my grandfather, King Lane Rin.
We've learned, with the war within, that part of Thoradin's people, together with somebody else, they set sail and formed their own kingdom, somewhere out there. That's where Farron Lothar and the Arathi from Hollowfall come from. While in this moment, Lothar is a champion of Stormwind. He was a close friend to the Guardian Medivh, so putting an end to him, it was no easy choice. Varian's life was saved by the mighty Anduin Lothar, which is why his future son would carry that name with pride. And as a commander, Lothar did amazing work, making use of that ancient pact, and the elves did provide a token force at first. Their leaders aren't really convinced that the orcish threat is serious, and even if it did exist, their magical defenses, it would keep the kingdom safe. The mighty Alleria Windrunner can't believe their foolishness and decides to join their initial forces, lend her aid to the cause. Soon enough, she would be proven right. The Orcish horde was a very real threat, real threatening, with making allegiances with the Amani and breathing dragon fire down upon their forests. Alleria's parents, as well as her brother Lirath, are slain by these invaders, which would put her on a murderous rampage for vengeance. But the war was far from over. The horde seemed nearly unstoppable. That is, until they laid siege to Lordaeron, and betrayal from within drew their war chief Doomhammer's attention. You see, Guldan had betrayed them in search of more power, and the war chief's honor compelled him to bring Guldan to justice. Splitting his forces and this betrayal, it would play a critical role in one of the horde's first and major defeats, pushing them back, with the alliance of Lordaeron taking full advantage, rallying and pushing them ever further. A campaign that had nearly seen Azeroth fall was now driven back through claimed territories, all the way back to the Horde's base within Blackrock Mountain. This would be the site of their final battle. Who was going to claim Azeroth? Where the Horde had added Death Knight units to the ranks, the Alliance saw the radiant light shine through the Paladins. Yet throughout it all, Turellian had more trouble connecting with the light compared to his brothers and sisters in arms. Something was holding him back, was confusing him. But all that changed when he saw the one-on-one fight go down between their commander, Anduin Lothar, and War Chief Orgrim Doomhammer.
For Doomhammer!
Neither warrior gave ground, not at first. But Orgrim was simply mightier than his opponent. The war chief shattered Lothar's great sword with a swing of his warhammer. The Alliance commander fell to his knees. With his next merciless blow, Doomhammer crushed Lothar's skull. Watching their war chief vanquish the enemy commander, inspire the orcs as they pressed their attack. Orgrim's gambit had paid off. He could see the sorrow and despair in his enemy's eyes. The Alliance soldiers were flagging. Many of their men were losing their will to fight. No. The word burst from Turellian's lips as he shoved through the crowd and dropped to his knees beside the dead body of his hero, his mentor, his commander. Then his gaze switched to the orc towering above him, and something within him clicked into place. For months, Turellian had been struggling with his faith and with one particular question. How could the holy light unite all creatures, all souls, when something as monstrous, as cruel, and as purely evil as the orc horde walked this world? Unable to reconcile the two, and he had been unsure of himself and of the church's teachings, and he had looked on with envy as Uther and other paladins gave blessings and shone bright with zeal, knowing he could not match their abilities. But something this orc, this Doomhammer had just said, it had registered on some level below conscious thoughts, and Turellian tried to trace it. until your world belongs to us, the Horde war chief have gloated. Your world, not our world, or even this world. And that was the answer. He had remembered the Dark Portal, of course. Khadgar had told him about it when they had first met, while describing the Orc menace, and it had been mentioned several times since then. But for some reason, the truth of it had never really sunk in. Until now. The orcs were not of this world. They were foreign to this planet, to this very plane of existence. They came from elsewhere, and were powered by demons from even further beyond. The Holy Light did unite all life, everyone in this world. But not the orcs, who did not belong here. And that meant his task was clear. He was charged with upholding the Holy Light and using its blazing glory to scour this world clean of all threats from without and to maintain the purity within. The orcs did not belong here. And that meant he could strike them down with impunity. By the lights, your time here has ended, he shouted, rising to his feet, and a brilliant glow sprang up around him. So bright, orcs and humans alike turned away, shielding their eyes. You are not of this world, not of the Holy Light. You do not belong here. Begone! The Horde warchief grimaced and backed away a step, a hand shielding his eyes. Trellian took advantage of the moment to crouch again beside Lothar's body. Go with the light, my friends, he whispered, touching a forefinger to the fallen champion's shattered forehead, his own tears dripping down to mix with the dead warrior's blood. You've earned a place among the holy, and the light welcomes you into its loving embrace. An aura sprang up around the body, glowing a pure white, and he felt the features of his dead friend relax slightly, growing calm, even quietly content. Then Trellian rose again, and now he held in one hand the shattered great swords. And you, foul creature, he declared, turning toward the dazzled Doomhammer, you will pay for your crimes upon this world and its peoples. Doomhammer must have recognized the threat in his tone, for the orc leader gripped his hammer with both hands and swung it up, blocking the blow he sensed was coming. But Trellian had both hands wrapped around the broken sword's hilt and brought the blade down in a blinding flash of light, and the ruined weapon slammed hard into the massive warhammer's black stone head, the impact traveling down the heavy wooden handle and shaking it free of its master's grip. The hammer fell harmlessly to the side. Doomhammer's eyes widened as he realized what had happened, and then he closed them and gave a faint nod, waiting for the rest of the blow to fall. But Trellian had turned the blade at the last second and struck the orc with the flat instead of the edge. The impact drove Doomhammer to his knees, and then he collapsed alongside Lothar. But Trellian could see the rise and fall of the warchief's back. You will stand trial for your crimes, he told the unconscious orc, the light building around him. You will stand in Capital City in chains. It was brighter than the brightest day now, and every orc turned away, cowering from the blinding lights. As the leaders of the Alliance decide your fates, and there you will acknowledge your full defeat. Then he turned and glanced up, this time at the other orc warriors, who had stood frozen as they watched their leader's apparent victory converted to stunning defeats. But you will not be so lucky, Trellian intoned, leveling the shattered sword at them. Light lanced from it, and from his hand, his head, his eyes, the black rock around him was blanched white by the power that poured from his body. You will die here with the rest of your kind, and this world will be rid of your taint forever. And with that, he leaped forward, the sun-bright blade already in motion. It caught the first orc in the throat before he could even react, and the brute fell, blood spurting from the wound, as Trellian charged past him towards the other half-blinded horde warriors. That broke the paralysis, and the other orcs and humans finally were able to move again. Uther and the other Silverhand paladins had joined the throng during Lothar and Doomhammer's battle, and now they ran forward to follow their fellow, auras springing up around them as well as they dove into the gathered hordes. The rest of the Alliance forces followed. Through every trial the Alliance had faced, their commander had never hesitated. He had led them with wisdom and bravery. He had treated them as more than soldiers, as friends and family. They were all Lothar's sons and daughters, and they would carry on his dream of ridding the world of the hordes. Now was not the time for uncertainty. Not when victory was within reach. Now was the time to fight. For Azeroth, for the Alliance, for Lothar.
For the Alliance!
The Horde's first invasion of Azeroth ended in defeat. Some were slain, some were imprisoned and placed in internment camps, some managed to avoid capture altogether and carve out their own fates. For example, Doomhammer would manage to escape his chains and later play a part in Warchief Thrall's rise to power. Eitrigg saw the darkness and corruption of the Horde and decided enough was enough. With Doomhammer's defeats, he took what little honor they had left and lived out on his own, eventually coming out in contact with Tyrion Fordring and reunite with Thrall's Horde. Some of the Blackrock clan, so Doomhammer's clan and Eitrigg's clan, they would return to the mountain and form the Dark Horde, or the True Horde as they saw it, eventually coming under control of the Black Dragon Nefarian. In this moment though, the day was saved. The Horde was defeated and the Dark Portal shut down. As so often seen, victory earned with great sacrifice. Many lives were lost in this war, not to mention the great commander and friend of the Alliance of Lordaeron, Anduin Lothar, whose statue can still be found pointing his weapon defiantly at the Black Rock Mountain. The Horde was not entirely done though. Their forces that had managed to go through the Dark Portal back home to Draenor before Khadgar shut it down, they figured that if Azeroth was too well defended, well, perhaps what they could do, what they should do, is make more portals to different worlds. Surely they would be far easier to claim and give the orcs the new home that they needed. All they have to do was reopen the Dark Portal, claim some artifacts of power from Azeroth, bring them back home, and get those portals going. Now Azeroth was not going to be caught by surprise though. They had learned, they had built a keep with the pure goal of keeping an eye on the Dark Portal. They knew that that connection was not entirely severed. Most likely it never truly could. So when it did reopen, word reached the right people far quicker than before, and what waited for the Horde invaders was not just the Alliance of Lordaeron, these were the sons of Lothar. The men and women that had fought under Anduin Lothar in the defense of the world. These were battle-hardened warriors, seasoned veterans that would not just let them lay claim to the world once more. And when they found out that the Horde had not come for Azeroth itself, some of the soldiers wondered, why not just let them go? But the idea of letting the Horde just do what they want, bring the same pain and suffering to other worlds as they had brought to Azeroth, it would not stand. General Trevelyan, Illyria Windrunner, Khadgar, Círdan Wildhammer, Dun of Trollbane, and the rest of the forces made the call. They would step through the Dark Portal and stop the Horde once and for all. Deep down, they all knew that this moment could very well be the last time that they laid eyes on Azeroth. But for the sake of their loved ones, for the sake of the world, they ventured through. The Sons of Lothar, doing everything in their power to stop the Horde, and were incredibly successful, up to a certain point. The full might of the Horde was indeed prevented from invading other worlds, yet they were still able to complete their ritual and open set portals. Not just one portal, all across the already heavily corrupted Draenor, portals opened up, and the magics of the twisting nether started to blast through. This was more than the world could take. And they feared that the destruction of the planets that would blast through the Dark Portal and take Azeroth with it. So it was that they decided to shut it down. Shut down the Dark Portal on Draenor's side, secure the safety of Azeroth at the cost of everything, for they had no idea if they were going to survive. And in turn, Azeroth had no idea if the Sons of Lothar were still out there, or if they'd all perished. That's why when you walk up to Stormwind, you see these statues flanking the sides, honoring their bravery as Azeroth kept on turning, thanks in part due to their heroics. Turn long enough to reach the expansion The Burning Crusade and the reopening of the Dark Portal.
You are not prepared.
We found out what happened to our heroes, still bunkered down and finding a good fight. There was Khadgar, Gul'dan and Danav all accounted for, in league with the Holy Naaru, fighting against the remaining demonic forces and trying to stop the plans of Illidan within the Black Temple. But the Sons of Lothar were not complete. Before we talk about their missing members, about Illyria and Trellian, let's first also recognize some of the other named, but perhaps lesser well-known characters. The wiki provides a very handy list. Auric Sunchaser, captain of the High Elves found at Illyrian Stronghold. Auric served as a Farstrider as far back as Illyria's mother still being in charge, Ranger General Larissa Windrunner, so closely connected to the Windrunner family. We'd find him as the captain at Illyrian Stronghold in Terrakar Forests, a location suggested in the novel Beyond the Dark Portal. But not just made out of Auric's suggestion. We also have people like Tel'Drasar, who's a lieutenant of the Sons of Lothar, or Relian, that was also part of their crew. Now very similar to Auric, these are long-time rangers with the Windrunner family. But while Auric survived the books and made it into the game, Tel'Drasar and Relian's fates are unknown. In the books, they played a big part in saving Gul'dan and trying to go after Ner'zhul, but in-game, we don't really know where they went, and it's Auric that's in charge. Beyond just here in the Burning Crusade, we'd see Auric return to the Sunwell and stand up for us as we reforged Quel'Dalar.
How may I help?
With then the last of the High Elves to mention on the list being Varana. Varana is or was the right hand of Illyria. They did not actually cross over the Dark Portal, did not actually set foot on Draenor. She wanted to, she was more than ready to, just like all the others, but Illyria trusted her with a mission she'd give to no one else. Knowing full well that they'd probably never come back, Illyria wanted her to bring pendants to her sisters Sylvanas and Verissa. A necklace that was given to her by their mother, split up into 3. It's unknown what happened to Varana after she completed her mission, but she would resurface with the expansion Dragonflight. Now she's a Dark Fallen, so an elf resurrected on death, which most likely means that she fell trying to defend the lands against Arthas and the Scourge. She's also a wielder of the Void, part of the Rendorai, still ever loyal to Illyria. She has followed her through war, adventure, death itself, and will follow her into the Void if need be, going above and beyond, joining the campaign on Karesh and the battle against the Mencius.
You will find it difficult to speak without a head.
Herrick is the right-hand man of Dun of Trollbane, so of course he was there with them on Draenor, also part of that founding of the Illyrian Stronghold. Unlike some of the others, Herrick would not be lost amongst the pages of Beyond the Dark Portal. He's been brought into the game, although it did take a while. He's been brought into the game with the War Within, still serving Danav at Kezelgar.
Can I help you?
Then Archmage Varkov, that has probably been given the most to do outside of joining the Sons of Lothar into Draenor. As leader of the Kirin Tor Mages, he'd set up base in Kirinvar village, and there they studied the magics of the land, until they came under attack by Prince Kaelthas and were saved by our hands with the Burning Crusade. With the portal reopened, Varkov would return to Dalaran, where instead of going on expeditions himself, he now prefers to use his image to help us out. Help us out across multiple expansions like Wrath of the Lich King, the Cataclysm, Mist of Pandaria, and even Alternate Draenor. Time is a circle and all that. It wouldn't be until Legion where Varkov shows up in the flesh again. Or we should say, the Dreadlord who possesses him, Kafrnatir, who became the main enemy for the Mage Order Hall to deal with, showing Varkov that even if he seals him away within his tower, danger lurks around every corner. This might have pushed him to see a bit more of the world again, showing up on the Dragon Isles to visit the Algafar Academy.
What can I do for you?
And then finally, there is Melgor Davidicus, priest and friend of Turellian, found at Honor Hold, mainly there to support Arator with the search of his parents. Even though Arator was not mentioned during the novel Beyond the Dark Portal, they've later on added him to the story, added him with the Burning Crusade. A child left behind by Illyria and Turelion. Another sacrifice made as they stepped through the dark portal. But despite his best efforts, and us reconnecting with a whole lot of the sons of Lothar, we wouldn't find out what happened to his parents until much, much later.
Eretor. Son.
The vessel. It senses young Eretor's presence.
If you can hear this, I have an important message. For ages, I have hunted the Burning Legion across the stars. In retribution, the Dreadlord Balnazar has been sent to Azeroth to destroy all that I hold dear. You must gather the defenders of the light, Eretor. Keep the light alive. Fight! Or all is lost. Farewell, son. Do not lose faith, for it is in the darkest moments that the light shines brightest.
That is, until the expansion Legion, where it was revealed that they've been fighting with the Army of the Light for thousands of years against the might of the Burning Legion. A mission we helped them succeed with, we helped them finish in Legion, but what wasn't really incorporated in the overarching story, that was taking these heroes out of time and then placing them back in modern society, as things on Azeroth have drastically changed since the days of the Sons of Lothar. When the Sons of Lothar left, the Alliance was more the Alliance of Lordaeron, or the remnants of said alliance, versus the demonic bloodthirsty hordes. Compare that to the Horde and Alliance that we had in Classic, and then to the ones that we have today, and it's very different than what it used to be. The story has reached the part where, time and time again, the Alliance and Horde find out that fighting each other is great and all, but working together, that is when we truly shine. That is when these outside forces start getting worried and we topple the old gods. We prevent invasions from the Legion. Anyone and everything that tried to claim Azeroth, like the Horde of old had tried to claim Azeroth, had been vanquished and sent back running. Now these characters of old are brought back into the storyline, and I would have loved to have seen how a Turelion or an Illyria would respond to seeing such an alliance, and the close that we got was in the direction of this.
Impossible! I refuse to believe she now leads the Horde. Not after all they did to our people during the war.
There's more. I'm not sure how to explain the rest. Or if this is even the time or place to...
I must know, Verisa. What fate befell our sister?
It is unsettling to look upon these memorials to our passing.
Indeed. Sometimes I feel that I have already died twice. Once, when we were presumed lost on Draenor. And again, when gripped by the shadow of the fallen Naaru. Perhaps death is the true legacy of the Windrunners.
I thought I'd find you here. It's a place you often visit when something's on your mind.
Perhaps these statues remind me of a simpler time.
So much has happened since our return to Azeroth. The wounding of the world. The war against the Horde.
War, I understand. We both do. But I expected to be fighting with two sisters at my side. Instead, I faced one of them in battle. Or at least, what remains of her.
Now we've often wondered if and when the faction war returns, if someone like Turelion could be a catalyst for it. Remembering the days of old and perhaps upholding those beliefs, his dialogue in the throne room definitely left some room for it. In King Anduin's absence, I have been entrusted with the protection of Alliance citizens. It feels like lifetimes ago that I helped a young Varian Rin secure his throne. Now I am charged with keeping it safe for his son. The Fourth War took a terrible toll on the Alliance. Our military might has been depleted. Stormwind's nobles are keen to see our defenses restored. Reclaiming Stromgarde was a good first step. Perhaps there are other holdings of the old Alliance that could be secured. Them be fighting words, thinking about reclaiming territories lost as they had done with Stromgarde. This refers to the war fronts during Battle for Azeroth, in which the Alliance and Horde went at each other. In the Arathi Highlands, we'd see characters like Liadrin, Rokan, and Eitric. They were fighting for the Horde, with a Muradin, or Turelion, or Trollbane representing the Alliance.
Now, siege engines, blast down that gate! This vile orc will know the meaning of Alliance justice!
I know all about your Alliance justice! Wind Riders, show them the meaning of Horde fury!
High Perch belongs to the Horde. Or should I say, the Greenskins.
You and your kind are all the same. You'll die on your knees, just like the rest.
The Warfronts were won by the Alliance. That is why Trellian says it's a good first step. But where does that leave the Sons of Lothar? With their most prominent members reunited, all back into the story. What is their role going forwards? Should they even play a part going forward? Or should this organization take a place amongst the legends of the past? A relic, a time period unable to be recaptured, as it is the name used by those that fought with Anduin Lothar. In remembrance of the supreme allied commander, Anduin Lothar. A man who would sacrifice everything in the defense of his king, his people, his home. Let our enemies know our names. Let our allies honor our passing. We are the Sons of Lothar. I know what my preference would be, but the story does continue. The Sons of Lothar carry on, but after writing this history down, it feels more like they carry on in name only, rather than in action.
It's good to see you again, my friends. When I couldn't find you after the devastation of Draenor, I wasn't sure what to think.
We feared for you as well, Khadgar. But I think part of me knew it would take more than the explosion of a planet to slow you down.
Gul'dan and Daneth are safe as well.
Indeed. Though I don't get to see them as often as I'd like. When this is all behind us, perhaps the Sons of Lothar should share a reunion feast.
I agree. It's been a long time, but as I recall, it was your turn to buy the drinks, Khadgar.
Well, I don't know about that.
Definitely your turn. Never question an elf's memory, even after 1,000 years.
A celebration suggested as far back as Legion, with Khadgar finally reuniting with his old friends. That party would have to wait though, as we go through the expansions. We even get a time skip, where Azeroth finally has a few years of peace, until we reach the War Within. Here we find out that, despite throwing many lives and resources at claiming the Arathi Highlands, with the armistice signed between the Alliance and the Hordes, now it's time to work together, and we're going to share these lands. Geijara with the Magar Orcs are stationed at Hammerfall, while the Arathi are in Stromgarde Keep. And we discover this when Fro and Jaina leave us at Kezogar to go and get some reinforcements. But not everyone is ready to let go of the past. Dana's niece Meryn believes in the supremacy of the Arathi Empire, those days of old, and does not think working together with the orcs, sharing their already depleted resources and territory, that is the way to go forwards.
And we also have matters to confront. Old hatreds stirring between orcs and humans in the Highlands. I cannot fathom my niece and her values. Nothing must endanger the armistice.
You dare invade Stromgarde? Rightful home of the Trollbanes? Get out of my sight, Greenskin.
I cannot fathom my niece and her values.
The story in the Highlands ends with Geijara and the others looking beyond their hatreds, and they're aiming towards working together, with his niece thrown in jail. We then read, Círdan Wildhammer and Trellian were waiting in the square outside the main keep. Trellian shook Jaina's hands. Lord Admiral, the Sons of Lothar will answer your call. Círdan coughed. Little dramatic, Trellian? We've not gone by that name in what, 2 decades more? The paladin grins. Maybe it is time we reclaim it. Then Geijara introduces her general Talgar and her advisor Eitrigg. Eitrigg stood tall, while Dunaf and Trellian exchanged an uncomfortable glance. It was Dunaf who broke the silence, clearing his throat as he bowed stiffly to the Black Rock chieftain. It's good to see you again, he said. He looked up at his friends. Isn't it, Trellian? Quite, said Trellian, his expression tight. He and Eitrigg held each other's gaze for a moment, before Eitrigg turned to Jaina. Are we sure we want these two for champions? Eitrigg smiled sharply. Having faced both of them in the Fourth War, I can't say I was impressed. Surely the Alliance can offer someone a bit, younger. Círdan snorted a laugh, before Jaina stepped between the trio. We should hasten to make our plans, she said. turning a diplomatic smile on Eitrigg. "An excellent suggestion," said Dunnough, letting out a long-held breath. "Please, if you will all follow me." Now, do you think Trevelyan saw the bashed open skull of Lothar when he saw Eitrigg standing there? Or do you think the light-hearted jokes over trying to murder each other during the warfront drowned out that image of old? All the same, Frau and Jaina returned to the war effort at Kezelgar with the promised reinforcements, including the Sons of Lothar.
Another Alliance lackey here to polish Tyralian's armor.
Pay attention, Orc. Watch one of the Alliance's best at work.
Oh, will they also talk the enemy to death?
And that feast that Khadgar suggested, it took place within the Argentina, a magical pocket dimension the Sons of Lothar always had access to, and over the years, more and more have been invited to join their celebrations. Now even Eitrigg is welcome to the party.
I've been waiting a long time for this feast. This chance to join with my dearest friends in our secret place, beyond her reach. Pardon me, old-timers. I'm looking for the Sons of Lothar. It's good to see you. It is better to see you, Khadgar. Valeria, it has been too long. Denath, how are things in Stromgarde? A fiasco, thanks to my niece Merrin. Eitrigg and I have been working to calm tensions in the Highlands. You remember Eitrigg, I hope? Wait, Eitrigg, weren't you leading an army against this one in the Fourth War? Indeed. He makes a better diplomat than opponent. Hey, it seems so long ago that we promised to feast together. And here we finally are. All except Kurdrin. Will he be joining us? Should we wait for him? I'm certain he will turn up soon. But he would not begrudge us this time together. Indeed. Time has never felt so rare and precious to me. For all that, I have never had much to squander. We've all dedicated ourselves to the defense of Azeroth. I can hardly remember the last time I marked the Feast of Winter Vale. It matters little. We are here now, on the other side of the Dark Portal, and more recently, the Dark Heart, and neither has beaten us. To our long-awaited feast, and to the Sons of Lothar, reunited. How many winter veils have passed since we were all together? Do we count the years Alleria and I were in the Twisting Nether? Because that would add several centuries. Too many, Denath. The answer to your riddle is too many. Countless years spent in the field of battle, away from our friends and loved ones. So much lost. I've missed plenty of feasts, and would miss plenty more if it meant keeping my son safe. I hope he and the Black Rock feasted without me. I hope they never know how close we came to catastrophe. And it wasn't all bad, was it? Fighting side by side in the depths, finding our rhythm again, reaffirming our bonds to one another. It was as if no time had passed at all. And I told no one of that incident in the Salian gutters. Promise. A toast to that, and to our good friends, and a toast to those for whom we fight. Despite this pleasant respite, no one promised us peace. We traveled through the Dark Portal, raised axe and sword and bow to defend our home. This is who we are. And there are battles still to face, darkness waiting beyond this hearth, that door. But so long as we are fighting, we are alive. Yes, alive we are. Friends, we have fought too long to let our joy be dampened during this hard-won reunion. Agreed. If all we have is this moment, I am glad to spend it with you.
there is one part that I don't really understand what the comic is talking about.
And it wasn't all bad, was it? Fighting side by side in the depths, finding our rhythm again, reaffirming our bonds to one another. It was as if no time had passed at all. And I told no one of that incident in the Salian gutters. Promise.
Now I imagine Dunoff is talking about the Sons of Lothar finding their rhythm again, fighting like they done before, which is not impossible to imagine, as they are referenced in a max level campaign, taking on the forces of Zolotov. But then Eitrigg makes mention over some incidents in the Salian gutters. The Salian Gutters is a location in Ashkahet, but I don't remember seeing Eitrigg or the Sons of Lothar in the zone at all, so I'm not exactly sure what they're talking about here. If you do know, by all means, let me know, because I'm genuinely curious. Now later on, during the war within, we join Dunoff and Farron Lothar, which is indeed the same last name as Anduin Lothar, not directly related. They go to the Yarathi Highlands as well, where it's clear that the troubles between the Magyar and the Yarathi are far from over. A new organization called the Red Dawn, they're fighting for human supremacy, which we put a stop to. And while we do, Dunoff shares what the Sons of Lothar are now all about.
Going to Kaz Olgar was unpopular in Stromgarde. But the Sons of Lothar promote tolerance and mercy.
A big difference to what they used to do, and not a vision shared by everyone in Stromgarde, is we need to go in and we clear out the place with once again his niece Merrin pulling these strings from Jill. Now despite killing one of the leaders of the Red Dawn, literally a moment before this, when it comes to Merrin, Dunoff says,
"Stop this! Dinath fought to save all of Azeroth!
He sold us out so the Alliance and Horde could wage war in Kaz-Algar! You'll never understand. For Erethdor! The Red Dawn will rise again.
No! Do not make her a martyr. Our history will read Farron, true daughter of the Arathi, allowed Merrin to live without her title and name. The Red Dawn vanished from the Highlands forever.
This is not over.
Not only letting his niece walk away with her life, while she promises him that this is far from over and she's twirling her imaginary evil mustache, they don't even bother putting her back into prison that she broke out from during this questline.
The cycle of war, it never ends, does it?
One day, Danath. Times are changing, even for us old soldiers.
Quite a difference compared to the Sons of Lothar of old, but that is the story that they've been given so far. Hello everyone! Deathwing the Destroyer wasn't always known for breaking the world or instantly killing poor, unsuspecting adventurers. Once upon a time, in the very beginning, he was a proto-dragon, proving his worth against the massive threat of Galakrond. By working together with Alexstrasza, Malygos, Nosdormu and Ysera, they were able to bring the gigantic beastie down, showing Keeper Tyr that the world of Azeroth could use a bit of extra defenders. So it was that the Keepers decided to call upon their mighty creators, the Titans themselves, to empower these proto-dragons and more of their kin, transforming them into the full-blown dragons as we know them as today. It was Keeper Arcadus that called upon his creator, Kaskarov, to bestow some of his vast power upon the indomitable Neltharion, as he was still called back then. Known afterwards as the Earth Order, Neltharion was given charge over the mountains and deep caverns of the earth. My blessing upon you will seem humble compared to those which have been bestowed upon the others. The managing of time, of life, of dreams and magic. I offer you the earth, the soil, the ground, the deep places. But know that the earth is the basis of all things. It is where we are rooted, where you must come from if you are to go to. Here is whence true strength comes, from deep places, within the world, and within oneself. He embodied the strength of the world and served for many long ages as Alexstrasza's greatest friend and confidant. He also grew close with Malygos the Blue. Brothers, they may not have been in blood, but they were truly brothers in nature. For a while, things were pretty great, and the dragon aspects performed their duties, held up their charge, maintained their domains, but being connected to the Earth, it did come with a bit of a problem though, as the planet itself had been infected with the old gods. These malicious beings once ruled the surface, during the days of the Black Empire, but had since been locked away by the Titans. Even before transforming him, Neltharion could already hear their soft whispers in the air. Now, as the aspect of Earth, and as the ages passed, their vile influence gradually pervaded the aspect's once great heart. His descent into torment and madness went unnoticed by the other aspects, but it would be revealed during an all-out epic war called the War of the Ancients.
Entranced by the power they offered, our queen betrayed us.
In this time, we saw the demons of the Burning Legion trying to bring in their master Sargeras onto Azeroth. A resistance was formed. Even the dragons felt compelled to join the battle. To put a swift end to the conflict, Neltharion proposed a solution. By pooling a portion of their powers together in an artifact which they called the Dragon Soul, they could focus their powers and scour the Legion from the face of the world.
It is done. All have given that which must be given. I now seal the Dragon Soul forever.
That terrible glow. Should that be?
For it to be as it must, yes. It is a weapon like no other. It must be like no other.
Obviously, the others had no idea that Neltharion had turned to the dark side. He would be the only one not giving up a portion of his powers. And at first, the Dragon Soul did exactly as he had promised, wiping out the Legion down below. But when it came time to break their spellwork, return what was given, Neltharion showed his true nature. He knew that they would all betray him. The voices had told him. They would all want the Dragon Soul for themselves. Those closest to him were actually his enemies, as he was told. The Earth Order used the artifact created on not just the demons down below, but also the resistance that had formed and the dragons themselves. The Blue Dragonflight, the one that was ruled over by his almost brother Malygos, it was nearly wiped out, reduced to dry husks, their magic and their life force drained by the now called Demon Soul. This betrayal, it hit Malygos extra hard, especially as he had stood at Neltharion's side when they created it. This moment right here, it would send him into madness for millennia. And though the other dragons, they did their best to stop him, they too were forced to flee from the madness of Neltharion, the madness of Deathwing. But using the epic powers from the artifacts, it also had its effects on Deathwing himself. As the Demon Soul's energies flooded through him, Neltharion's body began tearing apart. A raw power, like the seething heart of a volcano, engulfed his soul. Smoldering fissures wrenched open across his scaly hide. From these wounds, geysers of white-hot fire and magma burst forth. With a howl of rage, Neltharion finally withdrew from the engagement, disappeared into the skies. To hold his body together, he decided to bolt some adamantium plates to his spine, just to keep all of that in. Designed by goblins and then placed by enslaved Drogbar. The mad aspects, he was ready for more. The War of the Ancients kept on going. And the old gods, they actually wanted the Legion, they wanted Sargeras to come in, thinking that they could use the momentum to escape their prisons. They manipulated events so that the Demon Soul ended up in the hands of those that were working on the summoning, kinda underestimating exactly how crazy they had driven Neltharion. The Demon Soul was his precious, and no one, not even those maddening whispers in his mind and heart, would keep him away from it.
It is too powerful!
How dare you touch my creation! It is mine! Mine!
Neltharion! What have you done? You have doomed us all to the madness of the old gods!
Mine!
He is lost to us, sister. He is Neltharion.
The power of the soul is tearing him apart!
I will not be denied!
The old gods protect the soul!
Despite his best efforts, he was unable to reclaim his precious artifacts. The War of the Ancients, it ended in victory for Azeroth. But the other aspects, they soon discovered that they had no way of destroying the demon soul, nor could they reclaim the powers that were sacrificed. With little other choice, they decided to enchant it, preventing Deathwing or any other dragon from ever touching it again. Then they hid it away in a remote corner of the world that in time would become known as the Red Ridge Mountains. In the meantime, our Neltharion, he had retreated to his vault in the lands now named High Mountain.
For home, the War of the Ancients did not end at the Well of Eternity. With the Legion defeated, he focused on the monster that got away. Welcome, my friends, to the Vault of Neltharion, or as the world came to know him, Deathwing. Stand your ground, Warbraves! You dare challenge me? Ah, my people did not make this goblin trash. We only strapped it to that worm's hide. No weapon of mortal make can penetrate these metal plates. Then we must find weapons not made by mortals. Igrul, is there any tool or trinket that Deathwing kept from your people? Something he would not trust you to touch? I may know of something. A hammer. Deathwing eats any of my people who get near it. So Deathwing wants this Titan hammer kept secret? Perhaps this is the weapon we need to challenge the beast. Enough stalling. We must slay the beast and set my people free. Both the hammer and Deathwing were tools of the Titans. I doubt I could kill him, but I may be able to banish him.
By working together with the enslaved Drogbar, Hall and High Mountain got his hands on one of the pillars of creation, called the Hammer of Kaskarov. This Titan artifact, it did not give him the power to fully vanquish Deathwing, but it would be enough to kick him out of the lands, banish him to Deepholm, the elemental plane of Earth. That's where he would stay for a while, and Deepholm would kinda become his recovering place. After a while, he returned to Azeroth and slumbered some more. Now his actions had caused quite a bit of death and destruction, and had shattered the unity and power of the great Dragonflights. What he did during the War of the Ancients, it made sure that they would never be the same again, and for his treachery, his own black Dragonflight, it now lived in fear and seclusion, as in the coming ages, they would find themselves hunted to the brink of extinction. Fast forward a few millennia, and we find Neltharion stirring again, awakened by a rather interesting event. The opening of the Dark Portal. This is a connection between the world of Draenor and the world of Azeroth, which allowed the Horde to come in and try to conquer the world. He watched with fascination as Stormwind and the Horde fought, and he became convinced that the orcs, they might be the means by which he could restore his wounded black Dragonflight. He knew that more threats in the world existed, besides just the other dragon aspects. If the Horde could break Azeroth's kingdoms, eliminating some of the strongest cultures in the world, it would allow him to devote his full attention to fending off his fellow aspects and return his black Dragonflight to its full glory. Under the guidance of his old god masters, he took small steps to aid the orcs. Nothing too drastic, of course. He didn't want to attract any unwanted attention. First, he disguised himself as a human noble from Stormwind, visiting the kingdom of Lordaeron, charming those there with gossip. When stories of the Horde's invasion finally did reach the kingdom, disguised Deathwing openly scoffed at them. He told Lordaeron's upper society that the tales were just fabrications, meant to hide growing problems with human rebels. His lies were far more believable than the desperate pleas for help from Stormwind. Any that did still believe the reports coming in, they got a taste of his sorcerer's abilities. Once he was certain that Lordaeron would send no aid against the Horde, it was time to mix and mingle with the orcs. Taking on the form of a Blackrock orc, he examined the orc society from the inside, living as one of them for months. Soon enough, he found himself favored by many. Orcs like Guldan believed that he was a loyal follower. Blackhand believed that he was a proud Blackrock orc. Even Orgrim Doomhammer believed him to be a stalwart ally. His inside knowledge paved the way for the next step of the plan. While the Demon Soul had been hidden away from him, it was still on Azeroth, and he was still the aspect of Earth. There were very few hiding places that were actually hidden from him, but those enchantments and defenses placed around the artifacts, they were all aimed at other dragons or beings from Azeroth. The orcs were neither, so Deathwing started to send visions to Zuluhet, leader of the Dragonmaw clan, vivid dreams of his clan taming and riding strange, powerful winged creatures. Dragons, the humans called them, an intoxicating sight. To the Red Ridge Mountains they went, blasting through the protected wards and the Red Dragon Guardian. Far away from the Red Ridge Mountains, Alexstrasza could sense that the wards were broken, but they received no word from the Relic Guardian. She grew concerned, so she took a few of her fellow dragons to investigate, believing that some foolish mortal had somehow stolen the artifact, that the Guardian was in the midst of trying to get it back. They thought that it would be real easy to help her retrieve it, unaware that they were flying right into Deathwing's trap. With the use of the Demon Soul, Alexstrasza was enslaved. The dragons stood no chance against the artifact, and seeing how their queen was under control of the orcs, the dragons followed their orders. From afar, Deathwing rejoiced in Alexstrasza's enslavement. Given the Horde such powerful weapons, it served his plans to restore his black dragon flight. But there was an added benefit to all of this. He knew that it would break the Lifebinder's heart to see her kin used as tools of war, and he would relish every moment of Alexstrasza's torment. But despite giving the Horde some powerful tools to fight the battles, they still lost the war against the Alliance. The Dark Portal was shut down, and then it was reopened. A second invasion, this time not to conquer the world. Rather, the remnants of the Horde, they set their sights on 3 powerful artifacts. With those in hand, they'd be able to make more gateways to different worlds. Perhaps those worlds would put up less resistance. For Deathwing, the defeat of the Horde, it was a setback, but at the very least, Alexstrasza was still held captive. He became invested when the Dark Portal reopened, and decided to use his old tactics of infiltration, working his way into Lordaeron's court, disguised as Lord Davil Prestor. Charms and magic made him a beloved sight at court, with King Teranis even promising his daughter Kalia to the Lord. That's right, Kalia nearly married Deathwing, but that wasn't his main focus here. He just wanted to do as much damage from within as he could, while also working together with the Horde. Azeroth had those pesky fellow aspects that could threaten his flight, a problem which the orcs' homeworld of Draenor did not have. So it was that the Horde was offered his allegiance, the aid of his flight in securing those artifacts. In return, they would take a bunch of his dragon eggs through the Dark Portal back home. Eventually, the Alliance discovered what the Horde was up to, and decided to step through the portal as well. Take the battle to the Horde, make sure that they couldn't inflict the same damage to other planets as they had caused to Azeroth. In order to truly stop them, shut down the portal again. They were going to need an artifact, which was called the Skull of Guldan. This had made its way into the hands of Deathwing, who set up base within the inhospitable terrain of Gorkrond. Being able to fly there, it was quite the advantage to have, but it didn't stop Gruul or his fellow Grunn from trying to swat those pesky dragons out of the sky. Seeing how this conflict was already on its way, Khadgar and the others, they decided to use it to their advantage. Form a little alliance with Gruul and his children to take on the behemoth and steal back the skull. Gruul was so big that he could just pick dragons from the sky and tear them apart. His sons gladly followed their father's example, while the Alliance was busy shooting dragons down and destroying Deathwing's eggs. Eventually, the mighty Aspect showed up, mad anger in his eyes and holding the Skull of Guldan. He locked eyes with Gruul, and they entered a titanic battle. While Khadgar tried to figure out a way to actually defeat Deathwing, he tried to use his magic straight on, but this did nothing. Since Deathwing, he had mastered these magics millennia before the humans even learned about them in the first place, so Khadgar had to be smarter. As Deathwing fought with Gruul, he saw the armor surround the mighty dragon, literally keeping him together, and Khadgar figured that since his most powerful spells had no effects, perhaps one of the more simple spells would do the trick. This time, he did not aim at the dragon directly. Instead, he focused his magic on the bindings of the armor, and he was able to remove the metal plates. Deathwing screamed in agony as molten lava poured out of him, and he was forced to retreat, being kind enough to leave behind the skull. If he had taken only a few more wounds, he might have died on Draenor that day. Instead, Deathwing abandoned all of his plans, all of his dragons there, flying straight back to Azeroth through the Dark Portal. He wouldn't be there to witness it himself. But ultimately, the Alliance would stop the Horde's plans, but the planet of Draenor did transform. You might know it better as Outland today. While those black dragon eggs left behind, they transformed as well. giving birth to a brand new dragonflight, the so-called Nether Dragons.
I will not be undone by some mortal filth. I am the World Breaker.
Seeing how those dragons were locked away in Outlands, and Deathwing didn't even know about them, they wouldn't be of great help to him right now. Instead, to get his flight going again, he set his sights on the ex of Alexstrasza. She was still enslaved to the Dragonmaw clan, despite the Horde's many defeats. If he could find a way to lure the orcs out of the base of Grimbatol, get them out in the open, then he could strike, use that opportunity to take her ex and enslave them to his will. Visions and dark dreams were sent to the Dragonmaw's leader, offering premonitions that the Alliance was preparing a strike on Grimbatol that would wipe the clan off the face of Azeroth. To sell this little fiction, Deathwing arranged for a small Alliance party, led by the powerful mage Ronin, to stumble upon the Dragonmaw's hidden lair. Panic followed, and the clan was ordered to abandon Grimbatol and move on over to a brand new hiding spot. Drawing the orcs out of their mighty fortress was exactly what Deathwing had hoped for. He was no longer the only powerful dragon with his attention on the Dragonmaw. Alexstrasza's consort Corielstras had already been working long and hard to free his beloved queen. When he finally discovered that she was being held captive by the Dragonmaw, he found that he was utterly helpless. Don't forget, they still held the Demon Soul, an artifact that could destroy any dragon. Rushing in there, it would be suicide. Not even the other aspects were eager to help him with his mission. Now, after Ronin had stumbled upon the Dragonmaw, the Red Dragon found hope once again. Taking on the form of Krezus, he promised the human all the aid he could muster to free the Red Dragonflight. The mage was on board to break this surprisingly powerful remnant of the Hordes. He gathered a small group of friends and then set out to do the near impossible. When they arrived, the battle was already underway. The moment the Dragonmaw had left the safety of their keep, Deathwing struck and slaughtered countless of the orcs. He had no desire to keep them or the adult dragons alive. Only the eggs were of use to him. Unfortunately for Deathwing, his reckless assault had some unintended consequences. As the battle played out, the orcs lost control of the Demon Soul, and Alexstrasza broke free, devouring her tormentors whole before turning a wrath upon Deathwing. Not alone either. Despite their fears, the other aspects had also showed up to help. Their unified power against the mad aspects. And still, they stood very little chance. Their powers were only a fraction of what Deathwing still held, considering that a huge portion of it was still locked away within the soul. Thankfully, Ronin managed to find a way to destroy it, and after millennia restore the aspect's power. Ysera, Nosdormu, Alexstrasza, even Malygos, with their full might, they took on their fallen brother. A sensation coursed through the Black Dragon. The feeling that something had gone terribly wrong with his perfect plan. What was lost has been returned to us. The Demon Soul. The Demon Soul is no more. Impossible. The metallic behemoth roared. Lies, lies. No, corrected the Crimson figure. The only lie left to disprove now is that you are invincible. And Deathwing found himself under attack by 4 elemental forces, the likes of which he had never faced. No longer did he fight a mere shadow of his rivals, but a quartet, each his equal, and he no match for all together. Alexstrasza rose before him, the terrible nemesis. She gazed at Deathwing, still in part with pity, and said, "Life is my aspect, Dark One. And I, like all mothers, know both the pain and wonder that entails. For the past several years, I have watched my children be raised as instruments of war, slaughtered if they proved insufficient or too willful. I have lived knowing that so many died that I could do nothing for. Your words mean nothing to me," Deathwing roared as he futilely struggled to shrug off the other's horrific assaults. "Nothing!" "No, they likely do not. Which is why I shall let you experience firsthand all that I have suffered." And she did just that. Against any other attack, even the nightmares of Ysera, Deathwing could summon some defense, but against Alexstrasza's, he had no weapon upon which to draw. She attacked with pain, but her pain. She dealt not with agony as he knew it, but with that of a living mother who suffered with each child torn from her, with each child turned into something terrible, with each child who perished. You will go through all I have gone through, Dark One. Let us see if you fare any better than I did. But Deathwing had no experience in such suffering. It tore at him where the pain of vicious talons or ripping teeth could not, for it tore at him in his very being. The most terrible of dragons screamed, as none had ever heard a dragon scream before. That perhaps was all that saved him. So startled were the others by it, that they faltered in their own spells. Able at last to rip free, Deathwing turned and fled, flying fast and furious. His entire body shook as he continued to scream, even as he swiftly dwindled from sight. That was also the last time that they saw Devil Presto at court, which was lucky for Kalia, I suppose. Not the last of the black dragons that are messing with noble affairs. You might recall Onyxia, disguised as Katrana Prestor, messing up a bunch of stuff in Stormwind. Then his son Nefarian, performing experiments within Blackrock Mountain, trying to combine the different dragonflights into one, the so-called chromatic dragonflights. We also had his prime consort Sinfaria, that journeyed to Outlands and was mighty interested in the nether dragons. She'd go on to use them to create a brand new breed, the so-called Twilight Dragons. Well, the nether dragons, they would be responsible for restoring Malygos' sanity.
Hello everyone! 2 weeks ago I did a video on Kiljaeden, and in that video I talked a little bit about Anveena. Some of you wanted to know more about Anveena's story, so I'm going to do my very best to tell it. Unfortunately, most of it is in the comics. It also changes a couple of events in the lore, it's not entirely told, but let's just begin and see how far we can go, shall we? It all begins with Arthas and Kel'Thuzad. Arthas was turned into a Death Knight by Ner'zhul, and he was told to resurrect Kel'Thuzad into a Lich. To resurrect him, he would need a great source of power, since resurrecting in the lore isn't as easy as they showed in the game. This meant that Arthas would need to breach the defenses of Quel'Thalas and use the power of the Sunwell to bring back Kel'Thuzad. The Sunwell was created by the High Elves, with water taken from the original Well of Eternity. This gave the High Elves incredible powers, which they used to build their city of Quel'Thalas, shape the land around it, and defend the city. They held their ground during the Troll Wars. They were able to cloak themselves from the Burning Legion. They even stood against the orcs who attacked them with red dragons. This meant that taking the city was no easy task. In Warcraft 3 they showed us that Arthas took the city just with his mighty Scourge army. In the novel, Arthas Rise of the Lich King, they told us that Arthas had a man on the inside, and in this comic they go into greater details. A high elf called Darkandrafir was a very powerful mage. He had helped with creating the city and shaping the land, but for all his hard work, he felt like he didn't get the credit or power that he deserved. When Arthas reached out to him and promised him the powers of the Sunwell, he was more than willing to sell out his own people. He befriended Lor'themar Faron to get more information about the defenses, and he pretty much opened the gates for Arthas to take the city. Arthas then used the Sunwell to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, and this action corrupted the well.
Citizens of Silvermoon, I have given you ample opportunities to surrender, but you have stubbornly refused. Know that today, your entire race and your ancient heritage will end. Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves. Now arise, Kel'Thuzad, and serve the Lich King once again.
I am reborn as promised. The Lich King has granted me eternal life.
Now somewhere along the way, Darkan tried to betray Arthas himself, and this is of course a huge mistake. Arthas took his life, just like he had taken the life of Sylvanas, and he turned Darkan into a Scourge. Even after betraying him and turning him into a Scourge, Arthas still allowed Darkan to tap powers from the Sunwell, and he might have succeeded was it not for Kael'thas Sunstrider and his troops. Kael'thas was not in Quel'Thalas during the Scourge attack, and he had found out that the well was corrupted. To prevent this corruption from spreading to his people, he decided to blow up the well. This action prevented Darkan from claiming its power, but it didn't destroy all of the Sunwell. Some of its powers were still out there, and the red dragon Corialstras realized that people would come looking for it. Scourge, dragons, anyone with a taste of power would want the remaining essence of the Sunwell, so he decided to hide it away. He collected the powers and then transformed them into an ordinary human girl with fake memories, fake family, a fake home, and he hid her away from the world. This is the moment where the Sunwell trilogy starts, and it's a pretty big story, so I'll have to keep it on a need-to-know basis. All this manipulation of magic drew the attention of the Blue Dragonflight, just like Cagliostras had predicted. The Blue Dragon aspect Malygos gave Kalagos the task of finding out what was going on and finding this source of power. Darkon was no fool, and he realized that the power of the Sunwell was still out there somewhere, and that this power would draw the dragons like a moth to a flame. To keep the dragons out of his way, he manipulated a dwarf called Harkin Grimstone to hunt dragons for him. Harkin had lost his family in a black dragon attack, so to him, all dragons, no matter what color, were pure evil. This group of dragon hunters, they saw Caelid flying through the sky as he was looking for the power, and they used the net to shoot him down. Before they reached him, Caelid was found by a human girl named Anveena. She recognized him for what he was, a dragon, and despite Caelid's protests, she took him with her to her house and her family. Most humans at the time, they either hated or feared dragon, but Anveena and her family were different. They offered their home and food and rest to Caelid, but the dragon hunters, they were not done with him yet. They were still hunting him, so when they heard sounds outside, Anveena led Caelid into a secret escape tunnel. When they reached the other side, when they reached the surface, one of the dragon hunters was waiting for them, and they walked right into his arms. Caelid was still very weak, but he had enough magic to break them free from the dragon hunter's grip. He then transformed into his mighty dragon form, he picked up Anveena, and he tried to escape. Harkin saw all of this, he took aim and he shot Caelid out of the sky once more. This time they crashed into a lake of water, but this didn't kill them. Anveena found Caelid washed up on shore and she watched over him while he took some well-deserved rest. When they made their way back to the house, they could see the smoke from a distance. In tears, Anveena ran to her house to find her parents, but her house was completely burned down. Darkon and his skirt minions had found them, and he placed magical chains around their necks. This chain prevented Caelid from transforming into a dragon, but thankfully his future mate Tiragosa, she showed up and she forced Darkon to flee. Tiragosa was not sent by Malygos, but she had a feeling that Caelid would need her help, which he apparently did. Anveena then checked the ruins of her former house for any sign of her parents. She couldn't find a trace of them, but what she did find was a single egg which hatched in her hands. The group didn't know about this, but this egg was a backup plan of Cagliostras. He had to keep an eye on Anveena, and this egg was left behind in case anything happened to her fake parents. The little dragon would stay close to Anveena, and this way Cagliostras would be able to follow her every move. The magical chains around their neck was a problem and they would have to be removed. Caelid could just ask his lord Malygos to do this for him, but he knew that humans weren't allowed within their realm and he couldn't just leave Anveena behind. She had been very kind to him and now she had lost her home and family, so he asked her about her parents and her past. She didn't know much, but she did know about a person called Borrel who might be able to help her. With nothing but a name, they decided to fly to Torra Mill and look for this mysterious Borrel. When they reached the town, they took up residence within the inn as they searched for Borrel. The next morning, Caelid woke up with a gun to his face, since Harkin had found them again. At the same time, the Scourge led by Darkon had also found them, and Darkon revealed to Harkin that he had manipulated him. He had disguised himself as a human, and he played on the dwarf's hatred for dragons to have him do his dirty work. Dwarves don't like to be double-crossed. Harkin, he picked up his gun and he shot Darkon in the chest. This didn't do much, since Darkon is an undead, but it did buy them some time. At the same time, Jorad, a Lordaeron paladin, he showed up, he freed Tiragosa from her nets, and she burned down everything, including Darkon. Jorad knew Borrel, and he told them that they will probably find him near the Airy Peak. Harkin apologized for his actions and he told them that it looked like the magical chains were made by dwarves. As luck would have it, he had a cousin who lived near the Airy Peak and he would be able to remove their chains. This way they could kill two birds with one stone, so Jorad joined them and they traveled to the Airy Peak. Along their journey, they get attacked by a great frostworm. Tiragosa, she did her very best to keep them all in the air, but she failed and the group was split. Anveena, she was found in the snow by a Tauren named Trag High Mountain, who took her to Baron Velemar Mordis. Velemar used to be a friendly baron of the land, but the Scourge attacked and they resurrected him into one of their own. For a time, he joined them in their atrocities, but their disgusting actions made him so sick with himself that he regained control. He vowed to use his new powers to fight the Scourge, and for this goal, he wanted to use Anveena. He recognized the incredible powers of the Sunwell hidden deep within her, and he wanted to sacrifice her to empower an army of undead. Trog was a longtime friend of the Baron, but his former friend was long gone. He couldn't just stand by and watch how Valimar sacrificed an innocent, so he saved Anveena and reunited her with Kael'thas and the others. This didn't stop the Baron though. Even from a distance, he was able to link Anveena to his orb of Ner'zhul. With this link, he was able to wield her powers, and he used this to control and empower a mighty frostworm. Kael'thas tried to climb the mountain and reach the Baron to stop him, but before he could, Treg was already there. He used his mighty torrent strength to destroy the orb, which caused the mountain around them to crumble. The Baron wanted to escape, but Treg held him in place, and together they fell to their death. Kael'thas also fell from the mountain, but Anveena tapped into her powers and she saved his life. By doing so, she revealed what she actually was, and right at that moment, Darkhan showed up again. He somehow had survived Tiragosa's attack, and he now knew where the source of power was hiding from him. He captured Anveena and flew away to their home, to the place where she once belonged, to Quel'Thalas. Kael'thas and the rest went after them as fast as they could. In Quel'Thalas, Lothar and his rangers, they were clearing the land of the Scourge, and one of his scouts had spotted Darkhan. Lothar still felt guilt for trusting Darkhan with information about their defenses, so he very much wanted to avenge his people by killing him. They tried to attack Darkhan, but the massive army of Scourge around him prevented them from even reaching him. This attack did distract him long enough for Anveena to escape, and when she ran away, she bumped into the one her parents called Borul, the red dragon Coriastras, who had hid her away from the world. He explained to Anveena who she was and the plan that they together had come up with, but she didn't want to believe him. To his surprise, the fake memories and emotions they had taken a life of their own, they had become so real for Anveena that she didn't want to believe him. The powers of the well unleashed against Coriastras, and only his incredible draconic powers saved him from obliteration. Darkhan found Anveena again, and he altered the spell on her chains to get her ready and absorb her powers. He also used that power to place a spell on the mind of Coriastras and turned him against Kael'thas and the rest. In the meantime, the Banshee Queen Sylvana, she had come to Quel'Thalas to take revenge upon the one who had betrayed them all. She had tried to defend her city against Arthas, but in the end she fell and Arthas resurrected her as a Banshee. In time, she too managed to regain control over her mind. She became the leader of the Forsaken, and now she wanted her revenge. What she didn't count on was the red dragon Coriastras, and he took her by surprise. She tried to use her Banshee scream against him, but it didn't help her much, and Darkhan captured her. The scream was heard by Lothar and the rest of the group, so they followed the sound and they found Darkhan busy absorbing Anveena and her powers. They did everything they could to try and save her, but the powers of the Sunwell made Darkhan almost invincible. At the end of the story, the small dragon that hatched from the egg was the one that saved them all. He was able to remove the spell placed on Coriastras, and Coriastras used its connection to show Anveena what was going on. The fake memories had become so real for her that the love she felt for Kael'thas was as strong as any love in the world. When she saw Kael'thas lying on the ground, her love gave her the power to break free from Darkhan's control. She had come to the full realization that she was in fact the embodiment of the powers from the well, which meant that someone like Darkhan could never take control over her. She empowered him greatly, and she used all that power to vanquish the undead sorcerer. Coriastras offered Anveena to hide her away again, but Anveena didn't want to. She knew who she was now, and she knew that her place was with the elves. Lothar and his troops, they promised to protect and guard Anveena, while Sylvanas promised to keep her a secret. Kael'thas had also fallen in love with Anveena, and he decided to stay at her side. This ends the Sunwell trilogy, but it doesn't end the story of Anveena. They've never given full details about what happened next, but we can try to fill in the blanks. When the Sunwell was destroyed and Arthas killed all their people, the remaining High Elves started to call themselves Blood Elves, and Kil'jaeden's Sunstrider joined Illidan in search for a cure for their addiction to magic. Eventually Illidan, he would go mad, and Kael'thas switched allegiance to Kil'jaeden. Kil'jaeden wanted to come into Azeroth, and to do this they would need a powerful portal which required a huge source of power. What better source of power than the former powers of the Sunwell, so Kael'thas captured Anveena and took her to the Sunwell Plateau.
The Sunwell's essence endured, kept hidden by those who sought to protect it. Now, I have returned with the knowledge that sacrifices must be made before we can reclaim our birthright. I have forged a new alliance. Soon, the blessed rays of the Sunwell will shine once again and usher into this world the one who will deliver us all.
Kael'thas went after her, of course, and he tried to save her, but somewhere along the way, he was corrupted by a dreadlord called Safrovar the Corruptor.
Help me before I lose my mind!
This is why you have to fight him during the Sunwell Plateau raid, and during this encounter, you cleanse Kael'thas from his corruption. At the end of the raid, we find the chamber where they're holding Anveena. By this time, she is so brainwashed that she doesn't even recognize Kael'thas.
Anveena, you must awaken. This world needs you.
I serve only the Master now.
Throughout the encounter, he tries to reach Anveena, remind her of their love, and he tries to snap Anveena out of the magical spell.
You must let go. You must become what you were always meant to be. The time is now, Anveena.
But I'm lost. I cannot find my way back.
He manages to finally reach her at the end of the fight, and at that moment Anveena, she turns all the power of the Sunwell, all her powers, against Kil'jaeden himself. This weakens him and allows us to push him back down his portal.
Anveena, I love you. Focus on my voice. Come back for me now. Only you can cleanse the Sunwell.
Kael'thas? Kael'thas?
Yes, Anveena. Let fate embrace you now.
The nightmare is over. The spell is broken. Goodbye, Kael'thas, my love.
The powers of the Sunwell turn against me. What have you done? What have you done?
Strike now, heroes, while he is weakened! Vanquish the deceiver!
Goodbye, Anveena, my love. Few will remember your name, yet this day you changed the course of destiny. What was once corrupt is now pure. Heroes, do not let her sacrifice be in vain.
Velen shows up after the fight, and he combines the core of Muru with the remaining powers of the Sunwell. This action restores the Sunwell to its former glory, and it gives the Blood Elves a chance at a future without a magic addiction. This finally seems to be the end of Anveena and Kael'thas' love story, but she wasn't entirely gone. She placed a small portion of her powers within Kael'thas' heart, which was used during the novel Night of the Dragon. In that story, Caligos and Corialstras, they team up to stop the Black Dragon Sinestra. With the power of the Demon Soul, Sinestra nearly kills both of them, but Anveena's magic placed within Kael'thas, it heals them and gives them a chance to stop her once and for all. Hello everyone! The story of Kil'jaeden does not begin with Kil'jaeden himself. It begins with the Titans and Sargeras. The Titans had a mission to bring order to the universe. They shaped the worlds, they created life, and took out those who were against their vision. The Titans were led by the Pantheon, and their champion was called Sargeras, and his task was defending their mission against the darkness of the universe. He imprisoned countless of demons, dreadlords, and all kinds of evil creations. He performed this duty for thousands of years, but over time he began to doubt. If the universe was supposed to be all about order, then why was it fighting the Titans so much? Why was there so much evil and chaos in the world? Was that perhaps the way it's supposed to be? He talked with the other members of the Pantheon about this, but they couldn't help him. They weren't able to convince him of the truth of their mission, and Sargeras left the Pantheon. The corruption within himself, the doubt and despair, they started to manifest on the outside. Great flames burst forth out of his body, and Sargeras decided that the Titans' their mission was folly. That order was not the way to go, and that chaos was the only truth of the universe. His mission was no longer to protect the work of the Titans, quite the opposite. His mission became to destroy their work. In order to do that, he would need an army, so he made his way to the demons that he had imprisoned and he set them free. The demons, in return, were more than willing to join his army, and the Burning Legion was created. Sometime after this, Sargeras found a planet called Argus, and on this planet were very powerful beings, namely the Eredar. The Eredar were ruled by 3 leaders, namely Velen, Archimonde and Kil'jaeden. Sargeras wanted them into his army, so he made contact with the leaders and he showed them a future in which they would receive incredible power, knowledge beyond their imagination, and planets full of loving subjects who would worship and honor them. Archimonde and Kil'jaeden were directly on board with this plan. They were taken away by Sargeras and his powers. But the prophet Velen felt like something wasn't quite right. He meditated on this problem, and the Naaru showed him the truth of the vision. The loving subjects were actually demons. The powers given would transform them into unnatural beings, and the planets they would come across would be destroyed. Velen saw that if they joined Sargeras, that the universe would be doomed, so he talked to his fellow leaders and showed them the truth. To his surprise, they didn't care about the truth. He had perhaps expected this from Archimonde, since he could sometimes easily be swayed if people played on his vanity. But Kil'jaeden, he had expected more of him. Kil'jaeden was the stronger one, he was decisive and he was wise, which is why Velen felt closer to Kil'jaeden, but even he was not convinced. They told Velen that this was just a vision in his mind, not a certain truth, and Velen realized that they now belonged to Sargeras. With the help of the Naaru, Velen managed to gather as many of his people as he could, and he was ready to escape the planet. Unknown to him was that Sargeras had already started to turn some of his people, and they nearly killed Velen and his followers. Only because of the Naaru was Velen able to escape the planet with his people, and Kil'jaeden was not happy about this. He took Velen's betrayal very personal, especially since they were so close, and he promised that he would find them and destroy them, even if it took 1,000 years. Those that had followed Velen would now start to call themselves Draenei, and Kil'jaeden was true to his word. The Draenei would find a planet to hide on, Kil'jaeden would find them, Velen would be warned in time, and they would evacuate the planet before the Burning Legion arrived. This went on for many years until the Draenei had to crash land on the planet they would call Draenor. The Naaru, who had helped them escape time and time again, had fallen ill, so there was no way of leaving the planet anymore. Kil'jaeden didn't know about this, of course, and when his scouts found the Draenei again, he decided to change his plans. Instead of sending the might of the Burning Legion, he decided to use the orcs who were already on the planet. Corrupt them, turn them against the Draenei, and let them do his dirty work. The orcs at the time were not allies with the Draenei, but they also weren't enemies. Occasionally they would trade with each other, and the Draenei had even saved 2 young orcs from an ogre. That means that Kil'jaeden couldn't just show up and tell them to murder them, he had to manipulate them, and his first target was the shaman Ner'zhul. The shamans of the orcs sometimes received a visit from their ancestors or orcs who had passed away, and Ner'zhul was no different. In fact, he was one of the most revered and powerful shamans amongst the orcs. One night, his beloved dead wife Rokan paid him a visit in a vision, and this had never happened before, even though Ner'zhul had many times wished for it. She told him that the orcish clans could no longer live as individual clans, that they had to be united because there was a threat for the orcs on the planet. She told him that the Draenei had to be exterminated in order for the orcs to stand tall and proud to claim the planet for their own. Ner'zhul swore that he would follow the advice of the ancestors, so he gathered the clans and he shared his vision with the other shamans. But what they didn't know was that this was a false vision orchestrated by Kil'jaeden. Even so, it convinced the orcs the word of the ancestors was holy to them, so they started to work together and they trained for war. After their first attacks on the Draenei, Ner'zhul received a new vision, only this time it wasn't his beloved wife. This time it was Kil'jaeden himself. The fake Rokan had told Ner'zhul about Kil'jaeden, and she had told him that he was even above the ancestors and that Kil'jaeden was very concerned about the future of the orcs. Ner'zhul believed it all at first without question, and not just because it was his wife that told him this. He had started to enjoy being the center of attention of all the orcs, and he started to dream about the future promised by Rokan. Kil'jaeden is also very persuasive when he wants to be. They don't call him the Deceiver for nothing, but eventually Ner'zhul started to doubt. His wife no longer came to him, now it was only Kil'jaeden. And his mission was no longer in the name of the ancestors, now it was in the name of Kil'jaeden. One night, Ner'zhul dared to leave his hut and travel to Oshu'gan, and Oshu'gan is the spaceship that the Draenei crashed on Draenor with, but it also became a very holy and spiritual place for the orcs. Inside, Ner'zhul tried to communicate with the ancestors, and they actually showed themselves, but to his horror, their faces showed nothing but hatred. Hatred for the fool that he had been, for leading his people down this dark path, and the ancestors turned their back on Ner'zhul. You have to understand that the ancestors meant everything, especially to the shamans of the orcs, so on his way home, Ner'zhul tried to come up with some plan of trying to save the situation. Unfortunately for him, his apprentice Gul'dan had seen everything what happened and he had informed Kil'jaeden. From that point on, Ner'zhul was out of the picture. Kil'jaeden knew that he wanted to betray him, so he decided to use Gul'dan instead. With Gul'dan he didn't have to play games, since Gul'dan was more than willing to sell out his own people in exchange for more power. By order of Kil'jaeden, Gul'dan transformed the orcs into the Horde. He appointed Blackhand as the first war chief to rule the Horde, but in reality it was Gul'dan who ruled from behind the curtains. The elements would no longer come to the shamans because even the elements condemned their actions, so the orcs embraced a new power given to them by Kil'jaeden. The first warlocks of the Horde were born, dealing terrible damage to the Draenei while also magically aging the orcish children to bolster their forces. Near the end of the war against the Draenei, there was only one city left to conquer, Siofra, but before they marched they received a final gift. Kil'jaeden had sent his lieutenant Manoroth to Gul'dan, and Manoroth had spilled his own demonic blood for the orcs to drink. Ner'zhul witnessed these events and he realized that if the orcs would drink this blood, they would become slaves forever. In a great act of defiance, he wrote a cryptic note to Durotan, warning him not to accept Gul'dan's offer. Durotan is Thrall's father and one of the few orcs who constantly spoke out against Gul'dan's plans. He was the one who was rescued by the Draenei when he was a child, and he didn't believe that exterminating them was the best course of action. This warning saved Durotan and his clan from a fate worse than death. The gift offered to the orcs gave them incredible powers and the means to destroy the Draenei once and for all, but it also made them slaves to the Burning Legion. The orcs charged the city of Siofra with an incredible bloodlust and they killed every man, woman and child that they could find. Kil'jaeden watched this slaughter together with his lieutenant Manoroth, and he believed that his quest was finally over. There was no way that Velen could escape this onslaught, and his brother Archimonde was whispering that he was wasting his time, so he and Manoroth left the planet behind and the orcs to their fate. What he didn't know was that Velen was not killed that day. The Draenei had left enough of their people behind to make it look like they were all dead, but in truth Velen and the rest of his people were hiding in Zangarmarsh. Velen was told by the Naaru that he needed to stay alive to fight another day and that his destiny would lead his people to a better place. Velen accepted his wisdom and he tried to survive for his people, but the loss of so many of his kind did hurt him in his very soul. In the meantime, the orcs, they were not doing any better. After their final attack on Siofra, they had no target left to use their bloodlust on, so they turned on each other. The corruption of their race had spread into the planet itself. The water had dried up and food was limited, so something had to be done. Kil'jaeden had left them to their fate after promising Gul'dan the world, but his master Sargeras had further use of the orcs. He made contact with Gul'dan, told him about Azeroth, and the first orcish invasion would follow. The orcs would do terrible damage to Azeroth, but eventually the invasion would fail and Gul'dan lost his life. After they lost this war, it was Terran Gornfiend who came up with the plan of invading other planets besides Azeroth. They might have lost this war, but at least now they knew that there were more planets out there, planets that might not put up so much resistance. Ner'zhul was on board with this plan, so they collected the artifacts required and they made their way to the Black Temple to create these new portals. By the time that they made their way to the Black Temple, the Alliance was hot on their tail. To collect these artifacts, the Horde had to invade Azeroth for a second time, and the Alliance, they figured that they wanted to prevent the orcs from causing the same damage to other planets as they did to Azeroth. In the final moments of the story, Ner'zhul made his portals and he told the orcs who were with him to follow him to the Promised Land. They refused Ner'zhul at first, since they didn't want to leave their brothers behind, so Ner'zhul killed one of them, which motivated the rest to follow. Instead of reaching this so-called Promised Land, Ner'zhul ended in front of Kil'jaeden himself. Kil'jaeden was still pissed with him for betraying him, so he slowly ripped Ner'zhul's soul piece by piece. This caused Ner'zhul agonizing pain, and when his soul was no more, when it was all torn apart, Kil'jaeden reformed it and did it all over again. This torment went on for several years, but Kil'jaeden's master Sargeras still wanted to conquer Azeroth. In order to weaken the world and get it ready for the new invasion, Kil'jaeden decided to give Ner'zhul one more chance. He bound his soul to the Helm of Damnation and he placed him on top of Icecrown, turning him into the Lich King. He also gave Ner'zhul additional powers he could use to manipulate, to control, to create the scourge that would deal massive damage to the world. At first, Ner'zhul did exactly as he was told. With his new powers, he summoned powerful individuals who could aid him with his quest, and amongst them was Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad heard the summons of the Lich King, and he made his way to Northrend. There at Icecrown, he offered his services in exchange for immortality and incredible power.
I was cast out by my comrades, exiled, forced to wander the frozen wastes. But I was not alone. Not entirely. The voice, now my only companion, guided me to my destination. Strange, nightmarish creatures awaited me at the entrance. I felt my blood run cold as Icecrown itself. Inside, I bore witness to horrific acts, demonstrations of power that could be mine for the asking. Terrified, I ran, but did not get far. All too soon, my choice was made. Too late did I realize that such power does not come without a price.
Ner'zhul was very pleased with this, and he sent Kel'Thuzad back home. Back in Lordaeron, Kel'Thuzad worked, and he formed the Cult of the Damned. This cult worshipped the Lich King, worshipped Ner'zhul, and they worked on spreading the plague.
My life for Ner'zhul.
This plague would not only kill the citizens of Lordaeron, it would also turn them into the undead, into the scourge that would turn on their own people. Everything went exactly as planned. Arthas found out about the plague, he killed Kel'Thuzad, he purged Trefhome, followed Morgannus back to Northrend, and he picked up the blade Frostmourne. Frostmourne was cast out of the block of ice that imprisoned Ner'zhul, and Ner'zhul was able to communicate with Arthas through the blade. The blade also took a piece of his soul with him, and turned Arthas into an agent of the Lich King, into one of the first new Death Knights. For months, Arthas roamed the land of Northrend, listening to the whispers of Ner'zhul until he returned home. Once home, he murdered his own father, destroyed his own kingdom, and weakened the defenses of Azeroth for the invasion of the Legion. By a cruel twist of fate, he was then told to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, since Kel'Thuzad had the power to open the way for the Burning Legion. Once that was done, once the Sunwell was destroyed and Kel'Thuzad was a Lich, they moved to Dalaran, stole the Book of Medivh, and they used this to summon Archimonde into our world.
Come forth, Lord Archimonde. Enter this world and let us bask in your power. Tremble, mortals, and despair. Doom has come to this world. You have done well, little Lich. My plan worked perfectly.
Lord Archimonde, all the preparations have been made.
Very well, Tichondrius. Since the Lich King is of no further use to me, you Dreadlords will now command the Scourge.
As you wish, Lord Archimonde.
Soon, I will order the invasion to begin. But first, I will make an example of these paltry wizards by crushing their city into the ashes of history.
This has got to be a joke. What happens to us now?
Be patient, young Death Knight. The Lich King foresaw this as well. You may yet have a part to play in his grand design.
This was all part of Kil'jaeden's plan, and it seemed like Ner'zhul's part was played. But Ner'zhul was smart and he was powerful. He had bigger plans than this, and he wasn't about to spend the rest of his life trapped in a block of ice. He imagined that he could outsmart Kil'jaeden and use Arthas to set himself free. He told Arthas to find Illidan and point him towards the skull of his old apprentice, towards the skull of Guldan.
I am free after 10,000 years. Yet still my own brother thinks I am a villain. I'll show him my true power. I'll show him that the demons have no hold over me.
Are you certain of that, Demon Hunter? Are you certain your will is your own?
You reek of death, human. You'll regret approaching me.
Come then. You'll find that we're evenly matched.
this forever. What is it you truly want?
The Dreadlord who commands this undead army is called Tichondrius. He controls a powerful warlock artifact called the Skull of Gul'dan. It is responsible for corrupting these forests.
And you wish for me to steal it? Why?
Let's just say that I have no love for Tichondrius, and the Lord I serve would benefit from the Legion's downfall.
Why should I believe anything you say, little human?
My master sees all, Demon Hunter. He knows that you've sought power your whole life. Now it lies within your grasp. Seize it, and your enemies will be undone.
What? Who are you? Let's see how confident you are against one of your own kind, Dreadlord.
Kil'jaeden found out about this. He found out that Ner'zhul had sent Arthas to Illidan and that Ner'zhul was planning to set himself free. As part of his own plans, Kil'jaeden talked with Illidan and he told him to take out the Lich King.
Many months after the Legion's defeat at the Battle of Mount Hyjal, I was visited by one of the last great demon lords, Kil'jaeden.
Illidan, in the past you have been both friend and foe to the Burning Legion. But by consuming the Skull of Gul'dan, you sealed our defeat in this world. I come to offer you a second chance to serve us.
What would you have me do, Great One?
My creation, the Lich King, has betrayed me. He dared to break the pact that binds him to my will. But his spirit still lies trapped inside the frozen throne of Icecrown. Destroy it for me, and I will grant you your heart's desire.
It shall be done, Great One. It shall be done.
Illidan did his very best to destroy the Lich King, but his brother Malfurion stopped him, since his spell didn't just destroy Ner'zhul, it was about to destroy Northrend as well. At that point in the story, Thrawn the Whisperwind was missing, and since Illidan still loved her, he decided to help his brother with finding her. This means that he betrayed Kil'jaeden, that he didn't fulfill his mission, so once they found Tyrande, he fled the planet. He feared the wrath of Kil'jaeden, so Illidan decided it was a good idea to hide on Outland. Outland, formerly known as Draenor.
Given my failure, I fled to this desolate place to evade Kil'jaeden's wrath. Now, if I am to remain here in exile, we will need to ensure that Kil'jaeden's agents have been cleansed from the land.
Naturally, Kil'jaeden found him and he offered him one more chance.
Foolish little mongrel. You failed to destroy the frozen throne as I commanded. And still you thought to hide from me in this forsaken backwater. I thought you to be more cunning, Illidan.
Kil'jaeden, I was merely set back. I was attempting to bolster my forces. The Lich King will be destroyed. I promise you.
Indeed. Still, these servitors you've gathered show some promise. I will give you one last chance, Illidan. Destroy the frozen throne, or face my eternal wrath.
Perhaps hiding here was not the most prudent decision.
With his final chance, the race to Icecrown was on. Both Arthas and Illidan tried to reach the top of Icecrown, but in the end it was Arthas who defeated Illidan in combat and merged with Ner'zhul. Arthas was in such a hurry that he just left Illidan in the snow to die, but Illidan didn't die. Kael'thas Sunstrider and Lady Vasjh took Illidan back to Outland and there they prepared their forces in the hope of standing against Kil'jaeden. They knew that one day Kil'jaeden would come to punish them for their failure, so they wanted to be ready and they spent their time preparing. In a strange twist of events during the Burning Crusade, the punishment never came. Instead, Kil'jaeden decided to leave Illidan to his fate, and he recruited Kaelthas Sunstrider to his cause. According to Magister Velen, Kaelthas was aware of Illidan's insanity after getting his ass kicked, so he switched paymasters accordingly. Apparently Kil'jaeden had enough of manipulating and letting others do his work. This time he decided to take matters into his own hands. Kaelthas Sunstrider had spent his time in Outland collecting magic in Nether Storm, and they transported that magic to the Sunwell Plateau, not to restore the Sunwell, but to create a portal which would allow Kiljaeden access into our world. They'd also captured Anveena, and her story deserves a video on its own. The short version is that when Arthas used the Sunwell to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, he didn't corrupt it entirely. A part of its power was found by the red dragon Coriostras, and he transformed its power into a living being, Anveena, and he did this to hide her away from the Scourge. Unfortunately, they found out who she really was, what she really was, and she was captured by Kael'thas. They dragged her to the Sunwell Plateau, and they planned to use her power to power the portal and bring Kil'jaeden into our world. Thankfully, we found out about all of this, and we made our way to the Sunwell Plateau to stop Kil'jaeden from ever setting foot on land.
All my plans have led to this. The expendable have perished. So be it. Now I shall succeed where Sargeras could not. I will bleed this wretched world and secure my place as the true master of the Burning Legion. The end has come. Let the unraveling of this world commence. The powers of the Sunwell turn against me. What have you done? What have you done?
This defeat is not the end of Kil'jaeden. We didn't kill him that day, we just pushed him back down his portal to wherever he currently is. It's interesting to note that Kil'jaeden says,
"Now I shall succeed where Sargeras could not. I will bleed this wretched world and secure my place as the true master of the Burning Legion."
This implies that there's a bit of a power struggle within the Burning Legion, and perhaps that Kil'jaeden isn't satisfied with just sitting at Sargeras' side. He apparently wants to rule it all. Even Chris Madsen said that this defeat only pissed him off, and now taking Azeroth is no longer just another mission, now it's personal. You can be certain that one day we will have to face off against Kil'jaeden in his full glory. A couple of you already asked me if we will see Kil'jaeden in Warlords of Draenor. At BlizzCon they said that Guldan is indeed on the phone with Kil'jaeden, and that Garrosh is going to change one of the key moments in the Orcish history. He is going to prevent the Orcs from drinking Manoroth's blood, preventing them from ever becoming slaves to the Burning Legion. We don't know what other events are changed, we don't know what is going to happen like it happened in our timeline, but it is possible that we might have to fight Kil'jaeden. However, in my opinion, there is a small problem with that scenario. Even if we defeat Kil'jaeden on Ironhoard Draenor, we'd still have to deal with Kil'jaeden on our planet. So what kind of challenge or how much fun would it be to face him twice? Just imagine that we already defeated him in one expansion. What kind of a threat could he still be after we return home? This is just my take on it. For all we know, they are going to use the Burning Legion. We are going to see a full-powered Kil'jaeden. We'll just have to wait to find out.
Mortal heroes, your victory here today was foretold long ago. My brother's anguished cry of defeat will echo across the universe, bringing renewed hope to all those who still stand against the Burning Crusade. As the Legion's final defeat draws ever nearer, stand proud in the knowledge that you have saved worlds without number from the flame.
Hello everyone. The Guardians have been around for quite some time, and even though Medivh's novel was called The Last Guardian, there's still one on Azeroth, even though we never hear about him. But who are the Guardians, and why do we need them? That's what we're going to find out. I want to cover most of the information that we know, so we'll probably take a couple of videos, but let's just begin and see how far we can go, shall we? To understand the Guardians, we'll first have to go back and look at how the first humans became mages. Way back when, Around 10,000 years ago, the Night Elves and the Highborn had the Well of Eternity from which they drew their magical powers. They did this without caring about the consequences, and it drew the attention of the Burning Legion. Sargeras himself showed up, and Queen Azora wanted to summon him into our world so that Sargeras could destroy everything and reshape the world into perfection. She then envisioned ruling the world together with Sargeras, but things didn't go exactly as planned. Several races, and even the demigods and the dragon aspects, they teamed up to fight the Burning Legion, and in the end they managed to destroy the portal. This also caused the Well of Eternity to implode and the land of Kalimdor to split apart.
Illidan! The well is out of control!
Aye, it's been twisted and turned by too many spells. The fuss we, especially you, made with the portal was too much. The same spell that sent the Burning Legion back into their foul realm now works on the well. It's devouring itself and taking its surroundings with it. Fascinating, isn't it?
Not if we're caught up in it. Why weren't you running? What have you been doing with your hand in the well?
Illidan Stormrage was not a Highborn, but he did use magic, and before the well imploded he scooped up some water and put it in several vials. He then used this water on top of Mount Hyjal to create a second Well of Eternity. The Night Elves, they just lost everything because of reckless use of magic, and now another well was created. They first wanted to execute Illidan on the spot, but his brother Malfurion pleaded for him, and instead they imprisoned him for life. Several Highborn did not agree with Queen Azora's choices, and they joined the resistance before she was defeated. The Night Elves, they accepted the Highborn, but as you can imagine, they didn't want another War of the Ancients or a Sundering, so using arcane magic became a crime punishable by death. Davramar's Sunstrider was the one who led the Highborn away from Azora, and he wasn't happy about this. Magic was their birthright, they had been studying it for millennia, and they weren't about to give it up. The Night Elves, they just couldn't execute all of them, so they banished them instead, and the Highborn moved away from the Night Elves, across the sea, past the newly formed Maelstrom, all the way to the Eastern Kingdoms. They didn't leave empty-handed. Before they set sail, they made sure to take one of Illidan's vials full of water from the original Well of Eternity. It was around this time that they started to call themselves High Elves, and they first moved to the Tirisfal Glades. But after a few years, many of them were driven insane. They believed that something evil was under the Glades, we're not sure what, but they believed something evil, so they picked up their things and continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered the first primitive humans, but they didn't really interact with each other, while they also met the forest trolls of the Amani Empire, and they didn't get along with each other. The High Elves would soon start to hate the trolls, and the trolls didn't like them either. Eventually they found a place that was perfect for them, and they built their kingdom of Quel'Thalas. Unfortunately, they built this kingdom right on top a sacred and ancient city of the trolls, and this just fused the hatred between trolls and high elves even further. They became enemies, the trolls started to attack their city, and the high elves managed to defend it with the use of magic. By using the vial full of water from the Well of Eternity, they created their own well, and they called it the Sunwell. For thousands of years they lived in their city, practiced their magic, but they were careful about not attracting the attention of the Burning Legion. In the meantime, the humans started to band together. The trolls were also a problem for them, and it was Thoradin of the Arathi who came up with a plan to unite all the different human clans. They did this by defeating the other clans and then offering them peace and equality. So what they did pretty much was kick the crap out of other clans and then just offered them a safe haven. They eventually built their capital city called Strom and founded their first human kingdoms called Erafor. The Amani Empire was huge, the biggest empire on the Eastern Kingdoms at the time, and the High Elves, they were losing their war. Something had to be done, so they sent one of their people to talk to the humans and see if they could form an alliance. Thoradin was wise, and he saw that letting the Elven Kingdom fall could mean their own defeat, so they agreed to team up. In exchange for the humans' troops, the High Elves would teach 100 humans the way of magic. The elves found that although humans were initially clumsy in their handling of magic, they possessed a startling natural affinity for it. 100 men were taught the very basics of the elves' magical secrets, no more than was absolutely necessary to combat the trolls. High elves and humans clashed with the trolls, and the trolls would eventually lose this war and never truly recover from their defeat.
Diamani never give up. We never forget. We never die.
So at this point, humans could wield magic now, but the Magi felt like the laws of Strom were holding them back, so they split themselves away from the kingdom and they built their own city, namely Dalaran. A city where they would be free to study, practice and use their magic as they pleased. More and more Magi moved to Dalaran, and soon enough, those who couldn't wield magic, but did provide food or drinks or other services, they too moved to Dalaran. All was good for a time until they learned the dangers of magic used unchecked, the lesson the High Elves learned so many years ago. The constant and ungoverned use of magic began to tear the fabric of reality around the city. These tears sent bright beacons out into the twisting nether, drawing the attention of the Burning Legion. Through these rents, demons began to slip back into Azeroth, and the Magi consulted the High Elves about this problem. The High Elves told them that as long as they used magic, they would need to protect their people from the agents of the Burning Legion. The people couldn't find out about this, or else they would riot in fear, so they decided to create a secret order known as the Council of Tirisfal, named after the location where they would meet, the Tirisfal Glades. The order began to experiment as to how to best protect themselves from the demons. Some believed that they should work together as a team of equals, while others believed they should funnel their magic into a single being and let him or her be the shield, although they didn't exactly know how to do that. This finally brings us to how the first Guardian came to be. This story is set 260 years before the first war between orcs and humans. The Council of Tirisfal is formed and Irten Brighthand was their spearhead. He was the one that the other council members would link with, offer their powers and allow him to battle the demons. The problem with this method was that if one would fall or weaken, it would affect all of them, so the weakest chain could make them all fall. In the story, a Dreadlord has found his way into Dalaran and they come up with a plan to lure him into a trap using the Amulet of Water. The plan works perfectly, except that this is no ordinary Dreadlord. This is Kafrenatir, a Dreadlord killed during the War of the Ancients by Malfurion Stormrage himself. The council tries to banish the demon, linking their power with Ertin, but it isn't enough. Kafrenatir manages to land a strike against the undead mage Merrill, who was so focused on lending his powers that he couldn't defend himself. With Merrill down, the others are weakened, and Kafra was about to kill them all. A young student of Dalaran, Alodi, sees all of this going on, sees how they're all connected and linking their powers into one. His friends, Prince Nalorav and his fiancée Idre, can't even see this, but he does, and he steps in to protect all of them. Desperately, he wants to protect as well as attack, and Ertin offers his powers to Alodi. This allows Alodi to create a shield strong enough to deflect Kafra's attacks, and as soon as the demon touches his shield, it creates a huge explosion. All of them might have died that day from the uncontrolled powers, but Ertin used his last of his strength to absorb most of the impact and save them all. The next day, Alodi wakes up and Master Merrill tells him what happened. Merrill used to be a human, but he died during the Troll Wars. People still needed him, so he used his own magic to resurrect himself and keep himself alive. The demon was defeated for now, but definitely not vanquished, and he got his hands on the Amulet of Water, and with it he could corrupt Lordamer Lake. The council came together within Tirisfal Glades to discuss what to do next. In this, a female gnome told them that they had to select a new spearhead, but this wasn't so simple. Ertin possessed unique qualities, the skill to wield their linked power, the desire to defend, while also the wisdom to never turn against them. Afilar, a high elf female, suggested that they should just stop with trying to use this spearhead. They weakened themselves and all their spearheads so far had died. She saw it as a failing plan. Metal said that they already had found their new spearhead. Alodi had managed to wield their power purely by instinct, with a desire to protect all of them and the heart of a warrior longing to use it as a weapon. He suggested that Alodi was their guy, but the other members did not agree. They saw him as a high elf orphan, surely gifted, but also lazy and unexperienced. Despite that, Merrill took the boy under his wing, knowing that if he gave him a reason to excel, he definitely would. The boy studied hard, and together with Merrill, they worked on an improvement of the spell that they used to link with each other. This spell would allow them to link, but over a much greater distance. That way, the source of power could stay in a protective place, while the spearhead would fight and protect. All this studying took up nearly all of Elodie's time, and his fiancée was not happy about this. Elodie's needs and wishes had changed, while hers had not, and they were slowly growing apart. Several weeks later, the Dreadlord was spotted in Silverpine, and the council tried to stop him by using their magic individually. This failed horribly. They couldn't even penetrate his magical wards, while the demon summoned a great swarm of locusts and tried to burn the council. Most of them survived, but one of them had a great fear of bugs, Afilar, which caused her to freeze up and she was unable to protect herself. Again, Merrill told them that they needed their champion, and this time, seeing how Elodie has been working so hard, the council agreed. Elodie was invited to their secret meeting within the Tearsfall Glades, where the council explains who they were and what they were offering him. Becoming the spearhead wasn't something you just did. It would change you and your destiny forever. So Elodie couldn't immediately decide. He wanted some time to think, and in that time he talked to his fiancée. She just received news that her father passed away. Her mother was ill. The land was beset by swarming insects and vermins, while the wells had run dry. All of this was the work of the Dreadlord, and Elodie realized that he could save them all. He could protect the one he loved most, but in exchange he would have to let her go. Which he would, of course. That night the council got together and Elodie told them his decision. But instead of directly linking to each other and only giving a portion of their power, he wanted them to offer all their power for the duration of the fight. They would use the spell that he and Merrill had been working on, the one that would allow them to link from a great distance so they wouldn't have to worry about protecting themselves. To reflect this change, he would no longer be called their spearhead, instead he would become their guardian. Guardian of their power, their safety and their trust. Guardian of the defense of Azeroth. Merrill, Yuga, Indus, Rohar and Irar offered their powers willingly. Power we have, power we share, out of many into one. Elodie made his way to Brightwater Lake, where Khafra was last seen. He knew that the Dreadlord was not just trying to corrupt the lake or spread a plague. He had a larger plan. The plan to put High Elf, Human and Gnome against each other, so to cause wars which demons find so entertaining. Khafra was not impressed by the mage. They tried to contain him before, banish him, and they had failed. What difference would this one mage make? What he didn't know was that Elodie didn't come alone, and he used Indus's spell of Bright Vision to spot Khafra's aura of darkness. He used Yuga spell to entrap Khafra within a magical ward. He asked Irar to lend him his strength so he could keep the ward active. He asked Merrill to share his courage so he could either face down this monster or accept his own death bravely. Then he asked all of them to combine their power and unleash every searing spell that they possessed so that they could banish this demon. This demon that had cost them so much, land destroyed, people killed, and Elodie's life as he knew it gone. This demon had turned him into a demon's nightmare, and at the end of their struggle, Elodie banished Khafra back to the Twisting Nether. His fiancée lived near the lake, saw everything that happened, and realized that Elodie had saved her, had saved all of them. Their duties were no longer the same, where she would have to stay behind and take care of her family and their land. Elodie was destined to take care of the world. Once more, Elodie tapped into the power of the council. Rohar, lend me your wisdom that I may do what is right. And with that, Elodie flew away from the love of his life and the life that he had known. He wanted to return his power to the rest of the council until the next battle, but they decided that he should keep it. When his time came, he would pass it on to the next guardian, who would take his place as defender of the world, with the council backing him up. This went on for centuries, where the guardian and the council worked in harmony. When Elodie's time was over, he passed on his powers to the next guardian. It's uncertain how many guardians defended Azeroth over the years, but what we do know is that at one point, Skevel became a guardian, and the guardian received the honorful title of Magna, which means protector in Dwarven. This story takes place around 882 years ago, and Magna Skevel's time was approaching, so he had to pick a new guardian from his 5 apprentices. 4 of these apprentices, they were men. Falric, Jonas, Manfred and Natali, while Eowyn was the only female. Back then, the social standing between males and females was not the same as it is today. Usually, females were taught to be pretty, learn skills like cooking or how to use herbs for healing. Basically, they got ready for a husband, but not something as independent as learning how to be a mage. Despite that, Eowyn had become Skevel's apprentice and she was the most gifted. She had managed to master the Metri scrolls, which were scrolls made by a powerful high elven mage thousands of years ago, and not even the high elves were able to master these until decades into their apprenticeships. This is the reason why Skevel recommended Eowyn for being the next guardian. The other boys, the other apprentices, they thought that this was a stupid choice, that she was good for a woman, but they were men and true mages. Even the council said the following: "It is true, an older human said with a sigh, that women are emotional and prone to excessive displays that are unbecoming of a mage. But it is also true that Eowyn has the most potential of any of the youths that Skevel has found, and we cannot afford for the Guardian to be anything less than the best, even if that means giving the position to a girl." At that, Eowyn bristled. "With respect, good sirs, I will be as good as a mage as any of these boys. In fact, I think I would be better, because I had to overcome so much more to get here." The boys were still not happy. One of them tried to convince the council to pick him by turning stone into gold, but his spell failed and the council had decided. Besides, the older human added, the guardian must be the vessel of the council. I suspect that a girl will be less willful and will understand the chain of command, as it were. Now, as you can imagine, this wasn't exactly a great start for the new Guardian and the Council. But nonetheless, Eowyn received Skevel's powers and took his place as the new Guardian of Azeroth. Spells that used to take all her concentration now only took the briefest of thoughts, and she became incredibly powerful. They informed her about her mission, of course, defending the world against the demons, and she performed her duty. One day, a demon named Smotlor took over the school in the small village of Jortas. By accident, Eowyn spotted his demonic magic, stepped in, killed him and saved the children. She was then summoned by the council, who were not happy about her methods. She should have contained the demon instead of outright destroying him, so that they could use him for some information about Sargeras. Eowyn couldn't believe it. What was she supposed to do? Just let the children be used? Killed even? She was fed up with the council their methods of being reactive instead of proactive. All they did was trying to react to the demonic threats, while Eowyn believed that they should actively seek them out. The council reminded her that she was supposed to do as she was told, that the Guardian was the arm of the council and that she should follow their orders. Eowyn at this point was exhausted after all that fighting, and all she wanted was to get some sleep, so she asked the council if there was anything else and teleported away to the Violet Citadel. Instead of letting time take its course, Eowyn decided to use her magic to keep herself from aging. The council would change over time, some would die and be replaced, even her former fellow students passed away, but Eowyn didn't care about any of that. She believed the council to be a bunch of fools and she was the one who did all the work. This ego would become even bigger when she faced off against Sargeras, 500 years after she became the Guardian. In Northrend, demons were hunting dragons, and Eowyn teleported to deal with them. She sent a massive bolt of power, which struck the banner carrier of the demons, the one who held the severed head of a green dragon. This drew the attention of several demons, but they were no match for Eowyn's power. The leader of the group told her that she was a fool. While she had been fighting with just a few of them, many more had been summoned down below. "You are an overconfident fool," screamed the demon. "All have come here while you have fought these few." "I know," said Eowyn calmly. "You know," bellowed the demon with a throaty laugh. "You know that you are alone in the wilderness with every demon raised against you. You know." "I know," said Eowyn, and there was a smile in the voice. "I know you would bring as many of your allies as possible. A guardian would be too great of a target for you to resist." "And you came anyway, alone, to this forsaken place." "I know," said Eowyn, "but I never said I was alone." Eowyn snapped her fingers and the sky suddenly darkened, as if a great flock of birds had been disturbed and blocked the sun. Except they were not birds, they were dragons. Aegwynn had lured as many demons as possible, and the demons fell right into her trap. The dragons, combined with the Guardian, nearly wiped out all the demons present, but a few of them managed to summon the avatar of Sargeras. This was not the real, fully powered Sargeras, since that would have taken a much larger portal with a lot more power. Nonetheless, even the avatar was incredibly powerful, and the few remaining dragons quickly flew away. Aegwynn raised both hands and unleashed a shout, half curse and half prayer. A flaming rainbow of colors unseen on this world erupted from her palms, snaking upwards like a sentient strike of lightning. It struck like a dagger thrust in the center of Sargeras' chest. This attack took nearly everything that Aegwynn had, and it was successful as well. Even though Sargeras tried to undo her spell, he didn't succeed and his avatar was destroyed. Aegwynn's trap had been more successful than even she had imagined, but what she didn't know was that this was exactly what Sargeras had planned all along. His spirit was not destroyed and he infected Aegwynn's body, hiding away until the day would come where he would be able to infiltrate the council from within and destroy Azeroth's defenses against the Burning Legion. Aegwynn didn't notice, of course. She thought that she just defeated the leader of the Burning Legion himself, a freaking god, and this just made her more arrogant. She locked away the avatar of Sargeras within the tomb of Sargeras and protected the place with such powerful defenses that no magic from Azeroth could ever break open the tomb. After that moment, after defeating Sargeras, Aegwynn resumed her duties as the Guardian, while pretty much ignoring the council as much as she could. Around 107 years ago, the council had enough. They had summoned her several times already, which she ignored of course, but this time the summon was so powerful that it actually interrupted her own spellcasting. She showed up and the council told her that enough was enough. It's been 800 years since she first became the Guardian and it was time to pass on her powers. Time for the council to select a new Guardian. The magic she used to keep herself young was unstable, unreliable, and if she ever lost concentration, she could instantly turn to a real age and her powers would be lost. For once, she agreed with the council's suggestion, but she wasn't about to hand over the powers back to the council. As a final act of defiance, she told them that she would be the one to select a new Guardian. She traveled to Stormwind to the home of Nilas Aran, and Nilas was a very powerful mage who served the current king of Stormwind, Landen Rin. He was also not tied to the Council of Tirisfal, which made him the perfect candidate to father her child. She let him believe that he was able to seduce her, tame the Wild Guardian, while in truth she was the one using him. But if you weren't impressed, said Nilas, his mind wrapping around what Aegwynn was saying. If you didn't want me, then why did we... Aegwynn provided the answer. I came to Stormwind for one thing I could not provide for myself. A suitable father to my heir. Yes, Nilas Aran, you can tell your fellow mages in the Order that you managed to bet the great and mighty Guardian. But you will also have to tell them that you provided me with a way of passing on my power without the Order having any further say in it. And take this solace, of all the mages, wizards, conjurers and sorcerers, you were the one with the most potential. Your seed will protect and strengthen my child and make him the vessel for my power. And when he is born and weaned, you will even raise him here, for I know he will follow my path. And even the Order would not want to miss that opportunity to influence him. And so, the next Guardian was created, namely Medivh, which means Keeper of Secrets in High Elven. Aegwynn placed her powers inside of him and left him with Nilas Aran so he could raise him and teach him. For his own protection, she stayed out of Medivh's life in case her enemies would find out that he was her child. Little did she know that the true enemy in this case was her own arrogance. In her desire to poke in the council's eye just one more time, she had created a vessel in which the spirit of Sargeras could manifest. The perfect pawn which could infiltrate the council and weaken Azeroth's defenses against the Burning Legion. Medivh grew up together with Anduin Lothar and future King of Stormwind, Lane Rin. His powers, as well as Sargeras, lay dormant within him until he came of age. His powers unleashed abruptly and Sargeras awakened within him. His father tried to help him, but in the end he died and Medivh was in a coma for 20 years. We later find the spirit of Aran in Kiljaeden, and apparently he's been tortured, probably by Medivh or by Sargeras. We're not sure, but somehow his spirit ended up in Kiljaeden.
Please, no more! My son! He's gone mad! I'll not be tortured again!
At last,
The nightmare is over.
Anduin Lothar watched over Medivh, and one day Medivh just woke up again and resumed his life. Not all the details about what he did in the time period are clear, but what we do know is that Medivh took up residence within the Tower of Karazhan, all the while battling with Sargeras inside of him, and slowly but surely Sargeras managed to take him over. Around that time, the orcs' homeworld of Draenor was corrupted, and Kil'jaeden had left them to their fates. These orcs were perfect for Sargeras' plan, since they could keep the world busy and weaken it so that the Burning Legion could come and conquer the planet. He contacted Guldan and told him about Azeroth, a world with water, food, plenty of things to kill, and he also told him that he would be rewarded with power. Power waiting for him within the tomb of Sargeras. Remember that Adrian protected the tomb with magic from Azeroth. No magic on Azeroth could ever open the tomb. Gul'dan was from Draenor, and so his magic would be able to. The pact was made. Gul'dan and his orcs built the dark portal on Draenor, while Medivh made the portal on Azeroth and unleashed the orcs upon the worlds. Adrian found out about this, and she paid a visit to her son in Karazhan. There are two versions of this encounter that describe what happened, and they both tell it in a different way. But the essence is that Medivh had killed the council, and she figured out that Sargeras was inside her son. That she had been an arrogant fool, and instead of doing better than the council, she actually had opened the way for the demons to take over Azeroth. She wept in that moment. She didn't weep when her parents had died or when Medivh was born, but in that moment she cried and she wanted to die. In the novel Cycle of Hatred, she used her own magic to teleport herself away. This magic came from the spell that kept her young, and while she teleported, this also aged her a little. In The Last Guardian, Medivh himself teleports her away, since Sargeras is unable to actually kill her. Some part of Medivh prevents him from doing so, but either way, he didn't give her the sweet release of death, and she would have to live with the knowledge of what she had done. The blue dragon, Arkanagos, also paid a visit to Karazhan, warning Medivh that he was attracting the attention of powers beyond his understanding, and that a dark power wanted to use him. Medivh didn't listen, or perhaps Sargeras didn't care. Either way, he struck Arkanagos with such a spell so powerful that it burned him from within. Burned him and later turned him into Nightbane. This took so much power that Medivh had to go and rest. The Dark Riders, a group of mounted horsemen roaming the land in search of powerful artifacts, were also created by Medivh. They used to be merchants, foolish enough to try and sell fake magical artifacts to Medivh. You don't want to mess with a guardian, especially one affected by Sargeras, and as punishment he turned them into the Dark Riders. Now they're forced to collect real artifacts and bring them back to Karazhan. Now back to the main story. Sometime after Medivh opened the Dark Portal, a young mage named Khadgar, which means trust in Dwarven, is sent from Dalaran to become Medivh's apprentice. There have been several potential apprentices before, but most of them didn't last long, either because of the visions within the tower or because of Medivh himself. Medivh was rather eccentric. At one moment he could be as calm as day, the next moment it would almost seem as if a storm was raging within him. Khadgar didn't immediately start out as an apprentice. He first became Medivh's assistant and he was charged with cleaning up the library. Medivh immediately recognized him for what he was, a spy sent by the mages of the Kirin Tor to learn more about Medivh and the knowledge that he had. He didn't care about this, he was forthright about this, all open about it. He didn't care, not one bit, and he was willing to share all his information with Khadgar, as long as Khadgar would first show him what he was sending away. Khadgar would eventually reach apprentice status, and Medivh trained him in the ways of magic, turning him into a very skilled mage. More orcs were pouring through the Dark Portal every day, several mages were murdered, and Anduin Lothar tried to get information out of Khadgar about Medivh. Lothar was Medivh's childhood friend, and he had seen him fall into a coma. He was worried that Medivh might fall again, and he wanted to know what Khadgar thought about his teacher. Khadgar felt so loyal to Medivh and didn't tell Lothar all the details, but he promised him that if anything would come up, he would tell him. In the meantime, Khadgar was practicing his magic, and he was trying to summon the visions within the Tower of Karazhan. He had already received a couple of visions by accident. One of them showed an old man leading human troops on a planet with a red sky. No one in this vision could actually see Khadgar except for that one old man. They locked eyes, and what he saw disturbed him greatly. for the old man's eyes were his eyes. Another accidental vision showed him Lothar, Medivh and Lane in a forest. Trolls attacked their party and they defended themselves with weapons and magic. At the end of the vision, Medivh collapses and he says not to Lothar, not to Lane, but he says specifically to Khadgar, "Watch out for me." This got him very curious about these visions and he even talked with Medivh about them, and Medivh told him that these visions come and go. That not all visions should be trusted, although up to this point all visions have become a reality. This got him so curious that Khadgar started to work on a spell that would allow him to control them instead of seeing them randomly. In the meantime, the Orcish horde had sent an emissary to talk with Medivh, to spy on him even, Gorona half-Orcan. Khadgar didn't trust her at first, since he was an orc, but later they would battle the demon together, and you can't help but become friends with someone who's willing to fight with you. They also talked about Medivh, his trust in them, while also being so eccentric. They talked about the Horde, the portal that led them into Azeroth, Guldan, and that Gorona was indeed a spy, but that she no longer wanted to betray Medivh because of his trust in her. She felt so conflicted about who to report to, and Medivh was so open with her that she no longer wanted to betray him. Later we'll find out that there was even more going on between Gorona and Medivh, but that's for next video. Either way, Gorona was the one who came up with a plan to use Khadgar's vision spell and try to find out who opened the dark portal for the Horde. As they summoned the vision, they saw the following. Guldan was up on his knees, his hands clasped before him. "I shall do so, for yours in power most supreme. But who are you truly? And how will we reach this world?" The figure raised his hands to his hood, and Khadgar shook his head. He didn't want to see it. He knew, but he did not want to see it. A deeply lined face, graying brows, green eyes that sparkled with hidden knowledge and something dangerous. Next to him, Gorona let out a gasp. "I am the Guardian," said Medivh to the Orc Warlock. "I will open the way for you. I will smash the cycle and be free."
The time has come! Guldan, order your warlocks to double their efforts! Moments from now, the gateway will open, and your horde will be released upon this ripe, unsuspecting world.
What they saw in that vision shocked them to their core. Medivh himself allowed the Horde entry into the world. The real Medivh showed up and Gorona noticed two shadows behind him. Two shadows. One of Medivh and one of the real evil within him, Sargeras. They had to escape the tower and get some help, so Khadgar summoned a vision of the one who had battled this beast before, and the rooms changed around them, showing the moment where Aegwynn confronted her son and simply asked him, why? Medivh, the real Medivh, was mesmerized by this vision, and they used this momentum to escape the tower, find Anduin Lothar, and return to Karazhan to stop the corrupted Guardian. To stop the one who had allowed the orcs into Azeroth, who had murdered mages who were onto him, who had murdered the council itself. As they made their way into Karazhan, they found a hidden entrance leading down. They found out that there was an area beneath the tower which was the opposite to the tower above the grounds. Where above you would find a library, down below you would find a torture chamber. It was almost as if the tower reflected the two sides of Medivh himself. They found Medivh at the very bottom and they confronted him with what he had done. In that battle, Medivh attacked Khadgar and literally sucked the life out of him, making him look like the old man from the vision. He also touched Gorona, transferring his emotions to her mind, his own divisions and doubts, which made her scream in torment and knocked her out for the rest of the fight. Lothar stepped up, attacking the mage with his blade, and Medivh set his clothes on fire, claiming that it just got easier. In that moment of distraction, Khadgar was able to get close enough and he stabbed Medivh through the heart. In his final moments, Medivh said, "Thank you. I fought it for as long as I could." Then the Master's Mage's face began to transform, the beard turning fully to flame, the horns sprouting from his brow. With the death of Medivh, Sargeras finally came fully to the surface. But before he could, Lothar raised his blade and chopped off his head. With that, Sargeras and Medivh were defeated. They buried his corpse outside of Karazhan and made their way to Stormwind, where Gorona would become an advisor of the king and eventually betray him, just like she had seen in the final vision from Karazhan. Gorona would disappear, Stormwind would fall, the people would evacuate to Lordaeron, and Lothar and Khadgar would warn the world of the Orcish invasion. After Lothar, Garona and Khadgar defeated Medivh, they moved to Stormwind and they tried to defend the city from the invading horde. Garona became an advisor for the king, but Guldan had placed a spell on her mind at a very early age, and this spell would turn her into a slave, forced to do whatever they told her to do. They used this spell to force Garona to assassinate the king because, as he himself said,
"We will hold until the reinforcements come. As long as men with stout hearts are manning the walls and the throne, Stormwind will hold."
Tremble, mortals, before the coming of the end.
The Orc leaders agree with your assessment.
With the king dead, Stormwind quickly fell. Anduin and Khadgar took the survivors and made their way to Lordaeron while Garona disappeared. A very long story follows, so I'll have to keep it short. Basically, the horde was defeated and the orcs that surrendered were placed in internment camps. Baby Thrall was also found by Blackmoor, who raised him as a slave and a gladiator, so Thrall could fight in his arena and earn him lots of gold. His ultimate plan was to use Thrall to lead the orcs against the rest of the world, so that Blackmoor would become the ultimate ruler. But his plan backfired. Thrall escaped, met his own people, and he freed the orcs from their internment camps. In the end, he killed the one who did him so much harm, Blackmoor, and he reformed the horde, only this time it would be a more honorable horde, willing to fight for their own place in this world. Around this time, Medivh enters the story again, and you might wonder, how is that possible? Well, Aegwynn was not killed by Medivh. He only teleported away, and she used her magic to see what was going on, and she saw how Medivh was defeated and how the spirit of Sargeras had left his body. She then spent years on collecting her powers, and she used this to resurrect her son. This process nearly killed her, stripped her of nearly all her powers, but she did manage to bring back Medivh uncorrupted and ready to save the world from the coming threats of the Burning Legion. Sargeras might have been defeated, but his plans were already in motion. The world was weakened by the struggles between the Horde and the Alliance, and the Burning Legion was about to begin their invasion of Azeroth. Before Medivh began his journey, he first paid a visit to Karazhan, and that's the way the story of the Last Guardian is set up. It's that Medivh sees the visions of Karazhan. He sees what happened in the past with Khadgar, with Lothar. That entire story is told by seeing it through these visions. At the end of the book, Khadgar of the past looks up and he sees Medivh of the future. Remember that past, present and future, they're pretty much fluid within Karazhan, and they talk about the nature of the Guardian. The being on the balcony paused for a long moment, and Khadgar feared that he would fade away. Instead he said, "As long as there are guardians, there is order. And as long as there's order, the parts are there to be played. Decisions made millennia ago set both your path and mine. It is part of a greater cycle, one that has held us all in its sway." Khadgar craned his head upward. The sun was now touching the top half of the tower. "Perhaps there should be no guardians then, if this has been the price?" "Agreed," said the trespasser, and as the strong light of day began to grow, he began to fade. "But for the moment, for your moment, we must all play our part. We all must pay the price. And then, when we have the chance, we will start anew." And with that, the trespasser was gone. That was Medivh's mission throughout Warcraft 3. The Guardian could have stepped up and taken care of the Burning Legion himself, but Medivh had a different plan, and for that plan he would need just a little bit more power. That power came from the Tower of Karazhan itself. He used his magic to absorb all the visions from the tower. Medivh held both hands to his chest tightly, containing all that he had regained. The Tower of Karazhan was just a tower now, a pile of stone in the remote reaches, far from the travel paths. Now the power of the place was within him, and the responsibility to do better with it, this time. "And so we start anew," said Medivh. He transformed into a raven with the mission to unite the world against the Burning Legion. To teach the world that it no longer needed guardians, that Azeroth could rise up and defend itself. He paid a visit to Thrall sometime after he had reformed the Horde.
You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destinies.
He paid a visit to the human kingdoms and King Terenas Manifield II.
"I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands."
prisoners they are, good king.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman.
Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kael'thas.
Are you mad?
Old Ambassador. I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for rambling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone!
I failed humanity once before, and I will not do so again. If you cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will.
They would not listen, so he tried to convince the Magi of Dalaran.
You must be wiser than the king. The end is near.
I told you before, I'm not interested in this nonsense.
Then I've wasted my time here.
He even tried to warn Arthas.
Greetings, young prince. We must talk.
I have no time for this.
Listen to me, boy. This land is lost. The shadow has already fallen, and nothing you do will deter it. If you truly wish to save your people, lead them across the sea, to the west.
Flee? My place is here, and my only course is to defend my people.
Then your choice is already made. Just remember, the harder you strive to slay your enemies, the faster you'll deliver your people right into their hands.
But there was only one human willing to listen to him.
The dead in this land might lie still for the time being, but don't be fooled. Your young prince will find only death in the cold north.
You! Arthas is only doing what he believes is right.
Commendable as that may be, his passions will be his undoing. It falls to you now, young sorceress. You must lead your people west to the ancient lands of Kael'thas. Only there can you combat the shadow and save this world from the flame.
Jaina Proudmoore took the people of Lordaeron as many as she could. She took them away from the plague, and she allied herself with Thrall and Cairn Bloodhoof.
That voice. You're no oracle. You're the prophet.
Very perceptive, son of Durotan. I am the prophet. And now that I've lured you all here, I will tell you what destiny holds.
What the hell is going on here?
Thrall, this is Jaina Proudmoore, leader of the survivors of Lordaeron.
Survivors? What are you talking about?
The invasion of the Burning Legion has begun. Lordaeron has already fallen, and now the demons come to invade Kael'thas. Only together, united against the shadow, will you be able to save this world from the flame.
Unite with them? Are you mad?
Have you heard nothing that I've said? The Legion comes to undo history and end all life. Thrall, your friend Hellscream has already fallen under the demon's influence. Soon he and your whole race will be lost forever.
No. I'll die before I let that happen.
Then you must rescue him immediately. He is the key to the destiny I promised you. However, you will need help.
Wait, this is insane. You can't possibly expect me
Destiny is at hand, young sorceress. The time to choose has come. For the fate of all who live, humanity must join forces with the Horde.
They then teamed up with the Night Elves, Malfurion and Tyrande.
We have no time for this, Furion. What are we doing out here?
Last night in a dream, a great raven spoke to me and summoned me to this place.
We were summoned here as well.
Who are you, Outlanders?
I am Thrall, son of Durotan, war chief of the Horde.
And I am Jaina Proudmoore, leader of the human survivors of Lordaeron.
You are not welcome here.
Peace, priestess. They've come to aid you against the Legion.
It was you in my dream. But who are you to make such an offer to us?
I am the reason for the Legion's return. Years ago, I brought the orcs into this world, and by doing so, I opened a path for the demons as well. For my sins, I was murdered by those who I cared for most. Despite my death, war raged across the lands of the East for many long years, leaving entire kingdoms devastated in its wake. Now, at long last, I have returned to set things right. I am Medivh, the last Guardian. I tell you now, the only chance for this world is for you to unite in arms against the enemies of all who live.
Humans, orcs, Tauren and Night Elves, a strange alliance was formed, but it would prove to be strong enough to stand against the Legion, and even defeat one of their commanders, our command.
The roots will heal in time, as will the entire world. The sacrifices have been made. Just as the orcs, humans, and night elves discarded their old hatreds and stood united against a common foe, so did nature herself rise up to banish the shadow forever. As for me, I came back to ensure that there would be a future, to teach the world that it no longer needed guardians. The hope for future generations has always resided in mortal hands. And now that my task is done, I will take my place amongst the legends of the past.
And so ends the story of the Guardians. The protection of this world is now in the hands of mortals. Or so you would think. There is currently a new Guardian on Azeroth, Medan. But before we talk about Medan, let me first tell you what happened to Aegwynn. After the alliance between Thrall, Jaina and the Night Elves, Thrall and Jaina decided to relocate to Kalimdor, where Jaina would build Fedamore and Thrall would build Orgrimmar. Old hatreds die very hard, and the orcs and humans were having a hard time living in peace, even after Jaina sacrificed her own father. Thrall and Jaina, they did their absolute best to keep the peace going, but it wasn't easy, and it almost looked like some external force was trying to manipulate events, trying to cause another war. One day, the forest around Thunder Ridge was removed by magic, which caused the Thunder Lizards to run rampant across the land, destroying farms and causing all kinds of problems. Some orcs immediately blamed the humans, some were even suggesting that Jaina had something to do with this, but Thrall was wiser and he first wanted to find out what was going on. So he talked to Jaina and she promised him that she would take care of the situation. She planned on relocating the lizards to the Bladescar Highlands where they wouldn't cause any more trouble. When she tried to teleport the lizards away, something prevented her from doing so, and it turned out to be magical wards, protecting the area from unwanted visitors. Jaina managed to locate the wards, and inside she found Aegwynn. Aegwynn had always been a role model to Jaina, a female mage who cleared the way for other females, who was accepted by the council, and she really looked up to the Magna. Aegwynn just laughed at what Jaina told her, and she explained bits and pieces of her true story. How arrogant she was, a fool for being manipulated by Sargeras, causing the first Orcish invasion, all of that story, everything she'd done wrong. Aegwynn felt guilty and a heavy burden on her shoulders. As they were talking, they felt that the magical wards around Aegwynn Place were reactivated, only this time they felt different. They could feel the magic behind them, and Aegwynn recognized it to be Smotlor's magic. Smotlor, the same demon Aegwynn defeated so many years ago in a school in the village of Jorthas. All Aegwynn wanted to do at this point was to live out the rest of her days away from the rest of the world, just waste away in her own self-pity, but Jaina wouldn't let her. Despite all of Aegwynn's mistakes, she never stepped away from her duty. She might have been wrong, but her motivations were always for the good of the world. Now, all these events between orcs and humans, the Burning Blade cult, magical wards made by Smotlor, it all came together, and Jaina knew that he was behind this. She brought Aegwynn with her, and at the end of the story they find the demon who caused all this trouble. Jaina tried to use her own magic with a spell created by Aegwynn. This spell would allow them to banish Smotlor back to the Twisting Nether, but at this point Jaina was tired. She didn't have enough power to defeat him alone, so Aegwynn grabbed Jaina and poured all of that magical power that she had gathered into Jaina. Aegwynn continued to focus, willing her life, her magic, her very soul to Jaina Proudmoore. Jaina opened her eyes. Normally an icy blue, they were now a fiery red. Combining their power, they managed to defeat the demon, and peace between Theramore and Orgrimmar was restored. At least for the moment. Aegwynn nearly gave her life, but she survived that moment and she became Jaina's Chamberlain, giving her advice and telling her when she was wrong. In her role as Chamberlain, she assisted Jaina in helping Varian Rin. Varian was split into two by Onyxia's magic, and he was having trouble figuring out who he was and what had happened. Jaina and Aegwynn, they helped him with figuring out who exactly he was, and told him that he was the King of Stormwind. So at this point, Jaina and Aegwynn are working together. Varian was able to fix himself, defeat Onyxia and save Anduin. It's at this point in the story that we meet Medan, and there's so much going on, so many characters and different stories, that I'll have to do my best to keep it focused on Medan. Let's begin at the beginning. When Garona Half-Orcan was inside Karazhan, she met with Medivh and she grew to like him and trust him. In a moment where Sargeras' attention was elsewhere, Medivh managed to father a child with Garona, namely Medan. Medivh would eventually be defeated, and Garona betrayed the king because of that mind spell placed by Guldan. She knew from that moment on that she couldn't take care of this child, not without putting his life in danger, so when he was born, she gave the child to Merrill, the same undead mage Merrill that was part of the first council. Merrill raised Medan while never telling him about his parents, and Medan is a unique character, part orc, part Draenei, part human, and right at the start of the story, he's already able to wield the powers of a shaman, a mage, and he has the necessary skills to fight with a weapon. There's also a prophecy surrounding Medan which says the following. When the child of the three realms becomes as light, the ancient power will be released. The earth will tremble, the seas will rise up in answer, and all will be madness. A new day will dawn, bring with it chaos or peace. This prophecy found its way to Cho'Gall, former student of Gul'dan, who now works for the old god C'Thun. C'Thun by this time is already defeated by us, but he's not killed, and Cho'Gall plans to use Medan and this prophecy to resurrect the fallen old god and bring about the end of the world. So what happens to Medan? He's attacked by the Twilight's Hammer clan in order of Cho'Gall. Garona jumps out of a tree and she saves him, but she does get captured herself. Even though she was afraid to raise Medan, she couldn't just leave him to his fate, and she always kept an eye on him. Garona is then taken to Ankirai, where Cho'Gall awaits, and he uses that mind spell to force Garona to attack Faramore. Cho'Gall was Gul'dan's student, as close as an ally Gul'dan ever had, so he knew how to use that magic. They wanted Garona to attack Faramore, since at that moment a peace summit between the Horde and Alliance was taking place. Medan overhears Meryl talking, and he finds out that Garona is his mother, and he goes after her while Garona attacks Faramore. Remember that it was Garona who killed Varian's father. He saw her do this as a child, and when he saw her Faramore, he immediately accused the Horde of sending the same assassin after him. Garrosh took this very personal, and he blamed the Alliance for what was going on. Eventually, they managed to repel the attack. They nearly killed Garona, but Medan jumped in and saved her life. Medan's then captured himself by the Twilight's Hammer clan, while Garona is put in chains at Faramore. This meant the end of any peace between the Alliance and the Horde. They didn't outright attack each other at that moment, but any negotiations were off the table. Each of them returned to their homes to eventually deal with the Lich King attacking Azeroth. Garona wanted to find her son, but there were spells placed on her minds blocking her from the truth. Jaina used her own magic to penetrate these blockades, which caused Garona agonizing pain, but in the end they found the truth. Cho'Gall was in Ankirai, and that's where they would find Medan. Valeera, together with Meryl, teleported to Ankirai in an attempt to save Medan. We'll do a story on Valeera in the future, but what you need to know is that she met Varian while he was dealing with Onyxia. Onyxia wanted Varian dead, so she sent an assassin after him, and his warlock assassin placed a curse on Valeera called the Mark of Khafre-Natir. For those who've been paying attention, Khafre-Natir is the same demon that the first Guardian had to deal with. This mark placed the demon inside of her, and during her rescue attempt, she was forced to fight with Cho'Gall. Cho'Gall outpowered her greatly, so she accepted the demon inside of her. She accepted him taking over her body if it would allow them to defeat Cho'Gall. Not even Khafre-Natir was powerful enough to defeat Cho'Gall, but it did buy them enough time to rescue Medan and teleport away. The demon tried to manipulate Medan, tried to take over his mind and body, but Meryl stepped in and made him an offer that he couldn't refuse. Exchanged the body of Valeera for Meryl himself. Now this ancient undead human also contained the spirit of Khafre-Natir, but Meryl was not just any mage, and he was able to contain the demon, at least for the moment. Meanwhile, back at Faramore, Garona is rescued by Vindicator Marad. Marad had found out that his sister's child was Garona, and it was actually a surprise for Garona herself. She always believed that she was half human and half orc, but Marad was positive that he was her uncle and that she had a major role to play against Cho'Gall. Marad also met Medan, and he taught him about the light, and he did this to keep the whispers of C'Thun out of Medan's head. He warned Medan that it would take years to truly master the light, but Medan instantly picked it up without any effort. Which meant that Medan was safe for the moment, and they all sat down to talk about what was going on. They figured out that Cho'Gall and C'Thun were a huge threat to the world, especially since the Horde and Alliance were dealing with the Scourge attacks. Meryl told them about the first Council of Tirisfal, how they came together, and funneled their powers into one. They decided that this was the way to go, that the Guardian had to return to battle against C'Thun and Cho'Gall. This time they wouldn't just use Magi. This time the council would consist of members from all kinds of magical origins. Druids, Magi, priests, shamans, all of them combining their powers. As they worked on creating the council, getting the members ready, Medan took a trip with Marad to Outland, where he met Khadgar and they talked about his father. Medan also received a vision from his father which summoned him to the Tower of Karazhan, but at first Medan didn't want to go. Most believed that Medivh was truly evil, but Khadgar explained that Medivh was corrupted and he didn't really have a choice. This pushed Medan into going to Karazhan, where the avatar of Medivh was waiting for him. This wasn't the real Medivh, this was his avatar, a vessel with his powers and memories, and he told Medan his life story. At the end, he offers Medan his remaining powers to use freely in any way that Medan desires. Medivh had no intention of forcing his son into a destiny or future, just like he and his mother were. Medan had a choice, and he chose to take the fight to Cho'Gall, to use his powers for good and for the defense of Azeroth. There were two things required for the final battle. First, a new council which would empower Medan, and those part of the council were the following: Jaina Proudmoore, Human Mage. Dalinia Revskar, Blood Elf Mage. Hamul Runetotem, Tauren Druid. Brawl Bearmantle, Night Elf Druid. Marad, Draenei Paladin. Rohan, Dwarf Priest. And finally, Rhaegar Earthfury, Orc Shaman. All these different sources of power, they combine themselves with Medan. Power we have, power we share, out of many into one. Even with this incredible power boost, Medan wasn't able to defeat Cho'Gall, and the demon Khafre Nazir managed to shake off Meadow's control, and he followed the stream of power back to the council. Now the council had to deal with this demon instead of linking their power with Medan, and this left Medan weakened. Aegwynn at that moment stepped up to the plate, and she sacrificed the last of her energies to empower her grandson, to buy the council enough time to restrain Khafre Nazir and relink themselves with Medan. After all her battles, nearly giving up her life several times, this time the end had come. She poured her love and her strength into her grandson, and Medan was able to hold off Cho'Gall, but he still was not able to defeat him. The second thing that Medan required was Aetius, Great Staff of the Guardian. This legendary staff was passed on from Guardian to Guardian, but it was shattered and only the bottom half somehow made its way into C'Thun. Garona had recovered the base inside the corpse of C'Thun, and after a long struggle she brought it to Medan. As the base touched Medan, he used his powers to restore it to its former glory and finally end the threat of Cho'Gall. Cho'Gall's mission had failed. C'Thun was not resurrected and the prophecy was fulfilled. When the child of the three realms, Draenor, Azeroth and Argus, becomes as light, the ancient power will be released. The earth will tremble, the seas will rise up and answer, and all will be madness. A new day will dawn, bring with it chaos or peace, and since the day was won, peace was found. Medan then returned his powers to the members of the council, and they buried Aegwynn next to Medivh at Karazhan. Garona had to leave her son again, because they might have stopped Cho'Gall today, but he wasn't killed, and as long as he was alive, she was a threat to anyone around her. She would pursue Cho'Gall all the way to the Twilight Highlands, where we could find her during the Cataclysm, but we would eventually be the ones who actually killed Cho'Gall. The council, they broke up and they returned to their original roles within the Warcraft story. They haven't really mentioned the council or Medan ever since. There was a mention in Velen's short story about Medan, but other than that we haven't seen it in game, we haven't seen it in the stories. Some of you asked me if I think that we'll ever see this character in game and why people hate the character of Medan. I can't speak for everyone, so you'd have to ask them what their problem is with his character. But for me there are two things that stand out with Medan. First of all, he's just too damn powerful. He's a mage, a priest, a shaman, a warrior hybrid, and anything that he can't do he'll just pick up within seconds. That's insane, and that's saying something for the Warcraft universe, since we already have insanely powerful characters like Varian Wrynn, who has a demigod watching over him and empowering him, or Thrall, who got equal to the aspects during the Cataclysm. Imagine them placing an even more powerful character within the game. There would be nothing left to do for anyone. Old got trouble? Just send Medan. Sargeras knocking on a door? Send Medan after him. I think even Blizzard recognizes this, because they have been asked several times whatever happened to Medan, and apparently he's off on a different world studying or protecting it. He's gone. Let's just put it like that. He's not on Azeroth, he's not in the story, and yeah, he's not around. The second thing that bothers me about Medan is that creating him pretty much destroyed what Medivh did during Warcraft 3. Remember that Medivh wanted to teach the world that it could take care of itself, break the cycle so that it no longer needed to have guardians. It had such a beautiful ending, with even a little bit of speculation about Medivh, whether or not he's still around. Now with Medan, they completely went back on that decision, and it makes what Medivh did back in Warcraft 3, it just makes it silly. He could have just stepped in, fight the Burning Legion himself, and hand over his powers to his son. His son that he was able to make while being corrupted by Sargeras, which is also pretty damn impressive. There are more reasons to dislike his character, but that's mainly my feeling behind it, and to the question, will we ever see him in-game? I highly doubt it. Will Medivh ever make a return? Well, not unless they declare this comic as non-canon. Medivh handed over his powers to Medan, so he should be powerless. He should be gone. In the novel Twilight of the Aspects, he makes a cameo as Thrall travels through time. But that wasn't the return of Medivh, so as much as I would love to see it, I doubt he will ever come back. Not unless they do some serious retconning. What we can hope for is that they give him a part in the World of Warcraft movie, because that would be pretty damn cool. A corrupted Medivh out there with Lothar and Durotan. I would love to see that, but we'll just have to wait and see what they're going to do. With that, I think I've been talking for long enough, which makes this the end of my video and the end of the story of the Guardians. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed their stories. Subscribe if you like my videos, and until next time, guys, see ya!
And now that my task is done, I will take my place amongst the legends of the past.
Hello everyone! And most of you know by now, the second Warcraft Chronicle is out, and it gives a lot of details about the origin of Draenor, the evolution that took place there, leading into the formation of the Horde and the first and second war on Azeroth. In this video, I want to talk about the major origin story, the platform for which the other stories take place, and next week we'll talk about the changes to the formation of the Horde storyline and some things that stood out for me. Now I won't be going into every single detail that the Chronicles offers, like I've done with Volume 1 that's just incorporated into future lore videos, but some things are pretty damn awesome to talk about and I do want to share it, so let's begin at the very beginning. As light and void clashed together, the physical universe came to be. Some planets had a Titan spirit inside of them, which the other Titans were looking for, but some of them did not. And the planet that we now call Draenor, also called Dargar by the Mighty Ogres or Rakshar by the Arakoa, that planet came to be without a Titan spirit inside. The old gods also did not touch this planet, but it was home to the elements fire, earth, water and air, and even the fifth element was in abundance, the spirit of life which saturated the planet. This tempered the violent nature of the other elements and prevented them from taking on physical forms. It also accelerated the growth of flora and fauna, making the world a very savage place where the strong preyed on the weak and the cunning preyed on the strong. Draenor's greatest predators did not hunt with fang or claw, they hunted with root and thorn. A strain of plant had sprouted on Draenor which was called spore mounds. Nature simply took over the planet and their roots dug so deep in search of water that they actually tapped into the element of life that suffused Draenor's stones and soil. They consumed this primordial energy, which gave them sentience and allowed them to act as a single massive organism. The spore mounds and all other vegetations, they became known collectively as the Evergrowth, and with their hive mind they could work in unison. If left unchecked, they would eventually take over and devour everything on the planet of Draenor, including the elemental spirits. But luckily for the planet, the Titan Agramar was hunting for demons in this area, and his journey took him near Draenor, where he witnessed the Evergrowth. Despite the planet not having a slumbering soul inside, it still intrigued the Titan, and he could not leave Draenor to its fate. Similar to when they brought order to Azeroth and battled with the old gods, Agramar also realized that if he himself would step in, then he'd probably do some massive damage to the planet or even destroy it, so instead he created a servant in his image. The goal was not to exterminate Draenor's plant life, but to temper it and give the planet a chance. Fire, air, earth and water, they were woven into a massive elemental storm. The roaring tempest was channeled into Draenor's largest mountain, which groaned to life and stood up on two colossal legs. This massive being was named Grond, and as he set out to conquer the Evergrowth, lakes of elemental fire trailed in his footsteps. He dredged out seas, he carved valleys and forged mountains to separate the Evergrowth, and he stabbed a spore mound, tearing it from the world's surface. The other spore mounds, they shivered in agony at the destruction of their kin, and they soon realized that they needed a new weapon to fight back, so they drained the surrounding forest and jungles of their life essence, leaving behind only withered tracts of land. Infused with these energies, the spore mounds arose to walk the world themselves, 3 in total, each embodying a different region of the Evergrowth's domain. There was Zang, swampy mires and mushroom thickets glistening across its heights. There was Botan, covered in primal forest lands, and then there was Naaru, which wore a fleece of dense jungles. As one, the spore mounds moved against Grond, and Draenor buckled under the weight of the warring giants. Like his creator, Grond had an iron will, and the battle was fierce. Zang was the first to fall, and in the ages to come, the rotting body that remained behind, that would transform into a fungal region known as Zangar Sea, and with Draenor being corrupted, it was eventually known as the Zangar Marsh. Naaru was the second to fall, and its broken husk would slowly sink into the earth, and that became a region called the Nan Jungle, eventually known as Hellfire Peninsula. Botan was the last standing, and it sensed its enemy's weakened state, but it needed more power to finish the job, so it started to leech the dwindling life essence from both Naaru and Zang. This gave it enough power to cover Grond in thousands of small vines, burrowing into the cracks and wounds on his skin and wrenching them open, causing new fissures to erupt across his body. The elemental giant collapsed beneath its own weight and it crumbled into pieces. The bulk of his corpse that will form a mountain range at the edge of a region later known as Nagrand. Now this colossal battle, it had a major impact on life for Draenor, since bits and pieces from both the spore mounts and Grond, they turned into whole new creatures. The strongest for the spore mounts, they were giants called the Janissar, while the colossals, they formed from the rocks that came from Grond. Much of the stony debris that fell from Grond, it also contained the primordial elements of fire, air, earth and water, and these energies they coalesced into pools of power for which elemental spirits took physical shape for the first time in Draenor's history. The spirit of life had kept them in check all this time, but since the spore mounts had started numbing on it, now we see the rise of the Furies. There was Incineratus, Aborius, Gordog and Calandrios. These four Furies mourned the death of Grond, and they vowed to dwell in his corpse shadow forever, a place that we now know as the Throne of Elements. Now way high up above, Agramar was still keeping an eye on things, and when he saw the Colossals emerge, he felt hope. Though the creatures were not as mighty as Grond, they were many, and the Titan was confident that they were able to destroy Botan and bring balance to Draenor if he gave them a little bit of help. He made stone discs from Grond's remains, and he branded them with Titan runes of power. These objects were then fused into the Colossals' bodies like armor, and from it the giants were infused with primordial energy, enhancing their strength and resilience. As a final touch, he gifted them with knowledge, the information that he had gathered from watching the Spore Mount fight with Grond, and with that the Colossals began their march. This would be the last time that the Creator would watch from above, as he felt in the great dark beyond that a constellar had died, and this was very serious, something that had to be checked out. And as we learned from Volume 1, Agramar ended up in a confrontation with Sargeras, and he lost his life, so Draenor, it was now on its own, and the war between the Colossals and the Janissar, that was still going on. This war would rattle Draenor for thousands of years, with control of the world constantly ebbing and flowing between the Colossals and the agents of the Evergrove. Both sides took a lot of punches, and like what happened when Grond fell and the remains turned into Colossals, when Colossals fell, their remains turned into Magneron. Not as large or intelligent as the Grond, but they did command great power. The Colossals tried to recruit the Magnerons to help them in this war, but although the Magneron they were against the Evergrove, they felt no loyalty towards the Colossals. With the numbers falling, the Colossals knew that something drastic had to be done. Most of them gathered to make their final stand as they rushed into the Evergrove and they swarmed Botan. In unison, the Colossals unleashed the energy stored within the Titan relics, channeling it through themselves into Botan, and a massive explosion ripped through the Spore Mount and the Colossals. The blast was so immense that it shattered their bodies and it hurled to pieces across Draenor. Botan's death rattle, that blazed through every root and leaf in the world. Forests withered and hundreds of Janissar dropped dead where they stood. For one brief moment, the entirety of the Evergrove trembled with the shared agony of Botan's annihilation. Then there was only silence. No thoughts or emotions passed among the world's plant life. Botan's demise had destroyed the shared sentience that connected Draenor's wilds. In the end, the Colossals had triumphed, but they had paid a terrible price. No creature would ever arise from their remains again. Drawing on the power of these Titan relics, it had burned away all life essence from the Colossals, and it seared their corpses. Over time, their broken bodies would sink into the earth, and they became veins of metal called Blackrock ore. Now, unlike the fallen Colossals, Botan's body still contained potent life energies. Wherever fragments of the Spore Mount fell to the earth, forest and jungle started to bloom. The majority of Botan's corpse that formed a vibrant region that would later be known as Farallon. The same Farallon that we all wanted to see during Warlords of Draenor, but only our followers got the chance. Janissar and other plant creatures, they would continue to thrive in these havens of life, but they would not have a Spore Mount to unite them in purpose and guide their collective will. The Evergrove was no more, but that did not mean peace for Draenor. When Botan exploded, its body had released countless of spores filled with the spirit of life. These spores drifted back to the world's surface and it warped whatever they touched. They clung to the hides of Magnerons and weakened their bodies. Some of them devolved into half-flesh, half-stone giants called the Grun, who were only moderately intelligent, but because of lingering spores, some of them devolved even further into the one-eyed Ogron. They were more intelligent than the Grun, but they were not as strong. Now the Ogron, they feared the Grun, and they viewed the hulking beast as gods. The evolution did not end there though. Over thousands of years, the Ogron, they transformed into fleshy creatures called ogres. These brutes were smaller than the Ogron, and many would become their slaves. From the ogres came another race, one that we can actually play as, namely the orcs. They were the smallest of Grun's line, but what they lacked in strength, they made up with fierce intellect and a sense of community. By banding together, they survived the savage world of Draenor. So this group, the descendants of Gron, the Magnaron, the Gron and the Ogron, they're known as the Breakers, and despite being different from each other, they still felt the original purpose and they continued fighting with the Primals. The Primals, they're the Genisar and the other plant-based life. Now the Primals, they track the origin back to the Spore Mounds, and like the Breakers, many of the Primals came out of the aftermath of Botan's destruction. The numerous spores released from the giant's corpse, it settled in the wilds, and while these spores weakened the creatures of stone, they had the opposite effect on plant life. The spore gave sentience to existing form of plants. The jungles now stirred as new beings took shape and walked the land. Some were small and simple-minded creatures, like the podlings and the sporelings, while the most intelligent, they were called the Botani. These bark-skinned creatures spread through Draenor's wilderness with faint memories of the Evergrove still lingering in their minds, but they didn't know the full truth of the Spore Mounds or the battles with Grond and the Colossals. Even so, what little the Botani did know of the Evergrove, it still had an impact on the culture. They worshipped the Genisar's gods, seeing them as echoes of the great Spore Mounds. The Botani also rejected the idea of self, believing that their individual souls, that it was part of a collective spirit that interlinked all plant life on Draenor. Along with the Genisar and other plant creatures, the Botani devoted themselves to protecting the Forest Lands. As they did so, they inevitably clashed with the Breakers, and the war for dominance over the land that kept on going, something that we could see for ourselves during Warlords of Draenor. So that's the basic foundation for life on Draenor, right? This colossal battle between stone and nature, which gave birth to many creatures and races on the planet. Where on Azeroth, it was a direct involvement from the Titan Keepers and the Titans and the Curse of Flesh. Here it was done by Agramar and the influence of the Spirit of Life. It did more than just evolve the Breakers and the Primals though. It also gave birth to many kinds of animals, and with the end of the Evergrove, these animals, this life, actually had a chance to survive. The scattered remains of Botan that had become a forest full with the spirit of life, and these energies, it transformed the land and accelerated the development of new species. The first beasts to rise up out of this were enormous creatures that wielded extraordinary power over the land. Some of them had an affinity to nature magics, some of them tapped into Draenor's elemental energies, while others they reached beyond the veil of reality, touching the forces of light and void that permeated the cosmos. Now being such massive beasts, it also made them massive targets, whereas the Botani, they would ensnare them for food to nourish the wilds, or to infest them with fungi that transformed them into their minions, while the Grun and Ogron, they also hunted the beasts for sport. Those that had wings and were able to fly above all of these predators, they had a much bigger chance to thrive. It was within Arak where most of these avian races developed, and there 3 godlike creatures took form. There was the majestic firebird called Rukmar, touched by the primordial force of light, the vicious wind serpent Sephe, with an affinity to the void, and the cunning raven Anzu, whose keen intellect, it had led to him investigating the magical ley lines on Draenor, and he discovered arcane magic. At first, these 3 worked together on claiming Arak for their very kind by kicking out the Breakers and the primal influence, but over time Sephe became jealous of Rukmar. He could not fly as high as she could. He was doomed to live out an existence in her shadow, so he tried to make an allegiance with Anzu to bring down Rukmar, absorb her powers, and together they would be the twin kings of Arak. What Sephe hadn't counted on was that Anzu felt no envy or jealousy toward Rukmar, quite the opposite. He adored her, and he never had the courage to confess his feelings. With this knowledge, this betrayal at hand, he went to her, and together they took on Sephe, who in his final moments unleashed a terrible curse. Fearing that the curse might destroy Arak, Anzu devoured the wind serpent, and he locked the dark energies within himself. The curse then twisted his body and soul, warping his form and removing his ability to fly. Anzu figured that if he was not worthy of Rukmar before, now she would be disgusted with the being that he had become. He hid away in the realm of shadows, while Rukmar did try to find him, tried to thank him. When her search proved to be futile, she decided to honor his sacrifice in a different way by creating the Arakoa. She drew on her life energies to transform some of her Kaliri followers, who embodied Rukmar's physical grace and majesty, as well as Anzu's intellect and cleverness. These heirs of Arak, they would make their home in what would become known as the Spires of Arak, and as we've seen in-game, the Curse of Sephe, it will play a massive role in the future of their people. We'll do a full story on the Arakoa at some point in time, since there's a lot of things to talk about. There are a lot of interesting things, especially the Apexis crystals, but since I didn't want to trigger anybody, let's finish this video with talking about the origin of a couple more races. Now, as I mentioned before, ogres were enslaved to the Ogron, and the Arakoa desired the Ogron to fall. They saw an opportunity in their slaves, their anger and their hate. The Arakoa decided to use them to do the dirty work, and taught them the ways of arcane magic. Considering that they come from the line of Grond, a creature empowered by the Titan Agramar, they were naturally attuned to the arcane, and they picked up these new spellcasting techniques without any real efforts. With their affinity to the earth, they could combine their arcane magic and shape and bend rock and stone to their will. One of the first ogres to master these new techniques, he was called Gok, and instead of simply taking on the Ogron, this ogre had bigger ambitions and he decided to go even higher up in the food chain. He targeted the Grun. Gok single-handedly struck down a Grun and another and another. By the time that he defeated his 5th Grun, whispers of his deeds had reached almost all of the ogre settlements, and if one of them was able to bring down the Grun, what did they have to fear from the Ogron? When Gok, the Grun Slayer, returned to his people, they rose up together and they toppled their Ogron overlords. The ogre's use of sorcery and their exposure to raw arcane magic, it also had some unexpected side effects. Though it was very rare, sometimes their children would be born with 2 heads instead of 1. These 2-headed ogres, they were astonishingly gifted spellcasters, and their appearance was seen as a good omen. In time, the ogres even developed spells to replicate this, causing normal ogres to grow a 2nd head, increasing their intelligence and aptitude for magic. Many years later, this technique will be used by the ogre Cho'Gall and the warlock Gul'dan to empower the ogres of the Horde during the invasion of Azeroth. The rise of the ogres, it changed the hierarchy of survival all across of Draenor. By breaking the power of the Ogron and the Grunt, they had eliminated the 2 of the greatest threats to the Gorgrond orcs, and they were no longer confined to the underground caverns and were now able to forge permanent settlements on the world's surface for the first time in generations. The population of orcs exploded, and overcrowding became a serious problem, so much so that many of them migrated out of Gorgrond and they settled all across Draenor in individual clans. They found a way to shamanism and the furies of Draenor, something that the ogres first laughed at, but then came to realize that the elements were no joke and they could offer great power. Rather than seeking to learn this power with the same humility and awe that the orcs had done, the ogres decided to take it by force. They claimed the Throne of Elements for the Gorian Empire, and they started dissecting it with the arcane spellwork, examining every inch of the site. Unknown to the ogres was that this land was the final resting place of Grunt, a massive giant empowered by Agramar, infused with a mix of raw titan and elemental power that still lingered in the ancient giant remains. Their careless experiments, it ended in disaster as the energies ignited in an explosion. The temple that the orcs had carved out of the giant skull, it was blown apart and destroyed, but even worse, the elements were thrown out of balance. Huge storms started lashing out across the world, and the tormented elementals cried out to the orc shamans for help. The different clans, they met up at the Kosh-Ark festival, and they decided to unite against the threat of the ogres, pushing them back all the way to the capital city of Korea. Months passed, and despite the ogres thinking that they'd be able to survive a long-term siege, it turned out that was not the case and they needed to come up with a plan. They decided to use their knowledge on the Arakoa Curse of Sepha, and they began experimenting with ways to cause a similar affliction among the orcs. They were successful, and a disease known as the Red Pox, it spread like wildfire through the orcs' encampments. It was highly contagious, it lasted for months, and it killed many of the infected. The orcs saw their numbers massively dwindle, and they knew that something drastic had to be done. They asked the elements to annihilate Korea, and the elemental spirits understood that there was no other way to stop the ogres from meddling with the Throne of Elements. The shamans gathered outside Korea's mighty walls, and they witnessed the true fury of the spirits as a roaring storm, massive earthquakes, lightning and fire, it enveloped the city. The elements let none inside Korea survive, as the earth itself, it wrenched open like a giant maw, and it swallowed the remains of a once great city. That was the end of Korea, and this means that the orcish clans, they united even before the formation of the Horde, and the Red Pox, that was a disease that would not simply disappear, and it flares up from time to time. Garros Hellscream was actually a victim of the Red Pox, which is why he didn't join his father during the invasion of Azeroth, and is also the reason why some of the orcs that they kept a brown skin color, since they were separated from the rest of them as they started to use fell magic, drink demon blood and turned green. Now with the fall of the Gorian Empire, the orcs claimed more and more land on Draenor, even going as far as rising up from their slave masters in Heimal and breaking the ogres' hold underground. This turn of events, it greatly troubled the Bladespire ogres and their leader Imperator Kelgrok, who saw that all across Draenor the ogre influence was waning. They were determined to regain control within Frostfire Ridge, and to make up for the lack of numbers, their sorcerers had conducted cruel experiments to create new creatures whom they could use to fill their labor force. The most promising result that came from selecting breeding between ogres and enslaved orcs, giving birth to the Magnafal, which you might remember Rexxar being a part of. These Magnafal, they were forced into servitude, but were eventually liberated by the combined might of the Orcish Whiteclaw clan and the Frostwolf clan, who was led by Chieftain Garad, who made his 2 sons, Durthan and Ganar, his lieutenants. The first son, Fenris, he had already left the clan at this point, and he had joined the Thunderlord clan, which is why they refused to help in this battle. Together, the Whiteclaw and the Frostwolf, they were able to liberate the Magnafal, but it came at a great price. Hundreds of Frostwolves and Whiteclaws had died in battle, including Ganar. He had sacrificed his life while helping many of the young Magnafall to escape the besieged fortress. Now Ganar's death, it broke his father's heart, something that he would never truly recover from, and despite offering the Magnafall to join them in Frostfire Ridge, the Elder declined, knowing that the orcs would never truly accept the half-breeds. Instead, they settled in Gorgrond, where the resources they would be scarce, but at least they could live out their lives in peace. I was actually surprised to see that they stuck with the whole forced pregnancy route, since it seemed like they wanted to get away from it, but the Magnafall are confirmed to be a forced union between Ogre and Orc, and we have another one that's a forced half-breed, which is Orc and a race not native to Draenor, namely the Draenei. They crash-landed on the planet, while being on the run from Sargeras after refusing to join the Legion, and they built the city of Shefrev upon the site where once upon a time Goria was swallowed by the Earth. As you might imagine, the ogres were not too happy about this and they tried to retaliate, but the Draenei's forces and defenses, they were more than capable at holding these ogres off, and after doing some massive damage, Velen issued a single statement. His voice rumbled through the heavens. "Go home and you will not be harmed." The ogres did not need any more motivation, they fled, and they would never try a frontal assault on the Draenei again. This soft nature of the Draenei, this forgiveness, it was also evident when the orcs went on the attack. Before, they had seen the Draenei as mostly harmless, but that was no longer the case after they witnessed how they took care of the ogres. Some clans decided to avoid all contact, while others decided to treat them as enemies. If the strangers would come into their territory, they would attack. The Bladewing clan, that took it one step further, as they lived in the area between Terakar and Nagrand, and they knew of the Draenei's favorite trading routes and caravan schedules. They launched raids on these caravans, they murdered the Draenei, and they took some of them prisoner. Most of the Draenei wanted to retaliate. The clan that was attacking them, it was not large, and it would be relatively easy to defeat them, but Velen forbade it. He did allow the Rangari to launch rescue missions, but an offensive campaign that would only lead to calamity. Orcs did not surrender, and a war would not end until nearly all of the Bladewinds had died. And then what? The other clans would surely take notice and pick up arms as well, so instead they decided to upgrade the protection of the caravans and save as many prisoners as they could. Save as many, not all though, and those who were not rescued, those few poor souls, they were forced into slavery for the rest of their lives. Some of them even bore children for their masters, their half-breed offspring scored and reviled by both Draenei and Orc cultures. Half Orc, half Draenei, and one of these that you're probably familiar with, that is Garona half Orcan. Those that are familiar with her storyline, you know that it was originally said that she was created out of the orders of Guldan, out of his breeding program. But that's now changed, and so a few other details when it comes to the whole Rise of the Horde storyline. However, that's a story we're going to save for next week though. Right now we've established how most of the races on Draenor evolved and came to be. Next week we'll talk about the ramifications of Kiljaeden tracking down the Draenei and starting the events that would eventually lead to the invasion of Azeroth. This week we're going to talk about the differences when it comes to the whole Rise of the Horde and invasion of Azeroth storyline, which begins with the Draenei, who were forced to make a crash landing on the planet. Velen and those that stood with him, they refused to join Sargeras and the Legion, and the Naaru, Kur, Kaara and Dor, they aided the exiles as they move around in the dimensional fortress called the Genedar. Traveling like that, it cost immense amounts of energy which came from the Naaru spirits, and over time they weakened. The time for running, it eventually came to an end, as they were forced to crash on a planet that the Draenei named Draenor, meaning Exile's Refuge. As they made the final journey, the Naaru Kar, it lost its touch with the connection to the light, and the void began to consume it. As a final good act, it was able to convince the Draenei to eject it from their ship before we start to fight its fellow Naaru, but that was easier said than done though, since the void energy, it was coursing through its body and it started to lash out. Velen heroically stepped in. He used the light to shield the other two Naaru, and they cast Kara away from the vessel. For centuries, Kara would drift in the skies above Shadowmoon Valley, but the battle had injured Velen and it sapped much of his strength. His ability to foresee future events, it became unreliable, and it would take him centuries to fully recover. The other two Naaru, they were too weak to land on Draenor safely, and as the vessel crashed into the ground, it killed Dor and many of the Draenei on board. Kur, the last Naaru standing, it told the survivors to quickly leave the ship, as it too was decaying and was turning towards the void. Velen and the Draenei, they were truly alone, and as far as they knew, this would be the last world that they would ever see. They built the city of Shefrev upon the site where once Goria was devoured. They built Karabor, which would become one of the most beautiful and holiest sites, and they built Akendun. This was to house the remains of Dor, who had been starting to draw in the souls of the dead Draenei, and the same had happened with Kur, only that one started to draw in the souls of departed orcs. Kaara became known as the Dark Star for the Shadowmoon clan, and they worshipped it, even trying to access its power, but touching those void energies, you might imagine that's not too good for your health, and it shattered their minds, and soon enough they decided that the Dark Star's power, that was not meant to be wielded by mortals. If anyone continued messing with it, they would be exiled out of their Shadowmoon Valley. So here we have the Draenei introduced to the world of Draenor, and their coming had a massive impact on the world. The ogres were not happy with them building upon Goria, but the Draenei, they repelled them easily enough, which showed the orcs that the Draenei, they were not as harmless as they had thought. Some decided to stay away from them, some attacked them if they'd go into their territory, and the Bladewing clan, they decided to attack their caravans and take some of the Draenei prisoners. It would have been easy for the Draenei to destroy this clan, but Velen forbade it, fearing that this would lead to an all-out war with the orcs, and instead decided to go for rescue missions and better protection for the caravans. All the Draenei wanted was to live in peace on Draenor and not cause any harm, something that was clearly shown when two young orcs, Orgrim and Durotan, they were saved from an attacking Heimal ogre by the Draenei. They were even invited to sit down with the prophet, who took the moment and observed the orcs, and he found no hatred in their hearts, quite the opposite. This meeting would be one of the last peaceful encounters between the orcs and the Draenei, as the Legion had found their targets. I'm not going to go into complete details when it comes to origin story. I'm going to assume that you're familiar with it, and we're going to focus mainly on the changes. Like before, it was Talgoth that found the Draenei. Since their crash landing on a planet, it had sent out massive waves of holy energy throughout the twisting nether, and this drew his attention. Like before, he observed the orcs and he reported back to Kil'jaeden, who ordered his servant to stay out of this conflict, as they would turn the orcs against the Draenei. Talgoth was quite pissed about this. He had not spent millennia hunting the Draenei just so that the primitive orcs could spill their blood. Normally Kil'jaeden would have punished such insubordination, but he understood the anger, yet was unmoved, and he sent his servant away. He needed an agent, an orc that could manipulate the rest of their people to follow Kil'jaeden's will, and although there were many candidates amongst the orc, none of them had such potential as Gul'dan. He was born with a physical weakness into a small clan at the edge of Gorgrond, and the other orcs saw us twist his form as an ill omen, and they eventually exiled him. The elder shaman took pity on Gul'dan and told him to go to the throne of elements, and there he might find his purpose in life from the spirits. The spirits, they gazed upon Gul'dan, and they sensed the darkness and fury in the orc's heart, and they rejected him.
But in their absence, other voices whispered.
Kil'jaeden promised Gul'dan power, enough power that no one would ever pity him again, and he would become like a god, if only he would help the Legion with turning the orcs into a weapon to destroy the Draenei. The first orcish warlock was born in that moment, as Gul'dan gladly accepted the dark bargain. He informed his new master of a time where the orcs came together against the threat to save the elements from the ogre's influence. If Kil'jaeden could recreate that elemental upheaval, perhaps the clans would repeat history, so he guided Gul'dan, they attacked the throne of elements with fell magic, and the elements were thrown into chaos. Long droughts were followed by heavy rain, floods devastated regions in Gorgrond and parts of Nagrand. Snowstorms blanketed parts of the Naan jungle and Terragar forest in ice. Rivers and streams soon enough dried up, which caused the wildlife to die by the thousands, and this caused massive suffering to the orcs. Their shamans could offer no guidance, since they could no longer properly communicate with the elements, and Gul'dan used his magic to throw in a bit of rat pox, which took out a whole lot of orcs. One amongst those who fell to this disease was Chieftain Garad of the Frostwolf clan, which left his son Durotan to lead them all, and as you can imagine, the orcs were desperate for answers. Gul'dan was a perfect ally for the Legion, but the orcs would never follow someone like him. They needed a figurehead under their control, which the orcs would trust, whose words the orcs would trust, and it was the Shaman Ner'zhul of the Shadowmoon clan, respected by many, that was the perfect target. After engulfing the clan of his birth in Felfire to make sure that nobody knew where he came from, Gul'dan infiltrated the Shadowmoon clan, hiding away his fell powers, and he gained Ner'zhul's trust. He even managed to become Ner'zhul's apprentice, and through Gul'dan, Kil'jaeden began to twist Ner'zhul's thoughts. As Kil'jaeden did his thing with Ner'zhul, Gul'dan was sent on a different task. The orcs were in peril, they were working on Ner'zhul, somebody that the orcs could trust, and now the orcs had to believe that the Draenei were the enemy, and it was Gul'dan who would make it so. The Bladewing clan had suffered greatly from the elemental unrest and the red pox, which has claimed the lives of 70% of their clan. The warlock approached them as a representative of the Shadowmoon clan, and he convinced them that the Draenei were the ones responsible for their problems. If they were to spill the blood of the Draenei, such an act would surely appease the elemental spirits. As all orcs, the Bladewinds held the Shadowmoon in high regard, and they had no reason to distrust Gul'dan. They did as they were told, and they assaulted Draenei caravans in greater numbers than ever before. They murdered dozens of innocents and took just as many prisoners. One of those prisoners was Liren, sister of Marad, who could sit by no longer. Velen still tried to maintain the peace, but when the Rangari reported back with information about the brutal sacrifices that were being made, he reluctantly agreed, and the Draenei fought back. Maraad was sadly enough too late to save his sister, and the sight of her mutilated dead body, it enraged him and he rampaged through the village. The Bladewinds were desperate to please the elements, so they fought until nearly every one of them were dead, and those that did try to escape, they were struck down by Gul'dan. He was enjoying the show from a distance, and none would survive to tell the truth of what had happened that day. Only Gul'dan's version would make it out, as he told the Shadowmoon clan all about how the Draenei had launched an unprovoked slaughter against the Bladewinds. Word of this quickly spread amongst the other clans, and the seed of hatred towards the Draenei, it took roots. Now, just as before in the original story, Kil'jaeden used the image of the orc ancestral spirits like Rokan for Ner'zhul to confirm what Gul'dan had told them. The horde was formed, the war was on, but Ner'zhul began to doubt and he made his way to Oshu'gan to communicate with the spirits. In this version, Kil'jaeden is actually aware of his plans and he told Gul'dan to prepare, to find those who could help him keep control of the Shadowmoon clan, as Ner'zhul turned out not to be the leader that the Demon Lord had hoped him to be. The real ancestors informed Ner'zhul about what was going on, but by the time that he got back, it was already far too late. Gul'dan and his followers, they took Ner'zhul before he could reach his clan, and despite many of the new warlocks wishing to murder Ner'zhul, Gul'dan forbade it, as Kil'jaeden, he wanted Ner'zhul to watch what would become of the orcish race. Besides this delicious torture, it was also out of necessity, since Ner'zhul suddenly disappearing, that would raise suspicion amongst the other clans. In the months to come, Gul'dan and his warlocks would constantly abuse Ner'zhul and treat him as little more than a slave. The elder shaman feared death, and he would become too weak to disobey his masters. Over time, he would fade from the public eye, and his usurpers would become the voice of the Shadowmoon clan. While the Horde was fighting against the Draenei just as Kil'jaeden wanted, they were also fighting amongst each other. Especially chieftains like Gromar's Hellscream and Blackhand, they argued over battle tactics, and Kil'jaeden understood that what the orcs needed was a leader. They needed a war chief. It was Blackhand that was the best choice, and despite Gul'dan being pretty pissed at him not being the war chief, his fear for Kil'jaeden, it prevented him from speaking out. After teaching some of the Blackrock shamans the way of the warlock, and magically aging and empowering their young, Blackhand agreed to take up leadership of the Horde, while it was actually Gul'dan and the Shadow Council, they were the ones who were pulling the strings from behind the curtains. This council consisted of those trusted and loyal to Gul'dan, but not just orcs were accepted. For example, there was Garona half-orcan, a union between a Bladewind orc and a Draenei slave, that proved to be a ferocious fighter, and she possessed a keen intelligence and a gift with learning new languages. Originally, it was said that Maraad's sister was Garona's mother, and although it's still not entirely impossible, I think that the way that they describe the event in the Chronicles, the time period of just 2 years, that just seems to be a bit too short. Either way, Garona managed to escape the Bladewing clan when they were destroyed by the Draenei, and eventually encountered the Shadow Council. Gul'dan sympathized with her to earn her trust, seeing how they both knew the pain of living as an outcast. And the moment that she let down her guard, the Shadow Council struck. They placed magical spells on her mind, which kept her obedient, and it allowed Gul'dan to see what she saw, and they used her as the perfect assassin.
Gul'dan sends his best.
Another non-orc example to join the council, that was the ogre Cho'Gall. Where Garona was an outcast, Cho'Gall had enjoyed the good life within High Maul, where he had learned from the most talented ogre sorcerers. His arrogance and lust for power, that put him at odds with the ruling elite, as they feared that his growing popularity that would allow him to take control of the city, so they made an attempt on his life. He barely survived his attempt, but now he had no other choice but to flee High Maul, thirsting for vengeance, and he came across the Shadow Council. Gul'dan could appreciate his confidence and lust for power. He made him his foremost apprentice, and he taught him the secrets of fel magic, and informed him about the Burning Legion. Cho'Gall was loyal to Gul'dan for the moment, but he was also more than willing to break ties at any time. He only desired the power, and he was not interested in the Legion or the demons or Gul'dan's massive plans. The moment that Gul'dan and the Shadow Council ceased being useful, Cho'Gall was prepared to turn his back on them.
We're done taking orders from you.
With his own personal council to back him up, Gul'dan worked on making the other clans accept Blackhand as the war chief. His Shadow Council agents were sent out to spread the word of Blackhand's mighty deeds, while also spying on the clans to see who opposed the Horde. A prime target that was identified was Chieftain Zagrel of the Whiteclaw clan, who called on all the other clans to end this senseless war of the Draenei and focus their attention on shamanistic rituals. One quick command to Garona and one dagger through the heart, and that opposing voice was silenced. To seal the deal, Gul'dan preyed on the fears of the shaman at the next Kosh Ark festival, and he proclaimed that the Black Rocks had restored their strength with glorious new power, namely fel magic. Shamans of all clans eagerly accepted this new power, since the elements, they no longer answered the calls, and unanimously, the Horde accepted Black Hand as their chieftain. Like the original story, Durotan of the Frostwolf clan, he was not happy with what was happening to his people, but he feared that speaking out would mean dire consequences for him and his clan, just like what had happened to the Whiteclaw clan. Black Hand was quite the leader, and he whipped the Horde into shape. So far, they had just tossed their people at the Draenei, but he worked on utilizing the strengths of the different clans. The smallest and most mobile, they would act as scouts, whereas the other stronger clans, they would lead the direct assaults. Now, not all of the orcs were immediately on board with his new leadership, but they were either won over with offers of power, or by public execution, since Black Hand did not take kindly to insubordination. To help him with maintaining order and discipline, he surrounded himself with mighty lieutenants, and the greatest of them were Eitrigg, Orgrim Doomhammer, and Varrock Sourfang. A new leader and order amongst the ranks, that was all great, but the Horde needed more numbers, and to bolster this, the clans were ordered to also magically age their children, and the first signs of the fell corruption that started to show. Durotan noticed that their brown skin was becoming splotchy and green. While the Horde was rising, news reached Guldan about the Pale in the Grand. These are the orcs that were sent into exile after following their shamanistic ritual, and they were drawn to the Naaru core within Oshugan. This Naaru was still spilling forth the delicious void energy, and the Pale started to study this power and communicate with the Void Lords. The monstrous entities responded to the orcs, bombarding them with visions of apocalypse and revealing the secrets of using shadow magic. The void energies would over time turn their skin white, and they would start to call themselves the Pale. Now Guldan, he wasn't too interested in them, but Kiljaeden was intrigued. He wanted the orcs to secure victory over the Draenei at any cost, which meant that they had to investigate the Pale and determine whether their magic could strengthen the Horde. It was Cho'Gall who was sent out to investigate, and while he expected them to put up a fight, the Pale were quite happy to share the prophecy of doom, something that they called the Hour of Twilight. The Pale saw this as a time when shadow would envelop the universe and snuff out all life in existence.
Make peace with your end, for the Hour of Twilight falls.
In that very moment, their prophecies meant very little to the ogre. He was far more interested in the shadow magic that they could wield, and he used the beliefs to his advantage, claiming that if they would help the Horde, they could bring about the Hour of Twilight. The Pale reveled in this opportunity, and they pledged themselves to the Horde, forming a whole new clan known as the Twilight's Hammer. Over time, Cho'Gall would also learn to master this shadow magic, and he would see the truth in the Pale's prophecy. That's still a while away though. Now with the Horde gathering their forces and building their citadel, the Draenei saw the truth of what was going on. They saw that the Legion was involved. They made ready to defend their two main cities, namely Shefrev and Karabor, abandoning all their outlying settlements. The Horde used a fell magic, and they began killing the planet of Draenor, and the elements rallied together, vowing to destroy the orcs and stop the desecration of the land. By pooling their dwindling powers together, they created one single mighty being called Kirak the Fire Lord. This was supposed to stop the threat of the Horde, but Guldan would not give up that easily. Now many of the orcs, they saw this attack as a sign of angering the elements, but Guldan managed to flip it around. By pooling their powers together, the elements had made themselves vulnerable, and he would make them pay. He would steal Kyrak's power for himself and the rest of the Horde, and he would also destroy the connection between the orcs and the elements. With his Shadow Council followers, they wove an immense spell that flooded Kyrak with fell power, and it shattered the being's physical form. The mountain roared in protest, chasms tore through the earth, and rivers of fell and elemental energies it spewed forth. Guldan and his warlocks, they used these energies to infuse the other orcs with strength, and now their soldiers were more powerful than ever before. The last stand of the elements, it had dire consequences. The orcs' connection with them was now broken, and what remained, the fell volcano from which Kyrak had emerged, that would be known as the Hand of Guldan. With the elemental threat out of the way, Karabor was their next target, and the Draenei put up quite a fight, more than the orcs expected, but it would all be for nothing. The Darkstar, the void energies from the Naaru Ka'ara, that was used by the orcs to channel it on Karabor. A massive pillar of void energy ripped through the heavens, and it slammed into the Draenei. Many of the defenders, they died instantly, while others were driven to madness, and Velen had to call on every bit of his willpower to hold the void at bay. He rallied what survivors he could, and he led them through Karabor's harbor to the final safe haven on Draenor. He led them to Shefrev city. The Temple of Karabor would be forever changed by this attack, and it was now known as the Black Temple, a place where Guldan and his Shadow Council would gladly make their home. The remaining Draenei defenders, they were captured for future use, and now only one more target remained to be taken. But the city, built upon the remains of Goria, there was no easy target, and the orcs needed something more. Just like before, they were offered the demon blood. Durotan was warned by Ner'zhul, who had overheard the Shadow Council plans, and he warned him not to drink, while Orgrim, he saw for himself that drinking this so-called gift, that was not a good idea. The majority of the orcs, however, they gladly accepted it, greatly increasing their power, but also shackling themselves to the will of the Legion. Not all of the orcs had drunk from Manora's blood, but those who had, they would radiate a invisible aura of fel energy, and this energy would slowly seep into the skin and bones of nearby orcs. Eventually, even orcs like Durotan and Orgrim and all the others who had not tasted the demon blood, they would find their skin turned completely green, something that was even passed on to the newly born. So here we are, the Draenei make ready to defend their city, and this time it's not the Naaru that tell Velen to go, this time it's the Exarchs that tell him that their people need him as a leader, while most of the people, they would stay behind to make it look like the orcs succeeded. The Red Mist, an attack originally used by the Legion, is now explained by Guldan and his warlocks melding their magics with the Red Pox, which created a volatile concoction that would spread the plague amongst the Draenei. This burned their skin and choked the breath from their lungs, and the long-term effects was that the Draenei who breathed in the mist, they found their connection to the light was gone. They would devolve into something called the Broken, or even further into something that they called the Lost Ones. With Shefra's sect, some of its survivors made their way to Akandun, which Guldan knew about, and he feared that they would call upon the spirits of their ancestors that would aid them in the war against the Horde. To deal with them, Terangor and some of the forces were sent out, who used their new abilities to try and summon a powerful demon to strike down their enemies. Instead of summoning a demon, they accidentally summoned an otherworldly elemental known as Murmur, and his entry into the world, it sent out a massive shockwave that ripped the earth asunder, killing many of the Draenei inside and leaving Akadun as we know it today. Some of the warlocks, they were left behind to keep Murmur under control, so they could not use its incredible might against the Horde. So Shefref has now fallen, many of the Draenei are dead, and those that did escape, they held out within the Zangarmarsh. Blackhand had more goals than just exterminate the Draenei though. He wanted to conquer all of Draenor. Kilrock led the Bleeding Hollow into Farallon, leeching life from the primals, and used the stolen power to burn down the forest. As the wilds burned, Kilrock and his army slaughtered every Botanian Janissar that they could find. Meanwhile, the Warsong and the Twilight Clan, they toppled the ogres of Highmaul, while Frostwolf, Whiteclaw and Thunderlord, they were ordered to wipe out the Grun, Ogron and Magnaron and many of the ogres that had not joined the Horde. One of the few Grun that actually survived this assault, he was called Gruul, and he would defend his lair in Gorgrond. Not even the Arakoa were safe from the might of the Horde, as Kardak of Bladefist, he formed an invasion force from the Shattered Hand, the Burning Blade and the Dragonmaw clans. They made a pact with the Arakoa outcast, who joined them in this fight, but in the end Kardak, he turned his blade on all the Arakoa that he could find, either murdering them on the spot or tossing them in the cursed blood of Sephe, enjoying the sight of the high Arakoa writhing in agony. Only a small number of the Arakoa would actually survive, shrouding themselves in the shadows, hiding away from the Horde in the deepest corners of Terakar Forest. Some of the Arakoa banded together under the leadership of a former Skyreach guard named Krizik, who led his followers to Akandun, knowing that most of the orcs feared the haunted ruins. He held on to a bitter hatred for the Horde, and he waited for the day when he might get his vengeance on those who had spilled the blood of his people. Now this is where one of the more interesting changes to the storyline take place. In the past, Kil'jaeden saw that the city of Shefref had fallen, and he just abandoned the orcs to their fate. Time passed, Medivh, under the influence of Sargeras, he made contact with Gul'dan, and he showed him the way to Azeroth. These all seemed very disconnected from each other, like Kil'jaeden was just working on his own, and Sargeras had very little to do with it. Now, it's actually Sargeras that directly ordered Kil'jaeden to cut all communication with Gul'dan, since he wanted them to be desperate enough to embark on any quest if it meant saving their lives. The orcs were powerful weapons that the Lord of the Legion could use to weaken Azeroth and get it ready for an invasion. But before they were ready, they had to come down from the rush of victory, and as time passed on, things didn't get any better for the Horde. Their planet was corrupted and dying, demon blood was pumping in their veins, and with no enemy to fight, they often turned on each other. At just the right moment, Gul'dan was informed about Azeroth, and they created the Dark Portal with not the sacrifice of one single Draenei child. Instead, it were many more, the prisoners that they had taken throughout their long campaign, something that you could also see in the Warcraft movie. The Dark Portal was established, and the Horde made ready for their first invasion of Azeroth. That's the new version of Rise of the Horde in a nutshell, and the story of the war between the Alliance and Horde, that pretty much stayed the same for the most part. There is a bit of additional information when it comes to what Medivh was like, how Lane Rin became the king, but for the most part, it is as we know it. For those wondering, how does Ner'zhul fit in all of this with these changes? Well, it's pretty much the same. The Horde got their asses kicked during the first invasion, Terangor informs him about the artifacts, and they work on making more portals to different worlds. Near the end of the story, Ner'zhul abandons his people just like he's done before, tower, and this could lead into him becoming the Lich King. Now, it is less of an evil character. In the past, Ner'zhul really took the spotlight, right? And in the Chronicles, that doesn't really happen. But the essence is still the same. Now, to wrap up this video, I have a couple of final things to talk about that really stood out for me. First of all, about Medivh. Medivh was actually summoned to Karazhan by his mother Egwene, and Morus, the butler that you see there, he was actually a close friend of hers who agreed to stay with Medivh and help maintain the tower. Medivh was actually quite a playboy during the day, very similar to the Medivh that we see in One Night at Karazhan, but at night he would do the most awful things. Opening the dark portal that alarmed Egwene, who could sense that a guardian's power was used to do this, her son's power. So she set out to confront him together with a blue dragon named Arcanagos, one of the few allies that she had made during her long years of exile. The truth of Sargeras' corruption was revealed. Arcanagos was burned into Nightbane as we know him today, and the Guardians clashed with each other. Sargeras was definitely mighty, but Egwene had experience, so the Demon Lord, he reached out and drained the life of the hundreds of humans who were fleeing the Tower of Karazhan. He pushed Medivh to destroy Egwene once and for all, but a small part of the Guardian, it was still able to resist, and instead she was banished. Not even Medivh knew what he had sent her, but he could not sense her presence anywhere on Azeroth. The only person to survive this brutal attack, that was the human Morus, who was driven half mad by what he had witnessed. Medivh tried to ease his suffering by purging the memories of that day, but even so, the poor man was never the same, and neither was the tower, since it was now haunted by many spirits of those who were used for the spell.
I've gone and made a mess. Now, where was I?
Garona Half-Orcan has a fair few changes in her story arc, mainly with Guldan being able to see what she saw. She had a gift for learning new languages, and from the human prisoners she found out about Karazhan and Medivh. She had the hope of inspecting the tower without being noticed, but her timing was pretty bad since Medivh, he was in a dark mood after his deadly battle with Egwene, and he captured Garona the moment that she stepped inside of the tower. The assassin thought that her life was over, but Medivh felt sympathy for her, seeing how she was also an outcast, and he was intrigued by her intelligence, by her entire existence. It was clear to him that Garona was no threat, and thanks to Gul'dan's endless cruelty, she had no real love for the Horde. He decided that it would be more valuable to have her as an ally or even a friend amongst the orcs, rather than another spirit haunting his home, so he set her free and he even invited her to come back whenever she liked. She did just that, something that Medivh's new apprentice Khadgar could not appreciate at first, but over time they developed a friendship and they even discovered that it was Medivh who had opened up the dark portal. Once they found out, they quickly escaped the tower to get help from Stormwind, and when Gul'dan realized that Garona was in the same room as King Lane, he tried to use his magic to force her to kill the king, but Garona was actually able to resist this murderous urge. Lothar, Khadgar and Garona and a couple of forces, they made their way back to the tower, they confronted the Guardian, and in that battle, Medivh assaulted her mind, trying to take control of Gul'dan's mental chains and use her against her allies. His spell work was only partially effective, confusion rippled through the half-orc, and she soon found it impossible to differentiate between friend or foe. She fled the tower and made her way back to Stormwind to inform King Lane of what had happened, but standing near the king, something snapped in her mind.
Bad news, sire.
She had resisted Gul'dan's order to kill the king before, but her fight with the Guardian, it had scrambled her thoughts. The line between friend and foe blurred, her willpower faltered, and with tears streaming down her face, she obeyed the command and plunged the dagger into Lane's heart. This explains why Garona still killed Lane, even though Gul'dan at this point ended up in a coma. This would explain why that still happened. Now, after the assassination, Garona escaped the keep in the confusion that followed, and without their king, Stormwind eventually fell to the Horde. But as we all know, the Alliance of Lordaeron would win the war over Azeroth. They shut down the Dark Portal, they built Netherguard Keep to keep an eye on things, and it was there where Garona made contact with Khadgar. She had fought her way back into control, she shrugged away as many of Gul'dan's lingering mental chains as she could, and she confessed to killing the king, and Khadgar believed her when she told him that she had no choice. He could see the Shadow Council spellwork still woven through her thoughts, and the next few months they worked on unraveling the Council's hold on Garona. They were actually successful, and for the first time in her life, Garona was free. In gratitude, she offered to do whatever she could to hunt down the Shadow Council still left on Azeroth, an offer that Khadgar gladly accepted. Eventually, the Dark Portal reopened, and the Horde came back for the second invasion, and despite wishing to join the Alliance forces as they took the battle to Draenor, Khadgar requested her to stay behind and keep on hunting the Shadow Council. Her journey would eventually put her on the trail of Cho'Gall to the mysterious lands of Kalimdor, while the Sons of Lothar, they did their best to prevent the Horde from invading different planets, eventually being forced to shut down the portal on Draenor's side. Now what's really interesting is that there's no mention of a love relation between Medivh and Garona. There's no mention of a pregnancy or Medan. We already knew that Blizzard made the decision to retcon the events with Medan in the comics, but they haven't explained what exactly did happen. Cutting out Medan is fine and all, but it doesn't explain what happens with Cho'Gall, the Twilight's Hammer, the events of Garona and Kafun and Varian, all those events in the comics. It doesn't explain what exactly happened. Hopefully we'll find that information in the next Chronicle, and I've said this many times now, but I can highly recommend picking up the Chronicle for yourself.